Chapter 651, How Brilliant, Patriarch. Chapter 651, How Brilliant, Patriarch. You got what you deserved. By Xiaochun said angrily. You listen to me, you old bastard, don't push me. When I get pissed off, I frighten even myself. Fear still lingered in his heart from moments earlier. He knew that if he had been even a bit slower, allowing the giant ghost king to gain control of the spell formation, then he would have died. As he wallowed in that lingering fear, he glared at the giant ghost king with such intense killing intent that it left the man shaken. Furthermore, considering that he was willing to humiliate his own father, was vicious and merciless, and had reviled his own clan, then obviously, provoking him would be a huge mistake. At the moment, the giant ghost king could only bow his head and vent his anger inwardly. He definitely wants something from me, he thought. Fine. I'll just endure and refrain from provoking him. Even as he lowered his head, the clan chief and other members of the Bai clan flew out from the stone turtle's eye. Of course, the Bai clan had their ways of protecting themselves from the corrosive water of the moat, and immediately began to chase Bai Xiaochun. Face twitching with fear, and having no more time to deal with the giant ghost king, Bai Xiaochun burst into motion, heading toward the surface of the water as quickly as possible. However, only a moment later, the little turtle suddenly shrieked, "Back up, dot." Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Xiaochun shoved the giant ghost king out in front of him and lurched in the opposite direction. As he did, a sound louder than heavenly thunder caused everything in the area to shake violently. At the same time, an incredible force descended into the moat water, causing a massive eruption of water. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun was protected behind the giant ghost king, who took the entire force of the blow. Blood sprayed out of the giant ghost king's mouth as his internal organs vibrated on the point of collapsing. Even large portions of his hair fell off of his head. It was as if a full 20% of his overall energy had been destroyed. As for his cultivation base, in the blink of an eye it dropped from core formation into foundation establishment. Obviously, that attack wasn't a nascent soul divine ability, but rather, a blow from a deva. As the boom continued to echo out, Bai Xiaochun realized that all the water around him had been destroyed, leaving him hovering in the middle of the air. Furthermore, up above him, with a grim, maddened expression on his face, was the Bai clan patriarch. Bai Xiaochun was so nervous his tongue was stuck to the top of his mouth, and his heart was racing faster than ever. He knew that if the little turtle hadn't warned him, he would have died from that attack. Furthermore, without the giant ghost king there to use as a shield, the little turtle's warning would, at most, have enabled him to escape with serious injuries. The Bai clan patriarch had been searching for the giant ghost king, but had obviously received a message from someone in the Bai clan, causing him to turn his attention to Bai Hao. However, he could never have guessed that Bai Xiaochun could survive a full-force blow. Shocked, the patriarch looked closer, and immediately focused on the tool Bai Xiaochun had used to defend himself, an old man with a red birthmark on his face. That's... The Bai clan patriarch shivered, and his aura fluctuated unstably. Then his eyes began to shine with unprecedented light. He almost seemed hopeful, as though he had just been rescued from an impossible situation. This... He couldn't even speak straight. A moment later, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, a laughter that filled all of Giant Ghost City, a laughter filled with delight, joy, and complacency. As for Bai Xiaochun, his heart began to pound, and he looked over at the giant ghost king to see that his eyes were somewhat blank. He didn't look at all like he had moments ago when arguing with Bai Xiaochun. As of this moment he realized that everything that was happening was likely just fate. The heavens will not destroy the Bai clan. Ha ha ha. We're saved. King Giant Ghost. How could I have ever imagined that you would actually be here, Hut? The patriarch was laughing so hard he was shaking, and his eyes were bright red because of the excitement he felt. During the past few hours, he had felt both indescribable torment and unending regret. However, there was no way to undo what had been done, and the realization that he was simply a pawn in the giant Ghost King's game left him terrified to the extreme. His chances of finding the giant Ghost King were virtually nil, and even if he did find him, there was no way the giant Ghost King would not be prepared to defend himself. The patriarch had already begun to sink into complete despair and insanity. Upon encountering Bai Hao, he was so upset that he forgot about his plans to use him as a future incarnation, and immediately unleashed a killing blow. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that right there, in the middle of his complete despair, a ray of hope would appear, and that he would find the giant Ghost King. Furthermore, the giant Ghost King was incredibly weak. The patriarch's eyes immediately began to burn with fiery passion as he ignored Bai Xiaochun and focused completely on the giant Ghost King. As soon as the Bai clan patriarch's words echoed out, the clan chief and the other clan members further back stared in wide-eyed shock. Then they gasped and looked at the old man Bai Xiaochun was holding out in front of him. He's the giant Ghost King. Heavens! The giant Ghost King has been hiding here. I told you there was something weird about that guy to be able to take so many attacks from us and not be hurt. It turns out he's actually the giant Ghost King. They weren't the only shocked ones. There were cultivators from the other great clans in the area as well, plus some soldiers from the armies of the 6 heavenly marquises who had rebelled. There were even spies loyal to other forces and groups. Everyone turned to look at Bai Hao, and the giant Ghost King whom he held by the neck, clearly a captive. Everyone who could see the scene was completely and utterly shocked. This is impossible. That's Bai Hao. He kidnapped the giant Ghost King? This Bai Hao is completely ferocious. He actually kidnapped the giant Ghost King. Everyone's looking for the giant Ghost King's true self, and now he has him. Heavens! I actually underestimated this Bai Hao. He's incredible. So tough. He's definitely going to become completely famous because of this. Countless gasps rang out, and within moments, people began sending the news back to their superiors. It was easy to imagine how, within mere moments, everyone in Giant Ghost City would know that Bai Hao had kidnapped the giant Ghost King. Quite a few people immediately recalled how Bai Hao had kidnapped the chief of the Bai clan, and were even more shocked than before. Bai Hao is vicious and merciless, and reviled his own clan. How fierce! He didn't just kidnap his own father, he actually also kidnapped the giant Ghost King. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun's actions had truly shaken the entire city. Of course, that had not been his intention. Currently, he was looking around nervously, his eyes bloodshot, his chest swelling with fear and anxiety. As for the giant Ghost King, he maintained his silence, not uttering a single word. However, his eyes were calm, and the dignity which had previously escaped him returned. He might be about to die, but he would die with honor. There was also a flash of regret in his eyes. What a pity, he murmured to himself. There's not enough time for the Ghost King orchid to bloom. When he did speak out loud, his voice was cool and collected. Bai Hao, you can release me now. Looking up, Bai Xiaochun saw the Bai clan Deva patriarch reaching out with his right hand. What do I do? What do I do? He wailed inwardly. At that point, a fiery gleam appeared in his eyes, and he said loudly, Patriarch, you really are brilliant to have anticipated that the traitorous giant Ghost King would have a secret plan at work. Well, I've accomplished my mission. I followed your orders, enduring all sorts of humiliation, even betraying the clan, all to earn the trust of this traitor. And now, I'll hand him over to you alive and in one piece. Patriarch, I hope that you come to be bathed in the most spectacular honor and glory. Long live the Bai clan. Everyone was stunned by this development. The giant Ghost King smiled wryly, and the Bai clan patriarch stared in shock. It was to the utter astonishment of everyone that Bai Xiaochun proceeded to head toward the patriarch, seemingly excited to hand him the giant Ghost King. The Bai clan patriarch was so taken aback that he didn't have time to ponder the matter closely. Bai Xiaochun had worded things perfectly, to the point where no one even thought to question his words. He had even gone so far as to offer all the glory to the patriarch. All the patriarch had to do was confirm that what he had said was true, and it would actually be of great benefit to the patriarch in the subsequent struggle to secure the crown. The patriarch's eyes immediately glittered brightly as he realized all of this. This Bai Hao is very interesting. A smile broke out on his face as he looked at the charming, nervous Bai Xiaochun. Then, he prepared to respond. However, that was when something completely unexpected changed everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, Demigod Soul Detonation. Chapter 652, Demigod Soul Detonation. Bai Xiaochun's shocking words caused all sorts of thoughts to go through the minds of the people in the area. If he had said something completely random and meaningless, then it likely wouldn't have resulted in anything to speak of. However, people almost immediately realized the implications of what he was saying. Even the clan chief gasped. Many of the ordinary soul cultivators in the area were turning to look at the Bai clan patriarch. Everyone knew that Deva patriarchs were clever and conniving, so it wouldn't be anything surprising to find that what Bai Xiaochun had said was true. After all, 3 great clans had put their lives on the line in this rebellion. Everyone reeled in shock, and the Bai clan patriarch's mouth began to turn into a smile. Bai Xiaochun, looking very meek and obedient, slowly neared the patriarch, with the giant ghost king held out in front of him. He moved quickly, and within moments was a short 30 meters away. At that point, the Bai clan patriarch's face fell. After all, he was a deva, connected to heaven and earth, with acute divine sense and fantastic instincts when it came to danger. In that moment, a profound sense of deadly crisis suddenly rose up in his heart, and he subconsciously began to back up. Although he wasn't sure why, there was something that suddenly seemed extremely dangerous about Bai Xiaochun. Although it seemed completely unbelievable, the sensation of crisis caused the Bai clan patriarch to suddenly shout, "Hold it right there!" Just when he was about to shoot backward, a vicious, maddened grin suddenly spread out on Bai Xiaochun's face. "You're dead!" he shouted, slapping his bag of holding to produce a crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda. Then, with all the strength he could muster, he hurled the soul-hoarding pagoda at the patriarch. The soul-hoarding pagoda didn't look like anything special, but as it whooshed through the air toward the Bai clan patriarch, the man's scalp began to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. The sensation of impending doom was so intense that it filled every inch of his flesh and blood. "That thing could kill me. I need to get out of here immediately." A tremor ran through the patriarch, and he immediately began to fade away as he resorted to a powerful teleportation. Unfortunately for him, everything was happening too quickly. Bai Xiaochun's action of hurling the soul-hoarding pagoda had caught him completely unprepared. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun was simply too close to him. He had only been about 30 meters away, and had hurled the soul-hoarding pagoda with all his strength. Because of that, it only took the briefest of moments for the soul-hoarding pagoda to be a few short meters away. In the instant that the patriarch began to fade away, Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and roared, "Detonate!" He pushed hard against the restrictive spell inside of the soul-hoarding pagoda, and at the same time, shot backward at full speed. He used his undying hex, and also kept the giant ghost king held out in front of him. However, worried that all of that wasn't enough, he took advantage of the fact that everyone was looking at the soul-hoarding pagoda to pull out his turtle walk and place it between himself and the giant ghost king. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. The instant the restrictive spell inside the soul-hoarding pagoda unraveled, the discarnate demigod soul inside awoke, causing an aura of destruction to erupt out. Brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth, and the clouds were thrown into chaos. An indescribably powerful pressure instantly filled the entire area. Demigod soul! The Bai clan patriarch's face fell, and his heart was seized with shock. A sensation of deadly crisis completely overwhelmed him, and a scream escaped his lips as he gave up on the lengthy teleportation process and simply tried to run. Sadly for him, it was too late for that. The instant the shocking demigod aura appeared, something like a gale force wind sprang up. Cries of astonishment and alarm filled the area. Demigod aura. What's that? Heavens! Then, a heaven-rending, earth-crushing boom rose up in the area, a deafening sound that quickly spreading out to fill all of Giant Ghost City, causing everything to quake violently. A destructive blast like the crushing blow of a giant rocked the entire city. The sky went dim, and the wind screamed as countless crevices opened up in the lands surrounding the city. The Bai-clan patriarch took the brunt of the attack, and managed to let out a short frenzied scream that was soon overwhelmed by the destructive force. The nearby buildings, as well as many nearby cultivators who had been too slow to flee, were also swept up in the powerful force of the attack. Boom! Rumble! Cray-awash! Many of the nearby cultivators had no time to even scream before they were destroyed in body and soul. That included many of the Bai-clan elders, who were completely incapable of defending themselves, and were transformed into ash. The clan chief had been leading the way in the chase after by Xiaochun, but happened to have a life-saving magical item. With the help of that item, he survived, but was still severely injured, his legs shredded into nothing, his arms ripped off, his chest caved in, his hair burned off, and his cultivation base shattered. No! This can't be real. By how? By how? Lingering hatred and despair could be seen in his eyes as he tumbled away, screaming in terror. A huge crater was being opened up, and the destructive aura could even be sensed by people some distance away. Amidst the cacophony of sound, the giant Ghost King's voice could be heard, letting out a shriek of despair. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was shoved backward. As for Bai Xiaochun, he remained behind his turtle walk, but still felt some of the force of the blow, and coughed up an enormous mouthful of blood. He felt like his body was going to collapse, and even his internal organs were destabilized. And yet, he still managed to escape with his life. Even the giant Ghost King was completely shaken by what was happening. Never could he possibly have imagined that something like this would happen, or that the person to orchestrate it all would be. By how? When it was all over, Bai Xiaochun looked at the crater, heart pounding with residual fear. The force unleashed by the detonation of a demigod soul is mind-boggling. Even I almost got wiped out. Thankfully, he had been prepared all along for what was going to happen. He had picked the right place and time, and had retreated with incredible speed. Therefore, he was minimally affected. After adding in the protection of the giant Ghost King and his turtle walk, he managed to escape with his life. In fact, that was another reason why he had taken the initiative to approach the Bai-clan patriarch, instead of allowing the man to get close to him. That had given him room to back up. If it had been a normal fight, and he had casually attempted to use the demigod's soul as a weapon, he would likely have blown himself up. Of everyone else present, the Bai-clan patriarch had been the closest to the soul-hoarding pagoda. Now that the force of the blow was fading away, he could be seen floating there in the air, most of his hair burned off, the rest of his body in horrific condition. In fact, this was the worst shape he had ever been in throughout his entire life. Even more shocking to him was the fact that he was obviously in no place to try to fight Bai Xiaochun. If he did, he would surely be defeated and killed. Trembling, he uncontrollably coughed up another massive mouthful of blood, then looked over at Bai Xiaochun with a mixture of unparalleled fear and incredible killing intent. However, he also didn't hesitate to turn and flee, using every ounce of speed he could muster to get as far away as possible. He survived? Bai Xiaochun thought, shocked. At the moment, he didn't dare to chase him, though. Aware that he wasn't out of danger yet, he looked up and thought for the briefest moment and then shouted, Bai Hao, am the type who doesn't attack unless I am attacked first. Listen up, everyone. That divine ability I used just now, I can use it another 100 times. When I attack, I frighten even myself. So don't even think about provoking me. With that, he turned and fled, keeping a firm grip on the giant Ghost King, who was still coughing up blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, This Guy's Crazy. Chapter 653, This Guy's Crazy. Well played, by Hao. Vile and sinister, vicious and merciless, reviler of the clan. The Bai clan patriarch was currently speeding along, coughing up blood and racked with bitterness. Although the detonation of the soul-hoarding pagoda hadn't killed him, it had gravely injured him. At the moment, he was in no condition to be thinking about trying to kill the giant ghost king. Right now, he had to fear for his own life, but there could be no better opportunity than this moment for the patriarchs of the Chan and Kai clans to kill him. After all, the three clans were cooperating at the moment, but in general, were enemies. The Bai clan patriarch was in no mood to bet his own life, and therefore drew on every scrap of energy he had left to flee back to the Bai clan, where he could safely go into secluded meditation and start recovering. He had no attention to spare for what was happening back in Giant Ghost City, or with Bai Hao. The longer one lives, the more one will fear death. That was the current situation with the Bai clan patriarch. After all, the fate of his clan rested on his shoulders, and the clan as a whole couldn't afford for anything to happen to him. Meanwhile, back in the city, two new Deva auras suddenly erupted out into the open. One of them began to speed toward Bai Xiaochun, and the other went after the Bai clan patriarch. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was racing through Giant Ghost City, trying to keep his aura concealed, his heart racing with terror. I'm finished. Kaput. Damn it, I was too impulsive. It's all the fault of this giant ghost king. He's too conspicuous. Bai Xiaochun felt like crying, but no tears would come. At the moment, he was so nervous his soul was trembling. Equally nervous was the giant ghost king, who couldn't stop coughing up blood, and whose aura was incredibly weak. The destructive blast just now had far surpassed a Deva attack, and had very nearly killed him. Feeling like he had just survived a deadly calamity, he looked over at his captor in astonishment. He could tell that this Bai Hao was a crazy daredevil who wouldn't shrink back from any challenge. However, worried that he would say the wrong thing and piss him off, he very carefully chose his words as he said, if you just keep running around randomly like this, you're going to get captured. Listen, let's go back to the stone turtle. I can. Who said you could talk? Bai Xiaochun growled angrily, his expression as cold as ice. He even reached over and slapped the giant ghost king across the side of the head. More blood sprayed out of the giant ghost king's mouth, and his anger boiled. However, the crazed look in Bai Xiaochun's eyes caused him to shiver and simply suppress his anger. This guy is crazy. He cursed inwardly. A complete psycho. By this point, he truly regretted his decision of pulling Bai Hao into his game to spice things up. If he could go back and do things over again, he would absolutely, positively change his decision. After all, if Bai Hao had ended up being killed by the Bai clan, he wouldn't be anywhere near a situation like this. Listen up, you old bastard, Bai Xiaochun said angrily. All of this is your fault. I almost just got killed trying to save you. If you don't want to thank me, fine, but how dare you try to trick me into going back to that stone turtle? You think I'm an idiot or something? As soon as I went back into that turtle, I'd be dead. He was truly feeling very irritated. Then he thought about how it was the little turtle who had gotten him into this mess. If it weren't for the little turtle, he would have long since made his getaway. And then there's you, little turtle. Gritting his teeth, he looked down at his bag of holding. However, the little turtle was long gone. Clearly, he knew that he had caused some really big problems. Well, Bai Xiaochun thought, I can't change things now. I guess if I have to, I'll just hand over the giant ghost king. When the giant ghost king saw the ominous glint in Bai Xiaochun's eye, he suddenly had a very bad feeling. He also realized that if he wanted to get out of this tribulation alive, everything would come down to this Bai Hao. Brother Bai Hao, there's no need to go do anything hasty. What exactly do you want? Whatever it is, just tell me, I'm sure I can accommodate you. The giant ghost king's words came a bit haltingly as he tried to keep his tone as neutral as possible. Inside, he was bemoaning how everything had played out. Originally, everything had been going exactly according to plan. He should have been safe in the stone turtle during his decay period, until his cultivation base was back to normal. At that point, he could have wrapped up his game perfectly. But then everything had gone wrong. He had made the critical error of trying to use a crazy person as a pawn. Too many things had then occurred which he could never have anticipated happening. Glaring angrily at the giant ghost king, Xiaochun said, I want a Deva soul, old man. A metal-type Deva soul. If you have one, give it to me right now, and I'll let you go immediately. The giant ghost king stared back at him in wide-eyed shock. Completely confused, he replied, You kidnapped me because you want a metal-type Deva soul? The entire concept seemed completely and utterly absurd. He almost wondered if he was listening to the biggest joke in the world. Xiaochun was actually starting to get anxious. After all the hardships he had gone through to reach this point, if the giant ghost king didn't agree, he would probably cry. Yeah, I do, he yelled. So what? Not gonna give it to me? Don't push me too far, old man. No, I'll give it to you. I will. The giant ghost king felt like he was about to collapse mentally. Although Deva souls were precious, they weren't that important to him in the grand scheme of things. He had assumed that this Bai Hao would be after something far more grand. And yet, it turned out that all he wanted was a Deva soul. Damn you, Bai Hao! He moaned inwardly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Was all of this worth it? You're doing all this for a mere Deva soul? You dragged me out of the stone turtle for that. Hand it over. Xiaochun said impatiently. Where is it, in that ring of holding? With that, he looked around furtively, and then ducked into a nearby alley. When the giant ghost king responded to the question, he tried to word things perfectly. I don't actually have it on me right now. There are only random things in that ring of holding. The Deva soul is in my secret palace, but with the current level of my cultivation base, I can't open it right now. Listen, I have a suggestion, brother Bai Hao. Just take a minute to think it over. Keep me safe for a month. After that, my cultivation base will recover naturally, and I swear that as soon as it does, I'll open my secret palace and give you that Deva soul. The truth was that he really didn't have any way of producing a Deva soul at the moment. Furthermore, after what had just occurred with the Bai clan patriarch, he was also fairly certain that his best chance at staying alive was to stick with Bai Xiaochun. Besides, based on his observations of everything that was happening, he was very worried that Bai Xiaochun might hand him over to the three clans to save his own life. As soon as the words left the giant ghost king's mouth, Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with anger. Smacking the giant ghost king across the head again, he said, You think Lord Bai is stupid, you old bastard. After your cultivation base recovered, the first thing you would do would be to kill me. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth at how foul the giant ghost king was to think he was so stupid. Eyes burning with anger, but heart pounding nervously, he said, Back when the Bai clan patriarch was originally trying to kill me, and you saved me, I was very grateful. I helped you interrogate prisoners, and even helped you clean out the Kai clan soul grounds. But what did you go and do? Repay kindness with enmity, that's what. You stripped me of my status as a prison guard and turned me into a prisoner. Outrageous. By this point, Bai Xiaochun realized that he had done something monumentally crazy. He had kidnapped a demigod king. In the past, he would never have even considered doing such a thing. However, at the moment, he was running out of options. In fact, he was even thinking of trying to work out a deal with the three great clans to trade the giant ghost king for a Deva soul. When the giant ghost king saw the look in his eyes, his heart started to pound even harder. Brother Bai Hao, please, don't do anything rash. You mustn't. Just hear me out. Why don't you place a restrictive spell on me? Then you won't have to worry about me causing problems for you even when my cultivation base is back to normal. With my cultivation base? Xiaochun shot back, feeling angrier than ever. What kind of restrictive spell could I possibly put on you? You're really pushing things too far, old man. Flicking his sleeve, he was about to continue yelling when the giant ghost king cut him off. It doesn't matter if your cultivation base is lower than mine. I'll teach you a restrictive spell and even help you use it. That should do, right? The giant ghost king really felt like crying. Considering his status in the world, for him to say things like this was unprecedented. It had been a very, very long time since he had pled with anybody in this fashion. Unfortunately, he had no other options. You'll help me put a restrictive spell on yourself? As far as Xiaochun was concerned, it seemed like a silly notion. Worried that Xiaochun would fly into a rage again, the giant ghost king quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and even spat out a mouthful of blood as he forced out a strand of his life essence divine sense. Then, he combined the blood and the divine sense into a sealing mark, which began to glow with multicolored light as it rested there in his palms. Brother Baihao, you just need to put a drop of blood here. Then absorb the restrictive spell, and you'll be set. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, What a Malicious Restrictive Spell. Chapter 654, What a Malicious Restrictive Spell. Xiaochun looked at the glowing light that was the restrictive spell, and hesitated. He didn't want to make a deal with the three great clans unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, it would be hard to tell how things would work out in the end, and he would definitely be putting himself in a lot of danger. If he could really control the giant ghost king's cultivation base with a restrictive spell, then that would be worth taking the risk. After all, if it didn't work, he could simply toss him aside and flee. But if it worked... Although the thought was very enticing, his eyes widened with anger. Even now you dare to screw with me, old bastard? Xiaochun raged. No. I'm really not. Brother Baihao, you have to trust me. I'm really not trying to trick you. The giant ghost king was getting very anxious. He really was telling the truth, and had no desire to try to trick Xiaochun. If he did, and it was revealed, then he would be putting his life at risk. Bull crap! Xiaochun yelled. I'm really not lying. I swear it. Feeling he had no other choice, the giant ghost king began to swear an actual oath. By this point, Xiaochun was getting the sense that the giant ghost king really was being sincere. However, he still didn't feel comfortable with the situation, so he gave a cold snort and slapped his bag of holding. Get out here right now, little turtle. However, there was no reaction whatsoever from his bag of holding. Fudge! Xiaochun yelled angrily. I'm warning you, little turtle, all of this trouble is because of you, so if you don't get out here immediately, then you and I are done for. Forever. Got it? Don't ever come to me for help with anything again. A moment later, his bag of holding vibrated, and the little turtle poked his head out into the open. Looking a bit embarrassed, and simultaneously ingratiating, he said, Don't get angry, kid. I didn't realize things would go this way. He even blinked a few times for effect. However, Xiaochun merely reached down and grabbed him, and he didn't dare to dodge to the side. Enough with the jabbering. Look at this restrictive spell and see if there's anything wrong with it. With that, he held the little turtle out right in front of the giant ghost king's hands. The giant ghost king glared angrily at the little turtle, well aware that he was the reason Baihao had uncovered his identity. As for the little turtle, he was aware of his role in events as well, and could also see that Xiaochun was very angry. They were all in a dangerous situation, and now was not the time to be careless. Eyes sparkling, he looked closely at the glowing restrictive spell in the giant Ghost King's hands. After a moment, his eyes went wide, and he stuck his neck a bit further out of his shell. "This restrictive spell is really malicious," he exclaimed. "Listen, punk, if you cast that spell, and you die, the giant Ghost King will die. But if he dies, nothing will happen to you." The giant Ghost King's heart couldn't have been filled with more bitterness, and yet, he was out of options. He had originally planned to use this restrictive spell on some of the rebels, after the whole situation was resolved. However, in order to get through the current crisis, he was going to use it on himself. Furthermore, although the restrictive spell could be unraveled, even with his fully restored cultivation base, it would take years. Having heard the little turtle's analysis, Xiaochun gritted his teeth and angrily said, "You listen up, old man. I can tell you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but considering the fact that I already severely injured a Deva patriarch, even if you were more well prepared, you wouldn't be able to pull the wool over the eyes of my little turtle. You've only seen a tiny fraction of what I'm capable of. In fact, even if your cultivation base was back to normal and you tried to kill me, I still have ways to make sure we went out together." After a moment of silence, the giant Ghost King quietly said, "You don't hurt me, I won't hurt you. Just keep me safe for a month, and I'll get you that Deva soul. Then all of this will become a thing of the past. I'm the kind of person who sticks to my word. I don't renege on promises. It doesn't matter what happened before, as long as you can keep me safe for a month, and I get my cultivation base back, then I won't do anything to you, nor will I remove the restrictive spell. You can really rest your heart at ease." Xiaochun looked deeply at the giant Ghost King, then pulled out the long red spear he had taken from him earlier. "All right, King Giant Ghost. Since we're going to do things this way, then remove your branding mark from your ring of holding and your other magical items. That will give us a better chance of getting through this alive. There are only random personal items in the ring of holding. And as for all those magical devices, even if I removed my branding mark, you couldn't use them unless you were a Deva." He was telling the truth about everything he had just said. However, seeing that Xiaochun's eyes widened with anger at this response, the giant Ghost King quickly removed the branding marks. Xiaochun's looked excitedly into the ring of holding to find a large collection of soul medicine. There were also quite a few treasures. However, none of them were magical in nature, but rather, ordinary treasures that mortals would value. Random things? He pursed his lips as he pondered why the giant Ghost King would collect things such as this. A moment later, his eyes came to rest on the red spear, within which he could sense a fear-inspiring aura. He quickly tried to brand it with his own mark, but soon found that the giant Ghost King had been correct, and that he couldn't. It was the same with everything else. Finally, Xiaochun sighed and put everything away. Then he looked the giant Ghost King up and down a few times before nodding in agreement to the proposal. The giant Ghost King finally breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately suggested again that they head back to the stone turtle. However, Xiaochun was still hesitating, unsure of whether that was a smart thing to do. First of all, the three great clans would definitely have locked the Devil Penitentiary down, which would make it very difficult to get back inside. Second of all, although they had reached an agreement, it had only just happened, and Xiaochun was as yet not completely comfortable in giving the giant Ghost King the upper hand. "I have a lot more experience than you when it comes to running away," he said proudly. "I don't dare to claim to be an expert in much, but I can tell you that I've done a lot of fleeing in my life." With that, he grabbed the giant Ghost King and began to move. The giant Ghost King began in irritation. However, before he could say anything else, Xiaochun smacked him across the side of the head. "Shut up! Are you keeping me safe, or am I keeping you safe?" At first, it had felt very stimulating to push a demigod expert around. By now, though, he had gotten used to it. The giant Ghost King could only grit his teeth and stew in his frustration. Xiaochun ignored him. He knew that at the moment, it would be nearly impossible to get out of the city via conventional methods. After all, the three great clans would be searching for him, and others as well. I guess I have no other option than to use the teleportation formations that Lu Shiyu told me about. I hope I can find the one that leads 50,000 kilometers out of the city. I would feel a lot safer that far away. Having made his decision, he recalled the information he had acquired regarding the locations of the various spell formations, and then began to head toward the nearest one. Before long, he and the somewhat sullen-looking giant Ghost King had arrived at an old abandoned courtyard residence. After going inside, the giant Ghost King looked around curiously, while Xiaochun examined the place more closely. After confirming that this was the correct location, he stomped his foot down onto the ground. Some rumbling sounds could be heard, and then some rifts spread out. Xiaochun reached into the rift and unleashed some cultivation base power, whereupon the glow of teleportation rose up. The giant Ghost King's pupils constricted as the power of teleportation whisked them away. In the next moment, they were gone. In almost the same moment that they vanished, a dozen or so beams of light shot toward the area. After coming to realize that there was a teleportation portal in the area, the group exchanged dismayed glances. Meanwhile, in another part of Giant Ghost City, glittering light could be seen in a certain residential building as Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King materialized. When Xiaochun looked around, he was a bit frustrated. He knew that there were a lot of teleportation formations, and he wasn't sure which one led to the spot 50,000 kilometers away. That meant that he would have to search through the formations one by one. On the other hand, the giant Ghost King gasped in shock. Just when he was about to ask about what was going on, he looked over at Xiaochun and realized that he was about to punch the ground. Only a moment later, another teleportation formation appeared, and the two of them vanished again. By this point, Giant Ghost City had descended into complete chaos. The entire city was on lockdown, and there were even soul cultivators outside the city creating a perimeter to prevent entry and exit. After the city was fully secure, more people began to join in the search. Before long, the Qin clan's Deva Patriarch appeared in the location where Xiaochun had initially appeared out in the open. However, after the area had been almost completely destroyed by the detonation of the demigod soul, the auras in the city had been so disrupted that not even the Deva's divine sense could spread out very far to find clues. Otherwise, the search for Xiaochun would have gone much more smoothly for them. At the moment, the only option they had was to search everything with a fine-toothed comb. The Kai clan patriarch chased the Bai clan patriarch all the way back to the Bai clan. Once the Bai clan patriarch was safe inside, the Kai clan patriarch looked at the city with glittering eyes for a moment before heading back toward Giant Ghost City to join in the search. There were two more Deva experts in Giant Ghost City, those being Duke Netherworld and Duke Deathcrier. Although Duke Netherworld was inclined to join the search, in the end, he decided to leave that to everyone else. As far as he was concerned, his main mission was to make sure that Duke Deathcrier didn't find Bai Hao. If he did, he would also get the giant Ghost King's true self, which would make it very difficult for anyone else to do anything. Therefore, Duke Netherworld went to make sure that Duke Deathcrier didn't join the search. Duke Deathcrier knew what he was up to, and decided that he had no other option than to resign himself to the will of the heavens. And thus it came to be that only two Devas were left who could participate in the search for Xiaochun. In addition to them were the armies belonging to the 6 heavenly marquises, and the forces of the 3 great clans. All of Giant Ghost City was being scoured from top to bottom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Myriad Children Blood Banner. Chapter 655, Myriad Children Blood Banner. As the search continued in Giant Ghost City, Xiaochun led the Giant Ghost King through one teleportation formation after another. Not a single one led them 50,000 kilometers outside of the city. Xiaochun had no choice but just keep trying to find that particular formation. As a result, the glow of teleportation could be seen popping up all over the city. Sometimes such glowing light would rise up in the east, sometimes the west, sometimes the north. The cultivators of the 3 great clans and the soldiers of the 6 heavenly marquises' armies were all aware of what was happening. Although they were shocked to discover that there were so many teleportation formations within the city limits, there was nothing they could do about it. Gritting their teeth, they continued the search, many of them rushing toward the nearest glowing light that indicated a teleportation was underway. The rumbling of the teleportation formations filled the air as Xiaochun dragged the shocked giant ghost king here and there. That wasn't it. Not that one either. Here's one of the formations. Undying Hex. After entering the most recently discovered formation, they were teleported into a courtyard residence in the east part of the city. Almost as soon as they began to materialize, whistling sounds filled the air around them. As it just so happened, the chief of the Chen clan was leading a group of 3 clan elders, and a large contingent of other cultivators from the clan, to search the area. As soon as the light of teleportation appeared, they raced over to find Xiaochun and the giant ghost king coming into view. It's Bai Hao. Notify the patriarch. They attacked immediately, unleashing numerous divine abilities and magical techniques, as well as calling upon the power of sundry magical items. In the blink of an eye, all of that force was bearing down on Xiaochun. Xiaochun's face fell. Having no time to activate the spell formation again to teleport away, he dragged the giant ghost king backward. A resounding boom filled the air as the courtyard residence they had just been in disappeared, replaced by an enormous crater. As other buildings in the area collapsed, Xiaochun became a series of afterimages that shot away at top speed, giant ghost king in tow. However, in almost the same moment that he took to motion, a huge banner suddenly slammed into the ground in front of him. A blood-colored fog immediately spilled out, spreading in all directions to block his path. Within that fog, it was possible to see thousands upon thousands of blood-soaked children. All of them were between 4 and 5 years old, and dripped with blood as surely as if they had been skinned alive. Their eyes shone with desolation as they stared at Xiaochun, screaming and weeping bitterly. Save us, Mr. Mister, help! It hurts. Sir, it hurts so bad. The bizarre wails almost instantly became like an attack on the soul. As Xiaochun reeled in shock, the giant ghost king's pupils constricted, and he said, "The myriad children blood banner. How dare the Chun clan use a forbidden item like that within Giant Ghost City?" At this point, the giant ghost king's eyes began to flicker with fury. The myriad children blood banner was created by sacrificing the lives of 100,000 children. It was classified as an evil treasure, something so barbaric that, even in the wildlands, it was viewed as a violation of natural order. Furthermore, it was formally banned, the type of thing that came with strict punishments if it were used. And yet, the chief of the Chen clan had gone so far as to create one, and recently at that. Because he was unfamiliar with its usage, he couldn't draw upon its full powers, but even still, the blood fog it created was so potent that anyone who breathed it in would be instantly sent into a nightmarish hallucination. When Xiaochun saw all of the rancorous, blood-soaked children, his heart twinged with pain, and his eyes began to shine with killing intent. It didn't matter where this item appeared, it would arouse the wrath of gods and men alike. It didn't matter that this was the wildlands, as soon as Xiaochun saw the item, he couldn't control his wrath. At this point, a sinister voice echoed out from within the blood fog, "Well met, King Giant Ghost. I hope my blood banner doesn't bother you too much." A tall, slender man walked out into the open. He appeared to a bit over 40 years of age, handsome, with the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, his eyes were cold and sinister, revealing the cruel and vicious nature of his personality. He was none other than the chief of the Chen clan, and even as his words echoed out, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then waved his finger. Instantly, the blood fog ceded, and the thousands upon thousands of blood-soaked children screamed and rushed toward Xiaochun. At the same time, the clan elders and other cultivators from the Chun clan released their own attacks, causing rumbling sounds to fill the air. Xiaochun's expression flickered as he quickly performed an incantation gesture to summon his eternal parasol. As soon as it opened up, he charged toward the clan chief using the mountain-shaking bash. "Back the hell down," the clan chief said with a cold laugh. Waving his sleeve, he unleashed the power of his nascent soul cultivation base, causing 3 children to appear within the fog who were soaked with so much blood they looked almost violet. Each one of them radiated the power of the nascent soul stage as they screamed and charged toward Bai Xiaochun. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Bai Xiaochun roared in rage, dragging the giant ghost king with him as he took a step forward, accelerating with such blinding speed that everything around him slowed down. By the time he finished taking his step, he was only 9 meters from the chief of the Qin clan. "Die!" he shouted, clenching his right hand into a fist and punching out with all of the power of his fleshly body and cultivation base. At the same time, a mark appeared on his forehead, which was none other than his heaven-span Dharma eye. As everything in the area shook violently, the clan chief's face fell. He had been aware that this Bai Hao was incredible, but had never imagined that he would be capable of speed like this. "Blood Children detonation!" he shouted. Boom! The charging blood children screamed in pain as they began to explode, creating a blast of energy that bore down rapidly on Bai Xiaochun. It became like an enormous blood-colored mouth that opened up as if to consume him. By now, Bai Xiaochun's veins of steel were on full display. He knew that if he didn't come out on top in this encounter, he would be in extreme danger. Without any hesitation, he snapped open the eternal parasol, upon which 4 golden designs could be seen. Glittering golden light shone out in all directions as the parasol grew in size, covering him as he shot through the huge mouth and closed in on the Qin clan chief with blinding speed. "Time to die!" Bai Xiaochun roared, unleashing the throat-crushing grasp. Because of the gravitational force that came along with the technique, the shocked clan chief was incapable of dodging or evading. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun's 2 fingers were almost onto his throat. The clan chief's ashen face was covered with a look of profound disbelief and shock. However, it was in that moment that an angry shout could be heard from some distance away. "Screw off!" The sound pierced through the air and exploded out into Bai Xiaochun's mind, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. To the delight of the clan chief, Bai Xiaochun's hand trembled, providing him the opportunity to escape. "Patriarch, help me!" he shouted. However, even as he dodged to the side, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned more bloodshot than before. Although he had missed the man's neck, he still managed to latch onto his shoulder, whereupon he twisted his hand viciously. Cracking sounds erupted out, accompanied by a bitter scream as Bai Xiaochun ripped the clan chief's right arm off of his body. Blood sprayed out everywhere as the clan chief's face went completely ashen. However, he still managed to fall back at top speed. At the same time, a figure appeared nearby, speeding toward Bai Xiaochun. It was an old man with a Deva realm cultivation base, who was none other than the Qin clan patriarch. Gasping for breath, Bai Xiaochun immediately backed up, his eyes flickering with defiance. The Qin clan chief had forged a blood banner by exterminating countless young lives, something that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to swell with fury. Therefore, even as he backed up, he slapped his bag of holding, producing a great bow with a 14-fold spirit enhancement. As soon as he pulled back on the bowstring, the area around him became like a black hole, sucking in all of the energy in the area. At the same time, an arrow appeared on the bow which also had a 14-fold spirit enhancement. Without any hesitation, Bai Xiaochun aimed the bow at the fleeing clan chief, and then loosed the arrow. When he did, an ear-piercing howl could be heard as the arrow transformed into a black dragon, and shot toward the clan chief. Then, Bai Xiaochun turned and fled, not bothering to see what happened to the arrow and the chief. As the clan chief's face drained of blood again, and a sensation of deadly crisis filled his heart, a cold snort could be heard. Then, the Deva patriarch appeared directly in front of him. Stepping forward, he reached out and grabbed the arrow. Squeezing his hand down, he completely crushed it. The Deva patriarch's expression was very grim. If he had not stepped in to interfere, he could have reached Bai Xiaochun. However, the brief moment he took to save the chief's life was all the time Bai Xiaochun needed to flee. The killing intent in the patriarch's eyes grew more intense, and yet at the same time, he had his misgivings. He was still unsure of all the techniques at Bai Xiaochun's disposal, who had just seriously injured the Chun clan chief, and very nearly killed him, but not wanting to suffer the same fate as the Bai clan patriarch, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, summoning a large group of ghostly figures, all of them wearing black suits of armor, and all of them radiating the fluctuations of the nascent soul stage. Only then did he give chase. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, a lot. Chapter 656, a lot. Sonic booms erupted out as the Chun clan Deva patriarch led scores of black-armored nascent soul-level ghosts after Bai Xiaochun. Were it not for the fact that he feared the possibility that Bai Xiaochun might have more methods to endanger Devas, the patriarch would have simply gone after him alone. However, he wasn't willing to gamble. The tragic fate of the Bai clan patriarch had played out right in front of him. If that patriarch had reacted only slightly slower, and had not taken advantage of the heat of the moment to speed back to the safety of his clan, then the Kai clan patriarch would definitely have caught him. Although the Kai clan patriarch would not have exterminated the other patriarch and his clan, he would definitely have forced the Bai clan patriarch to pay a heavy price to stay alive. Because of all that, the Chun clan patriarch didn't want to take any risks. Eyes flashing with cold light, he performed an incantation gesture, pushing the black-armored ghosts forward with greater speed. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling with fear, and his heart was pounding. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the black-armored ghosts, and his nervousness mounted. The giant Ghost King's face was also flickering with various emotions, and a sense of foreboding had gripped his heart. In his anxiety, he couldn't hold back from saying, "I told you to go back to the stone turtle, but no. No, you had to. Shut up." Bai Xiaochun yelled angrily, zigging and zagging to avoid the magical techniques and divine abilities that were being launched at him from behind. Then he pushed forward with another burst of speed, piercing through the air to appear in a nearby alley. After glancing around quickly, he unhesitatingly punched a hole in the wall next to him, revealing a courtyard beyond. Obviously, this was a residence belonging to some rich family. As soon as Bai Xiaochun stepped inside, screams rang out as the terrified servants scattered in every direction. Panting anxiously, Bai Xiaochun hurried to a pond in the corner of the courtyard, upon which he unleashed another punch. Immediately, the glow of teleportation rose up around him. Not too far away, the black-armored ghosts radiated a murderous air as they rumbled through the air. Then they sent a volley of divine abilities toward that very pond. The pond was completely leveled, sending water spraying everywhere. However, by that point, Bai Xiaochun was gone. About 9,000 meters away, in an abandoned building, more teleportation light filled the air as Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King materialized. Damn it! Bai Xiaochun thought. How come I haven't found the 50,000-kilometer one yet? Just when he was about to activate the formation to teleport away, a growl filled the air as the Chun clan Deva patriarch teleported into the same building. When he realized moments ago that Bai Xiaochun was using his unknown method to teleport away, he split away from the black-armored ghosts to chase after him directly. He got a very bad feeling when he realized that Bai Xiaochun was using multiple teleportation formations. However, there was no time to ponder the situation at the moment. Murderous aura flaring, he quickly unleashed a palm strike. A huge illusory hand appeared and shot toward Bai Xiaochun, a powerful strike that instantly destroyed everything around them. Bai Xiaochun shrieked as the illusory hand closed in, but he had already activated the teleportation formation. Teleportation light rose up, and by the time the palm landed, reducing everything in the area to ash, Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King were gone. Where did these teleportation formations come from? The Chun clan patriarch thought, his expression grim. As a Deva, he could easily lock the air down to nullify ordinary teleportations. And yet, he was incapable of nullifying these spell formations. "You're not getting away," he growled. Eyes flashing with anger, he waved his hand, causing an illusory screen to appear in front of him, which depicted a bird's-eye view of Giant Ghost City. As he peered at the picture, he noticed one spot where a bright light suddenly appeared. Snorting coldly, he stepped forward into the image. The spot where the light of teleportation had just risen up was a formerly bustling street. However, because of the current chaos in the city, it was an empty and cheerless place. As the teleportation light began to fade away, Xiaochun and the Giant Ghost King appeared in front of one of the shops on the street. By this point, the Giant Ghost King really couldn't hold back from asking, How many teleportation formations do you have set up? He simply couldn't imagine how there could be so many teleportation formations set up in his own city, all without his knowledge. A lot, Xiaochun responded quickly, his heart pounding. He was really starting to get worried. His answer was no exaggeration, and right now, he was relying on blind chance to find one particular formation among all of the hundreds that he knew about. Not daring to waste any time, he smacked the ground. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the teleportation formation activated, and Xiaochun and the Giant Ghost King vanished. Even as they did, the air rippled, and the Chen clan patriarch emerged. Waving his hand, he destroyed the spell formation. However, an unsightly expression could be seen on his face, and the rage in his eyes grew deeper as he realized that he had been a moment too late. I really want to see how many times you can teleport before you run out of formations. With that, he vanished again. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, and booms filled numerous locations in Giant Ghost City. Xiaochun was going all out, carrying the Giant Ghost King through one teleportation formation after another. Every time they vanished, the Qin clan's Deva Patriarch would appear and destroy the formation they had just used. If Xiaochun went even a little bit slower, he would be in great danger, a fact that was pushing him into madness. At the same time, he did everything he could to be as efficient as possible in his actions. Despite that, he still had not found the teleportation formation that led 50,000 kilometers outside of the city. He felt like he was going crazy, but it was the same with the Chen clan patriarch. As far as the patriarch was concerned, this Baihao was like a rat who had countless tunnels dug through the city, through which he scurried in mystifying fashion. In one moment, he would be in the east, in the following moment, the north. The patriarch's anxiety mounted along with his anger, and at the same time, he couldn't stop wondering what his quarry was attempting to accomplish. It doesn't actually seem like he wants to escape. More like he's looking for something. Don't tell me that one of the formations is actually capable of long-range teleportation? That thought only made him more anxious. He quickly stepped forward, appearing in the most recent place where Xiaochun and the Giant Ghost King had teleported through. He immediately destroyed the formation, then threw his head back and spoke in a voice so loud it filled the city. Baihao, why are you risking your life for the Giant Ghost King? There's no great enmity between you and our three great clans. Why are you interfering with us? Hand over the Giant Ghost King, Baihao. Fear not, I will personally guarantee your safety. I can also help resolve your issues with the Bai clan. We can just wipe the slate clean. Give us the Giant Ghost King, and you can just be on your way. In fact, we'll even pay you for him. As his words echoed through the city, Xiaochun appeared in another teleportation formation. His hair was in disarray, and he looked quite bedraggled. The patriarch's words immediately left him quite shaken, and were actually quite enticing. As for the Giant Ghost King, his eyes widened, and the nervousness in his heart mounted. That was especially true when he realized that Xiaochun seemed to be hesitating. Not good. He thought. This Baihao is vicious and merciless, and cares only about personal profit. If he feels threatened, then the little punk definitely won't think twice about handing me over. As the Giant Ghost King was anxiously trying to come up with an idea about what to do, Xiaochun was licking his lips and thinking that the Chen clan patriarch's offer wasn't that bad. However, he had just made an agreement with the Giant Ghost King. He would definitely feel bad if he backed out now, and furthermore, it would be a big loss of face. Seems to me this Chen clan patriarch is starting to get nervous. All I have to do is find that one spell formation, and I can teleport 50,000 kilometers away. Considering the speed I'm capable of, I should be able to buy the time I need. As long as I hang in there, I'll profit handsomely. Eyes glittering, he decided that he would only give in if it was absolutely necessary. Most important of all was that he realized he couldn't trust either the three great clans or the giant Ghost King. However, with the restrictive spell he had, his relationship with the giant Ghost King was a bit more stable. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he decided that now would actually be the perfect time to win the giant Ghost King over to his side. Therefore, as he continued to search for the teleportation formation, he put on a righteous demeanor and shouted, "Quit wasting your breath. I, by how, am a person who keeps his word. Furthermore, I repay all kindnesses shown me. The giant Ghost King favored me with benevolence, and I promised to keep him safe. How could I possibly go back on my word? As long as I, by how, have strength left in my arms, I'll never let you people take the giant Ghost King away from me." His words resonated out with the most righteous and noble of auras. As for the giant Ghost King, he looked up at Bai Xiaochun with a bitter smile. Being the wily old fox that he was, there was no way he could miss the hidden implications in Bai Xiaochun's words. At the same time, though, he couldn't help but feel gratitude rising up in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, 99 times. Chapter 657, 99 times. Are you looking to die? The Chen clan patriarch roared, his face twisting with vicious anger. The next moment, he appeared in the location Bai Xiaochun had just teleported away from, whereupon a thunderous boom could be heard as the entire area was destroyed. Then he vanished as he continued the chase. By this point, the Kai clan patriarch was rushing back to the city to join the Chen clan patriarch. Once he arrived, things would be even more difficult for Bai Xiaochun. As for the special formations that required special means to enter, although Bai Xiaochun could use the Undying Hex to get into them, that required extra time. The Chen clan patriarch was as quick as lightning in his pursuit. It was when Bai Xiaochun had just encountered the second of the unique, locked-down formations that the patriarch appeared up above. Bai Xiaochun hadn't even had a chance to activate the teleportation function. It was a relatively remote location in the west of the city, surrounded by quite a few ancient buildings and pagodas. In fact, many of them were as old as Giant Ghost City itself. Not many soul cultivators lived in this area, making it a relatively quiet place. Because of the chaos in the city, the populace was shivering in fear, and at the moment, the only person visible in that entire part of the city was the Chen clan patriarch. "You're out of chances now, by how?" Killing intent raging, the patriarch waved his hand in the direction of Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a huge hand appeared up above. Everything began to shake wildly, and the buildings below began to collapse into rubble. Although Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen with fear, his eyes shone with determination. He knew that this was a critical juncture, and that he couldn't escape easily. Furthermore, if the teleportation formation was destroyed, he would have to run and find another one, a process that would be fraught with deadly peril. With such thoughts on his mind, he lifted the giant Ghost King over his head to block the incoming palm attack, and then reached his left hand down toward the teleportation formation. It was a daring plan, use the giant Ghost King to absorb some of the force of the blow, and then redirect it to activate the spell formation. The giant Ghost King was frustrated, but completely helpless. He knew that it was a critical moment, so all he could do was unleash what little of his cultivation base was possible, and bear the brunt of the blow. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually took place in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. The Chen clan patriarch's palm slammed into the giant Ghost King, who grunted and then coughed up a mouthful of blood, along with chunks of some internal organs. Clearly, he had been very seriously injured. Bai Xiaochun was also injured, and coughed up some blood. However, when his hand made contact with the teleportation formation, bright light shone up. "Teleport!" he shouted. Rumbling echoed out, but no teleportation began. Instead, random pieces of wood suddenly began to fly into the air from within the rubble of the surrounding destroyed buildings. There were also assorted bits of metal, which whizzed through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and even the giant Ghost King, who was still coughing up blood, stared in amazement. As for the Chun clan patriarch, an uneasy feeling rose up in the pit of his chest. Before any of them could react, cracking sounds filled the air as the pieces of wood and metal began to interlock and fit together almost like machinery. In the blink of an eye, a trap golem had formed right in front of Bai Xiaochun, dozens of meters tall. The trap golem had 3 heads, 6 arms, and a beast-like body with 4 legs. The surface of its body was speckled, and radiated an ancient air, as if it had existed since the most ancient of times. Almost as soon as it appeared, it threw its head back and howled. The sound of the howl seemed to ripple with the fluctuations of a deva, something that caused all-powerful experts within Giant Ghost City to start in shock. The Chun clan patriarch's eyes went wide with disbelief as he gasped, "A deva-level trap golem? How is this possible?" The patriarch wasn't the only one to be stunned. The giant Ghost King was completely flabbergasted. He had already been surprised at how many teleportation formations Bai Xiaochun had at his disposal, so the fact that a deva-level trap golem was in the city shocked him to the core. Although the trap golem was clearly not completely functional, and would obviously only last for a short time, it was still a deva-level trap golem. The secret magic used to create trap golems was a lost art in the wildlands, and yet, right here in Giant Ghost City, this Bai Hao had summoned one. The Giant Ghost King had absolutely no idea what other sorts of divine abilities this Bai Hao had at his disposal. The things he had done in the short half-year he had been in Giant Ghost City were shocking, to say the least. It all seemed completely unbelievable, especially since Giant Ghost City belonged to the Giant Ghost King, and yet even he had no idea how all of this had been set up. Then he thought about how he had fallen into Bai Hao's hands, and even resorted to giving him his own restrictive spell, and he suddenly realized that both he and everyone else had completely underestimated Bai Hao. However, a moment later, his eyes glittered as he came to the conclusion that the spell formations must not have been set up by Bai Hao. He was only using them. Regardless, the fact that he was making use of so many incredible resources made him a profound and accomplished schemer and a truly consummate chosen. Shaken, the giant Ghost King looked over at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shining and a complicated sense of admiration beginning to grow in his heart. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times in shock at the sight of the astonishing trap golem. Lu Shiyu had not been lying, his ancestor really had left a trap golem behind, hidden in one of the teleportation formations. Heart-pounding, he shouted, "Kill that man!" The trap golem's eyes began to shine with crimson light, and cracking sounds could be heard as it leaped into the air and shot toward the Chun clan patriarch. A boom rang out, and everything in the area trembled as they began to fight. As for Bai Xiaochun, he took a deep breath and then pushed his hand down onto the ground again, whereupon the ripples of a teleportation spread out, and he and the giant Ghost King vanished. The Chun clan patriarch wanted to give chase, but the trap golem wouldn't let him. Enraged, he began to attack with full strength. As for the trap golem, it was an ancient thing, and although it was able to cause problems for the Deva patriarch, it wouldn't be long before it simply began to fall apart. However, even as the patriarch gained the upper hand, the trap golem's eyes suddenly flickered. At the same time, the patriarch's face fell as he remembered the stories he had heard about trap golems, and how they all had a terrifying self-destruct function. Not good. He immediately prepared to back up, but before he could, a hidden spark inside the trap golem suddenly ignited. Within the blink of an eye, the entire trap golem was a mass of billowing flame, exploding out in all directions. The air twisted and distorted as a shockwave rolled through all of Giant Ghost City. Countless faces fell, and numerous cries of alarm could be heard. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun appeared in another location some distance off in the city. As he did, a wave of heat surged by, blowing his hair up behind him. Trap golem self-detonation. He gasped. At this point, the giant ghost king was still coughing up blood, and his face was slack. However, his eyes burned with fiery passion. As the flames faded away, a howl of rage could be heard, which came from none other than the Chen clan patriarch. His hair was in disarray, his robes were in tatters, and he was shaking visibly. Although he wasn't dead, the way he coughed up blood indicated that he had been seriously injured. At the same time, his hatred for Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been any greater. However, he didn't hesitate to make the same decision as the Bai clan patriarch. Roaring in rage, he became a bright beam of light that shot toward the Chen clan. Considering how little he trusted anyone, his main priority now was to heal his own injuries. When everyone in Giant Ghost City saw that, they gasped, completely shaken and terrified by Bai Hao. Heavens, the Bai clan patriarch tried to kill Bai Hao and got seriously injured. Now the same thing happened to the Chen clan patriarch. Just how many tricks does this Bai Hao have up his sleeve? He's terrifying. He's a deva killer. A complete animal. Whether it was the three great clans, the armies of the 6 heavenly marquises, or anyone else, nobody could remain unterrified by what they had seen. As for the forces of the heavenly marquises, they did not have any devas on their side, and thus, were incapable of actually chasing after Bai Xiaochun. At the moment though, they were actually glad about that. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun felt more pleased with himself than ever. Did you see that? He shouted loudly. Don't provoke me. When I attack, I frighten even myself. I can use that same divine ability 99 more times if I feel like it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Blood, Sweat and Tears. Chapter 658, Blood, Sweat and Tears. Everyone in the city who heard his words instantly grew hesitant. He had uttered similar words after injuring the Bai clan patriarch, and although few people had believed him, it still put them a bit on guard. But now, the Chen clan patriarch had suffered a similar fate. Everyone was completely shaken. As for the Kai clan patriarch, he had been in the middle of speeding toward Bai Xiaochun as quickly as possible, but was now hesitating. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had seriously injured the Deva patriarchs of the other 2 clans caused fear to pulse in his heart. However, after a moment, his eyes glittered with cold light. There might be some danger involved, but it also means this is an opportunity for the Kai clan to rise to prominence. Neither the Bai clan nor the Chen clan can do anything at the moment. I'm the only one left who can kill the giant ghost king. If I do, who would dare to refuse to bow to me? The Kai clan would dominate everyone. We could unite Giant Ghost City, and officially swear fealty to the Imperial City. I would be the new Giant Ghost King, and with the resources of a heavenly king at my disposal, I would almost certainly become a demigod. He couldn't help but pant in anticipation of that day. Chuckling evilly, he shot in the direction Bai Xiaochun's voice had just come from, simultaneously issuing orders to the Kai clan to converge on the same spot. Rumbling sounds once again filled Giant Ghost City as Bai Xiaochun began to teleport back and forth. However, the Kai clan patriarch was actually a bit faster than the Chen clan patriarch, and before Bai Xiaochun could even escape 10 times in a row, he caught up. When he did, he instantly destroyed the spell formation before Bai Xiaochun could activate it. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he turned and began to flee at top speed. As for the Kai clan patriarch, he chuckled coldly and began to chase after him, joined by numerous other members of the Kai clan. The clan chief and clan elders were there, ensuring that numerous beams of light were now converging on Bai Xiaochun. I'm finished. Kaput. There's definitely no hope now. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears as he contemplated how the nearest teleportation formation was at least 3,000 meters away. Considering how close his pursuers were, there was no way he would make it there. That was especially true considering that the Kai clan patriarch was a deva. In fact, were it not for the fact that the patriarch was leery of approaching too closely and quickly, he would have already attacked by Xiaochun directly. I'm out of options, he thought. King Giant Ghost, you can't blame me for what happens next. The Kai clan wants you, and although I don't trust them to honor a trade, if I just throw you at them, then I might have a chance to escape. Although he didn't really want to do this, his poor little life was the most important thing, so he sighed and prepared to take action. However, that was when the voice of the little turtle was transmitted into his ears. Calm down, little punk. There's something you don't realize about this giant ghost king. He's a slippery character, I tell you. Lord Turtle was sure before that he was hiding something, and it took me a while to figure out what it was. HMMMPH. At this point I can see it clearly. Listen, punk, the giant ghost king was lying. He doesn't need a month for his cultivation base to recover. He's fooled everyone. Lord Turtle's eagle eyes can tell that he only needs 5 days. Maybe even 3. Oof. This guy really knows how to keep his secrets. If you abandon him to the 3 clans, he definitely has a way to last for 4 or 5 days in the hands of those devas. At that point, well, then things would get interesting. Shaken, Bai Xiaochun stole a glance at the giant ghost king. The man's face was ashen, and he wore a bitter, pained expression. Bai Xiaochun immediately hesitated. The little turtle seemed very confident in what he had just said, and it did all make sense. After all, the giant ghost king was a profound schemer. Finally, Bai Xiaochun chuckled. Quite the act you've pulled off. He thought. 5 days, huh? If I give up now, it would really be a big waste. A month was too long, but it might be possible to last for 4 or 5 days. In any case, the possible payoff in the end was worth the gamble. I guess I need to smooth things out with him. After looking up and thought for a moment, he cleared his throat inwardly, then plastered a vicious expression onto his face. King Giant Ghost. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his veins of steel pulsing. Coughing up another mouthful of blood, the giant ghost king looked over at Bai Xiaochun and sighed. He's going to break his promise and hand me over to the 3 clans, isn't he? However, even as he thought this, Bai Xiaochun's voice rang out into the air. King Giant Ghost, you are a most honorable king, and a demigod as well. I, Bai Hao, am a nameless nobody, with a lowly core formation cultivation base. The gap between the two of us is like the gap between heaven and earth. It's impossible to even compare the two of us. In fact, were it not for the events playing out right now, the paths of our lives would likely never have crossed. Bai Xiaochun's voice contained a mixture of bitterness and profundity that left the giant ghost king feeling a bit stunned. Even the people from the Kai clan were now staring at him with serious looks on their faces. Voice hoarse, Bai Xiaochun began to speak as if he were recalling old times. In the beginning, I was a pawn, dragged unwillingly into your little game. I am aware that it was not an expression of kindness. However, I do know that it was the sowing of karma. Perhaps I removed you from the stone turtle out of resentment or greed. It's hard to determine if that was a mistake or not. However, I do know that it was the reaping of karma. 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 A mysterious and indescribable thing. Let's forget about all of those things. Right now, there is one thing that Bai Hao will not do, and that is forget about his promise, or his agreement with you, King Giant Ghost. Bai Xiaochun's words caused the giant ghost king to shiver. Never could he have guessed that he would say things like this. He had anticipated being thrown over to the 3 clans. Instead, Bai Xiaochun went into a description of everything leading up to this point. Furthermore, his words were sincere in many ways. Even an old fox like the giant ghost king couldn't help but be a bit touched. After all, everything this Bai Hao had said was true. Originally speaking, the two of them would likely never have crossed paths. Furthermore, it was the giant ghost king himself who ended up dragging Bai Hao into the whole mess. I said that I would keep you safe for a month. I said that I wouldn't abandon you. And now, I say this, what does death count for? King Giant Ghost, please allow me to address you as Old Pal. Old Pal, if we fail to pass through this tribulation alive, and end up in the Yellow Springs, then I'll still protect you for an entire month. Flicking his sleeve, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. It was a laughter filled with both madness and obsession. His expression, his wording, and everything else immediately caused waves of shock to batter at the giant Ghost King. It had been a long time since he felt moved in this way by anyone. Although he could also sense that something about the situation was a bit off, and seemed to go contrary to what he knew about this by how, in his current state of physical and emotional exhaustion, and after having experienced numerous betrayals and unexpected mishaps, he could do nothing else but accept by Xiaochun's sincerity. By how, he said, his heart trembling and overflowing with emotion. There were actually many factors that had led to the current situation, and normally speaking, the ruthless giant Ghost King would never allow such warm feelings to erupt inside of him. It was possible to see that from how he had kept even the loyal Duke Deathcrier in the dark about everything. In the giant Ghost King's moment of profound emotion, the Kai clan's Deva patriarch looked over with cold eyes and then growled, "Well, the both of you can just die together then." Then he waved his finger through the air. Rumbling sounds echoed out as an attack shot toward Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King. Bai Xiaochun quickly snapped open his eternal parasol to block the attack. However, he still ended up coughing up blood and staggering backward under the force of the blow, seriously injured. "By how?" the giant Ghost King shouted, stunned at the fact that he hadn't been thrown out in front by Bai Xiaochun to block the attack. "The reason I used you to defend myself earlier, Old Pal," Bai Xiaochun said grandly, "was not because I feared death. No, I simply wanted to save energy to get you out of this situation." Inwardly, of course, Bai Xiaochun was grumbling about how thoroughly realistic he was making his act seem. "Don't despair, Old Pal. I still have more tricks up my sleeve." Eyes flickering with sharp light, he looked back at the Kai clan cultivators only 300 meters behind him. Inside, he grumbled, "I'm really shedding some blood, sweat and tears to get this old fox to trust me." Gritting his teeth viciously, he waved his right hand, summoning a flying sword from his bag of holding, which glittered with the golden light of an 11-fold spirit enhancement. However, things weren't over yet. Even as he threw it out, he continued to extract magical items from his bag of holding. All of them were things he had acquired after arriving in the wildlands, and although some had 11-fold spirit enhancements, most had only 5 or 6-fold enhancements. However, there were dozens of them. Detonate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Extravagantly Wasteful Battle. Chapter 659, Extravagantly Wasteful Battle. These were not the spirit-enhanced treasures he had personally made the time he went crazy and enhanced everything he owned. They were items he had acquired via interrogations performed as a Dark Inquisitor. Therefore, he didn't feel even the slightest twinge of pain in his heart as he threw them out and then detonated them, creating numerous fiery streaks of destruction. Bai Xiaochun had a bit of experience in detonating spirit-enhanced items, and knew that when they exploded, they released a huge amount of the energy of heaven and earth, all in one moment. However, despite what he had experienced in the past, he had never detonated dozens of them simultaneously. The explosive force they released left him completely shocked. He wasn't the only one. The members of the Kai clan, from the clan chief and clan elders down to the ordinary cultivators, were all completely stunned by the extravagant wastefulness of it all. After all, magical items with 6 or 7-fold spirit enhancements were like cherished treasures to any soul cultivator. As for items with 9 or 10-fold enhancements, they were even more rare. For example, Zhou Yixing, a member of an aristocratic necromancer clan that was also in the Great Circle of Core Formation, had only possessed one. It almost wasn't necessary to mention how people felt about items with 11 and 12-fold enhancements. The explosions they caused released such incredible force that all witnesses to the event were stunned. The ear-splitting explosion rocked heaven and earth, causing even the nascent soul cultivators to back up in fear and do everything in their power to defend themselves. The massive detonation caused all of the pursuing cultivators of the Kai clan to tumble backward, many of them coughing up blood. The giant Ghost King also trembled as the words by Xiaochun had just spoken continued to ring in his ears. Considering everything he was seeing right now, it was obvious that this Bai Hao was really going to put everything on the line. Bai Xiaochun was panting as he borrowed some of the force of the explosion to shoot in the direction of the nearest spell formation, 3,000 meters away. Each step he took propelled him hundreds of meters, and within moments, he had reached the formation. However, that was when a cold snort echoed out. The explosion of the spirit-enhanced items had stopped the ordinary members of the Kai clan, but could do nothing to block the path of the patriarch. Originally, he had been worried about how Bai Xiaochun had injured the patriarchs of the Bai and Shen clans, and had kept his distance. But now, he didn't have the luxury of worrying so much. He had been prepared to perform a teleportation at any time, so he moved with lightning-like speed, piercing through the air in the force of the explosion to appear only about 30 meters away from Bai Xiaochun. Without any hesitation, he reached out with his right hand and unleashed the power of his Deva realm cultivation base. "You're not going anywhere," he said, his eyes flickering with cold light. Instantly, the air in the area began to solidify, and an energy began to crush down onto Bai Xiaochun with enough force to shatter his bones. Furthermore, the energy of heaven and earth being released formed together in front of him into the shape of a pitch-black, nine-headed bird. All of the bird's eyes radiated murderous gleams, and the bird itself exuded a pressure of immense proportions. This nine-headed bird had been summoned by the Kai clan's Deva patriarch, not by means of a magical technique, but rather, as an incarnation of the will of the heavens. Most other cultivators would have been completely shocked by what they were seeing, and their cultivation bases would have been crushed into a state of complete suppression. But Bai Xiaochun had 4 clones, and although they had been seriously injured and were currently holed up inside of him, they still gave him a huge boost in terms of both cultivation base and divine sense, pushing him far past the level of an ordinary core formation cultivator. Furthermore, his fleshly body was already in the great circle of the undying tendons. To top it all off, this was not his first time fighting a Deva. He didn't even respect Devas very much. Because of that, he was able to resist the Deva pressure weighing down on him, and as the nine-headed bird shrieked and lunged toward him, he let out a powerful roar. There was no time for thought or planning, nor any time to try to put on an act. He instantly fell back, simultaneously waving his arm, which sent the several sets of leather armor he was wearing shooting toward the nine-headed bird. When he had first performed spirit enhancements on the armor, he had used special techniques to conceal the evidence of spirit enhancement. But the pressure of the Deva nullified such effects, and the 4 golden designs on their surface now shone brightly. "Detonate!" he shouted. Instantly, the suits of leather armor all exploded, releasing force that far surpassed the detonation of the dozens of items from moments ago. The Kai clan cultivators further back looked on with wide eyes, especially when they noticed the 4 golden designs on each of the suits of armor. And yet, even as feelings of madness rose up in their hearts, things continued. Bai Xiaochun's outer garment flew out, along with a hat and a few ordinary-looking bracelets. However, it was to the shock of everyone present that 4 golden designs now appeared on all of them. Each one flew out and then exploded, sending waves of intense force to meet the nine-headed bird. The bird was already fading away, but that was when Bai Xiaochun swung his left foot through the air, sending a shoe shooting forward, a shoe that had 4 golden designs on it. The extravagant wastage on display caused the Kai clan cultivators to cry out in shock. This Bai Hao, he even has a 14-fold spirit enhancement on his shoe. The giant Ghost King was being held in by Xiaochun's right hand, so he had a first-hand view of everything, and the shock he felt now was so intense that his face was completely slack. The Kai clan patriarch's eyes went wide with disbelief, and yet, the killing intent within them only grew stronger as he pressed the attack. As for Bai Xiaochun, he simply continued to speed toward the teleportation portal, which was now only about 300 meters away. As the Kai clan patriarch closed in, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up with joy, and he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. I've been waiting for you to get close, old man. You finally fell into my trap. Time for you to see my trump card. Continuing to laugh loudly, he swung his right leg through the air, causing his right shoe to fly out, which also had 4 golden design on it. Detonate! He roared. The Kai clan patriarch's face fell. He had only just now decided to go all out, and yet, was still filled with apprehension regarding how Xiaochun had seriously injured the other 2 patriarchs. As soon as he heard Xiaochun's words, and saw the shoe flying toward him, he backed up, unwilling to take any risks. When the shoe exploded, it was a shocking sight, but nothing that could really hurt the Kai clan patriarch. Face turning very grim, he angrily shouted, "How dare you trick me, by how?" Roaring in rage, he stepped forward once again, but the slight delay which had just occurred had given Xiaochun enough time to get within 30 meters of the teleportation formation. Just as he was about to step into it, the Kai clan patriarch howled and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Waving his finger at Xiaochun, he caused the 9-headed bird to erupt into flames, and then accelerate rapidly. Xiaochun's face fell, and he immediately prepared to defend himself. However, before anything else could happen, an afterimage appeared on the bird, and a second one flew out. One of the 9-headed birds bore down on Xiaochun himself, and the other headed toward the spell formation. Not good. To Xiaochun's shock, the Kai clan patriarch was not just attacking him, he was trying to destroy the teleportation formation as well. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the ruins surrounding the teleportation portal were completely destroyed by the 9-headed bird. Buildings collapsed for thousands of meters in all directions, and even the ground was crushed down by a full meter. Clearly, the patriarch actually didn't know the specific location of the spell formation, and was just trying to destroy everything in the hopes that the teleportation formation would be destroyed as well. As for Xiaochun, when the 9-headed bird slammed into him, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he was sent tumbling backward until he managed to stop and place on the spot he knew to be the location of the teleportation formation. Let's see how you try to get away this time. The Kai clan patriarch said, a vicious grin spreading out on his face. However, even as it did, his eyes suddenly flickered with disbelief. The light of teleportation suddenly began to rise up right beneath Xiaochun's feet. As it turned out, the teleportation formation hadn't been damaged at all. Furthermore, the light that was shining up now was different than the light from before. It was blinding, and the energy of the teleportation was clearly stronger. It only took a moment for anyone familiar with teleportation formations to realize that this was a long-range teleportation. This was the very spell formation created by Lu Shiyu's ancestor, which led to a spot 50,000 kilometers outside of the city. All of the other spell formations in the city had really been created to serve as distractions, with this formation being the true escape path. Furthermore, there was no way he would have his true escape path be the type that could easily be destroyed. The only thing the Deva Patriarch's attack had done was make it so that Xiaochun didn't need to use his undying hex to enter the spell formation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Ghost King's Soul Blood. Chapter 660, Ghost King's Soul Blood. Xiaochun was very excited, and yet, within moments, his face turned ashen, and his heart began to pound. He had never dared to hope that this was the special spell formation that would lead 50,000 kilometers outside of the city. He had assumed it was just an ordinary spell formation that would put him a short distance away. However, he had come to the conclusion that, unless Lu Shiyu had been lying about that special formation, he would find it soon. After all, he had tried out quite a few other spell formations up to this point, nearly 70% of the total amount. That being the case, his chances of finding the long-range teleportation formation would only increase as time went on. And yet, this formation he was standing on was definitely the formation he had been looking for. Unfortunately, although it might seem as though this formation was the one that would save his life, Xiaochun now realized that it was also a potentially deadly catastrophe. There was no time to ponder the situation. He quickly reached out with his right hand and then pushed it down toward the surface of the portal, causing the light to grow even more intense. A very serious look filled his eyes, a look that was tinged with madness. He knew that this moment was one of extreme danger. The Kai clan patriarch had been holding back out of fear, keeping much of his cultivation base power in reserve in case he needed to defend against a deadly trump card. It was only because of that fact that Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King had made it this far. But now, with the light of the teleportation formation rising up, the Kai clan patriarch had no reason not to go all out. And that was exactly what happened. The anger in the Kai clan patriarch's eyes faded, replaced by intense determination. Although he still felt hesitant because of the potential danger, he knew that he had to make a move now. Even if this Bai Hao did have one more trick up his sleeve, the consequences of letting him escape were too severe. Without the slightest hesitation, the patriarch drew upon the full power of his cultivation base, causing the sky to vibrate and bolts of lightning to appear everywhere. Up above him in the air, a huge face appeared, which resembled his own face in every aspect. The patriarch took a step forward, and as he planted his foot onto the ground, countless lightning bolts began to fall, making it look like a rain of gold was descending onto the earth. Bai Xiaochun was racked with anxiety. Never could he have imagined that he would find the special teleportation formation under these circumstances. His plan had been to put some distance between himself and his enemies when he activated it, which would have given him plenty of time to escape. But that was not how things were playing out. "I'm finished," he thought. "Kaput. It's all over. What do I do? What do I do? Even if I handed the giant Ghost King over now, this old patriarch wouldn't let me off the hook." He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. It wasn't that he didn't consider simply throwing the giant Ghost King out of the teleportation portal. That might buy him some time, but in the end, the Kai clan definitely would not let him go free, nor would the Chun or Bai clans. Besides, after the giant Ghost King got his cultivation base back, then Bai Xiaochun knew that the only thing which would await him would be a grisly death. He had the restrictive spell, and the giant Ghost King's promise. However, Bai Xiaochun was certain that if he handed the giant Ghost King over, that would constitute breaking their agreement. Fudge. I guess I need to go for broke. In the blink of an eye, his eyes went completely bloodshot. He feared dying, but when death loomed, and he was out of options, he would be gripped by madness. During moments like that, he would not waver. He was not the type of person who liked to gamble, but in moments like this, gambling was the only option. He would gamble on being able to hold out until the teleportation formation was fully activated. His 4 clones were all weak and injured, but they appeared in the open now, surging with energy. For the first time, Bai Xiaochun released the giant Ghost King, setting him down onto the surface of the spell formation. Then he looked up, his eyes shining with madness as he prepared to face the Kai clan patriarch directly. "Prepare to die, Bai Hao," the patriarch said, his voice rumbling as if it were the will of the heavens. It even seemed to contain magical laws of heaven and earth, and was accompanied by countless bolts of lightning that, as they fell from the sky, formed together into an enormous battle axe. As the battle axe of lightning descended, the Kai clan patriarch leaped up into the sky and grabbed it, and then, viciously swung it down toward Bai Xiaochun. Given the speed of his attack, there was no way that he wouldn't land the blow before the teleportation completed. At this moment, nobody was paying attention to the giant Ghost King, or the strange gleam in his eye. The truth was that he had been profoundly shaken by Bai Xiaochun's words and actions. He was a wily old fox, a ruthless and ambitious person who didn't trust anyone except his direct relatives. But the words Bai Xiaochun had spoken had caused a bit of warmth to appear in his heart. Of course, that warmth would only last for so long. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's previous actions, if analyzed carefully, did not really match up with his words. However, after the long-range teleportation portal appeared, he was doing something that would forever make up for any deficiencies in his previous actions. No matter what anyone said, as of this moment, Bai Xiaochun really was living up to his word, and was risking his life to keep the giant Ghost King safe. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun had released the giant Ghost King in order to take action. The giant Ghost King was even more profoundly moved than he had been at the realization that Bai Xiaochun really wasn't planning to throw him over to his enemies. Although the king was a fundamentally ruthless individual, even he could not help but be shaken by what was happening. The events which had played out on this day were profound, to say the least. It was in this moment that the giant Ghost King took a deep breath, and at the same time, a shimmer of determination appeared in his eyes. As the Kai clan patriarch closed in, the giant Ghost King reached up and pushed his hand down onto his forehead. Rumbling sounds could be heard as his forehead opened up, and a golden drop of blood flew out and shot toward Bai Xiaochun. "Bai Hao, this is a drop of my soul blood. Absorb it, and you will have access to power equivalent to half a step into the demigod realm. Take my crimson spear, and attack with everything you've got." He sounded very weak as he spoke the words, and as the soul blood flew out of him, he seemed to age visibly, until he looked like little more than skin and bones. His aura was so weak that he was like a candle flickering in the wind, even his eyes clouded over. He only had 3 drops of soul blood in total, each of which was extremely important. Of course, anyone who absorbed one of those drops of soul blood would experience a huge boost to their cultivation base, except that boost would only last for a short time. However, it would give the recipient enlightenment regarding the natural laws of devas and the magical laws of demigods. At the moment, it was with complete and utter determination that the giant Ghost King sent his soul blood flying toward Bai Xiaochun. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped as the giant Ghost King's words entered his ears. And then, the drop of soul blood hit his chest and sank inside. A wave of heat exploded out inside of him, causing blue veins to bulge out on his face and neck. At the same time, a scream of intense pain erupted from his lips. Cracking sounds could be heard, and his entire body thrummed from the power of the soul blood. All of a sudden, monumental changes occurred to his cultivation base. His aura surged upward with indescribable speed, pushing him out of the gold core stage and into the early nascent soul stage. In the blink of an eye, he was in the Great Circle, and then beyond it. He was a deva, and yet, things weren't over yet. His aura was almost instantly in the Great Circle of the Deva realm, only half a step from the demigod realm. He was half a step into the demigod realm. He threw his head back and let loose a protracted roar, his hair whipping around him. As of this moment, all of the giant Ghost King's accumulated knowledge of devas filled his mind, as well as much of his enlightenment regarding the demigod realm. Although that enlightenment wasn't complete, to Bai Xiaochun, it was profoundly precious. This was a type of good fortune that could be encountered by chance, but never searched for and found. It would make his future cultivation advance much more rapidly than before, and would help him avoid many mistakes. In fact, it was highly likely that it would enable him to surpass the giant Ghost King himself. Right now, anything and everything was possible. That was the power of soul blood. It could not truly push someone to new heights permanently, but would still be dramatically helpful in the long run. As for the Kai clan patriarch, his face fell, and he blurted, "Soul blood." Never could he have imagined that the selfish and callous giant Ghost King would actually give out a drop of his soul blood. The patriarch's killing intent grew more intense, and he began to push his lighting axe down with even greater speed. The attack he was unleashing contained indescribable energy of heaven and earth, as if nature itself were furious, and intent on punishing all living beings. Lightning filled the sky as the enormous axe bore down on Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Escaping Giant Ghost City. Chapter 661, Escaping Giant Ghost City. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, almost as if he weren't worried at all about the incoming Kai clan patriarch. Instead, he sank into the feeling of becoming one with everything around him. He was heaven, he was earth, he was the will of all creation. So, this is what it's like to be a deva. One with everything. Right now, he felt like the wave of his hand could draw upon all the power of heaven and earth to crush anything in his path. It was almost as if heaven and earth were an empty body, and a deva could become the will of that body, controlling it in every aspect. Of course, there was more than just a single will within that heaven and earth, controlling it. There were other devas who also vied for control. In fact, Xiaochun could sense another such will right there in front of him, drawing upon the incredible energy of heaven and earth to attack him. Xiaochun's eyes snapped open, and when he did, his entire person thrummed with power. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. His energy surged, and not only did that put him on equal footing with the Kai clan patriarch, but his 4 clones were also powering up in exactly the same fashion. Return, Xiaochun said, waving his sleeve. Immediately, his 4 clones merged back into his body, causing his energy to rise even higher. He had already been half a step into the demigod realm, but now that he had merged with his clones, he became even more powerful. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he broke through another level, and an aura appeared which shocked even the giant Ghost King. The giant Ghost King had been teetering on the verge of unconsciousness. However, he bit his tongue to produce some clarity, which was exactly when that terrifying aura erupted out from Xiaochun. The giant Ghost King gasped, and his heart became completely filled with incredulity. He used only 1 drop of my soul blood to actually produce a demigod aura. How is this possible? He'll only get 1 attack out of it, but it still shouldn't be possible. If the wide-eyed giant Ghost King had such a reaction, there was little need to mention the Kai clan patriarch. His mind was reeling, and his scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. You. Before he could say anything else, though, Xiaochun's eyes shone with intense light. His heart was pounding wildly as he felt the fusion between himself and heaven and earth. However, there was something a bit fuzzy, as if the previously wide world was now cramped and narrow. It almost felt as if using all the power at his disposal would break beyond this heaven and earth. So, this is the difference between a deva and a demigod, huh? Xiaochun knew that what he was experiencing was something beyond precious. Extending his right hand, he made a grasping motion, whereupon a red spear emerged from his bag of holding. The instant that spear appeared, the entire sky filled with thunderous rumbling. At the same time, the sea of lightning up above stopped moving, and even began to distort, as though something were interfering with it. The wind, the land, the air, everything grew still. Even the Kai clan patriarch stopped moving, causing his face to fill with a mass of shock and disbelief. The only thing in the world that could move was Xiaochun and the long red spear. This red spear was how the giant Ghost King had made a name for himself. Normally speaking, Xiaochun should never have been able to wield it, but now that he held it in his hand, piercing howls could be heard coming from inside of it, almost as if it thirsted to taste blood. Further, it was now possible to just barely make out 9 blood dragons on the surface of the spear, all of them roaring at the Kai clan patriarch. Those 9 dragons were why this spear was named, the 9 Dragons God-slaying Spear. Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with killing intent, and as everything in the world went still, he gripped the spear and stabbed it toward the Kai clan patriarch. That simple stabbing motion became a rapidly spinning black hole that unleashed terrifyingly destructive power of heaven and earth, in the same way that a canvas painting could be shredded to pieces, the silence was broken, the wind shattered, and the earth quaked. The destructive power was such that the nearby members of the Kai clan began to cough up massive volumes of blood, and some of them were even shredded into masses of gore, destroyed in body and soul. Even more shocking, the sea of lightning in the sky was destroyed as easily as if it were made of dried twigs. The black hole completely consumed all of the lightning. And yet, things weren't over yet. There was no way the Kai clan patriarch would be able to complete the blow with his lightning axe. Cracking sounds could be heard as the axe began to fall apart, and then, the Kai clan patriarch physically exploded. A piercing scream could be heard as his body collapsed into a mass of blood. At that point, he flew out in nascent divinity form, his face a mass of shock and terror as he tried to flee. But the black hole's power was formidable, and no matter what the nascent divinity patriarch did to try to escape, he was sucked backward. No! No! He screamed, overwhelmed by fear and terror. Never could he possibly have imagined that one drop of the giant Ghost King's soul blood could push someone all the way to the demigod level. It was completely absurd and unbelievable. In fact, it really was impossible for the giant Ghost King to do something like that, to the point where the patriarch wondered if the giant Ghost King's cultivation base was actually beyond the demigod level and had reached the Mahayana realm. 1. But that was completely impossible. Therefore, the only other explanation was that there was something uniquely special about this Bai Hao. Regardless of the explanation, the Kai clan patriarch was now in a deadly situation. His nascent divinity screamed as he was sucked toward the black hole. However, just before he was pulled all the way in, a tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun, and his demigod cultivation base began to drop. In the blink of an eye, he was all the way back in core formation, where he had started. The sensation of vast power from moments ago was gone. Suddenly being wrenched back into core formation was not easy to handle, and he immediately coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. As he staggered backward, the long red spear faded, and the 9 howling dragons disappeared. What a pity, he murmured to himself. The feeling of incredible power that he had just experienced had been entrancing, to say the least. The black hole vanished, and the Kai clan patriarch in nascent divinity form shivered, feeling like he had just stepped halfway into the gates of the netherworld. He instantly burst into motion, traveling 3,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. When he turned to look back, he saw the light of teleportation completely washing over Bai Xiaochun. The patriarch shivered again, fear lingering inside him at the sensation of having nearly been killed. He knew without a doubt that if Bai Xiaochun's aura had lasted even a moment longer, he would have been killed. As of this moment, his fleshly body was destroyed, but his nascent divinity remained. His life was saved. However, the only thing he felt inside was bitterness, terror, and madness. They made it out of Giant Ghost City. If we don't find them, then the Giant Ghost King will be back in only a few months. Demigod. Demigod. He can kill Devis with the simple swipe of a spear. Trembling, the patriarch threw his head back and howled. Then, he turned and headed toward the Qin clan. After all, the tribulation to come would rain down on all 3 great clans, and therefore, they all needed to work together to resolve the situation. They needed to come to an agreement that, even if one of them were to be seriously injured, the other 2 would still make a move. There could be no more infighting between them. Right now, they had to focus all their resources on hunting down the giant Ghost King in Bai Hao. Furthermore, the Kai clan patriarch felt confident that the teleportation formation couldn't have taken them extremely far away. His guess was that, at most, its range was roughly 50,000 kilometers, but as the Kai clan patriarch left to confer with the patriarchs of the Chen and Bai clans, countless people within Giant Ghost City were reacting to what had just occurred with Bai Hao. All of the power groups, all of the soul cultivators, came to hear about the matter, and were struck with indescribable shock. He seriously injured the patriarchs of the Bai and Chen clan, and even destroyed the fleshly body of the Kai clan patriarch. This Bai Hao is so strong. Heavens! This Bai Hao single-handedly dominated all 3 of the great clans. The giant Ghost King escaped. If he recovers and comes back, the 3 great clans and the 6 heavenly marquises will all be crushed like weeds. And Bai Hao? Well, it doesn't matter how he might have offended the giant Ghost King in the past, after risking his life the way he did, he'll definitely become one of the most important people in all of Giant Ghost City. 1. Very astute readers may remember that the Mahayana realm was actually brought up way back in chapter 180. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, I'm only doing this to save you, old pal. Chapter 662, I'm only doing this to save you, old pal. Not even 40 hours had passed since the outbreak of rebellion in Giant Ghost City, but During that short period of time, drastic changes had occurred, which the people of the city found outrageous and terrifying. First, the 9 Serenities king had made his probing attack. Then the 6 marquises revolted. 4 Devis joined the fray. The giant ghost king had not even been able to make a stand, and yet, that was only the beginning. When it was revealed that the giant ghost king was only a clone, the second phase of the event began. The entire city was turned upside down as the rebels searched for the giant ghost king's true self. That was when Bai Hao showed up on the scene, holding the giant ghost king's true self captive. Everything which occurred after that would be fixed for all time in the memories of those who had been present. 3 powerful Devas were seriously injured, and then Bai Hao and the giant ghost king escaped the city. From that moment on, Bai Hao would be completely famous within Giant Ghost City. In fact, it was easy to imagine how his name would soon spread to the wildlands at large. In a mountain range about 50,000 kilometers away from Giant Ghost City, Bai Xiaochun could be seen speeding along, face ashen, carrying an old man on his back. The man was withered and wrinkled, and his aura was virtually undetectable. In fact, even close examination would lead one to think that he was actually a corpse. Of course, that old man was none other than the giant ghost king. It was hard to say if his current condition was a result of him sacrificing a drop of soul blood, or because of his decay period. Either way, he was completely and utterly unconscious. His virtually indestructible body was now so profoundly weak that it seemed possible for an ordinary knife to cut through him and end his life. Bai Xiaochun's aura was also unstable. The giant ghost king had slipped into unconsciousness right after the two of them teleported out of the city, several hours before. Bai Xiaochun had also been seriously injured, and the soul blood had done nothing to heal him. Although he had received vital enlightenment, after he slipped out of the demigod realm, his injuries all flared up, leaving him feeling incredibly weak. Thankfully, his fleshly body was very strong, so he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay conscious. After seeing that the giant ghost king was unconscious, he decided not to drag him around by the neck anymore, and instead slung him over his back. Bai Xiaochun knew that he was still wrapped up in a momentous event. The 3 great clans would not rest until he was dead, and it was the same with the 6 heavenly marquises. As for the latter, because none of them had a deva, and he had been zipping around the city via teleportation formation, he hadn't encountered any of them. But that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. It was easy to imagine that both the 3 great clans and the forces of the 6 heavenly marquises would do everything possible to find him. It's a good thing I don't need to hold on for very much longer. Just a few days. Then the giant ghost king will recover. Although, I wonder if that drop of soul blood will change things. He sighed. If the giant ghost king hadn't given him the drop of soul blood, and he had been forced into a corner, then maybe he would have given the man up. At that point, he wouldn't have felt too bad. But considering how things had developed, he simply couldn't do that. Bai Xiaochun had deeply ingrained principles when it came to paying back debts. He felt moved by how the giant ghost king had helped him, which was actually a bit contrary to how he had planned for things to turn out. Whatever. Sighing, he continued onward through the mountains, the giant ghost king on his back. Soon it was evening, and the sky was starting to grow dark. Bai Xiaochun wanted to keep going, but his injuries were so bad that he couldn't. Furthermore, the giant ghost king's aura was getting so weak that at times that he couldn't even sense it. The man's body was also starting to grow cold. Nervous, Bai Xiaochun found a suitable spot to hew out a cave for use as a temporary shelter. Using what scant bit of his cultivation base was left, he made a small bonfire and then propped the giant ghost king up in front of it. Unfortunately, the giant ghost king's complexion was ashen, and he only seemed to be getting colder as time progressed. His aura was currently very weak. "You can't die," Bai Xiaochun said. Standing up, he patted his bag of holding to produce some medicinal items useful for treating injuries. Unfortunately, even after forcing them into the giant ghost king's mouth, nothing happened. "What do I do? What do I do?" He thought about asking the little turtle for some advice, but there was no trace of him. No amount of angry threatening got him to stick his head out, so Xiaochun finally gave up. Then he sat there looking at the ice-cold giant ghost king for a while before finally slapping his own thigh. I know what to do, he thought, his eyes shining. There was definitely something that could heat the giant ghost king up, but as he contemplated it, he hesitated. Unsure of whether the giant ghost king could hear him or not, he said, Hey, King Giant Ghost old pal, I'm only doing this to save you, alright? No hard feelings. With that, he pulled out an aphrodisiac pill, which he then placed into the giant ghost king's mouth. Xiaochun remembered how all the prisoners who consumed aphrodisiac pills always got very hot, and even sweated profusely. At the moment, he was in a desperate situation and was grasping at straws, but had no other alternatives. Worried that one pill might not be enough, he pulled out a few more, and then stuffed them into the giant ghost king's mouth. Almost immediately, the giant ghost king shivered, and got a bit warmer. His previously fading aura began to fluctuate, and a bit of color even returned to his skin. Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, his face shone with pride at the fact that, in his genius, he had created a medicinal pill that could be used both to interrogate prisoners and save lives. Geniuses like me are always lonely. AI. At this point, he was finally starting to relax. If the giant ghost king had died, then everything he had done up to this point would have been for nothing. As he calmed down, he thought back to everything which had occurred in Giant Ghost City, and his heart trembled with lingering fear. Frowning, he reviewed all of his actions. I got too impulsive. I shouldn't have listened to the little turtle. 3 devas? I can't believe I actually escaped from 3 devas. The thought of how he had put everything on the line left him gasping. Even the slightest mistake, and he would have died. I always say that I'm not going to do anything dangerous ever again. How come I always do, though? Frowning, he realized that his personality was changing, and that he was actually becoming braver. Wait a second, that's not a good thing. Deeply worried, he looked over at the giant ghost king, and then up at the evening sky, and the moon, which was just barely visible. Finally, he sighed. I sure hope that what the little turtle said is true. The giant ghost king had better recover in the next couple days. And so he sat there nervously, surrounded by silence. Considering how exhausted he was and how quiet the area was, he soon began to think back to what it had been like to rise to the Deva level, and then beyond that, to the demigod level. Eventually, his eyes began to shine with both confusion and desire. The Deva realm. So that's what it feels like. And the demigod realm. It almost seems possible to break through heaven and earth. The sensations he felt after absorbing the soul blood, and the enlightenment he had received, were forever branded onto his heart. At the same time, his desire to grow stronger increased. I want to become a deva. I want to become a demigod. Remembering that he needed to change his way of thinking, he tried to inwardly focus on the longevity aspect. I guess becoming a demigod would mean I could live even longer, right? Time passed. Even before the night was through, Xiaochun felt rested. After checking on the giant ghost king to make sure he wasn't getting any colder, he once again put him on his back and then flew out of the cave. It was in that manner, only resting when absolutely necessary, that Xiaochun proceeded along for 3 days. The giant ghost king was unconscious the entire time, and didn't show any signs of waking up. As for Xiaochun, thanks to his powerful fleshly body, his wounds were recovering nicely. However, the anxiety in his heart continued to mount. He knew that with every bit of time that passed in which the giant ghost king didn't wake up, it meant that the 3 great clans would be getting closer. Eventually, on evening of the 3rd day, as he was flying along, the sky above him began to rumble loudly. A voice filled with boundless venom suddenly echoed out. By how? Xiaochun looked up into the sky and saw 3 enormous faces, each of them hundreds of meters tall. They were none other than the patriarchs of the three great clans. The one who had spoken was the Kai clan patriarch, who had lost his fleshly body. His eyes burned with killing intent, and he was surrounded by a sea of lightning that pulsed with metal-type power. That indicated that this lightning could give birth to metal, and supreme-grade metal at that. Next to the Kai clan patriarch were the patriarchs from the Bai and Chen clans. Both of them had very serious expressions on their faces, without a trace of the derision with which they had previously looked at Bai Xiaochun. In fact, they almost seemed to view him as an equal. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation who saw that would surely be shocked. After all, these were devas, and Bai Xiaochun was only in the great circle of the gold core stage. This was simply the kind of respect that Bai Xiaochun could earn when he used full force. As for the Bai clan patriarch, a strange, mysterious light flickered through his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, Scared but Not Terrified. Chapter 663, Scared but Not Terrified. Bai Hao. Considering that you're a member of the Bai clan, if you simply hand the giant ghost king over, I'll count it as a meritorious service and pronounce you clan chief. The rumbling pressure coming from the Bai clan patriarch completely surpassed that of the other two patriarchs. Although the Kai clan patriarch didn't seem very happy about what the Bai clan patriarch had just said, he didn't say anything. Clearly, the patriarchs had come to an agreement of some sort. However, when it came to the Chen clan patriarch, his desire to kill Bai Hao had actually far surpassed that of the Kai clan patriarch, although no one knew that. The things Bai Hao had accomplished so far were completely shocking, so much so that they would eventually shake all of the wildlands. As a result, the Chen clan patriarch was absolutely certain that if Bai Hao returned to the Bai clan, they would eventually control all of Giant Ghost City. We can't leave him alive, he thought. If he sticks around, the Bai clan will get so powerful that nobody will be able to stop them. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times and braced himself as he looked up into the sky at the three patriarchs. Although the Bai clan patriarch's offer seemed great, Bai Xiaochun didn't trust him at all. Sighing inwardly, he tried to decide what to do when, all of a sudden, a voice entered his ears that he hadn't heard for several days. It was none other than the little turtle. "Don't agree, little punk," he said urgently. "Lord Turtle hasn't appeared for the past few days because he didn't dare to. Damn it. I knew something was off. The giant ghost king is already awake. He woke up much earlier. If Lord Turtle's guess is correct, he's actually already back at full strength. The wily old fox. Listen, punk, I've been helping you out for a long time now, but this time, I had to make a lot of preparations to be able to send you this message behind the giant ghost king's back. He's a demigod, after all. I have to go now, so as for what exactly you should do now, just play it by ear." Bai Xiaochun was complexly flabbergasted, but didn't let it show on his face. After glancing back at the giant ghost king for a moment, he looked up and thought. Then, his veins of steel began to pulse, making it seem to those who could see him as if he would continue on his current course no matter what setbacks he encountered. His eyes were now bloodshot, and he stood there looking like a lone wolf, valiant and heroic. Swishing his sleeve, he spoke out in a hoarse voice that was both decisive and fierce. "Forget it. On the day that I, Bai Hao, left the Bai clan, I swore an oath to never again be part of that clan. Although you are surnamed Bai just like I am, the meaning of that character is completely different between the two of us. The giant ghost king gave me a new lease on life, and is like a brother to me. I promised to keep him safe for a month, and I'll do that no matter what. You people want the giant ghost king? Sure, you can have him. By stepping over my dead body." As he spoke, his voice grew louder and louder, until he was shouting with dauntless courage. There was a lofty arrogance to his words that would make anyone who didn't know him think that he was the most noble and righteous type of person in the world. "Even if I, Bai Hao, end up dying in the process, I will never hand over my brother the giant ghost king. I didn't abandon him in Giant Ghost City, and I'm not going to abandon him here. Even as his words rang out, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base. Making sure the giant ghost king was secure on his back, he began to flee again, musing about how amazing his speech had been just now. After hearing it, there was no way the giant ghost king wouldn't be moved. At the same time, he was feeling quite nervous, not because of the three devas, but because of the fact that he knew the giant ghost king to be a very slippery character. He also couldn't stop thinking about how he had slapped the man on the side of the head several times. Up above, none of the three clan patriarchs said anything in response. Suddenly, the huge face which represented the Kai clan patriarch blurred, and he emerged from its forehead in nascent divinity form. As he looked down at Bai Xiaochun, his lips quivered as though he were murmuring something. Then, thunderous rumbling could be heard as several lightning bolts appeared and shot toward Bai Xiaochun. As they moved through the air, they formed together into a sphere of lightning, pulsing with shocking energy that caused the air around it to distort and then ignite into flames. As that happened, the Qin clan patriarch also emerged from the giant face that represented him. Brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth as the entire 50-kilometer area around him suddenly became an enormous ceiling mark. Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened wide. Aware that he couldn't avoid this attack, he looked at the incoming sphere of lightning and roared, "Even if I die, I'll never let any of you hurt my big bro." He stamped his foot onto the ground, causing a huge crater to appear below. Then he gently put the giant ghost king down behind him and pulled out his eternal parasol to defend the both of them. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out, and the ground quaked. Rifts spread out as sparks of electricity showered about in all directions, creating something like a lake of lightning. The eternal parasol twisted and distorted, and behind it, Bai Xiaochun trembled and coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He was trembling on the verge of collapse, bones breaking inside of him as he withstood the force of the attack. After it was over, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the giant ghost king again, and took to flight. As he sped along, he continued to cough up blood. An expression of despair appeared on his face as he looked at the giant ghost king and then spoke in a voice so soft only the two of them could hear. "Everyone dies one day. Compared to the kindness you have shown me, my brother, what does death count for?" At this point, his expression of despair began to turn into one of madness. "I just hate the fact that my cultivation base is so weak. And the fact that I can't fulfill my promise to you, my brother." With that, he threw his head back and roared in frustration. Inside, he was thinking that he had continued with the act for long enough. If things kept going on like they were, he really would be flirting with disaster. He had gone all out to defend against that attack just now, and knew that the only reason he had survived was because the Kai clan patriarch was in nascent divinity form, making his attacks much weaker than normal. If the Chun or Bai clan patriarchs attacked him in his current state, he probably wouldn't be able to take it. How far does the giant ghost king want to take this? If he doesn't do something soon, I'll end up dead, and so will he. Bai Xiaochun was virtually weeping inside by this point. Up above, the Bai clan patriarch sighed in regret about how things were turning out. However, he was a cold-hearted person, and therefore, since this Bai Hao was just too stubborn, he knew he had to act. "Fine then, just die," he said, launching a fist strike toward the ground. Rumble! A huge, illusory fist appeared, and as it descended, incredible pressure weighed down in all directions. That fist represented the will of the heavens, and was so powerful that it could destroy anything it touched. Within moments, it was bearing down on Bai Xiaochun, causing the ground to quake dangerously. An intense sensation of deadly crisis erupted inside of Bai Xiaochun. He could tell that this was not the type of attack he could absorb in defense. Nor could he evade it in time. If it hit him, he would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. "Fudge!" he shouted inwardly. "Come on, King Giant Ghost, don't tell me you really do want me dead?" Although he was shaking and terrified, the words that actually came out of his mouth were a bit different than his inner monologue. "It's not that I don't want to live up to my promise, my brother. I really do. I guess the only thing now is for the both of us to stroll the pathways of the Yellow Springs together." He looked up at the enormous fist, his heart filled not with terror and alarm, but with peace. Although he was trembling physically, he wasn't nervous or scared anymore. He knew that if the little turtle was correct, and the giant ghost king really was awake, abandoning him wasn't a viable option. Furthermore, considering how things had developed just now, there was no way he could escape from the 3 Deva patriarchs this time. No more gambling and no more acts, he thought. Fudge. I guess if I'm really gonna lose my life, then I sure as hell am not going to go out looking terrified. Gritting his teeth, he put the giant ghost king behind him protectively. Even as the entire world filled with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumbling, and the enormous fist was about to crush by Xiaochun, even as a huge crater opened up beneath him, and nearby mountains crumbled into dust, even as the air shattered. The Bai clan patriarch, instead of breathing a sigh of relief, suddenly began to tremble. His eyes went wide with disbelief, and his face fell as he shouted, "King Giant Ghost!" He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. The Chen and Kai clan patriarchs both began to shake, their minds reeling as though they were being struck by hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts. Never could they possibly have imagined that in this exact moment, the person who had just been lying unconscious behind by Xiaochun would suddenly stand up and walk forward. He was none other than the Giant Ghost King. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Game Over. Chapter 664, Game Over. This game is now over. The voice which rang out was as cold as ice. He spoke 5 simple words, and yet, he was a heavenly king and demigod expert. His energy was the type that heaven and earth could not support, and it even caused black clouds to roil in the sky above. The 3 patriarchs immediately began to shake under the pressure. The giant ghost king didn't even need to draw upon the power of his cultivation base. His mere threatening gaze was enough to cause the 3 patriarchs to tremble in place. This was the giant ghost king. As of this moment, he seemed to make all colors in heaven and earth fade away. It was as if all creation could do nothing but tremble and bow to him. That was because he was a demigod expert. That was because he was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the wildlands. That was because he was the giant ghost king. As he stood there in front of Bai Xiaochun, he slowly extended his right hand, a hand that seemed powerful enough to hold up the heavens. Instantly, the Bai clan patriarch's divine ability was nullified. The 300-meter area surrounding the giant ghost king was completely unaffected by it. The giant ghost king's body was rapidly reverting from that of an old man to a younger one. His white hair became black, and the wrinkles on his face vanished. His withered frame filled in, and in the blink of an eye, a somber expression could be seen on his face. A royal crown appeared on his head, and he now wore a violet robe with a serpentine dragon embroidered on it. As of this moment, he seemed more noble than anything else in the world. The Bai clan patriarch was trembling, and his eyes were bulging out of his head so violently they seemed like they might explode. At the same time, an icy coldness filled his heart that seemed cold enough to freeze the world. The Chen clan patriarch had a similar reaction. Panting in terror, he felt as if he were drowning at the bottom of the sea, a sea so powerful that it could crush him and his clan out of existence. The Kai clan patriarch only existed as a nascent divinity now. He was just as shocked, and because he didn't have a physical body to sustain some of the crushing pressure he felt, it all weighed down on his nascent divinity, causing it to twist and distort. Inside, he was screaming in terror at the realization that he and the other 2 patriarchs had completely misjudged the giant ghost king. He had not needed 3 months to recover, or even 1. In fact, he hadn't even required half a month. He had recovered in 5 days. Only 5 days had passed since the rebellion began, and during that time, the giant ghost king had already recovered. The Kai clan patriarch understood everything now, and couldn't help but think back to the sight of the giant ghost king's clone, hovering there above the ruins of the royal palace, a look of complete disdain and contempt in his eyes as he had uttered a very simple sentence. "This has all been nothing more than a game." The Bai and Shen clan patriarchs also recalled those words, and suddenly, the entire world around them seemed to go as still and quiet as death. They hovered there in the air, people who could normally look down condescendingly upon all heaven and earth. And yet, as of this moment, they felt as if they were looking up in awe and fear at the person in front of Bai Xiaochun. As for Bai Xiaochun, he stood there, jaw agape, almost incapable of believing that he was still alive. It seemed almost like a dream that the giant ghost king really was awake, with his cultivation base restored, leaving the three Deva patriarchs shaken to the core. Of course, he was also deeply nervous about what was to come. I hope the giant ghost king has a good impression of me, and forgets about everything that happened before. He absolutely, positively had better not be holding a grudge. As Bai Xiaochun stood there, his heart trembling with anxiety, the three patriarchs looked down with flickering expressions. Then, the Kai clan patriarch let out an ear-piercing shriek as he spun and began to flee. There was no other option for him. Even if it meant his clan ended up being wiped out, he had no alternative other than to try to escape. He could always establish a new plan, but if he died, then everything would definitely be over. However, he was the only one to make such a choice. The Bai and Shen clan patriarchs, in their bitterness, chose instead to power up their cultivation bases and attack the giant ghost king. The rebellion had been a huge gamble. If they had won in the end, they could have achieved a meteoric rise. Now that they had clearly lost, they knew that there would be a price to pay, and that they would never be able to escape. The two of you really do have some courage, the giant ghost king said coolly. Although his words were spoken with calm, they contained indescribable pressure, the type that could rebuke all of heaven and earth. Instead of lowering his right hand, he clenched it into a fist, then stood tall and straight before unleashing a fist strike at the incoming Devas. It almost seemed like a casual motion, without any hints of containing a magical technique or divine ability. And yet, because of it, everything in the area seemed to grow dark. It was as if the entire world were spinning as a huge vortex opened up, a gaping, sinister mouth ready to gobble up the two patriarchs. Incredible rumbling sounds could be heard as blood sprayed from the mouth of the Bai clan patriarch. A scream rang out as his body teetered on the verge of collapsing. Then, he was sucked into the huge mouth. The Chen clan patriarch laughed in bitter defiance before he too vanished into the vortex. One fist had completely overwhelmed two Devas. They vanished without a trace remaining, sucked into a black hole, possibly dead, possibly alive. The sight of it caused beads of sweat to break out on Bai Xiaochun's forehead. He had never seen a demigod fighting before, and although he had experienced the terrifying power of that level because of the soul blood earlier, to witness it in full measure was completely different. It only served to increase his nervousness. He couldn't help but think back to everything that had happened, and how he had brazenly slapped the giant ghost king, not just once, but 7 or 8 times, until the man's face was completely swollen. Bai Xiaochun was wailing inwardly, and wondered what mystical foodstuffs he might have accidentally eaten to give him such gall. He had actually slapped a demigod expert across the face, over and over. Even as Bai Xiaochun sat there in misery, the giant ghost king looked over at the fleeing Kai clan patriarch. Snorting coldly, he opened his fist and then made a grasping gesture. Instantly, rumbling sounds echoed out, and the entire world seemed to turn upside down. Even time seemed to flow in reverse, as though the giant ghost king now controlled all natural law with the movement of his hand. To Bai Xiaochun's astonishment, he saw the fleeing Kai clan patriarch's nascent divinity suddenly flying backward at top speed, a look of utter terror on his face. "No! No! I beg for mercy, Your Highness, please." The Kai clan patriarch trembled as he seemingly moved backward through time until he appeared in front of the giant ghost king, who reached out and grabbed him by the neck. Before the man could say anything else, the giant ghost king causally twisted his fingers. A scream echoed out as the Kai clan patriarch's entire nascent divinity collapsed into pieces. However, things weren't over yet. As the nascent divinity began to disperse, a shadowy soul could suddenly be seen. It was none other than a Deva soul. As soon as it appeared, an intangible vortex sprang up in the sky. Closer inspection revealed that within that vortex was a flowing river filled with countless vengeful souls. It was none other than the Underworld River. As the river and vortex appeared, a gravitational force sprang up that contained natural law. It grabbed a hold of the Deva soul and began to tug it up. At that point, though, the giant Ghost King snorted coldly and reached out with his right hand. Instantly, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, and the gravitational force began to fade away. Apparently, the vortex and the Underworld River didn't wish to fight with a demigod. Gradually, they faded away, and the Deva soul floated down into the giant Ghost King's hand. Within that soul, it was possible to detect a metal-type aura, as well as a bit of heterogeneous lightning power. And thus, matters ended. In the briefest of moments, the giant Ghost King killed one of the three Devas, and dispatched the other two, although whether that was into death or not was impossible to tell at the moment. Xiaochun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode, and he was shaking visibly. Sweat poured down him as a feeling of profound disquiet rose up. As he glanced at the giant Ghost King out of the corner of his eye, the man turned and looked at him, his vision as sharp as a blaze as it pierced into Xiaochun's mind. Clearly, he could kill him with a mere thought if he wanted to. Xiaochun was panting, his mind spinning as he sensed the destructive power of the giant Ghost King. He almost felt like a mortal staring into the gaping maw of a fierce tiger. The pressure was impossible to describe, the type which could overturn heaven and earth with no effort. How, give me one good reason not to kill you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Many pretenses can be seen through, but not. Chapter 665, Many pretenses can be seen through, but not. The giant Ghost King's words rumbled like heavenly thunder, shaking everything in the world, and Xiaochun along with it. The pressure coming off of the giant Ghost King had Xiaochun trembling physically, as if he were a tiny rowboat in a thrashing ocean of angry waves. In fact, he had the premonition that if he made the slightest mistake, he would be destroyed in both body and soul. The words the giant Ghost King had uttered just now had Xiaochun scared out of his mind. He didn't need to think very hard to come up with multiple responses. Whether it was their agreement, or the desperate show he had put on, or the fact that he had saved the giant Ghost King's life, they all seemed like viable options. However, Xiaochun had the strong feeling that he couldn't use any of those as his answer. The giant Ghost King was aware of all of those things already, and the fact that he had asked the question he did was very, very telling. Trembling in fear, Xiaochun contemplated the fact that the words he uttered next would very likely determine his ultimate fate. He had not experienced many situations in life that were this nerve-wracking. That was especially true when he looked up at the giant Ghost King's cold, merciless eyes. Looking into those eyes only seemed to confirm his deepest fears. He's holding a metal-type Deva soul in his hand. It seems obvious he's trying to send a message with that. And yet, he also seems like he wants to kill me. I can't trust the restrictive spell either. Unsure of what to do, Xiaochun felt like he finally understood that old saying, being in the king's company is like living with a tiger. The giant Ghost King he was facing right now was the real giant Ghost King, and yet, for some reason, that only made Xiaochun feel like walking up and slapping him across the side of the head again. Of course, as soon as the thought occurred to him, he shoved it away. So, feel like slapping me across the side of the head? The giant Ghost King asked placidly, his voice cutting like the winter wind. Suddenly, the pressure radiating off of him grew even more powerful, crushing down on everything in the area. He's still pissed off at me. Xiaochun thought. If I don't word things just right, I'm going to be in profound danger. Although he was inwardly trembling in terror, his eyes were bloodshot with the realization that true men had to be flexible. In that instant, his eyes shone with burning zeal. Your Highness, he said, sounding very excited. Your Highness, I didn't understand it before, but now I understand that your highness definitely deserves to be your highness. You are so intelligent and wise that within 5 days, you completely turned the world upside down. You truly ripped open the overcast grayness to reveal the sunny sky beyond. Every cloud has a silver lining, and you found that silver lining. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with unprecedented excitement, and in fact, it was even possible to see tears of joy glistening within them. The giant ghost king was so surprised that a strange expression flickered across his face. However, moments later, he was just as solemn as before as he coolly said, "You're so excited you're crying?" "Your Highness," Bai Xiaochun replied loudly, "you truly looked formidable and mighty just now. The wave of your finger wiped out all of those devas. I, Bai Hao, have never seen such an impressive display of heroism in my life. The mere thought of becoming the follower of a hero like you, sir, is an honor the likes of which couldn't be repeated for many generations. That is why I am overwhelmed with joy." Bai Xiaochun was apparently so excited he was trembling. An expression of utter zeal overtook his face, and his tears of joy were enough to cause anyone to stare in shock. A strange expression could be seen on the giant ghost king's face. Never could he have imagined that this Bai Hao would be skilled at this sort of thing. When Bai Xiaochun saw that look in the giant ghost king's eyes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he was sure this method would work, he knew that he had to go in for the kill. Putting an expression of utter reverence on his face, he clasped hands and bowed deeply for a long moment. Then he slowly got back up, looking very impassioned. "Your Highness, you are wise, intelligent, and courageous, a person who is clever in ways that defy description, a hero who has come out victorious in hundreds of battles, an individual of outstanding talent and bearing, a man versatile and adept in all things, someone who surpasses all other living persons, and who has traveled the length and the breadth of the lands. I, Bai Hao, will follow you to the ends of the earth and beyond. Sir, I know in my heart that you would never do anything to harm such a charming and pitiable young child such as myself." Bai Hao looked anxiously at the giant ghost king, having gone all in with everything he could think of. Actually, the crux of everything was his final sentence, in which he spoke the true feelings of his heart. By this point, Bai Xiaochun almost seemed like he was begging and pleading, and had no idea whether or not he had made the right decision to go with this tactic. A profound expression of contemplation could be seen on the giant ghost king's face, but inwardly, he wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Never before had he encountered a person like Bai Xiaochun, who dared to talk in such a way to a somber person like himself. However, the more he listened, the more he liked what he heard, and suddenly, a bit of softness could be seen in his eyes. The truth was that moments ago, there really had been a bit of killing intent in him. After all, if it weren't for Bai Xiaochun, he would never have been in any real danger. However, the events of the past 5 days really had softened even his iron heart a bit, and left an impression that would never be removed. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun was an anomaly that he could never have planned for. If he took him back to Giant Ghost City now, then based on everything which had happened, it was easy to imagine how powerful Bai Xiaochun would become later on. He would definitely be one of the most influential people in the city. If he had planned for that all along, then it wouldn't have been a big deal. But to suddenly be presented with this unexpected turn of events left a sour taste in his mouth. Therefore, he let Bai Xiaochun make the final decision. If he tried to fall back on their previous agreement and demand compensation, then the giant Ghost King would never give him the Deva soul. Instead, he would seal him until the restrictive spell could be unraveled. Afterward, he would be released secretly somewhere outside of Giant Ghost City, all ties to the giant Ghost King cut. After that point, his life would be in his own hands, and things would be back to the way they had been in the beginning. If Bai Xiaochun mentioned how bitter the past few days had been, then the giant Ghost King would give him the Deva soul and send him on his way. His life would be in his own hands, and there would be no connection between them anymore. With either of those two options, the giant Ghost King would not bring him back to Giant Ghost City to bask in glory. If Bai Xiaochun acted stubbornly, and dared to slap him across the side of the head again, or demanded mercy based on supposed kindnesses from before, then the giant Ghost King would disregard everything from before and kill him. These were the three options he had expected Bai Xiaochun to pick from. However, contrary to all expectations, Xiaochun had created something from nothing and made up a fourth option. And thus, a strange, helpless expression could be seen in the giant Ghost King's eyes. Inside, he was cursing a bit at everything that had happened with this slippery rogue. However, his killing intent and sinister plans evaporated. In fact, he couldn't help but notice how badly injured Xiaochun was, and even began to think about everything that had happened as they fled together. There was also that scene of sincere bravery in the final, critical moment. Being the wily old fox that he was, the giant Ghost King could tell that part had been no act. At this point, his ruthless heart truly began to soften. Then he thought about the string of flattering words that had just been uttered, especially the last line, which pushed the giant Ghost King into that spot between laughter and tears. At this point, his expression turned cold once again, and he waved his hand, sending the metal-type Deva soul flying over to Xiaochun. Xiaochun had been very carefully observing the giant Ghost King's expression the entire time. As the moments had ticked by, he had grown more and more nervous, to the point where his feelings were perfectly described by the old saying: his heart was beating like 15 buckets in a well, 8 going down while 7 were coming up. He couldn't calm down. That was when, to his shock, the Deva soul flew toward him, and the giant Ghost King turned and looked up into the sky as if he were about to leave. Unsure of exactly what the giant Ghost King was thinking, Xiaochun grabbed the soul and then hesitated about what to do next. Was he supposed to offer his farewells at this point? Was the giant Ghost King not going to mention anything that had happened early on? Even as Xiaochun stood there wondering what to do, the giant Ghost King spoke in a cold voice. "What are you standing around for? I'm going back to Giant Ghost City. Don't tell me you're planning to walk back by yourself?" A tremor ran through Xiaochun, and his expression immediately brightened. As of this moment, he knew that he had passed all the tests, and that the giant Ghost King planned to take him back with him. Xiaochun could only imagine the luxurious life he would be living soon, and immediately flew up into the air to follow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, Bring Me the Rebels. Chapter 666, Bring Me the Rebels. The giant Ghost King's cultivation base was back, and of the 3 Devas who opposed him, he had killed 1, and apparently captured 2. It happened so quickly that there was no way for the 3 great clans to know what had happened, much less the 6 heavenly marquises back in Giant Ghost City. Right now, the rebels in Giant Ghost City felt very alarmed as they sat and waited to find out what would happen. If the giant Ghost King had simply died, then there would have been much less to worry about. But he had been rescued by Bai Hao, a fact which hung over the heads of the rebels like a sharp blade. They could only hope that the 3 Deva patriarchs would manage to find the giant Ghost King and kill him in time. As for those who had not openly rebelled, they also trembled in fear. After all, despite not having participating in the insurrection, they had tacitly approved by not opposing it, a fact they could not deny. Every group in the city was feeling a lot of pressure. The streets were virtually empty, with all of the soul cultivators remaining in their own residences, waiting to see what would happen in the end. As for the armies of the 6 heavenly marquises, their hearts trembled with apprehension, and yet, they continued to search the city high and low. After all, no one could say for sure whether or not the giant Ghost King who had escaped was another clone. Although it was unlikely that his true self was still hiding in the city, they couldn't take any chances. As for the 6 heavenly marquises, they all wore very grim expressions as they gathered for a meeting in a grand hall somewhere in the city. However, not much was said as they all sat there. Most of them were just looking off into the sky, waiting for news from the 3 Devas. The giant Ghost King is very weak, and although that Bai Hao is very crafty and vicious, his cultivation base is just too low. This time, he'll definitely lose. The giant Ghost King only has so much soul blood to use. No matter how they tried to console themselves, though, their hearts were all pounding in fear. Meanwhile, not too far away from the city, there were 2 mountain peaks, upon each of which sat an old man. One of them was Duke Netherworld, and the other was Duke Deathcrier. Both had fears of their own, and waited anxiously to see what would happen. Both knew that their fates no longer rested in their own hands. As for which would live and which would die, it would be determined by what happened between the three devas and the giant Ghost King. If the devas of the three great clans prevailed, then Duke Deathcrier would have no choice but to submit to them. On the other hand, Duke Netherworld would face much more severe consequences if he came out on bottom. The two heavenly dukes had ceased fighting, and would only occasionally eye each other. The only purpose the two of them served right now in the larger conflict was to prevent the other from being part of the action. The city was filled with intense pressure, and everyone was very nervous. Time ticked by. Soon it was evening, and the sky burned with red light, almost as if the clouds were on fire. As it did, the pressure weighing down on the hearts of everyone present seemed to grow stronger. It was in that moment that the red clouds in the sky began to seethe. In the blink of an eye, intense rumbling like thunder filled the area, seemingly descended from the highest heavens. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. The lands began to quake physically, and within the city, everyone looked up in shock. The six heavenly marquises exchanged glances but didn't say anything to each other, and instead just kept looking up into the sky. Off in the distance, Duke Deathcrier and Duke Netherworld also looked up, their expressions mixtures of nervousness and anticipation. Then, Duke Netherworld's face fell, and a look of unprecedented disbelief appeared in his eyes. As for Duke Deathcrier, his eyes lit up with joy, and he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. One reacted with shock, the other with delight. As they did, a peal of thunder erupted in the sky above. Crack! It seemed louder than all other sounds in the world, and as it rang out, the people in the city felt their minds reeling. Looking up, they saw a massive rift being torn open in the sky. It was fully 3,000 meters from one end to the other. It was as if a huge, invisible blade had sliced the air open, after which a black wind erupted out from inside. Then, two people emerged. The first one wore a royal crown, and had a violet robe with a serpentine dragon on it. As soon as he appeared, everything began to tremble violently, and countless peals of thunder filled the air. Clearly, this person was so powerful he could crush everything in the world. His eyes seemed to contain the ability to suck in all the light in the world, making everything around him dark and colorless. A new pressure began to weigh down on the city, a pressure which vastly surpassed the pressure from moments ago. All of the soul cultivators in the city began to tremble, and at some point, people began to cry out loud. The giant Ghost King. King Giant Ghost is back. We offer respectful greetings, King Giant Ghost. Instantly, the six rebellious heavenly marquises in the Grand Hall realized what had happened, and their faces drained of blood. Blank expressions could be seen on their faces, along with bleak despair. They had been beaten. Utterly and thoroughly beaten. Considering the level of their cultivation bases, it only took a single glance to confirm that the giant Ghost King was completely recovered. They could well imagine the fate of the three Deva patriarchs from the great clans, and had no doubts about how miserable their ends had been. Gasps could be heard throughout the city as countless eyes peered out at the dazzling figure hovering in the air nearby. However, in addition to the glorious giant Ghost King, there was also Xiaochun. Overwhelmed with excitement, he did his best to keep his breathing under control as he looked down at the city. Not too long ago, he had been running like a rat through the city as people tried to kill him. Now, he returned at the peak of glory, leaving him feeling extremely smug and proud. All of a sudden, he stepped forward so that he was in front the giant Ghost King. Looking down at the city, he shouted, "Listen up, everyone. The three leaders of the clans that dared to offend their superiors have been removed from power. His Highness the King is back. When exactly do you plan to step forward and offer formal greetings?" In response to his words, everyone trembled, and within moments, countless individuals nervously flew up into the air, where they began to kowtow to the giant Ghost King. "We offer respectful greetings, King Giant Ghost. We offer respectful greetings, King Giant Ghost." In the blink of an eye, countless soul cultivators appeared, all of them offering greetings, their voices combining into a cacophonous roar that rose to the highest heavens. As for the 6 heavenly marquises, their faces were as ashen as death, and their eyes filled with despair. They knew that they had no hope of escaping, nor any ability to fight back, so therefore they simply dropped to their knees to kowtow. As for the 4 heavenly marquises who had done nothing during the insurrection, they tremblingly appeared to offer greetings, flustered and fearful. At the same time, 2 beams of light shot toward the city from off in the distance. They were Duke Deathcrier and Duke Netherworld. As for Duke Deathcrier, he excitedly clasped hands and gave a deep bow. "Greetings, Your Highness," he said. In contrast, Duke Netherworld seemed extremely worried. However, he didn't rashly try to flee. He knew that such action was pointless, and would lead only to death. The only slight chance he had at living came with not fleeing. Face ashen, he dropped down to kowtow. Complete tumult filled the city as countless respectful cries of greeting rose up. The giant Ghost King looked out with an expressionless face, not saying even a word as he surveyed the city with icy eyes. The truth was that he didn't need to say anything. His mere presence would crush any remnants of the rebellion. Xiaochun's excitement grew at the sight of what was happening, but he didn't forget about how the giant Ghost King needed to maintain his dignity. After casting a surreptitious glance at him, Xiaochun made his decision about what to do next. Clasping his hands behind his back, he looked down at the crowds in the city and loudly declared, "Bring me the rebels." He was immediately pleased with how incisive and threatening his words were. In response, the 4 heavenly marquises who had not participated in the rebellion rushed over to seal the cultivation bases of the 6 guilty marquises. The 6 guilty marquises did nothing to fight back. Within the blink of an eye, they were on their knees and incapable of moving. As for Duke Deathcrier, he waved his finger, sealing the cultivation base of Duke Netherworld, who merely looked on bitterly as it happened. The subordinates of the 6 heavenly marquises could not escape, and were soon captured and rounded up by the forces of the other 4. The giant Ghost King watched all of this happen with cold eyes, but nothing more. Inside, he was actually quite pleased with how Xiaochun was handling things. Stepping forward, he appeared in the location where the giant ghost statue had existed, where he waved his hand. Ripples flowed out, and time seemed to move in reverse. Crumbled stones flowed back up into the air, and in the blink of an eye, the statue had reformed. The royal palace and its grand hall were back in place, and all damage to the statue was healed. Within moments, the giant ghost statue and the royal palace were back in place as if they had never been destroyed. "I'm back," the giant Ghost King said, his first words since returning. "King Giant Ghost has returned. King Giant Ghost. King Giant Ghost." In response, countless voices joined together in a mighty cheer. As for Xiaochun, his voice could also be heard in the cheering, as if he were the one leading it all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, Major Domo Bai. Chapter 667, Major Domo Bai. Xiaochun's emotions surged under the tide of reverent cheering. Although he was a bit envious of how powerful the giant Ghost King was, he was also excited by the fact that he had definitely won a big victory of his own. He quickly hurried over to stand next to the giant Ghost King, making sure to look like the picture of a loyal servant, glancing around vigilantly in case any rebels might dare make a move. Although his actions were clearly melodramatic, not a single hint of derision could be seen in anyone's eyes. In fact, most people seemed envious, and clearly wished that they could be in Xiaochun's place. All of them trembled with the knowledge that this Bai Hao was going to make a meteoric rise. He was like a calm breeze that had been transformed into a dragon, and would soar to the highest height. The 4 heavenly marquises who had not joined the rebellion were now looking at Xiaochun with very serious looks. Even Duke Deathcrier was sighing inside. He knew that the giant Ghost King now cared deeply about this Bai Hao. Obviously, the giant Ghost King took note of Bai Xiaochun's exaggerated protectiveness. Although no reaction could be seen on the outside, in his heart, he wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Now that his cultivation base was back to normal, this Bai Hao seemed very different from before. Shaking his head, he said, "Bai Hao, you take care of everything out here. Duke Deathcrier, you come with me." With that, he turned and headed toward the grand hall in the royal palace. "Yes, Your Highness," Bai Xiaochun said loudly, feeling very pleased at his sudden, newfound power. Duke Deathcrier sighed. Waving his hand, he pulled the taciturn Duke Netherworld with him as he left. As he did, he happened to notice how intently Bai Xiaochun was looking at the rebel Duke, as if weighing him to try to decide if he might pose a threat. That left him grimacing inwardly at how exaggerated this Bai Hao was acting. However, he didn't let that show on his face. Instead, he gave Bai Xiaochun a friendly smile, nodded, and then flew into the royal palace. Pleased, Bai Xiaochun looked away. Unable to prevent a feeling of pride from rising up in his heart, he laughed inwardly. Ha ha ha. I, Bai Xiaochun, am truly too outstanding. Even devas have no choice but to give me friendly smiles. Feeling in incredibly high spirits, Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back as he hovered there in the air near the giant ghost statue, looking down his nose at all the people down below. Moments later, the 4 loyal heavenly marquises all flew up to him, smiling ingratiatingly and offering respectful bows of greeting. We heard before that you were a mighty hero with superb talents, brother Bai Hao. But today, the rumors were proved false. You're not just a mighty hero, you're a dragon amongst men, incomparable under the heavens. Listen, old pal, I happen to have a jade pendant with a 15-fold spirit enhancement. A mere glance at you, and I can tell that you and this pendant were destined for each other. Please, I beg of you to accept it. That's right, brother Bai Hao. Your battle with those 3 devas will make you famous throughout all the wildlands. Do you know how many elite heroes exist in the territory of the Archemperor who could possibly compare with you, brother Bai Hao? I'll tell you. None. Brother Bai Hao, you don't have a mansion in Giant Ghost City yet, do you? Well, don't worry. I already made all the preparations for you. I really hope you'll kindly accept my offer. Of the 3 Deva traders, brother Bai Hao seriously injured 2, and destroyed the fleshly body of the other. Brother Bai Hao, you are definitely the number 1 chosen in all of the wildlands. In fact, I think that you are the only one worthy to use this particular magical item. All of the 4 heavenly marquises were offering gifts along with their fawning words. On any other occasion, they wouldn't even think to act like this, but right now, they were very nervous, and in their efforts to start out on the right foot with this Bai Hao, the words spilled out of their mouths without end. Oh, stop exaggerating, Bai Xiaochun said with a chuckle. I did it all in the service of His Highness the King. There's no need for this, you 4. Despite his courteous words, he didn't hesitate at all to continue taking the gifts they were offering. When the 4 heavenly marquises saw that he was accepting their gifts, they sighed in relief. They continued to shower him with praise until the entire group was on intimate terms. In fact, not only did they continue to give him gifts, but they also all extended invitations to their homes for formal visits. Feeling very pleased with himself, Bai Xiaochun licked his lips and continued to chat with them for a bit. Then he waved his sleeve, calling upon the name of the giant Ghost King to have the 6 rebel marquises sent away to Devil Penitentiary. Next, he incarcerated other key figures among the rebels, and passed down orders to get the city back in order. The businesses in the city were repaired, and armies were sent to the 3 great clans with orders to keep them under strict lockdown. Although everything didn't proceed completely smoothly, there were no major problems. Having accomplished these things, Bai Xiaochun reassembled the city guard to make sure that public order was maintained. After that, he stationed himself outside of the grand hall in the royal palace, looking like the picture of a vigilant guard. By this point, the giant Ghost King and Duke Deathcrier had been meeting in private for some time, presumably talking about matters pertaining to the rebellion. From this, Bai Xiaochun could see that Duke Deathcrier was obviously the only deva who was loyal to the king, and had actually fought on his side. However, that actually caused his vigilance to grow. Duke Deathcrier is a deva, and has a higher standing than me. I should be able to get a general sense of the giant Ghost King's attitude from him, right? As he stood there thinking, night fell. Eventually, Duke Deathcrier emerged from the grand hall, lingering traces of excitement visible on his face. As soon as he saw Bai Xiaochun, his eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on his face. Bai Xiaochun hurried over and clasped hands formally. "Greetings, Duke Deathcrier." Duke Deathcrier laughed heartily, and before Bai Xiaochun could even bow, he said, "There's no need for such formality, Major Domo Bai. You've truly performed a meritorious service today, and have opened up countless opportunities for yourself. Considering that the rebellion in Giant Ghost City was just put down, there are many, many things to do. You and I will need to work together closely in the future, Major Domo Bai, and we'll definitely have quite a bit to discuss later on." When Bai Xiaochun heard himself being addressed as Major Domo, he was a bit stunned. However, he still managed to have a short, polite conversation with the smiling Duke Deathcrier before the man turned and vanished. At that point, Bai Xiaochun sighed with relief. It was then that the giant Ghost King summoned him into the grand hall itself. Spirits lifting already, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and hurried inside. When he saw the imposing, awe-inspiring giant Ghost King sitting there in his throne, he quickly bowed his head in respect. "How are things going out in the city?" the giant Ghost King asked. The way his eyes seemed to flash like lightning caused Bai Xiaochun to suddenly feel very nervous. Quickly clasping his hands, he said in a loud voice, "Normally speaking, the chaos in Giant Ghost City would have been very difficult to sort through. Thankfully, Your Highness is wise and powerful, unparalleled under heaven. Therefore, a single word from you, coupled with a single glance, are like the might of the heavens." Everyone was left in fear and reverence, and couldn't stop thinking about how wonderful things had been living under your reign. The hearts of the people truly belong to you. Because of all that, handling matters out in the city went very smoothly. Even as he spoke, Bai Xiaochun looked out of the corner of his eye to see the giant Ghost King's reaction. Originally, the giant Ghost King's face had been a mask of solemnity. However, upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, his cheek twitched, and some of that solemnity vanished. By this point, he could see that this Bai Hao was apparently addicted to flattery. However, deep in his heart, the giant Ghost King actually enjoyed hearing such words. After all, no one had ever spoken to him in such a fashion before. "Don't waste your energy on useless talk like that," he said. "Your cultivation base isn't high enough, Bai Hao. You need to focus more on your cultivation, do you understand?" When the giant Ghost King thought about how this Bai Hao had used a single drop of soul blood to unleash a demigod-level attack, though, he couldn't help but marvel. When Bai Xiaochun saw the look on the giant Ghost King's face, he breathed an inward sigh of relief, and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Sir, your cultivation base is unrivaled and unparalleled. Over the past few days, I gained a lot of enlightenment from observing how you breathed. Furthermore, I was left completely shaken by how powerful you are now that you've recovered. In fact, I hope to go into secluded meditation very soon so that I can make my next breakthrough. Your Highness, I definitely won't lose any face for you. Although, I've offended a lot of people. I'm worried that if I go into secluded meditation, enemies will come out of the woodwork looking for revenge." By the time he reached the end of his short speech, a worried frown could be seen on his face, seemingly placed there accidentally, as if he had become so wrapped up in speaking that he lost control of his facial expression. When the giant Ghost King saw the look on his face, he seemed a bit nonplussed. However, it was obvious what Bai Xiaochun was getting at. He wanted a position of power. "You? Whatever. Listen, from now on you're a major domo, alright?" With that, he waved his hand to dismiss Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun heard that he was being made a major domo, he wasn't quite sure what that entailed. However, he was already excited, and feeling a bit more at ease. "Your Highness," he said quickly, "the 3 great clans dared to rebel against you, and even tried to kill me. They're really a bunch of villains." He blinked a few times to emphasize his words. Of course, the reason he was bringing up the 3 clans wasn't because he wanted to target them, but rather, he wanted to highlight how much effort he had put into keeping the giant Ghost King safe from them. The giant Ghost King looked at Bai Xiaochun and then snorted coldly. Although he didn't say anything, an icy glint could be seen in his eyes. At that point, Bai Xiaochun chose not to say anything else, and simply turned to leave. Outside of the grand hall, the wind was blowing, and although he still felt a bit of a chill going up his spine, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the conversation had gone smoothly moments ago, he had been very nervous the entire time. After all, the giant Ghost King seemed very moody, and also very difficult to read. "At least I know that flattery works. Many pretenses can be seen through, but not the flattery of Bai Xiaochun." He looked up and thought for a moment, and decided that he would need to do more of this in the future. Then he thought back to how the 4 heavenly marquises and everyone else had treated him, and he was very happy. "As long as I keep the giant Ghost King happy, then who in the Wildlands will ever dare to provoke me? I've got the giant Ghost King to back me up." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, Goal, Heaven Down Nascent Soul. Chapter 668, Goal, Heaven Down Nascent Soul. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun got more excited than ever. By now, the moon hung in the night sky outside as he flew out of the giant ghost statue, feeling very pleased at his recent successes. "I never asked to be so outstanding. But I guess there's just no other way. It must be the will of the heavens. First, I was destined to be the glorious junior patriarch of the river-defying sect. Then I became a major general at the Great Wall. And now, here in the Wildlands, I'm yet again achieving a monolithic rise to prominence." Feeling a bit annoyed about how outstanding he was, he shook his head and did nothing to conceal his feeling of pride. In the past, Bai Xiaochun had been able to fly in the city because he was a prison guard. However, he had never felt completely comfortable doing so. After all, if he had run into a patrol of city guards, they could have forced him down to the ground if they felt like it. But now, the patrolling guards all looked at him with extreme respect, and even clasped hands in greeting before clustering around him protectively. Although Bai Xiaochun was initially taken aback, he quickly warmed to the arrangement. Clearing his throat, he took out a jade slip which he studied very quickly, and then clasped his hands behind his back and headed off in the direction of the mansion the heavenly marquis had gifted him. It was located in the inner city, and had once been a secondary home to that heavenly marquis. It was rather large, with ornamental rocks, as well as streams and ponds. There was a spell formation protecting it, making it very quiet and peaceful. There were already servants waiting there for him, who immediately offered respectful greetings. Bai Xiaochun was very, very pleased with all of the arrangements, and couldn't help but sigh in contentment as he entered the mansion. The night passed uneventfully. Bai Xiaochun didn't immediately merge with the metal-type Deva Soul. That 5th Deva Soul was of incredible importance. Merging with it would end with him stepping into the nascent soul stage, which meant that he wanted to do it when in secluded meditation. However, now was obviously not the time for a session of secluded meditation. For one thing, it was the following day that the official announcement was made regarding Bai Xiaochun's appointment to Major Domo. The news spread like wildfire, leading to widespread astonishment. Major Domo. I can't believe Bai Hao was actually appointed to be Major Domo, but we've never had a Major Domo in Giant Ghost City before. Major Domo. Major Domo. On the one hand, that could imply that he's in charge of everything in the city. But on the other hand, it could also imply that he's in charge of nothing. It's like something between a real appointment and an honorary one. His true power will depend on his favor with the king. And at the moment, Bai Hao has the king's complete favor. Even as everyone in the city began to ponder what true powers came with the position of major domo, Bai Xiaochun was pondering whether or not he should go out and bask in his newfound glory a bit. Before he could, though, people began showing up to offer formal greetings. It started with the 4 heavenly marquises, and then turned into an endless stream of soul cultivators. Virtually all of the groups and organizations in the city sent people to him. All of them came bearing gifts, which Bai Xiaochun accepted with great shock and surprise. The sight of so many gifts left him speechless, and at the same time, radiant with happiness. The most impressive of the gifts was the very mansion in which he now lived. The heavenly marquis who had given it to him was named Chen Hai. He was a rather fat man whose face was always covered with a radiant smile when he saw Bai Xiaochun. Apparently, the man didn't care at all about matters of cultivation base or status. He was being very sincere and welcoming. Of course, with Bai Xiaochun's sudden rise in status, Zhou Yixing and Li Feng also benefited greatly. That was especially true of Zhou Yixing, who had provided vital services to Bai Xiaochun. Now that Bai Xiaochun was back in all his glory, Zhou Yixing hurried over excitedly to offer greetings. Bai Xiaochun knew that he had been through difficult times recently, and therefore encouraged him to take advantage of the situation to set up his own power structure within the city. Zhou Yixing left excited and beaming with contentment. He wasted no time in using the fact that he was backed by Bai Xiaochun to start recruiting his own group of loyalists. A few days later, the stream of visitors began to thin out, and Bai Xiaochun finally had the time to go for a walk in the city. Wherever he went, the soul cultivators would greet him with immense respect, causing him to excitedly stroll about in every corner of the city that he could find. Well met, Major Domo Bai. Greetings, Major Domo Bai. Look, it's Major Domo Bai. The more people he heard talking about Major Domo Bai, the more he strutted about and basked in the glory. In a manner that was very reminiscent of the Spirit Stream sect, he would sometimes clear his throat to draw the attention of people to alert them that Major Domo Bai had arrived. Bai Xiaochun was completely intoxicated by the attention he was receiving. In fact, he even decided to go visit Devil Penitentiary. Although Warden Li Su wasn't very happy about it, he had no choice but to offer respectful greetings, and then lead Bai Xiaochun on an inspection of the prison. As for Bai Xiaochun, he loved the reversal of roles, and made sure to point out many important areas of concern as they went through the facilities. The 4 deputy wardens and 4 dark inquisitors all clustered around him, feeling somewhat dazzled. It was almost hard for them to wrap their minds around the fact that this person had started out as a guard, then become a prisoner, and was now a major domo. Most stunned of all was Deputy Warden Sun Peng from Cell Block D. However, Bai Xiaochun was the type of person who remembered his old friends, and heaped quite a bit of praise onto Cell Block D. Sun Peng was soon flush with excitement. Of everyone in the prison, it was the guards from Squad 9 whom Bai Xiaochun was most fond of. He even called the captain out by name to escort him. It was a huge honor that got the entire squad very excited. Sighing, he said, "I really have a lot of good memories in Devil Penitentiary. This was once my home, and the place where my feelings run the deepest." Everyone seemed moved by his words. Soon, the group had arrived in Cell Block D itself, where they stopped in front of his old quarters. At that point, a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. "A mere look at this place and I almost want to give up my current position and go back to being a guard, but..." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone hurriedly encouraged him not to do such a thing. "Major Domo, sir, you absolutely mustn't do anything of the sort. There are myriad affairs of state for you to deal with. With your position, you are responsible for the prosperity of all of Giant Ghost City." "That's right, Major Domo. The prison guards of Giant Ghost City can't do without their Major Domo." After hearing all of their persuasive words, Bai Xiaochun sighed a bit helplessly. "Ah, whatever," he said. "Now that all of you put it that way, I guess I have no choice but to give up on my dream. Everything I do for His Highness the King. Everything I do for Giant Ghost City, but..." Solemn expressions overtook the faces of everyone present, and it was even possible to see teardrops glistening in more than a few eyes. Xiaochun cleared his throat. Worried that his reveling in success had pushed things too far, he decided to wrap up the inspection tour. Just when he was about to leave, he looked over at Li Su, who had worn a very odd, borderline unsightly expression this entire time. During the whole tour, Li Su's expression hadn't changed at all, a fact that Xiaochun wasn't too pleased about. Looking a bit irritated, he said, "Li Su, I have to offer a word of criticism. In His Highness the King's moment of danger, I was the only one around to keep him safe." "Where exactly were you at that time?" After a moment of silence, Li Su gritted his teeth and said, "That day, I went to see Duke Deathcrier." Xiaochun's eyes suddenly turned very cold as he stared at Li Su and said, "In His Highness the King's moment of danger, you went to Duke Deathcrier? Are those the actions of a true loyalist, Li Su?" Li Su's face fell. He could see how cold Xiaochun's eyes were, and realized that he had erred in his comportment earlier. Xiaochun obviously wasn't irritated by his facial expression, but by his general refusal to perk up. Realizing that he had offended Xiaochun, and cognizant of Xiaochun's current status, Li Su immediately felt deep regret. Clasping hands respectfully, he began to offer further explanations. Xiaochun wasn't the type to hold endless grudges, and didn't bear any deep-seated ill will toward Li Su. Therefore, to see him acting like this in front of a crowd actually left Xiaochun feeling a bit uncomfortable. Seeing that the man had learned his lesson, and was now being a bit humble, he nodded faintly and then finished with the inspection. Over the following few days, Xiaochun spent all of his time strolling about the city to bask in glory. Of course, he couldn't forget how the three great clans, and especially the Bai clan, had worked so hard to see him dead. He was not the type to seek revenge over the smallest grievance, but considering he had power at his disposal, the thought of what the three great clans had done left him feeling quite angry. However, the giant ghost king seemed to have different plans. Other than killing the Kai clan patriarch, and keeping the Bai and Shen clan patriarchs captive, he didn't seem to have any plans to deal with the clans themselves. After a few days, Xiaochun started to lose patience, and hinted to the people in the city who were particularly loyal to him that it was time to put the three great clans in their place. A few more days went by. The giant ghost king eventually summoned Xiaochun and rebuked him for simply strutting around all day and doing nothing. Afterward, Xiaochun sulked back to his mansion and went into secluded meditation. Sighing, he pulled out his Deva soul and began to cultivate. It wasn't that he had forgotten about cultivation. It was just that, now that he was Major Domo Bai, he couldn't help but revel in his new position. After all, he had been forced to keep a low profile in Giant Ghost City for so long, that the chance to swagger a bit in the open was too much to refuse. The past days of seeing Xiaochun using his connections to intimidate everyone in the city left the giant ghost king with a much clearer understanding of his personality. The wily little fox. Sometimes he seems like a profound schemer capable of the most vicious tactics. But other times he's more like a kid. The giant ghost king shook his head. By this point, he actually felt much more comfortable about having Xiaochun around. Although he was a bit frustrating sometimes, that was only because he enjoyed attention. Overall, he wasn't the type of person who would betray others. Besides, everything that he was enjoying now had resulted because of kindness from the giant ghost king. As for how he had secretly begun to act aggressively toward the three great clans, the giant ghost king didn't really care about that at all. It was a minor matter as far as he was concerned. However, he's definitely too lazy when it comes to practicing cultivation. Without some pressure, he won't even go into meditation. He obviously likes to enjoy life. Even the giant ghost king wasn't aware of the fact that, after bringing Xiaochun back to Giant Ghost City, he had begun to treat him differently than others. Meanwhile, in Xiaochun's secluded meditation chamber, he was suppressing all of his pride at his new appointment. His eyes began to grow calm as he looked at the Deva soul in his hand. This is the last Deva soul I need. merge with it, and my 5 elements Deva Soul set will be complete. At that point, I will be able to break through. Eyes shining with excitement, he took the Deva Soul and pushed it into his chest. Rumble. Almost instantly, his aura began to condense in on itself, and his cultivation base began to rotate rapidly. A familiar feeling rose up inside him, making it feel almost as if he were being split into pieces. Even as he sat there cross-legged, after-images appeared around him. At the moment, it looked like his true self was sitting there with 4 other versions of himself in the same spot. Time passed. Slowly but surely, a 5th afterimage appeared, until it was completely clear. Rumbling sounds filled his mind as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then waved his hands through the air. Emerge, my clones. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. 5 clones walked out, surrounding his true self. As they did, incredible pressure weighed down on all 6 versions of Xiaochun. All of his clones were in the great circle of core formation, and together, they could rock early nascent soul stage cultivators. Although he still didn't have his heaven-down nascent soul yet, he was already capable of unleashing heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Next is the heaven-down nascent soul stage, he thought, his eyes shining brightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Heaven-Down Nascent Soul. Chapter 669, Heaven-Down Nascent Soul. Reaching the Heaven-Down Nascent Soul stage was supremely difficult. That difficulty lay in the fact that not only did one have to get 5 Deva Souls, but each of those souls also had to represent a different one of the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Only with a complete set could one succeed. It really was a very difficult matter. In the lands of Heavenspan, Deva Souls were very rare, and it was only by chance that Xiaochun had begun to collect them. He had been given one in the Spirit Stream sect, and then gifted one by Du Lingfei. However, it was only when it came to the 3rd soul that he had been forced to work hard to get it. After putting his life on the line, he got the 3rd soul in the labyrinth, after which he had been teleported deep into the wildlands. Then, to get his 4th Deva Soul, he had risked everything, and also offended the Bai clan. Then came the final soul, which he got only after a long and bitter struggle. Even as he merged with the Deva Soul and formed his 5th clone, he thought back to what had happened recently, and felt lingering fear in his heart. Then he looked around at his 5 clones, took a deep breath, and thought back to the information on the stone stele in the labyrinth, which had described how to break through to the Heaven-Down Nascent Soul stage. Bring all 5 clones into one's body, merge them with the true self. Break out of gold core and into nascent soul. He closed his eyes to concentrate. This matter was of vital importance, and no mistakes could be tolerated. After getting his thoughts in order, his eyes opened again, and they shone with determination. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Let's begin with my metal clone. He unleashed the power of his cultivation base, causing the fluctuations of the great circle of the gold core stage to erupt out. Even as the pressure of his gold core weighed down in the area, Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly, and he looked over at his metal-type Deva Soul clone. The metal-type clone looked over at his true self and gave a slight nod. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he turned into a beam of gold-colored light that shot toward Xiaochun's forehead. As it drew close, it began to crumble into fragments, sending dazzling light out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it merged into Xiaochun's forehead, where it became the power of metal, surging through his body. Rumbling sounds filled his mind, and he began to tremble visibly as he sensed the metal-type power swirl through him and then pound into his gold core. His gold core trembled as an aura appeared therein that could only be described as a mystery within a mystery. It seemed to contain profound levels of life force, which spread out through him and began to transform him. At the same time, golden magical symbol appeared all around his gold core, causing his face to radiate an air of profound holiness. However, before long, the golden magical symbols began to fade away, replaced by a desolate bleakness. It was almost as if the power of metal itself was too strong, and under its pressure, his gold core was beginning to crumble into destruction. In fact, even his chi passageways didn't seem capable of handling that level of metal-type power, and began to fall apart. If things continued on in this fashion, it would only be a few moments before Bai Xiaochun was destroyed in body and soul. In that moment of crisis, Bai Xiaochun's eyes snapped open, revealing a gaze as sharp as a sword, which swiveled onto his fire clone. Vital energy defeats that which is solid. Fire restrains metal. He roared. At the same time, his fire clone's eyes sparkled brightly, bursting into crimson flames that shot toward Bai Xiaochun and merged into his forehead. Instantly, the power of metal within him was restrained as the power of fire coursed through him. The metal-type power in his chi vessels was suppressed, and the power of fire shot toward his gold core. Rumbling could be heard as the power of fire turned into a sea of flames that surrounded his gold core and then began to pour into it. Instantly, the golden magical symbols began to glitter brightly as the power of metal was replaced by the power of fire, making it impossible to harm his gold core. However, although the power of metal had been suppressed, the power of fire was now posing just as much danger to his gold core. In the blink of an eye, his gold core became a fire core, radiating such intense heat that Bai Xiaochun immediately began to sweat. It was as if there were a sea of flames sealed up inside of him that was so powerful it could destroy everything in the area if it exploded out. The sensation of deadly crisis he felt now was no less than before. In fact, it was greater. However, Bai Xiaochun remained calm. Now was not the moment to lose control. Looking over at his water clone, he shouted, "The many defeat the few. Water restrains fire." Rumbling could be heard as his water clone became a stream of blue light, within which was a drop of blue liquid, a drop that seemingly contained unending amounts of water. Within the blink of an eye, the drop of water had reached Bai Xiaochun, and merged into him. As the power of water began to flow through him, it suppressed the power of fire as surely as a bucket of ice-cold water would suppress a spark. Within moments, it was flowing into the fire core, and yet, the sensation of danger was still there. Soon, Bai Xiaochun was filled with the power of water, and it felt as if he were going to be liquefied. It was as if a corrosive force were eating at his bones, filling him with intense pain. At that point, his eyes turned completely bloodshot as he shouted, "The real defeats the illusory. Earth restrains water." His earth clone merged into him, causing earth-type power to spread out through his body. Focus defeats dissemination. Wood restrains earth. Intense rumbling sounds filled him as his wood clone merged into him. As of this moment, he had all 5 types of power inside of him. The power of earth was suppressed, and the power of wood exploded out, transforming his core into a wood core. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't alarmed at all by the danger he felt. Eyes shining with anticipation, he shouted, "The unyielding defeats the soft. Metal restrains wood." As soon as the words left his mouth, the metal-type power which had been suppressed inside his core erupted out, restraining the power of wood. Then, the resurging power of metal was suppressed by the power of fire, which was suppressed by the power of water, which was suppressed by the power of earth, which was suppressed by the power of wood. A perfect cycle was completed inside of Bai Xiaochun's gold core, which began to rotate with the full power of all 5 elements. This was why the Heaven Dao nascent soul required all of the 5 elements Deva souls. With even one missing, no complete cycle would be created, and the person making the cultivation-based breakthrough attempt would be destroyed. Only when the great circle of the 5 elements was completed would a perfect cycle be created. After 9 complete revolutions, Bai Xiaochun let out a howl that could shake heaven and earth. As he did, his cultivation base began to grow with terrifying speed. His gold core shattered, and the resulting pieces rapidly formed together, to form a small person who looked exactly like Bai Xiaochun. That small person was his nascent soul. Its eyes were closed, and it shone with 5 dazzling colors. The power of the 5 elements surged through him, and at the same time, a shocking aura appeared within his nascent soul. If any other nascent soul cultivator were here to witness the spectacle, they would cry out in alarm. After all, when an ordinary cultivator used their own core to form their nascent soul, it would be called a mortal Dao nascent soul. It would be difficult to see clearly, almost as if it were immortal. If someone used Deva beast souls to create a nascent soul, it would be more clearly visible. Furthermore, based on the latent talent and technique practiced by the individual, it would consist of power of one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Furthermore, it would result in a divine light which swirled around the body. Generally speaking, that was the limit. Only the legendary Heaven Dao nascent soul could be considered the perfect and flawless version, as clear as crystal, and filled with the divine light of the 5 elements. Such life essence divine light could not be suppressed by any technique based on the 5 elements. Furthermore, when it was unleashed, it could suppress all other types of nascent souls. Whether they were those of mortal Dao or those created by Deva beast souls, they would all be crushed. Any other cultivator in the same cultivation stage as a Heaven Dao nascent soul expert would be, at best, a third as powerful. In fact, they might even be so weak that they couldn't rotate their cultivation base. There were virtually no such nascent souls in the entire world. This was the Heaven Dao nascent soul. As the nascent soul's eyes opened, a massive clap of thunder rang out in the sky over Giant Ghost City. Cray-a-way-a-wash. In that same moment, a burst of Heaven Dao aura erupted from within by Xiaochun's nascent soul, seemingly in coordination with the heavenly thunder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, Invincible to Mortal Dao Nascent Soul. Chapter 670, Invincible to Mortal Dao Nascent Soul. The Great Circle of the 5 Elements. Heaven Dao Nascent Soul. By Xiaochun was bubbling over with excitement. As his eyes opened, he could feel how his gold core had become a nascent soul. The tiny person that was his nascent soul sat cross-legged, radiating a holy aura and a sensation of the Tao of the heavens. Anyone who could observe this nascent soul would definitely be deeply shocked. Boundless fluctuations rolled out from the nascent soul, surging through his chi passageways, filling him with the indescribable power of his cultivation base. Bai Xiaochun shivered as he looked around to find everything slightly different than before. The world was brighter and more colorful. He felt completely different, as though he had been baptized. In fact, the boundless sensation he now got from his cultivation base reinforced the fact that he was now completely and utterly different from before. In fact, he was now confident that if he met the chief of the Bai clan, he would be able to crush him with a single palm strike. So, this is the Heaven Dao nascent soul stage, huh? In fact, Bai Xiaochun was also excited to realize that, even though it was hard to accept, he was most likely far more powerful than most ordinary nascent soul cultivators. From what he could tell, a mere breath on his part could shake everything in the area, and a glance from his eyes could become corporeal pressure that would suppress anyone he looked at. Most importantly, his divine sense was now completely different from before. It was now connected to his spirit and soul, and made it possible for him to perform minor teleportations. What's the range of my divine sense, I wonder? Even upon simply releasing it, it went out 5 kilometers in every direction. He could sense everything happening within that area. However, he could tell that 5 kilometers was not his limit, and sent out some more divine sense. Rumbling sounds filled him as it shot out to a range of 50 kilometers. Even that didn't seem to be the limit. He was tempted to keep pushing it out further, but in the end, decided not to. After all, he was in the wildlands, and didn't want to push things too far. Restraint was the safest option. So strong, he thought, retracting his divine sense. As of this point, he felt much more powerful in all aspects. However, what got him even more excited than everything so far was that when he probed his own life force, it pulsed with a boundlessness of shocking nature, which immediately pushed him to the brink of losing control of his emotions. My life force, heavens! My longevity, even at this early stage I can tell that I'll be able to live for thousands of years. He was so excited that he was shaking physically. After all, his dream in life was to live forever, and although the dream had not yet been realized, he had just taken a major step in the right direction. The idea of being able to live for thousands of years instantly caused tears of joy to well up in his eyes. Worth it! It was all worth it! Leaping to his feet, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously, dancing up and down in happiness. Just when he was about to go run out and do a few tests to see how strong he was, his expression flickered. Things aren't over yet, he thought. In that moment, he could tell that his transformation was not yet over. His cultivation base had broken through, and yet, he still had another core inside of him that was now breaking apart. It was his undying heavenly king core. This was the core formed by reaching the third level of the undying codex. The power which had slowly been building up in him as he practiced the third level was now causing his undying heavenly king core to break apart. At this point, Xiaochun's eyes shone with bright light. I can borrow the power generated by my cultivation base breakthrough to destroy the shackle of the third level. He quickly settled back down cross-legged. He had pushed his undying hex to the level of the great circle all the way to the point of making contact with the shackle. Now that his cultivation base had broken through, and his undying heavenly king core was falling apart, his life force began to surge with incredible power. Rumble! A tremor ran through him, and he suddenly got the sensation that 3 huge mountains were resting on his shoulders. That indicated that there were 3 shackles remaining, shackles which limited his fleshly body power. Now, with his life force flourishing, and with his core falling apart, it was time to destroy the third mountain and break through that shackle. Creo wash! Rumble! Rumbling sounds filled him as he drew upon his life force and the energy generated by his crumbling undying heavenly king core. It created an indomitable blast of energy that he sent directly toward the shackle. Cracking sounds immediately began to ring out, and he could feel that mountain falling to pieces. As it did, the shackle vanished. He immediately felt much more relaxed than he had ever been before, and at the same time, could sense his fleshly body power soaring upward. Power coursed through him as his battle prowess rapidly increased. He excitedly rose to his feet and took a step forward, whereupon a sonic boom echoed out, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was several dozen meters away. My fleshly body can pierce directly through the air. Spirit soaring, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Moments ago, he hadn't used his nascent soul to teleport, but rather, had pierced through the air with his fleshly body, producing almost exactly the same result. If anyone were here to witness the matter, they would be shocked. After all, when nascent soul experts fought, the fact that they could teleport was vitally important, and was why numerous methods were often employed to prevent teleportations. However, such methods would be useless against Xiaochun. He could use his fleshly body to teleport. As of this moment, he was not powerful in the simplistic sense of the word. He was powerful in a completely flabbergasting fashion. He could crush anyone in the mortal nascent soul stage, no matter what techniques they used against him. In fact, someone with a mortal nascent soul, even one half a step into the Deva realm, could be easily crushed. Even if he met someone who had used Deva beast souls to reach the great circle of the nascent soul stage, he could easily defeat them. It would be the same with someone like that in the mid-nascent soul stage. The only person who might possibly cause a problem for him was someone half a step into the Deva realm, who had reached the great circle of the nascent soul using Deva beast souls, and also had some unique trump cards to use. Xiaochun had never fought with someone who was half a step into the Deva realm and had used Deva beast souls to reach that level. However, he was still confident that he would be able to win against them. Being able to crush someone and simply defeat them were 2 very different things. Crushing someone didn't require a fight, whereas defeating someone did. Furthermore, Xiaochun was currently only in the early nascent soul stage. If he reached the great circle, then he would be even stronger than he was now. I really am too strong. Patting his chest, he probed his cultivation base, heart filling with nearly uncontrollable anticipation. Xiaochun began to laugh loudly at the sensation of being able to look disdainfully out of the corner of his eye at all creation. Swishing his sleeve, he proudly said, "From now on, not a single person under the nascent soul stage will ever dare to raise their voice to me." After reveling in the sensation for a long moment, he took a deep breath and then thought about the fourth level of the Undying Codex, and burning anticipation rose up in his heart. "It's too bad that I don't have any nascent soul level techniques at the moment," he murmured. "But at least I have a fleshly body technique to practice." The fourth level of the Undying Codex is the Undying Bones. With that, he thought back to the introduction of the Undying Codex, which described the 5 levels of skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood. The more he thought about it, the more he anticipated making more progress. After all, the Undying Bones level involved refining all of the bones in one's body. That would lead to increased defenses and greater strength, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering transformation that left him feeling very excited. The Undying Skin focuses on defense. The Undying Flesh is about strength. The Undying Tendons are for speed. And the Undying Bones combine defense and strength together to reach shocking levels. Shaken, he thought back to the information about the Undying Bones, which was broken up into 4 sublevels, each of which was further divided into 9 strata. Tempered bones, powered bones, heavenly bones, undying bones. Tempered bones involve a full transformation of the body, leading to an explosive rise in defenses. Powered bones increase one's overall strength to a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering degree. Heavenly bones fuse strength and defense, making it possible to rock all creation. Last are the Undying Bones. By cultivating to that level, even if your soul perishes, your bones will never cease to exist. The soul can perish, but the bones are undying. That fits perfectly with the technique. The Undying Live Forever technique. I'm practicing the Undying Codex, which focuses on the undying aspects of the Undying Live Forever technique. This train of thought soon led him to the final level of the Undying Codex, the Undying Blood. What pushed him toward the brink of madness was the fact that the description of the Undying Blood had closing words which said, "With 1 drop of blood, the body can be reformed." I definitely have to finish cultivating the Undying Bones. Then I can move on to the Undying Blood. With that, he began to review the secret technique of the Undying Bones. Every level of the Undying Codex came with a unique secret magic. The first 3 were the throat-crushing grasp, the mountain-shaking bash, and the undying hex. All of them had proven to be very useful. Furthermore, as he continued to cultivate the Undying Bones, they would continue to be part of his arsenal. Undying Emperor's Fist. Fleshly body power found its foundation in the bones, and was unleashed through the skin. By blessing that power with secret magic, it became so explosive that it could shake heaven and rock the earth. That incredible power surpassed both the throat-crushing grasp and the mountain-shaking bash. The Undying Bones was another level, and it was the same with the Undying Emperor's Fist. Upon reaching the 3rd stratum of the Tempered Bones level, one could unleash double the base power of the Undying Emperor's Fist. At the Powered Bones level, that power would increase to triple. With Heavenly Bones it was quadruple, and at the Undying Bones level, it was 5 times as powerful. Theoretically speaking, there was actually no limit to how powerful the Undying Emperor's Fist could be. It was only limited by the limitations of the body itself. That was the Undying Emperor's Fist. The secret magic of the 4th level of the Undying Codex. Powerful and magnificent, it could shake all creation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, Cooking Oneself. Chapter 671, Cooking Oneself. The Undying Emperor's Fist. Xiaochun murmured, his emotions surging and his eyes shining. He could already visualize himself, looking down at his opponent disdainfully as he unleashed the Undying Emperor's fist to shocking effect. After a moment, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. On the one hand, the Undying Emperor's fist could be used as a trump card, drawing upon all of the strength in his body, blessing it, and then using that force to destroy everything in his path. On the other hand, after using it, he would be completely drained, and incredibly weak in terms of his fleshly body. For the time being, the Undying Emperor's fist could definitely only be used as a trump card. At the moment, it was not something he could just casually use. Generally speaking, it could only be unleashed after reaching the third stratum of the tempered bones. The fourth level of the Undying Codex, the Undying Bones. To cultivate it, I'll need so much life force it's difficult to even wrap my mind around it. The third level can't even compare to it. It would be much easier back in the Heavenspan River region, where I can concoct medicine. The mere thought of the difficulties involved in cultivating the Undying Live Forever technique left by Xiaochun frowning in anxiety. The wildlands are barren and infertile. I need something that can stand in for life force. After putting some thought into it, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. He considered soul medicines, but although they were used like spirit stones by wildland soul cultivators, they didn't contain much life force. After all, they were concocted using souls. Maybe I could find some common precious materials and then perform tenfold spirit enhancements on them. If I enhanced them high enough, they would eventually have indescribable levels of power. That was the only good idea he had come up with so far. Taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to utilize the methods described in the fourth level of the Undying Codex to cultivate undying bones. Before long, cracking sounds could be heard inside of him. They started out soft, but after enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn, they became so loud that they were like thunder in his ears. From the nature of that sound, it was easy to tell that Bai Xiaochun's bones were undergoing profound transformations. All of his flesh and blood seemed to be quivering, as though incredible pressure were weighing down on them. At the same time, streams of life force power were coursing into his bones. His skeletal system as a whole was like a black hole, emanating a terrifying gravitational force that sucked in all the life force around it. At the same time, drastic transformations occurred. As the process continued, the rumbling sounds grew more intense, and he began to tremble visibly. Sweat even began to pour down him. And then, he gradually realized that his fleshly body was showing signs of withering. As soon as that happened, he opened his eyes and ceased cultivating. His eyes flickered with bright light, and he frowned. I can't keep going. After only 2 incense sticks worth of time, all of the vestiges of life force from the medicinal pills I've consumed over the years were sucked away. Cultivating the undying bones is terrifying. If I had kept going, it would have damaged the very foundations of my life force. Shock still lingered within him as he looked down at his hands, and he suddenly sucked in a breath. I still haven't reached the first stratum of the tempered bones, and yet I can already tell that my defensive capabilities have improved. Although it was obvious to him that he was tempering his bones, it also felt as though he were tempering his body as a whole, and making it more pure. After a moment of thought, he sighed. There was no need to get anxious about the matter. What he needed to do was simply wait until he could find something to stand in for life force, and then resume his cultivation. I can tell that if I had enough life force, then I could actually complete the undying bones in one shot. The obstacle I face now has nothing to do with time spent cultivating, just life force. His eyes glittered brightly for a moment before he calmed himself down again. After checking on his cultivation base, and observing his nascent soul for a bit, his aura was beginning to thrum with fluctuations just like before. I had a bit of control power within my gold core. I wonder why I can't sense it now that my core has become a nascent soul? After some thought, he simply couldn't figure out why that was, except for the possibility that it was connected to his lack of nascent soul level techniques. What a pity! Could it be that my human controlling grand magic has been hidden away somehow? Why can't I feel it? I wonder what other strange things are going to happen now that I'm in the Heaven Down Nascent Soul stage. It really was true that he didn't know much about the Heaven Down Nascent Soul stage. In truth, few people in the world knew about it, other than the celestial. In fact, Bai Xiaochun had the premonition that the miraculous secrets of the Heaven Down Nascent Soul would only be uncovered by contemplation on his part. For now, I just won't worry about my control power or the undying live forever technique. Medicinal pills are too rare in the wildlands. Plus, I don't have any nascent soul techniques. If I want to speed up my cultivation, then there's only one way to do it. His eyes shone brightly as a smile of anticipation appeared on his face. For anyone else, it would be a deadly risk, but for me, it won't be dangerous at all. Most importantly, it will serve to rapidly increase my cultivation base. I can advance by leaps and bounds. In fact, this will be the most rapidly that my cultivation base has ever improved in my entire life. The time has come to perform some spirit enhancements on my nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with determination and didn't contain the slightest bit of hesitation. He waved his finger, and dazzling light shot out as the turtle walk appeared. Thankfully, he had built up quite a stockpile of souls because of all the gifts that he had been given recently. Using them, he was quickly able to create everything from 1 to 14 colored flame. At that point, he closed his eyes and settled his cultivation base. Then, his nascent soul's eyes opened, and he stepped out of his fleshly body in nascent soul form to appear out in the open. He shivered at the sensation of being out in the open as a nascent soul. It was almost as if there were some type of frigid chi in the area that he could only detect as a nascent soul. Actually, nascent souls were particularly sensitive to frigid chi, and reacted to it in much the way that a mortal would react if placed naked into a snowy field. In fact, being in contact with intense frigid chi for too long could cause irreparable damage to nascent souls. Bai Xiaochun could tell that clearly. Actually, there were many things in heaven and earth that could injure and destroy nascent souls, with frigid chi being only one of them. The fleshly body was like a boat, and without that vessel, the nascent soul was like a baby tossed into the ocean. If any other nascent soul cultivator had been present to see Bai Xiaochun bring his nascent soul out into the open, that person would be so shocked they might not believe what they were seeing. Generally speaking, it was impossible for one's nascent soul to emerge after having just stepped into the nascent soul stage. Not even extremely strong nascent soul cultivators could do it. The blow struck to it by the frigid chi that naturally existed in heaven and earth would be too severe. Not even people in the mid-nascent soul stage would do such a thing lightly. And if they did bring their nascent soul out into the open, they wouldn't do so for very long. Only people in the late nascent soul stage, or perhaps those who had reached the Great Circle, would have nascent souls strong enough to bring them out into the open and face the frigid chi of the world. The only people who could ignore such frigid chi were devas. But here Bai Xiaochun was, just having stepped into the nascent soul stage, and already having brought his nascent soul out into the open. Although his nascent soul seemed to be struggling, it wasn't being hurt. Clearly, that was because this was a heaven-down nascent soul. "It's freezing out here," he said through his nascent soul's mouth. Then he turned back to look at his fleshly body, which was a very strange experience. After looking at himself for a moment, he burst into motion, flying over to sit cross-legged in the turtle walk. "So, does this count as cooking myself?" he muttered. Reaching out with his tiny nascent soul hand, he felt at the surface of the walk. "Well, cooking it is. I just need to add some fire." A strange expression could be seen on his face as his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and then he waved his finger. Immediately, the one-colored tongue of flame flew out and merged into the turtle walk. Moments later, a design appeared on the walk that then began to shine with dazzling light. He was confident in what he was doing, but still felt nervous. After all, when all was said and done, he was performing a spirit enhancement on himself. If anything went wrong, Bai Xiaochun could only imagine what it would be like if everyone thought he had been in secluded meditation for too long, and the giant Ghost King finally came and opened up his meditation chamber to find a deliciously stir-fried nascent soul waiting for him. He shivered at the terrifying thought, and even considered flying out of the turtle walk. However, that was when intense rumbling sounds began to echo out. He screamed as silver light rose up, completely inundating him. The energy of heaven and earth erupted from the walk, pouring into his nascent soul. Booming rumbles filled his mind. Eventually, the sounds faded away, and the silver light disappeared. Xiaochun in nascent soul form flew up into the air, looking terrified. Moments ago, he had felt like a rowboat being tossed about on enormous, angry waves. Terrifying. This isn't spirit enhancement, this is playing with death. At this point, he decided that he should just give up. However, when he looked down at his nascent soul, he suddenly realized that there was a silver design on it. Furthermore, his nascent soul seemed somehow different from before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, The Archemperor's Steel Shakes All Creation. Chapter 672, The Archemperor's Steel Shakes All Creation. As of this moment, his nascent soul had matured to a certain extent. Not only was it stronger, it was also much more resilient to the frigid chi of heaven and earth. It was an exhilarating feeling, and was normally the type that would come after spending significant time in secluded meditation, cultivating some powerful technique and constantly performing breathing exercises. And that was the result of a single spirit enhancement. Xiaochun thought back to the feeling of the energy of heaven and earth exploding into him earlier, and then his eyes began to shine with excitement. This really is a secret magic for improving your cultivation base. Pursing his lips in thought, he recalled the information he had come across when he first arrived in the Wildlands, regarding the successor of the Hell Emperor. That was when he had first been introduced to the concept of performing spirit enhancements on nascent souls. According to what people say, if you perform a 15-fold spirit enhancement on your nascent soul, you can break through into the mid-nascent soul stage. An 18-fold enhancement will get you into the late nascent soul stage. A 20-fold enhancement is the Great Circle. There probably isn't even a need to mention the legendary realm of a 21-fold spirit-enhanced nascent soul, which is guaranteed to push you into the Deva realm. Immediately, his excitement began to build. At the same time, he realized that performing spirit enhancements on nascent souls obviously produced different results than with other items. That was clear considering what he had experienced when performing spirit enhancements to a very high level back in the labyrinth. However, nascent souls were unique in heaven and earth, and behaved differently from ordinary objects, so that made sense. Looking down at the 2 to 14 colored flames he had arranged, he realized that his path to the peak of the early nascent soul stage was right in front of him, open and clear. Then he looked back at the turtle walk, and realized that unless the walk somehow suddenly malfunctioned, he had nothing to worry about. Suppressing such worries, he said, there definitely won't be any problems. If I don't do this, I'm gonna regret it. With that, he sent his nascent soul flying back into the turtle walk, where he performed another incantation gesture and pointed out, causing the 2-colored flame to begin another spirit enhancement process. Of course, Xiaochun had no way of knowing that even performing a single spirit enhancement on a nascent soul was a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling accomplishment in the Wildlands. Meanwhile, far, far away, in the very heart of the Wildlands, was a city that vastly surpassed Giant Ghost City in size. It seemed as big as 10 giant ghost cities put together, and was completely golden in color. There was something indescribably noble about it, as though it were connected to the heavens. The sky above the city was filled with auspicious clouds, among which dragons danced, dragons that occasionally cast intimidating glances at the people below. This city was the most important location in the Wildlands. It was Archemperor's City. In the eastern part of Archemperor's City was an enormous public square, fully 30,000 meters from one side to the other. In the very middle of that square was a huge stone stele, exactly 2,700 meters tall, green in color, and surrounded by soft, glowing light. It was a light that seemed so enduring that no divine ability in the world could make it go dark. It was as if, as long as heaven and earth existed, that light could not be destroyed. It was even capable of benefiting the cultivation base of anyone who basked within it. At the moment, roughly 80 names were visible on the surface of the stone stele. Those names were written in precise and clear fashion, and were the names of various chosen heroes, all of them extremely famous, the type who everyone in the Wildlands had heard of and talked about. They were essentially household names. That stone stele was none other than the Hell Emperor stele. And as for those names, they were the candidates in the running to be the successor of the Hell Emperor. When the allotted time for the competition to become the successor ended, then whoever occupied first place on that list would be the successor. Because of how important that competition was, everyone in the Wildlands was very interested in the names on the list. Currently, the first name on the list was Gong Sun Yi, and next to it, a number could be seen, 7. That meant that this Gong Sun Yi had already performed a 7-fold spirit enhancement on his nascent soul. To perform 7 spirit enhancements on a nascent soul, and live through it, was a fundamentally heaven-defying matter. Countless people had been shaken by the matter. Second on the list was someone named Zhou Hong, whose nascent soul had a 6-fold spirit enhancement. 1. The person in third place had a 5-fold enhancement. Going down the list, the numbers dropped down all the way into the ones. Unless something unexpected happened, it seemed obvious that Gong Sun Yi would become the successor of the Hell Emperor. After all, not even Zhou Hong seemed willing to go past a 7-fold spirit enhancement. That was no surprise, since the success rate was extremely low, and a failure would lead to death. Because of the list of names on the Hell Emperor stele, and the glowing light which surrounded it, there were always soul cultivators gathered in the area. Not only could they improve their cultivation base because of the light, they also could study the names on the list at the same time. The name list wasn't static. New names would occasionally pop up, and sometimes names would fade away. Obviously, the names that disappeared represented people who had attempted a spirit enhancement on their nascent soul, only to fail and perish. As for the new names, they always caused a stir. Of course, the stir for a new name usually wasn't very much to speak about. After all, new names usually came with only a single spirit enhancement. The only thing that would cause a true commotion was when someone broke into the top 10. However, on this day, something completely unexpected happened with one of the new names on the list. The first person to notice the new name was a middle-aged soul cultivator who happened to be a member of the giant Ghost Legion forces that were stationed in Archemperor City. Only a few years before, he had been part of the army that fought the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect at the Great Wall. However, by this point, the cultivators of the giant Ghost Legion had all been recalled to Archemperor City for rest and recovery. At the moment, they were waiting for deployment orders to go back to the Great Wall. That middle-aged soul cultivator was seated cross-legged some distance away from the stone stele, doing breathing exercises. As usual, he was looking at the name list on the stone stele, when suddenly, his jaw dropped as he noticed a new name at the very end of the list. At first, a blank expression could be seen on the man's face, but then his eyes widened, and his aura began to surge unstably. This. What he was seeing seemed completely preposterous, and he was actually convinced that he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes a few times, and then he looked over again. At that point, he simply wasn't able to hold back from crying out at the top of his lungs. By Xiaochun. His cry instantly broke the silence in the area of the stone stele. Countless soul cultivators who were practicing cultivation in the area opened their eyes. Most of them seemed confused. The name by Xiaochun seemed familiar, but at first, many couldn't place it. However, many of them clearly recognized the name, and were instantly shaken. Then, people look over to see what the middle-aged soul cultivator was looking at, whereupon more shouts of astonishment filled the air. By Xiaochun? How is that even possible? By Xiaochun. I remember. He's a major general from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's Great Wall. He's that shameless bastard who figured out how to detonate pill furnaces. It's him. I knew that name sounded familiar. Senior Red Dust personally offered a bounty of a Deva soul for his head. He's in first place on the execution list. All of the soul cultivators were shaken, and soon, as their cries of astonishment rang out, more people heard, leading to even more unsightly expressions. Originally, Bai Xiaochun's name was not very widely known in the wildlands. However, after the giant Ghost Legion's recent attack on the Great Wall, his name became the talk of the army, and from there, spread out into all of the wildlands. He had defeated the giant Ghost Legion over and over again. He had inflicted heavy casualties on the vengeful soul forces of the wildlands. He had not only led the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect's forces to victories on the Great Wall, but his methods had been spread to the other 3 river source sects, leading to similar victories on other stretches of the Great Wall. Because of that, the wildlands had suffered defeat after defeat, which was completely unprecedented. Exploding pill furnaces. Driving beasts to madness. Soul convergence pills. Any one of those tactics would have shaken the wildlands. Then there was the reward being offered for Bai Xiaochun's head, which skyrocketed to such heights that everyone in the wildlands was flabbergasted. Furthermore, his rank of Major General had been achieved by brazenly trampling the wildlanders underfoot with impunity, but because he had eventually gone missing, people started to forget about him. But now, his name had appeared on the Hell Emperor stele, causing instant chaos in the area. Countless eyes came to be fixed on the name list, where there, right out in the open for everyone to see, was Bai Xiaochun's name. It was not Bai Hao, it was Bai Xiaochun. 3 characters made up his name, and right next to it was the number 1, indicating that he had performed a single spirit enhancement on his nascent soul. It's Bai Xiaochun. He's in the wildlands. And he's not dead. This is too important. Hurry up and report the matter. People immediately began to take out bone slips and send messages to their superiors. It didn't take long for all of Arch-Emperor City to be completely shaken. 1. Trivia point, there was already a character named Zhou Hong in AWE, written with the exact same Chinese characters too. He was mentioned a couple of times in the early chapters as a chosen in the Spirit Stream sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, Crazed by a Rise in the Rankings. Chapter 673, Crazed by a Rise in the Rankings. As word spread through Arch-Emperor City, everyone who got the news was stunned. For many, it took some thought to recall why the name seemed familiar, and some even had to ask around. In the end, though, everyone was shocked. Of course, there were some people who instantly recalled all sorts of things when they heard the name. Devil Bai has appeared. So, he's not dead after all. Not only is he here in the wildlands, he's actually in the nascent soul stage. Damn it. This is outright provocation. Bald-faced mockery. There's no way Devil Bai doesn't know about what happens when you perform a spirit enhancement on a nascent soul. He obviously did this all on purpose to make sure we knew he had come. Arch-Emperor City in general was shaken, but even more so was the giant Ghost Legion. Countless shouts of rage could be seen as people raced over to the Hell Emperor stele. Of course, not everyone in Arch-Emperor City was very impressed with Bai Xiaochun's name. Many thought the stories were exaggerations, and that a person like him wasn't worthy of the commotion. This is outrageous. I can't believe that Bai Xiaochun is being so pretentious. How arrogant. How imperious. Humph. Those are just stories, right? I refuse to believe that this Bai Xiaochun is as important as people say he is. He's a nobody. Obviously the giant Ghost Legion just wanted to come up with a reason for why they got defeated so handily. The fact that the other 3 sects on the Great Wall are using the same tactics just goes to show that Heavenspan Island arranged it all. Regardless of the specific reactions, though, the entire city was shaken. Generally speaking, the commotion would have died down fairly quickly, and things would have gone back to normal. But then, something else happened that no one was expecting. Even as everyone was looking at Bai Xiaochun's name, his name vanished from last place and then reappeared in the top 20. Next to his name was no longer the number 1, but instead, 2. All eyes went as wide as saucers, and yet, before anyone even had a chance to cry out in shock, Bai Xiaochun's name vanished again. This time, it moved up to 15th place, and the number 3 could now be seen next to it. And things weren't over yet. Bai Xiaochun's name vanished again, then reappeared in 8th place. At that point, the number next to his name was 4. Moments later, it shot up to 4th place, with a 5-fold spirit enhancement. Countless gasps of shock could be heard. However, the crowd was being filled with so much pent-up shock that eventually, they couldn't keep it in. Heavens! A 5-fold spirit enhancement. How is this Bai Xiaochun doing this? Everyone was completely stunned, battered by waves of astonishment, their minds spinning at what they were witnessing. Immediately, people began to send word to their friends and superiors. Before, only a few people had been stunned by the mere mention of Bai Xiaochun's name, with many people believing his reputation to be exaggerated. However, in the briefest of moments, he went all the way to 4th place on the Hell Emperor Stele, with a 5-fold enhanced nascent soul. Instantly, the people who had believed the stories to be exaggerated were left gasping in shock. What? He performed a 5-fold spirit enhancement on his nascent soul that quickly. What's going on with this devil Bai? How is he doing this so quickly? I can't believe he's so reckless. Is he tired of living? The waves of astonishment that rocked Arch-Emperor's city only continued to grow more intense. Every group and organization within the city heard of the matter, and reacted with complete incredulity. At the same time, more and more people began to fly over to the Hell Emperor Stele. There were also numerous streams of divine sense that converged on the area. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was in nascent soul form in his secluded meditation chamber in Giant Ghost City, looking very pleased as he sat there cross-legged in the turtle walk. Ha ha ha. I love this type of cultivation. This is how things should be done. The nascent soul Bai Xiaochun's eyes twinkled, and his aura surged with excitement. Not only did his nascent soul now have 5 silver designs on it, but he could also clearly sense how much stronger he was. I feel like I just spent a whole 60-year cycle in secluded meditation. After a bout of hearty laughter, he licked his lips and waved his finger at the nearby 6-colored flame. The flame flew over into the turtle walk, whereupon rumbling sounds could be heard, and another silver design appeared. He had performed another spirit enhancement. 6, 7, 8. Without pausing for a moment, he performed 3 enhancements in a row. By this point, 8 dazzling designs could be seen on his nascent soul, which thrummed with boundless power. Swirling colors could be seen inside of it, and at the same time, the frigid chi of heaven and earth was like nothing. Strong. So strong. Filled with excitement, he waved at the 9-colored flame. Moments later, a 9th silver design could be seen on his nascent soul. However, things weren't over yet. Heart-pounding, Bai Xiaochun began the 10th spirit enhancement. Dazzling silver light shone out from the turtle walk as a 10th design appeared. Bai Xiaochun could tell that his nascent soul was growing stronger and stronger, leaving him trembling with joy. He had often pondered how amazing it would be to become so powerful, but had never experienced the feeling. Now he was. Of course, to the people in Arch-Emperor City, the fact that Bai Xiaochun was performing one spirit enhancement after another on his nascent soul had them all scared out of their minds. They felt like one bolt of heavenly lightning after another was slamming into their brains. They watched as Bai Xiaochun's name went from 4th place to 3rd, and then from 3rd to 2nd. Then, without even stopping, it reached 1st place. Bai Xiaochun had performed an 8-fold spirit enhancement on his nascent soul. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. After all, what he was doing was not beyond the realm of what was clearly possible. But then, the number 9 appeared next to his name, and then 10. The soul cultivators were all shaken to the ultimate degree, to the point where it felt like they were in an out-of-body experience. He was performing spirit enhancements on a nascent soul, which was completely different than performing enhancements on magical items. If a magical item was destroyed, you could get a new one. But if you failed in a spirit enhancement on your nascent soul, you would be killed permanently. The Hell Emperor could have the audacity to require his successor perform spirit enhancements on their nascent soul. But to ordinary soul cultivators, that action was simply risking one's life. A single spirit enhancement was something many people could accept, and potentially a second or third. But any higher than that, and the failure rates were simply too dangerous. What everyone was witnessing here was simply a miracle. It was something the likes of which had never been heard of in the wildlands. It was complete madness. He went from 1 all the way up to 10. And he didn't die. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? Does he have a death wish or something? Not a single person was left unshaken. From their perspective, Xiaochun was toying with his life in an act of complete insanity. Never had anyone dared to enhance their nascent soul in such fashion. Meanwhile, in 9 Serenity's city, in a smaller palace adjacent to the royal palace, an enraged roar echoed out. Then, a tall, slender young man burst out from inside the palace. His handsome features were twisted with fury as he raged. Xiaochun, I, Zhou Hong, put my life on the line to perform a 6-fold spirit enhancement on my nascent soul. How could you possibly dare to perform a 10-fold enhancement? How come you didn't die? Bitterness filled Zhou Hong's heart. Originally, his only goal had been to overtake Gongsun Yi, and he had been fairly confident in being able to do so. At worst, he would at least match Gongsun Yi's accomplishments. But as soon as he got news that Xiaochun had appeared and performed a 10-fold spirit enhancement, his hopes were dashed. You must be using some trick to do it. Otherwise, there's no way you could succeed. Men, go out and search the wildlands. Find out where Xiaochun is. Find him. In response to Zhou Hong's words, 9 Serenity's city was thrown into a stir, and his orders were instantly carried out. Of course, the reason for all that was that Zhou Hong was heir apparent in the city. Similar scenes played out in other parts of the wildlands, both in the necromancer clans, and in other places that were home to people on the Hell Emperor Steele's name list. Everyone was trying to guess where Xiaochun might be, and countless people began to search for him. In one of the 4 kingly cities, War Champion City, a thatched cottage could be seen atop a lonely mountain. Within that cottage sat a young man with sword-like eyebrows and eyes that shone like stars. Everyone who knew him personally was used to the placid, arrogant expression that he usually wore. However, as of this moment, his face was ashen, and his eyes glittered with disbelief. Xiaochun, he murmured. A moment later, he looked down at the bone slip he held in his hand, and a defiant gleam appeared in his eyes. This young man was the only son of the most powerful among the kings, the War Champion King. He was Gongsun Yi, the second most powerful person in his generation in the wildlands, right behind Mistress Red Dust. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, A Huge Sensation. Chapter 674, A Huge Sensation. 9 Serenity's city and War Champion City weren't the only 2 cities to be completely shaken. Spirit Advent City was also thrown into a huge commotion. However, there were simply too many heirs to the throne there. In fact, there were more than 10,000 people who could claim a connection to the royal bloodline. Although some among those heirs could be considered chosen, none of them were as spectacular as Gongsun Yi or Zhou Hong. It was actually one of the young women in the city who was the most famous. When news reached Giant Ghost City about what was happening in Arch-Emperor City, and that Xiaochun had appeared, it also caused a huge commotion. Of course, Xiaochun was unaware of that. His nascent soul sat giddily in the turtle walk, feeling extremely pleased with how this session of cultivation was going. Eyes sparkling, he waved his finger at his 11-colored flame. Had ha! Let's keep going. With that, the turtle walk began to shine with brilliant light again. However, this time it wasn't silver light, but rather, golden. Moments later, the 10 silver designs on his nascent soul vanished, replaced by a single golden design. Instantly, his nascent soul grew a bit larger, causing Bai Xiaochun to gasp. Remembering that transformations would usually occur after a 10-fold spirit enhancement, he suddenly felt uneasy. My nascent soul isn't going to change appearance, is it? He watched nervously as the golden light faded away, and then inspected his nascent soul. When he found that there were no fundamental changes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even stronger than before. Based on how things are going, it seems that a 14-fold spirit enhancement will be the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Normally speaking, even if I had some incredible techniques to use, I would need more than 100 years to do that. With those thoughts on his mind, he concluded that this was an opportunity that could not be passed up. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to work on the 12-fold spirit enhancement. Rumbling could be heard as a second golden design appeared on his nascent soul, and yet, he didn't stop there. Soon, a third and fourth design could be seen. A feeling of explosive strength filled his nascent soul along with the fourth golden design. Now he had the feeling that with a bit more effort, he could break through from the early to the mid-nascent soul stage. However, he wasn't prepared to do that at the moment. At this point, he had no choice but to stop. With that, he opened his eyes and looked down at his nascent soul. The difference between his nascent soul now and how it had been at the beginning was vast. I've reached my limit, murmured. However, once I perform a 15-fold spirit enhancement, then I'll break through into the mid-nascent soul stage. Even as he spoke, his nascent soul flew back into his fleshly body. When the fourth golden design appeared on his nascent soul, the number 14 appeared next to the name by Xiaochun on the Hell Emperor's stele back in Archemperor City. When that happened, the observing soul cultivators were stunned to the ultimate degree. None of them could even imagine what would happen if the successor of the Wildlands Hell Emperor turned out to be Bai Xiaochun. It seemed almost too preposterous to consider. And yet, by this point, there didn't seem to be any suspense at all regarding what would happen in the end. It was at that exact same moment that the explosive aura of a deva suddenly rose up within Archemperor City. Brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth, and the huge dragons in the clouds above were clearly taken aback as a woman flew up from the giant ghost legion. She was beautiful and curvaceous, and yet possessed a murderous aura that was terrifying to the extreme. Furthermore, her eyes were filled with killing intent and madness. She was none other than Mistress Red Dust. Her cultivation base had long since recovered, but she had remained in secluded meditation, and was unaware of anything that was happening on the outside. However, her subordinates and high-ranking officers knew of her enmity with Bai Xiaochun, and therefore, had passed the news along to her. When she heard what the damnable, detestable Bai Xiaochun had done, it drove her into near madness. She flew at top speed to the Hell Emperor's stele, where she glared at the name in first place, her body trembling and her murderous aura surging. When people realized that Mistress Red Dust had arrived, they bowed their heads and clasped hands in respect. Everyone knew that despite the fact that she had only recently become the newest deva of the generation, her battle prowess was far beyond ordinary. Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun. A very grim expression could be seen on her face, and her eyes shone with cold light. As of this moment, she knew that Bai Xiaochun must have reached the heaven-down nascent soul stage. Anger burning, she pulled out a jade slip to send a message to her subordinates and officers. Pay any price to find Bai Xiaochun. I want him alive. The army responded instantly. Soldiers began to rush to and fro within the army camp, issuing orders in preparation to follow Mistress Red Dust's orders and find Bai Xiaochun. In another location in Archemperor City was a young woman who, like everyone else, was paying close attention to the situation with the Hell Emperor stele. Unlike Mistress Red Dust, there was no icy coldness in her eyes, only anxiety and concern. She was none other than Chen Manyao from the River-Defying sect. She was a wildlander, and her master was a very important person, giving her a unique status in Archemperor's city. However, she would never be able to forget everything which had occurred in the River-Defying sect, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, or the boat that had sailed across the Heavenspan Sea. In the years in which she had been back in the wildlands, she had often thought back to the familiar faces she remembered from the past. More often than anyone, she thought of Bai Xiaochun. Back when she'd first heard that he had gone missing, she had assumed that he was dead, and had slipped into disconsolate melancholy. But now, his name had appeared on the stone stele, causing her eyes to sparkle with dazzling light. "Where are you, Xiaochun?" Within the imperial palace in Archemperor's city was the Grand Heaven Master, the very same man who had ordered the Archemperor to go into secluded meditation. He was the only person other than the Archemperor who actually held power over the various officials in the dynasty. All of a sudden, the Grand Heaven Master opened his eyes. In that instant, the huge dragons in the air above the city trembled, and all of the powerful experts in the city shivered and retracted their divine sense, fearful of doing anything to offend the Grand Heaven Master. The Grand Heaven Master's eyes immediately pierced through all creation to land on the Hell Emperor stele, and the name that occupied the first place position. A moment later, he looked away, and then issued a new order. "Find Bai Xiaochun and bring him to me." The orders came out, not from the Grand Heaven Master, but rather, under the auspices of the current Archemperor himself. Because of that, even the four heavenly kings had no choice but to acknowledge them. Before long, everyone in the wildlands was searching for Bai Xiaochun. Around that time, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, causing the entire secluded meditation chamber to fill with something like the crackle of lightning. At the same time, the pressure of the nascent soul stage erupted out from him. He took a deep breath, a look of delight on his face as he performed a quick inspection of himself. Sure enough, he was in the great circle of the early nascent soul stage, and his nascent soul had 4 golden designs on it. There was no way for him to hold back his pride as he swished his sleeve to open the door of the meditation chamber. Then he swaggered out in grand fashion. Even as he was considering going to show off a bit and make sure everyone knew that he was no longer in core formation, he sent out his divine sense to find that there was a huge commotion going on around him. He could hear people discussing a certain matter, a matter that instantly got him quivering in fear. His previous grandiosity immediately vanished, and all joy evaporated, replaced by alarm and terror. "Did you hear? Bai Xiaochun showed up." "What, you don't know who Bai Xiaochun is? Well, let me tell you, He performed a 14-fold spirit enhancement on his nascent soul. That's totally crazy. He must have done it with some powerful magical treasure. The Archemperor issued orders that everyone in the wildlands is supposed to find him and capture him alive. Well, it can't really be any other way. If he ended up becoming the successor of the Hell Emperor, it would be like some gigantic joke." When Bai Xiaochun heard what people were talking about, the blood drained from his face, and he almost fell over on his face because of the fear. He staggered backward, suddenly recalling a key piece of information that had slipped his mind. Anyone who performed a spirit enhancement on their nascent soul would have their name put on display on the Hell Emperor stele. This is big, he thought. Already, regret was welling up in his heart as he wondered how much of a deadly disaster he had brought upon himself. Heart pounding with anxiety, he quickly abandoned any ideas of showing off. He also decided that under no circumstances would he let anyone check his nascent soul. Thankfully, because of all the spirit enhancements he had performed, it was extremely powerful. Although people would now be able to sense that he was in the nascent soul stage, they wouldn't be able to see any of the details of his nascent soul. With a bit of adjustment with his mask, he made it seem like, instead of being in the great circle of the early nascent soul stage, he had actually just made a breakthrough. Even as he did that, several beams of light appeared, patrolling soul cultivators of the city guard. They clasped hands and bowed to him, then one of them said, His Highness the King issued orders that after emerging from secluded meditation, Major Domo Bai is to go see him immediately. Ha! Bai Xiaochun blurted, shivering and heart-pounding. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, The Old Pervert. Chapter 675, The Old Pervert. The mere thought of the giant Ghost King's stern, threatening features, and the profound gleam that was always present in his eyes, which made it seem like he could peer deep into one's mind, caused Bai Xiaochun to shiver. I'm finished. Kaput. Deep regret filled his heart, and realized that he really should not have gone and performed spirit enhancements on his nascent soul. The entire world knew what had occurred, and the mere thought of that left him weak in the knees. And then he contemplated the potential consequences of his actions, and his heart began to race. Thankfully, he was wearing his mask, and also had years of experience living undercover. Although he feared death as much as he always had, he had long since become an absolute master at keeping up an act. The giant Ghost King probably doesn't know my real identity. If he did, he wouldn't just send a message summoning me to a meeting. My mask is incredible, so there's no way anybody can sense my cultivation base fluctuations. Inwardly, he was grasping at every possible straw to comfort himself, but on the outside, he seemed completely calm. Keeping his hands clasped behind his back, he gave a slight nod to the city guards, and then flew with them toward the royal palace. Along the way, his facial expression remained completely normal. However, inside, his mind raced as he tried to figure out why the giant Ghost King might have summoned him. In the end, he was 90% confident that it was just a coincidence, and had nothing to do with his true identity. Although that made him feel a bit better, there was still a 10% chance that he was in grave danger. As a result, he couldn't wipe the worry away completely. He simply had to force himself to remain calm, and keep his expression neutral as he followed the guards toward the palace. The guards treated Bai Xiaochun very respectfully. Upon reaching a certain point, they clasped hands and departed, leaving Bai Xiaochun standing in front of the royal palace. A moment later, he strode inside, and the first thing he heard was the voice of Duke Deathcrier. Your Highness, the Ghost King orchid has not yet begun to bloom. Furthermore, the Grand Heaven Master made it clear to me that he will not open the necromancer kettle for us alone. Next came the giant Ghost King's voice. Go back to the Grand Heaven Master and tell him that the giant Ghost King agrees to owe him a big favor. Yes, Your Highness. I'll go arrange things right away. A very solemn expression could be seen on Duke Deathcryer's face as he clasped hands and bowed to the giant Ghost King. After turning around to leave, he saw Bai Xiaochun entering the palace, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Giving a quick nod to Bai Xiaochun, he left. Bai Xiaochun hurried over to the throne, doing his best to keep his anxiety under control. Once in front of the giant Ghost King, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. My respects, Your Highness. The giant Ghost King wore a grim expression on his face, as if he were wrestling with some important matter. When he looked over at Bai Xiaochun, a faint expression of surprise could be seen on his face. You made a breakthrough? At first, a look of praise could be seen in his eyes, but after a moment, it turned into something more like suspicion. He was an experienced and shrewd person, with exceptional insight, and had picked up on Bai Xiaochun's nervousness. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had always been nervous in his presence. The difference was that, in the past, he never did anything to cover it up, whereas now, he was. The giant Ghost King's eyes flickered. Bai Xiaochun could immediately see the suspicion in the giant Ghost King's eyes, and it caused his heart to leap into his throat with the realization that he had slipped up. Considering his personality, the fact that he had just made a cultivation-based breakthrough meant that he shouldn't be walking around looking calm. His heart began to race, and his nervousness mounted. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, and he instantly made his decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he made himself seem even more nervous, so nervous that he even seemed scared. In fact, he averted his gaze so that he wasn't looking at the giant Ghost King. The giant Ghost King looked at him silently, and as he did, vast pressure began to build up in the grand hall. Bai Xiaochun slowly began to tremble visibly, and sweat began to pour down him. It almost seemed like he couldn't control himself, which was actually the case. He actually felt as if so much pressure was weighing down on him that he might be crushed into powder. As the pressure built, Bai Xiaochun finally moaned, "Your Highness, your humble servant made a grave error. I didn't want to do it. But the thing is that the three great clans really do have it out for me. If it weren't for the fact that your humble servant has such an impressive title, I think my poor little life would already have been exterminated. By the way, the Bai clan hates me especially deeply. Therefore, your humble servant felt he had no other option. Despite the fact that your Highness had other plans for the three clans, your humble servant secretly instructed certain people to go cause problems for them." By this point, Bai Xiaochun really looked like he was about to weep from fear. The giant Ghost King's eyes widened. He had long since learned of the fact that Bai Xiaochun had sent people to put pressure on the three great clans. Therefore, this display of nervousness put him right in the middle of laughter and tears. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun misunderstood why he had been summoned, and had thus begun to grow nervous. "Enough with the histrionics," the giant Ghost King said, glaring at Bai Xiaochun. His glare instantly caused Bai Xiaochun to calm down inside. Externally, though, he looked up at the giant Ghost King with glistening eyes. The giant Ghost King could tell that Bai Xiaochun felt wronged, but decided to simply ignore it. "Voice casual," he said, "I summoned you here today because of some orders that came down from the Arch-Emperor. An arrest warrant has been issued for Bai Xiaochun, Major General from the Great Wall and cultivator from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. I'm entrusting the matter to you. If Bai Xiaochun appears in the territory I control, you will be sent to arrest him." A serious expression appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. Without the slightest hesitation, he stuck his chest out and loudly replied, "Fear not, your Highness. It was on my path to Giant Ghost City that I heard about this Bai Xiaochun. HMMMPHH. If Devil Bai dares to appear near Giant Ghost City, then your humble servant will apprehend him immediately." His words were spoken with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron, and caused the giant Ghost King to nod in satisfaction. It's not really a big deal, to tell the truth. Unless he actually shows up, just forget about it. However, if you do run into him, be careful. Thankfully, you've made a cultivation base breakthrough, so that will help to some degree. The giant Ghost King then went on to offer a few more warnings and exhortations about the matter. "Your Highness, when it comes to my cultivation base breakthrough, I have you to thank. If it weren't for your insistence that I go into secluded meditation, your humble servant would not have succeeded. Your Highness, you truly are divine and mighty, matchless through eternity. The words you spoke to me were like a mystical elixir that pushed me to new heights. Your Highness, I do hope that you summon me more often for audiences, that thusly, my cultivation base can continue to improve with rapid speed." Bai Xiaochun didn't seem embarrassed at all to have so instinctively launched into a bout of flattery. The giant Ghost King snorted in response to Bai Xiaochun's words, but inside, actually felt a twinge of pleasure. After all, he couldn't forget about how Bai Hao had the audacity to slap him across the side of the head and act in wildly presumptuous fashion. Therefore, this complete reversal was quite pleasing. After all, he was a mighty demigod, the type of person who could control every matter around him. If he wanted to, he could forgive anyone of anything. All of the karma had been resolved. In fact, after his cultivation base was restored, a mere thought on his part had retrieved all of the magical items he'd handed over. Everyone respected power, and as for this Bai Hao, even if he got stronger than he was, he would still be at the giant Ghost King's beck and call. Therefore, to hear a bit of flattery from him was quite pleasing to the ear. In terms of the fact that Bai Xiaochun had formed his nascent soul without any problems, the giant Ghost King wasn't interested in prying, nor did he even think to connect him with the wanted fugitive Bai Xiaochun. It wasn't that the giant Ghost King wasn't quick-witted about such things, it was more that Bai Hao had a very clear and well-known background. Therefore, there was no reason to link him to Bai Xiaochun. Although the timing was a bit odd, the giant Ghost King knew that since this Bai Hao had received a drop of his own soul blood, that would also make it much easier for him to form a nascent soul. As one of the giant Ghost King's subordinates, Bai Hao's power came from the good graces of the king, and for him to get stronger was naturally a good thing. The giant Ghost King didn't even bother to look into the matter of the little turtle. After their conversation was done, the giant Ghost King waved his hand to dismiss Bai Xiaochun. At this point, Bai Xiaochun was sighing with relief in his heart. Backing up respectfully, he was just preparing to leave when he decided that he needed to make his act even more convincing. Looking over his shoulder, he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but then held back. The giant Ghost King noticed, and said, "What's wrong now? Your Highness, might it be a good idea to go put a bit more pressure on the three great clans?" From the look in his eye, Bai Xiaochun seemed like he simply wasn't willing to drop the matter. The giant Ghost King looked at him grimly for a moment. The truth was that he really did have some special plans in mind for the three great clans. After all, the fact that the incarcerated patriarchs of the Bai and Shen clans had Deva realm cultivation bases was of importance to him. Furthermore, the giant Ghost King knew that if the three great clans fell, other clans would rise in their place, and he didn't really feel like dealing with weak, rising powers like that. However, after Bai Xiaochun made his suggestion, the giant Ghost King thought about it for a moment, and then recalled the scene of being chased by those three clans. You really were wronged in all of this. Those three clans have been around for thousands of years, and have deep reserve savings. Perhaps that is what gave them the courage to rebel. With that, he gave Bai Xiaochun a meaningful look. Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback, but after analyzing the king's words, his eyes began to shine. Then his heart began to pound as he realized that when the giant Ghost King said deep reserve savings, he most likely meant that the three great clans were extremely rich. Furthermore, that indicated that the king was hinting that he should go shake them down? Was this his reward for risking life and limb for the giant Ghost King? Although he was excited by the prospect, he decided that he should probably double-check that his understanding was correct. Fear not, Your Highness. My eyes are as sharp as swords. It doesn't matter how deep the reserve savings of the three great clans are, your humble servant will see to the bottom of everything. The giant Ghost King didn't respond at all, and in fact, even closed his eyes. Inwardly, he was pleased that Bai Xiaochun could pick up on the meaning of his words. Bai Xiaochun was immediately enthused by the giant Ghost King's reaction, and that it indicated his implicit agreement. When Bai Xiaochun thought back to how the clans had chased him down, and how he had suddenly risen up in the world, his excitement began to build. A shakedown. I've never done anything like that. How exciting to be able to go shake down an enemy. However, considering the fact that the giant Ghost King didn't issue official orders, it indicates that he wants me to keep things low-key. Clenching his fists excitedly, he turned and walked out of the grand hall. Even as he walked out, though, the lounging giant Ghost King casually murmured, "The Chen clan is particularly vile. Especially their clan chief. He always gets lucky with the women, and yet he dared to forge a taboo banner, humph." Although he spoke nearly under his breath, his words reached Bai Xiaochun's as clear as day. In response, Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and he even stopped walking. Eyes turning up in thought, he realized that there were two aspects to what the giant Ghost King had said that were important. The first was about the taboo banner, and the second was when he said lucky with the women. As the wheels in his head turned, he murmured to himself, "That old pervert." Then, face beaming with righteousness, he pretended to have not heard, and strode out of the hall. After he left, the giant Ghost King sat there on his throne, the 5 fingers of his right hand tapping each other as he calculated something. A moment later, he frowned and murmured, "I'm still not exactly sure of the timing." However, based on the date, the Ghost King orchid in the necromancer kettle should be just about ready to bloom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Shakedown. Chapter 676, Shakedown. After emerging from the Grand Hall, Xiaochun looked over in the direction of the three great clans, and an expression of scorn could be seen on his face. Although there were no truly deep grudges between him and the clans, they had attempted to kill him over and over again. Back when he had been a prison guard, it had been impossible to seek revenge, and even less so after he became a prisoner. But now things were different. He was Major Domo of Giant Ghost City, acting on behalf of the king. "Summon Heavenly Marquis Chen-hai," he said with the swish of a sleeve. Instantly, the nearby city guards rushed off to carry out his orders. Afterward, he stood there outside of the Grand Hall, looking up into the sky, his hands clasped behind his back as he waited for Chen-hai to arrive. As he was waiting, he pulled out a jade slip to send a message to Zhou Yixing. "Have your people keep an eye on all of the three of the great clans for me? Don't worry, milord. I'll take care of everything. By the way, the people in the Qin clan are frightened out of their minds." After hearing the response, Xiaochun gave a few more instructions, then closed his eyes and stood there waiting. Before long, a beam of light appeared off in the distance, within which could be seen a pudgy, middle-aged man. He was one of the 4 heavenly marquises who had not participated in the rebellion. He was also the one who had given Xiaochun a mansion, as well as a large number of other valuable gifts. As soon as Chen-hai saw Xiaochun standing there outside of the royal palace, a serious expression appeared on his face. Clasping hands and bowing, he said, "What are your orders, Major Domo Bai?" "Heavenly Marquis Chen, gather your men. You're taking a little trip with me." Xiaochun had served as a major general in the army, so when he spoke now, it was with a grand dignity that left Chen-hai feeling shaken. After looking from Xiaochun to the royal palace and then back, he voiced his assent. Without the slightest hesitation, he issued orders to the soul cultivators under his command, and before long, a force of 20,000 men had gathered. At that point, Xiaochun and Chen-hai, followed by the small army, flew out of Giant Ghost City, but everyone in the city was shaken by the sight, especially when they realized that the 20,000 soul cultivators were heading in the direction of one of the 3 great clans, the Kai clan. As of that point, everyone knew what was going on: revenge. The army of 20,000 soul cultivators radiated killing intent as they flew along. Xiaochun was in the lead position, his hands clasped behind his back, an arrogant expression on his face. All of a sudden, he felt like he was back at the Great Wall, a mighty major general with subordinates who would jump to heed his every command. Chen-hai was right there next to him. Sticking his thumbs up approvingly, he said, "Excellent work, Bai, old pal. You're truly a dragon amongst men. Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of people throughout the years who really bungle things up when they suddenly rise to power. But not you, Bai, old pal. You're doing splendidly. It just goes to show that you are a Qilin chosen of Giant Ghost City. These 20,000 soul cultivators view you like an immovable mountain, as permanent as the sea. Strength of mind like yours is rare even among many imperial princes." Chen-hai had a very serious expression on his face as he talked, and his fat jiggled up and down a bit. Although he was clearly being a bit flattering, his words seemed completely and utterly trustworthy. Xiaochun felt wonderful, and couldn't help but muse that Chen-hai really was very observant. Smiling broadly, he thought back to the old saying, "Even if you have a beautiful sedan chair to sit in, you still need others to lift you up." Therefore, he offered a few ingratiating words of his own. Before long, the two of them were chatting amiably. At the same time, Xiaochun contemplated how he should go about this shakedown. Considering that the giant ghost king hadn't issued formal orders, he couldn't do it in a very forceful manner. Maybe I can't use force, but I can still get my revenge in full. Looking down at his bag of holding, he thought about the little turtle, and suddenly came up with a new idea. Before long, they could see the Kai clan up ahead. As for his reason for selecting this particular clan, there was no special factor other than its close proximity to the city. Of course, everyone in the Kai clan was extremely nervous because of his arrival. They were all shaking visibly, and the clan chief's face was ashen as he led a group of cultivators to the main gate to receive the visitors. The young chosen member of the clan who had tried to kill Bai Xiaochun some time back was there, as well as the silk pants who had tried to bully him with wealth. Both of them were trembling, their faces as ashen as death. The pressure weighing down on the clan recently had been immense. Their patriarch was dead, and every member of the clan felt like they were hovering on the brink of death. The news that Bai Hao was personally bringing a large group of soul cultivators with him for a visit caused alarm to fill the hearts of everyone in the clan. Most fearful of all was the clan chief and certain clan elders, and yet, they managed to remain calm. After all, if the giant ghost king had planned to exterminate them, he wouldn't have waited so long to do it. As the Kai clan waited there at the front gate, Bai Xiaochun, Chen Hai, and the 20,000 soul cultivators arrived like a black cloud, blotting out the sky. As they neared, Chen Hai called out in a loud voice, "Lock down the area." Without express orders from Major Domo Bai, no one is allowed in or out. The 20,000 soul cultivators immediately fanned out and surrounded the Kai clan, locking it down completely. The cultivators of the Kai clan were all shocked. As for the clan chief, his expression flickered, but he had no choice but to simply grit his teeth, hurry over to Bai Xiaochun, and clasp hands respectfully. "Greetings, Major Domo Bai, Heavenly Marquis Chen." Everyone else in the clan similarly clasped hands and offered greetings. Bai Xiaochun ignored them, and instead turned and cast a displeased look in Chen Hai's direction. "Heavenly Marquis Chen, I didn't come here to exterminate the Kai clan. Why did you have to go and scare the clan chief?" "I understand, Major Domo Bai," Chen Hai said seriously, "but your humble servant has his orders." Bai Xiaochun shook his head and walked over to the clan chief, looking a bit apologetic. "Oh, don't worry," the clan chief said, "Heavenly Marquis Chen has his orders, we understand. Major Domo Bai, please just come in, and we can discuss what needs to be discussed." There was no way the clan chief would miss the fact that Bai Xiaochun and Chen Hai were obviously working in coordination with each other. However, that realization did him relatively little good. Bai Xiaochun didn't immediately enter the Kai clan. Instead, he cleared his throat loudly, prompting Chen Hai's expression to grow grimmer. "All nascent soul-level officers, step forward to guard Major Domo Bai." Immediately, a dozen or so soul cultivators flew out from the group of 20,000 and clustered around Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun still didn't seem pleased, but he finally sighed and then gave a wry smile to the clan chief. "I really have no choice, you know. It's not that I don't trust your Kai clan. It's just that His Highness the King really values me highly." Feeling more bitter than ever about how things were going, the clan chief replied, Yes, of course. Major Domo Bai is extremely important to Giant Ghost City. We definitely can't have any mishaps. I completely understand. Very well, let's go in and talk." Bai Xiaochun swished his sleeve, reveling in the feeling of being so powerful and important. Of course, the first to actually enter the clan were the nascent soul cultivators acting as guards. From the way they carried themselves, if anyone in the Kai clan did even the slightest suspicious thing, they would attack immediately for the safety of Bai Xiaochun. The cultivators of the Kai clan were left trembling in fear, especially that one particular chosen, who stood there with his head bowed, hoping that he wouldn't be noticed. The clan chief was feeling very irritated, but had no choice other than to join the clan elders in leading Bai Xiaochun into the city. After entering the clan's main hall, Bai Xiaochun sat down and smiled. "Clan Chief Kai, I'm not here on any official business today. I just heard that the Kai clan has 1,000 years of reserve savings built up, and would like to perform a bit of an inspection." "I understand, Major Domo Bai. Please wait a moment." The clan chief plastered a smile onto his face, then turned to the side and gave some orders. Before long, another member of the clan came hurrying over, carrying a soul bottle surrounded by scintillating light. It wasn't very large, and actually resembled an ordinary flower vase. However, based on the light which surrounded it, it was clearly an extraordinary item. Furthermore, there was a single golden design on its surface, indicating that this soul bottle had received an 11-fold spirit enhancement. After respectfully placing it down in front of Bai Xiaochun, the clan chief said, "Major Domo Bai, this soul bottle is a powerful magical treasure of the Kai clan. Please, take a look and tell us what you think." Bai Xiaochun's expression was the same as ever as he picked the bottle up and looked it over. He even examined it with some divine sense. Not only was the bottle itself incredible, but it also contained over 100 million vengeful souls. It was clearly an impressive gift, and although Bai Xiaochun was moved, when he thought about how incredibly rich he knew the Kai clan to be, and then realized they had only offered him 100 million vengeful souls, he immediately got angry. Face turning grim, and cultivation base surging, he clenched his right hand into a fist, causing cracking sounds to ring out as the soul bottle was suddenly crushed. As it did, the more than 100 million vengeful souls exploded out. Thankfully, there were plenty of nascent soul experts around who were able to suppress the resulting horde of souls. Glaring icily at the clan chief, he said, "Clan Chief Kai, I may not be a grandmaster of equipment forging, but considering how long I've practiced cultivation, do you really take me to be a fool? You truly think you can pull the wool over my eyes with a soul bottle like that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 677, Study Away, Major Domo Bai. Chapter 677, Study Away, Major Domo Bai. Gritting his teeth inwardly, but maintaining a very calm expression, the chief of the Kai clan rose to his feet and said, "Major Domo Bai, please, calm yourself." The clan elders had similar reactions. All of them could tell that Bai Xiaochun's act of breaking the soul bottle indicated that he was not here out of any expression of goodwill. Clearly, he wasn't going to wipe out their lives, but he was definitely planning to wipe out their 1,000 years of reserves. "That was only the first thing we planned to show you. Just wait a moment, Major Domo Bai, there's more to come." Taking a deep breath, the clan chief then issued some more orders. Before long, another clan member hurried over with 5 soul bottles, which were placed in front of Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun eyed them, his heart immediately began to beat faster. 1,000 years of reserve savings, he thought, his mouth going a bit dry. However, he forced a frown onto his face. The clan chief's heart surged with pain as he realized that if the clan didn't bleed today, they would be put in great danger. Gritting his teeth, he transmitted some more messages, whereupon more clan members arrived, this time to place over 100 bracelets of holding in front of Bai Xiaochun. Unexpectedly, each and every one of the bracelets of holding was packed with soul medicine. There was so much that it would be impossible to count in a short period of time. The mere sight of it all got Bai Xiaochun's heart pounding, and he suddenly realized what exactly the 1,000-year reserve savings of an aristocratic necromancer clan was like. And yet, he continued to frown with just as much displeasure as before. The scene playing out caused profound bitterness to grip the heart of the clan chief. Although the things he had offered up were not all of the Kai clan's 1,000 years of reserve savings, they were a significant portion. However, considering the danger the clan was in, he had to endure the pain he felt in his heart and send more messages. Soon, a steady stream of trembling clan members came, bringing all sorts of items with them. There were more than 1,000 magical items, many of them spirit-enhanced. However, after seeing everything, Bai Xiaochun shot to his feet, looking completely livid as he said, "Clan Chief Kai, I'm here to try to save your Kai clan from calamity. However, it seems you hold me in complete contempt. Are you really trying to please me with trash like this? Fine. Fine. I'm done with this matter." Swishing his sleeve, he chuckled coldly and prepared to leave. The clan chief's expression flickered, and his frustration surged to the point where he almost lost control. He had already offered quite a bit of resources, only to be rebuffed. Furthermore, he had already given everything he had the authority to give. Everything else was considered the foundation of the clan, and the decision to do anything with them was beyond him. At this point, the Kai clan's grand elder took a deep breath and stepped forward, a smile on his face. He knew that it was a critical moment for the clan. Unlike the other two great clans, their patriarch was dead. That meant that if they weren't willing to part with some of their wealth, they would be courting a major disaster. The entire clan could end up getting wiped out. Major Domo Bai, please wait a moment. The Kai clan still has more treasures for you to study. He turned to look at one of the other clan elders nearby. Old Third, open the inner storehouse and bring out everything. The elder who had been spoken to sighed, bowed his head, and hurried away. Xiaochun stopped walking. Currently, his heart was pounding with anticipation. The truth was that the gifts which had been offered him so far actually left him very moved. Softening his expression a bit, he went back and sat down again. Before long, a trembling Kai clan cultivator hurried over with a little pagoda. It wasn't a soul-hoarding pagoda, but rather, a pagoda crafted from wood. Xiaochun scanned it with divine sense to find that it was filled with multicolored flame. It had everything from 10-colored flame all the way up to 15-colored flame, 6 tons of it. And yet, things weren't over yet. Another clan member brought a bone slip, which contained the Kai clan's formulas for everything from 15 to 17-colored flame. Even as he was accepting the bone slip, another clan member arrived, with a Deva soul. It was a fire-type soul contained in a crystal box, and the sight of it finally caused Xiaochun's expression to brighten a bit. He even gasped slightly. The members of the Kai clan had been watching him closely, and noticed the change. As for the clan chief, his heart was racked with indescribable pain. As of this moment, more than half of the reserve savings of the clan had been handed over. Even the nascent soul experts who were guarding Xiaochun were completely stunned by everything that was being spread out in front of him. As for Chen Hai, he was actually waiting outside, but had he been inside to witness what was happening, he would have been completely stunned. Will this do, Major Domo Bai? The clan chief asked. Xiaochun licked his lips. By now, his heart was pounding so hard it was like thunder in his ears. However, he didn't answer the question immediately, nor did he collect the items up. Instead, he just patted his bag of holding expectantly. The Kai clan cultivators who had just been sighing with relief were suddenly even more nervous than before. A very, very long moment passed. Xiaochun was started to get anxious. One of the reasons he had been so confident going into this situation was that he had sent a message earlier into his bag of holding, to the little turtle, saying that he was hunting for treasure. The little turtle had been immediately intrigued by the prospect. However, as of yet, he had received no word from the little turtle. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he finally cleared his throat and said, "Clan Chief Kai, back in Giant Ghost City, you chased me for a full day trying to kill me. It got me so terrified that I couldn't focus on my cultivation." Xiaochun sighed. The clan chief's eyelid twitched, and he looked over at the Grand Elder sitting next to him. The Grand Elder's expression turned even grimmer than before as he gritted his teeth and looked around at the other clan members. "Give him all of the soul medicine you have. Everyone." The other clan members quickly pulled out the soul medicine they had, as well as other random objects, and began to hand them over. As long as they could get Xiaochun to leave, they would do anything. It didn't take long before a large heap of soul medicine was right in front of Xiaochun. Of course, the purpose of the Grand Elder doing this was to show to Xiaochun that they really had run out of things to give him. Xiaochun was starting to feel a bit embarrassed, but the fact that the little turtle hadn't sent him a message yet indicated that something strange was going on. Perhaps the Kai clan was hiding some truly powerful magical treasure. Therefore, he cleared his throat again. "How very polite of all of you," he said. Sighing, he shook his head and said, "Now that I think about it, I'm a bit embarrassed about the matter of burning up your soul grounds. I really do feel guilty about that." Blue veins were bulging out on the neck and face of the clan chief as he realized how vicious this Bai Hao was. And yet, there was nothing he could do about the matter. "Oh, they were some trifling soul grounds, nothing more," he said. "Don't feel guilty, Major Domo Bai. From now on, our soul grounds all belong to you. If you want to burn them to the ground, feel free to do so." The fact that the Kai clan was actually offering their soul grounds to him left by Xiaochun at a bit of a loss about what to do next. He was finally thinking that he might need to call it a day, when the little turtle's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Hey, little punk, Lord Turtle found a big treasure." Heavens! I can't believe the Kai clan has a powerful magical item like this. Even in the Heavenspan River area, something like this would be considered rare. In the wildlands, it's even more valuable. The little turtle went on to provide some further descriptions, whereupon Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine. But then, a moment later, his expression turned grim as he looked over at the Grand Elder and the clan chief. When the rest of the clan members saw that, their hearts began to pound. "Clan Chief Kai, I heard that your Kai clan has a spirit jade statue. I would very much like to take a look at it." An icy gleam ran through his eyes. Although his words didn't mean much to the ordinary clan members, when the clan chief and the Grand Elder heard them, their faces fell, and they began to tremble with disbelief. The spirit jade statue was the Kai clan's greatest secret, something that, other than the patriarch, only the clan chief and the Grand Elder knew about. It was a strictly kept secret that they were sure not even a demigod would be able to uncover, let alone Bai Xiaochun. And yet, somehow, he had discovered their secret. The only explanation they could think of was that the giant Ghost King actually did know about it. And the only way he could know about it was if he learned about it from their patriarch. Madness rose in their hearts as they exchanged a glance. The spirit jade statue was of incredible importance to them, and was the true reserve savings of the clan. It was their signature treasure, and was what had helped the Kai clan cultivators advance in their cultivation more rapidly than the average person. As of this moment, it didn't matter how defiant they were, they had no choice but to bring it out. The clan chief felt so completely powerless that he couldn't move. As for the Grand Elder, he sighed, took a step forward, and vanished. When he reappeared, he waved his sleeve, causing a 3-meter-tall statue of a woman to appear in front of Bai Xiaochun. The spirit jade statue caused blinding, colorful light to fill the area, as well as incredibly strong spiritual energy. In a barren place like the wildlands, spiritual energy like that was an assault on the senses. Everyone was completely shocked, and immediately began to look at the statue with envious expressions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Smuggling is Useless. Chapter 678, Smuggling is Useless. All spiritual energy in heaven and earth came from the Heavenspan River basin. Considering how far away they currently were in the wildlands, there was no spiritual energy at all in the area. It was this simple fact that forced wildlanders to change their fundamental nature and resort to soul medicine to practice their cultivation. It was only because of the endless supply of vengeful souls around them that they could do without spiritual power. But nothing was absolute. There were some things in the world that, at least in small measure, could produce spiritual energy similar to that found in the Heavenspan River basin. This spirit jade statue was just such an item. Everything within 3,000 meters of it existed in an area of spiritual energy that rivaled that within the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Even Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but be excited by the statue as he stood there in front of it. His cultivation base was like parched land that suddenly felt sweet rainfall. It was a wonderful feeling that caused his mind to tremble, and his eyes to shine brightly. A legitimate treasure. Bai Xiaochun could immediately tell that this spirit jade statue was the true reserve power of the Kai clan. The deathly grim countenances of the clan chief and the Grand Elder immediately got him feeling very excited. I hit it big this time, he thought. Waving his sleeve, he collected the spirit jade statue into his bag of holding. As soon as it was inside, the spiritual energy in the area vanished. All sorts of expressions appeared on the faces of the Kai clan cultivators. None of them could remain calm. Although they had never been aware that a precious treasure such as the spirit jade statue had existed in their clan, they could immediately see how important it was. Except, that statue didn't belong to the Kai clan any longer. And yet, when it came to the survival of their clan as a whole, there was really no question that it was best to part with it. With that, he turned to gaze at the pile of other items which had built up earlier. Then he sighed and looked at the clan chief. "AI, your Kai clan really is full of treasures," Xiaochun said. "I really can't study them all in a short period of time." The clan chief was cursing up a storm in his heart. He could see that, not only was this by how robbing the Kai clan dry, but he was also waiting for the Kai clan to give him their blessing. Of course, the clan chief didn't dare to point that out. Plastering a smile onto his face that looked worse than the worst grimace, he forced himself to say, "Oh, don't worry, Major Domo Bai. Please take your time studying all of these treasures. Our Kai clan would be honored if you would be willing to take them home with you for further study. We don't need them at." A broad smile immediately appeared on Xiaochun's face. Swishing his sleeve, he loudly said, "Well, since you insist, Clan Chief Kai, I won't refuse your gracious offer. I'll definitely take my time judging the quality of all of these items. Men, take this stuff away." The soul cultivators who had accompanied Xiaochun and his bodyguards exchanged quizzical glances before hurrying forward to collect the items up. As the clan chief watched all of his clan's reserve savings being taken away, he forced his rage back down into his throat and smiled bitterly. Laughing heartily, Xiaochun clasped hands to the clan chief. "Very well then, I'll be off now. No need to see me out." Beaming, he then turned and swaggered off. Of course, although he had explicitly stated that he didn't expect them to see him off, the clan chief sighed and begrudgingly hurried forward to accompany him as he left. As for the nascent soul bodyguards, they clustered around him closely as he left through the main gate. Back outside, Chen Hai was waiting for him, looking like the picture of loyalty. As soon as he caught sight of Xiaochun safe and sound, he hurried forward, simultaneously glaring coldly at the Kai clan cultivators. Obviously, he was ready to destroy the entire clan at a single word from Xiaochun. Although it all seemed a bit melodramatic, Xiaochun was very pleased by the performance. At this point, he turned and clasped the clan chief warmly on the shoulder. Smiling, he said, "Clan Chief Kai, you've been far too kind. There's really no need to see me off. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely come back to chat with you a bit." Feeling more proud of himself than ever, he turned and flew up into the air, followed by Chen Hai and the other soul cultivators. Under the anxious watch of the Kai clan, the entire group then flew off into the distance. After they left, the clan chief finally took all the anger that had been building up in him and released it in a maddened howl. The other clan members who had come out with him all stood there silently. The Grand Elder sighed and seemed to age visibly. "Just forget about it," he said. "They took our reserve savings, but by capitulating, we avoided being completely wiped out." Of course, the events which had played out could not be kept secret. Word spread almost immediately to the other organizations in Giant Ghost City, leading to widespread shock and fear. Furthermore, many people began to look in the direction of the other two great clans. Clearly, things weren't over yet. The Kai clan had been viciously cut down a notch, and next would come the Chen and Bai clans. Perhaps the Chen clan might get off lightly, but when it came to the Bai clan, I'm afraid the Bai clan is finished. That was what most of the in-the-know people in the city were thinking. Meanwhile, Xiaochun brimmed with righteousness as he led the 20,000 soul cultivators along toward the Chun clan. Along the way, his transmission jade slip buzzed several times, prompting him to pull it out and return messages. When Chen Hai saw that, he considered asking what was going on, but then decided that he needed to be circumspect. "Major Domo Bai, news about the Kai clan is already spreading. Presumably the Chen clan will be prepared. Do you think we should pick up the pace?" "Oh, no, it doesn't matter. I've long since planned things out. In fact, why don't we slow down a bit? Bai Xiaochun didn't offer any other explanation than that. Taking his transmission jade slip out again, he sent another message, then continued slowly on his way to the Chen clan. Of course, the Chen clan really had made advance preparations. In fact, the Chen clan patriarch had formed an emergency backup plan before the rebellion even began. Those orders had been followed, and the Chen clan's valuable resources had already been moved out of the clan by various means and dispersed all over the map to random tribes of savage giants. Many members of the clan had gone along with the goods to keep them safe. Although those tribes weren't openly connected to the Chen clan, their loyalty had been earned secretly over the course of many years. After hearing about what had gone on at the Kai clan, the members of the Chen clan were all extremely nervous. In the Chen clan's ancestral palace, the clan chief was meeting with all the clan elders, and the entire group was grim-faced and anxious. Things shouldn't get too bad. After finding out that the patriarch is in custody and not dead, we immediately began to disperse the clan and hide all of our reserve savings. Yes. The clan members who left covered their tracks well, making it impossible to track them down after the fact. By now, they should all have reached the various savage tribes that were their destinations. Although, don't you think we might be shooting ourselves in the foot? The fact that the giant ghost king didn't exterminate us shows that he has plans for us. He might just want to weaken us a bit by taking away our reserve savings. If he finds out we've sent them away, It was through gritted teeth that the clan chief responded, "Humph. Our patriarch is alive and in custody, which puts us in a completely different position than the Kai clan. We're not going to just sit around and wait to be executed." It was the clan chief who had been the staunchest supporter of the plan of dispersing the clan's reserve savings. Although he had also questioned the wisdom of the tactic, he had felt there was no other option than to go through with the original plan. It was even as the clan chief and clan elders discussed the matter nervously that a whistling sound pierced through the air. Faces flickering with various emotions, the group rushed out of the hall and looked up into the sky to see something that looked like a black cloud. It was an army of 20,000 soul cultivators. With what seemed like practiced ease, they fanned out to surround the clan, leaving a path through which Bai Xiaochun swaggered in through the main gate. Next to him was Chen Hai, who bristled with open killing intent as he glared at the Chen clan cultivators. Even as Bai Xiaochun landed and entered the Chen clan, something else was happening some distance away in the territory controlled by the giant ghost king. At the foot of a mountain which was home to a savage tribe, a small army of a few thousand soul cultivators had gathered, led by Zhou Yixing and Li Feng. Zhou Yixing held a jade slip in his hand, and had a very cold gleam in his eye as he turned to Li Feng, who stood next to him. "Brother Li, the major domo has given the go-ahead. This task has fallen to the two of us to accomplish. The Chen clan thinks they can smuggle their stores to safety," Li Feng said. "Not if I have anything to say about it." His heart was pounding with grand aspirations. After Bai Xiaochun's meteoric rise to the position of major domo, the lives of both Li Feng and Zhou Yixing had changed dramatically. After conferring with each other and realizing how different things were for them, they came to the conclusion that there was no need for infighting. That was especially true considering how big and complicated a place like Giant Ghost City was. Clearly, joining forces was the best way for the both of them to advance by leaps and bounds. As of this moment, Li Feng laughed heartily as he and Zhou Yixing led thousands of their own men toward the savage tribe on their mountain. Under the command of Zhou Yixing and Li Feng, the soul cultivators began to fight their way into the tribe. Immediately, the Chen clan cultivators who had gone into hiding here began to fight back with desperate looks on their faces. After the fighting went on for a bit, a voice suddenly rang out from a tent in the middle of the tribe. "The Chen clan treasure is right here." Delighted, Zhou Yixing was the first to rush over into the tent. Li Feng, not thinking much about the matter, also hurried over. However, as soon as Li Feng entered the tent, it was to his shock that 3 people attacked him. And one of them was none other than Zhou Yixing. Li Feng's face fell as he blurted, "Zhou Yixing, you." But before he could even do anything, he was hit by a devastating killing blow. His voice was drowned out by Zhou Yixing's battle cry, and within moments, his chest caved in and his heart shattered. As he lay there dying, his mouth moved as though he wished to talk, and yet, no words came out. Zhou Yixing squatted down next to him, then leaned over and whispered something into his ear that only the two of them could hear. "I had to kill you. For my future." Then he slammed his hand down onto the top of Li Feng's head, killing him instantly. With that, Zhou Yixing looked over at the two soul cultivators who had helped him, and solemnly reinforced his promise of riches and glory to come. They knew they had performed a great service for Zhou Yixing in his efforts to rise in the world, and that from now on, they were his men. Before long, the Qin clan cultivators and the savage tribe were defeated, and the reserve treasures rooted out. Similar scenes played out in other savage tribes in the region of Giant Ghost City, and before long, all of the treasures that the Qin clan had smuggled out of their clan were found. There was so much treasure that anyone who looked at it was struck mute. However, no one would ever dare to covet that which belonged to Major Domo Bai. In fact, when Zhou Yixing saw it, he didn't even bat an eyelid. He simply directed all of his forces to start heading in the direction of the Qin clan. On the way, they happened to pass by the jungle of lost souls, whereupon Zhou Yixing's eyes flashed with cold light, and he came up with a reason to slaughter one of the savage tribes in the area. Coincidentally, the two soul cultivators who had helped him kill Li Feng died in the fighting. Finally, there are no holes left. Fudge. I'm not doing this for him, I'm doing it for me. Zhou Yixing had done everything he could to erase the evidence connecting himself to the labyrinth and the events which had played out there. Of course, all of his actions up to this point had been according to his own plan, not by Xiaochun's. And just as he had said, it was to protect himself. Although the giant ghost king didn't suspect that Bai Hao was by Xiaochun, Zhou Yixing was privy to too many clues. He had long since come to suspect the truth, and when the matter of Bai Xiaochun reaching the nascent soul stage occurred, he had been completely convinced. Although he could think of some benefits to revealing the truth about him, he had instead chosen to bet everything on sticking with him. As for what would happen in the future, only time would tell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, This is Outright Robbery. Chapter 679, This is Outright Robbery. The 20,000 soul cultivators surrounding the Qin clan radiated intense murderous auras that combined into a soul-crushing pressure that enveloped the entire clan. Everyone was left trembling, and had faces as ashen as death. That was true even of the clan chief and clan elders, all of whom felt sensations of intense, deadly crisis. As Bai Xiaochun strode toward them, a vicious expression appeared on the clan chief's face, and he shouted, "Don't push things too far, Bai Hao." Bai Xiaochun stopped walking, a cold glint in his eyes. He had anticipated a reaction like this from the Qin clan. After all, this was the same clan that had dared to forge a forbidden banner, a heinous crime that angered gods and men alike. They really had only two choices. Either fight to the death in resistance, or stoop low and capitulate. From the look of things, the Qin clan wanted to choose the former option. Or perhaps it was the choice of the clan chief. After all, he had come very close to killing Bai Xiaochun with his forbidden banner in their last encounter, and was convinced that he could finish the job if fighting broke out now. What gall! Chen Hai said in a voice like thunder, aware that the time had come for him to intercede. He even took a step forward. At the same time, all of the nascent soul experts who were guarding Bai Xiaochun looked over at the clan chief with brightly shining eyes. 1. The clan chief shivered in reaction to Chen Hai's shout and the killing intent of the nascent soul experts. As for the clan elders, they were also shocked. Bai Xiaochun looked coldly at the clan chief for a moment before coldly saying, "So, is this how you Qin clan people want to do things?" His casually spoken words, coupled with the killing intent of 20,000 soul cultivators, crushed down onto the Qin clan like boulders. As for the clan chief, he was left panting, his eyes completely bloodshot. He knew that although this Bai Hao might not be capable of exterminating the entire clan right now, if fighting broke out, he himself would surely die. The clan chief couldn't forget the lengths by how had gone to try to kill him back in the chase in the city. If the patriarch hadn't interfered to save him, the clan chief wouldn't have just lost an arm, he would have perished. Furthermore, the myriad children blood banner was something detestable to gods and men alike, condemned by all creation. We already sent all of our reserve savings out of the clan, the chief said, along with all important clan members with potential for future growth. I've done everything I can for my clan. With our patriarch incarcerated, it doesn't really matter whether we here survive or not. As the final clan chief, I am proud to lead the entire clan into a bloodbath. That way, we will go out in a blaze of glory instead. Before he could finish speaking, the clan's grand elder stepped forward. Greetings, Major Domo Bai, he said, clasping hands and bowing deeply. Trembling, the other members of the clan also bowed in greeting. When the clan chief saw what was happening, his face turned ashen, but he didn't dare to continue to curse at Bai Xiaochun, and instead bowed his head. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes glittered, and the smile stayed on his face as he looked down imperiously at the Chun clan. Since I've come here in my role as Major Domo, I assume you know what that means for you? Of course we do, Major Domo Bai. The Qin clan has plenty of treasures available for your study. The Grand Elder had noticed early on that the clan chief was acting strangely, but had never imagined that he would intentionally infuriate Major Domo Bai. The consequences of such an action were too terrifying to contemplate. Trying to drag us down with you into death, the Grand Elder thought, casting an icy glance at the clan chief. Then, he quickly passed down orders to have large amounts of treasures brought over. Soul medicine, vengeful souls, multicolored flame, spirit-enhanced treasures, flame formulas, and all sorts of other items soon began to pile up. There were even some unique treasures that cast dazzling light up into the sky, illuminating the clouds above. Although there appeared to be quite a collection of treasure, it was really only a small portion of the Kai clan's wealth. Bai Xiaochun's face immediately darkened. That's it? The Grand Elder smiled wryly, but unfortunately was out of options. The reserve savings had been taken away, a fact that he was not quite willing to explain clearly. Even as he stood there hesitating, the clan chief laughed coldly. After this calamity, our Chen clan will be left completely destitute. If you don't believe us, go search for yourself. If you find anything you like, just take it. Chen Hai could sense the open scorn in the clan chief's words. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun first, he snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, soul cultivators poured into the Chen clan city to search it. Bai Xiaochun simply remained in place, hands clasped behind his back as he waited for Chen Hai to finish with the search. Before long, the soul cultivators were done with their work, and were recalled by Chen Hai. At that point, Chen Hai approached Bai Xiaochun, face grim. Lowering his voice, he said, Major Domo Bai, the Chen clan prepared well in advance, there's nothing here. Bai Xiaochun nodded, but didn't say anything. He simply remained in place, hands clasped behind his back, waiting. Time ticked by, and the silence in the Chen clan became a weight that grew heavier with each passing moment. The Chen clan cultivators' terror grew, and to them, the pressure they felt from Bai Xiaochun felt like the weight of the heavens, something that could crush them out of existence in the briefest of moments. Even the clan elders' auras were fluctuating uncontrollably from anxiety. Only the clan chief stood there, sneering madly, seemingly ready to throw caution to the wind at any moment and start fighting. At a certain point, a smile suddenly broke out onto Bai Xiaochun's face, and he turned to look off into the distance. At that point, Chen Hai and the Grand Elder also seemed to sense something. Moments later, something like a black cloud could be seen on the horizon. More and more people noticed, and before long, all eyes were turned in the direction of the black cloud. As it approached rapidly, it soon became obvious that it was a group of more than 10,000 soul cultivators. Leading them was a young man with a proud expression and a murderous aura. He was none other than Zhou Yixing. It only took a few breaths' worth of time for him to reach the Chun clan, whereupon the soul cultivators he led spread out to join the forces which had surrounded the clan. As for Zhou Yixing, he hurried forward, looking neither left nor right as he approached by Xiaochun. Chen Hai's expression flickered with unease, but after looking over at Bai Xiaochun, did nothing to block Zhou Yixing's path. Soon, Zhou Yixing was in front of Bai Xiaochun, hands clasped and bowing deeply. Mission accomplished, me lord. All of the reserve savings that the Chen clan moved out of the clan have been recovered. Please take a look, sir. With that, he waved his sleeve, causing a massive amount of treasure to spill out of his bag of holding. Soul-hoarding pagodas, multicolored flame, spirit-enhanced treasures, and even 10 jade bottles that each contained copious amounts of heavenspan river water. Even more astonishing were 2 crystal boxes that clearly contained valuable treasures. There were other items which Bai Xiaochun didn't recognize. Altogether, this collection was exponentially more valuable than what the Grand Elder had produced before. In fact, it was no less valuable than what he had acquired from the Kai clan, assuming the spirit jade statue was left out of the picture. As the treasures appeared out into the open, a look of complete madness overtook the clan chief's face. The clan elders began to pant in astonishment, and the other ordinary clan members stared in abject shock. Not everyone had been privy to the information about smuggling the reserve savings outside of the clan, but as of this moment, everyone could see. Despite having just seen a similar scene play out in the Kai clan, Bai Xiaochun was still moved by what he saw. And yet, his facial expression was as calm and collected as ever. Swishing his sleeve, he coolly said, "Take them away. Since the Chen clan didn't bother keeping these things around, I guess I'll take them." "Many thanks, clan chief." As he laughed heartily, Chen Hai gasped in shock. As for Zhou Yixing, he voiced his assent, and then quickly began to arrange to take away everything which had been piled up. The clan chief's face was as ashen as death, and his mind was spinning beyond control. As for the clan elders, despite the fury which raged in their hearts, the sensations of deadly crisis they felt ensured that they didn't dare to even look up. However, there were some younger, hot-headed clan members who, used to their clan being strong and uncompromising, could not hold back from shouting out in anger. "I can't believe you people. This is outright robbery, by how, The clan elders' faces fell, and they immediately turned to stop the younger clan members' outburst. However, they were too late. Seeing a chance to intervene, Chen Hai waved his finger through the air, his eyes burning with killing intent. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the 2 younger clan members who had just shouted out suddenly found bloody holes in their foreheads. The rage could still be seen in their eyes as their bodies then flopped down to the ground, dead. With a cold snort, Chen Hai glared out at the rest of the Chen clan. "What outrageous gall! None of you have the right to casually speak the name of Major Domo Bai out loud. 1. This chapter is a perfect example of how shared surnames don't necessarily indicate any relationship. Chen Hai has the same surname as the clan, but clearly is not a member of the clan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 680, Humiliation. Chapter 680, Humiliation. Chen Hai's fierce glare caused the hearts of the Chun clan cultivators to tremble. As for the Grand Elder, he could see that the clan chief was just about to speak, so he puffed his chest out and glared at the man. "Clan chief!" he yelled angrily. The clan chief's face fell, and he closed his mouth. "Major Domo Bai," the Grand Elder continued, "for their impertinence, those 2 Chun clan juniors definitely deserved to die, However, since Major Domo Bai has already confiscated our 1,000 years of reserve savings, then it means our Chen clan really has nothing left to give. Major Domo Bai, please leave us with enough to survive." With that, he clasped hands and bowed, looking very solemn and even tragic. Bai Xiaochun didn't respond at first. The truth was that the Chun clan really had just about nothing left. Although they had tried to kill him in the past, they had obviously learned their lesson by now. However, it was at that point that his gaze came to rest on the face of the clan chief, whose eyes flickered with a burst of venom. Although the clan chief was trying hard to keep that venom hidden, he couldn't conceal it from Bai Xiaochun's penetrating gaze. Immediately, Bai Xiaochun's previous caution hardened a bit, and he made his decision about what to do next. Outwardly, he put on an expression of hesitation, and even embarrassment. Then, he looked over at the female members of the Chun clan. Every single one of the female cultivators was beautiful, and as Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept over them, it didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the people present. The Grand Elder's jaw dropped. Never could he have imagined that this Bai Hao would have such proclivities. Well, he is young after all, the Grand Elder thought. Immediately, he gave orders for the ashen-faced women to all step forward and line up in front of Bai Xiaochun. There were even some female clan members who weren't in that larger group who were sent forward to stand in front of Bai Xiaochun. In the end, there were several hundred of them, all of them beautiful in different ways. Major Domo Bai, you are young and have unlimited potential, a true dragon amongst men. It would really be best for you to have some handmaidens to keep you company. These are all beloved daughters of the clan, any of whom would be blessed to be looked kindly upon by you. As far as the Grand Elder was concerned, if this Bai Hao took one of the daughters of the clan with him, it would actually be a good thing. In fact, the man's heart even began to pound in anticipation. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. Inwardly, he was cursing the giant Ghost King for being such a pervert, and yet, there was nothing he could do but brace himself and do what needed to be done. Sighing sadly, but having no choice other than to follow orders, he said, I'm not really interested in these clan daughters of yours. However, I heard that the clan chief is quite lucky with the women. Please bring his wife out for me to take a look at. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Chun clan cultivators' jaws dropped, and many cries of shock could be heard. The Grand Elder simply stared at Bai Xiaochun, completely stunned. The clan chief could no longer restrain himself. This is outrageous, Bai Hao! He bellowed. Bai Xiaochun felt a bit guilty, and muttered a few more inward curses directed at the giant Ghost King. However, he couldn't back down now. Off to the side, Chen Hai looked over at Bai Xiaochun with a strange look that contained a bit of admiration. Then he stepped forward, slapped the clan chief's face and shouted, "What gall!" Blood sprayed out of the clan chief's mouth as he staggered backward. At the same time, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun with burning anger. However, the truth was that inside, he wasn't actually that angry. He had already come to the conclusion that if this Bai Hao wanted to take his wife away, then afterward, he would finally be off the hook. After all, stealing another man's wife would earn him quite a bit of criticism. If he then went on to kill the husband, that would earn him the full ire of the public, so that seemed like a very unlikely possibility. Naturally, the ideal thing for the clan chief to do at this point was to get out of the situation alive. In fact, he was already trying to think of a way to not just do that, but also improve his reputation within the clan. Alright, if he's going to take my wife, then I have to make it seem like an unacceptable insult that I will only endure for the sake of the clan. That will resolve my issues with the Grand Elder and get everyone else in the clan to trust me. Having reached this point in his train of thought, the clan chief bit down on his tongue and then coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Looking up grimly at Bai Xiaochun, he radiated the air of a desperate, injured wild animal, ready to throw away everything to harm his opponent. Those who saw the look of madness in his eyes were instantly shaken, and as for the Chun clan cultivators, flames of anger began to burn in their hearts. Bai Xiaochun was a bit frightened himself, and almost felt like crying. This whole situation was definitely a big humiliation, but he had to take the unjust blame in the place of the giant Ghost King. However, it really was an outrageous situation, and after a moment, he decided that the best thing would be to go back and have the giant Ghost King do the deed himself. At this point, just when he was about to take it all back, the clan chief could see that he was hesitating, and instantly got nervous. Abandoning his act, he shouted, "Fine. Fine. I'll do it for the clan. Men, bring out my wife." The clan chief was trembling with so much anger that he seemed to age visibly. The other members of the clan were so furious that they had forgotten their terror and were glaring with open anger at Bai Xiaochun. When the clan chief saw that, he chuckled inwardly, and then intentionally swayed back and forth, as if he were about to fall over. he also bowed his head in bitter fashion. Of course, there was a glimmer of satisfaction deep in his eyes. Bai Xiaochun stood there with his mouth open, having been unable to speak a single word. He could only sigh at the injustice of it all. Then he thought about how he would surely become the subject of public ridicule, and that people might even curse him as a wife-stealer. He would probably drown in the drops of spittle that would inundate him from all the cursing he would endure. He wanted to cry, and yet knew that he could not give voice to his lamentation. The only parties who would be privy to the truth other than himself would be heaven, earth, and the giant ghost king. Bai Xiaochun sighed in distress and simply watched as one of the members of the Chun clan escorted a woman out. She appeared to be a bit over 30, beautiful, with snow-white skin and the elegant charm of a mature woman. However, she seemed terrified, although she was trying to keep herself under control. As soon as she appeared in the open, even Chen Hai couldn't hold back from looking her up and down a few times. All of a sudden, he seemed to understand why Major Domo Bai wanted this woman. Bai Xiaochun was cursing angrily inside. Although she was definitely beautiful, he didn't really care about that, and in fact, was so embarrassed he simply cleared his throat. "Ahem, sorry about this," he said to her. With that, he turned and walked away, filled with embarrassment and unable to keep from wailing inwardly at how his name was going to be in ruins from now on. As for Chen Hai, a strange smile could be seen on his face. Zhou Yixing gulped in a breath, but quickly pulled himself together. Then the two of them exchanged a glance and stepped forward to politely escort Mrs. Chen forward. Mrs. Chen had already been informed about the situation. Face pale, she looked around at the clan, and then over at her husband, who had a pained look on his face. In her eyes flickered a venomous hatred. She knew her husband well, and although no one else would be able to tell, there was no way she would miss out on the clues that indicated he was putting on an act. Smiling faintly, she didn't hesitate at all to follow Chen Hai and Zhou Yixing out of the clan. Her seemingly heartless reaction aroused the ire of many in the clan, and many of them swore to never forget the insult. Before long, the thousands upon thousands of soul cultivators were gone from the Chun clan. As for the clan chief, he watched everything playing out, and felt very pleased with himself. After all, losing a mere wife to save his life was definitely a price he was willing to pay. Bai Xiaochun had a taut expression on his face, and felt profoundly annoyed. It was at this point that Chen Hai hurried over with Mrs. Chen in tow. "Major Domo Bai, she requested an audience, sir." After delivering Mrs. Chen over, Chen Hai quickly hurried away, heart filled with admiration at Bai Xiaochun's daring act, and at the same time, feeling sorry for the woman. Bai Xiaochun turned in surprise to face the exquisitely beautiful Mrs. Chen, and was just about to ask what she wanted when she took the initiative to speak. "Many thanks, Exalted One, for extracting me from a life of complete bitterness. Your humble servant would like to make a request. I sincerely hope that you can fulfill my wish, Exalted One." Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback, but after seeing how sincere Mrs. Chen seemed, and feeling a bit guilty about the whole situation, he nodded. "Sure. Just say the word, and as long as it's within my power, I'll do my best. Exalted One, I request that you please kill Chen Xiaochun." The words came out of her mouth one word at a time, and afterward, she seemed as if a great weight had been lifted off of her. Of course, Chen Xiaochun was none other than the chief of the Chen clan. "What?" Bai Xiaochun blurted, eyes widening as he looked in shock at Mrs. Chen. Things were already turning out very differently than he would have imagined. Chen Xiaochun is narrow and petty-minded. He is also ruthless and violent, and used living children to forge a magical treasure, arousing the wrath of men and gods alike. In fact, in order to gain more perfect control over his treasure, he sacrificed our own children to become the main souls in the item. I was powerless to stop him, and the grief and rage that incident caused has remained cold in the bottom of my heart ever since. Exalted One, for you to take me away this day is like a dream come true. I don't hate you. In fact, I'm grateful. Considering your lofty position, Exalted One, you have unprecedented power. Furthermore, I can tell that you aren't really very interested in me, nor do you care much about your reputation. You must have your own secret sorrows and goals. As for me, I can guarantee that if you grant my request, that no matter what happens in the future, no matter what position you occupy or where you go, I will always carry out your orders without hesitation." Although her words were spoken quietly, the wisdom and decisiveness within them carried incredible power. Moved, Bai Xiaochun looked at her closely. In Bai Xiaochun's heart, the matter of the myriad children blood banner was something that made the clan chief unfit to exist in heaven and earth. Then he heard that the man had sacrificed his own children to make it, which was something that not even wild beasts did. That made the clan chief worse than an animal. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun turned and sent a message to Chen Hai. Chen Hai was stunned at the message and looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun. Then he turned and left. When he returned, he had the clan chief's head in his hands. The chief's eyes were filled with disbelief and defiance. Even in death, he had no idea why Bai Hao had dared to kill him. When Mrs. Chen saw the clan chief's head, her heart filled with profound emotions. Struggling to control her breath, she bowed at the waist to Bai Xiaochun. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 681, Kill Them. Chapter 681, Kill Them. As the major domo of Giant Ghost City, his actions were subject to intense scrutiny. Obviously, his action of taking tens of thousands of soul cultivators out of the city to visit the three great clans with violent intentions had not gone unnoticed. Because of that, news of what had happened in the Kai clan was already the talk of the town shortly after it occurred. Obviously, it wasn't even necessary to mention how quickly rumors spread about the Chun clan. Almost everyone in the city heard the news, and soon, everyone was talking about the fate of the clan chief. Faces flickered in shock and disbelief, and soon, the gossip in the city was raging. "What? He forcibly took Mrs. Chen. Waha! This Bai Hao. Who knew that he had such proclivities? He actually took a liking to Chen Shishan's wife. You know, I heard that she's actually a top-rate beauty that has the perfect body for that type of cultivation." "You're right. I don't even know what to say. This Bai Hao is far too brazen. Not only did he steal Chen Shishan's wife, he actually went so far as to kill the man." Gossip raged like wildfire. As for some of the more well-informed individuals, they often responded to the shocking news with scornful words and jeering smiles. As word spread, Bai Hao, in addition to being called vicious and merciless, and a reviler of his own family, was now known as someone who took an interest in the wives of others. As would be expected, the giant ghost king eventually heard of the matter, and it caused his expression to turn grim. However, the fires of passion burned in his heart, and he turned his gaze in the direction of the Chen clan, an expression of praise in his heart. Of course, Bai Xiaochun provided Mrs. Chen with an escort of cultivators and sent her back to his residence in Giant Ghost City, while he took the remaining tens of thousands of men toward the Bai clan. As they went along, Chen Hai would often cast admiring glances in Bai Xiaochun's direction. When he thought about the unexpected proclivities that had been revealed, he suddenly felt like a new world had been opened up to him. He almost couldn't believe it was possible to be so flagrant and brave. And considering that Major Domo Bai was a powerful person, Chen Hai decided that the best thing to do was spend even more time with him than before. Zhou Yixing prevented any strange expression from appearing on his face, and didn't dare to speak a word about the matter. However, considering that he was a follower of Bai Xiaochun, he decided that in the future, he would take careful note of any other beautiful wives he saw. How could Bai Xiaochun not know what the two of them were thinking? Although he felt more wronged than ever, there was nothing he could do to explain the situation. Sighing with frustration, he kept his gaze fixed on the Bai clan up ahead, his eyes glittering with cold light. Many things had happened since he first arrived in this part of the world. Some of those things he had put behind him, but there was one thing that he could never forget: the sight of an ashen-faced young man underneath a towering tree. "Bai Hao," he murmured. Whether it was the Deva soul or his overall grudge with the clan, all of it was wrapped up in karma. And the entire time, Bai Xiaochun had hoped to get justice for his apprentice. Now, that time had come. Tens of thousands of beams of light shot through the air toward the Bai clan, radiating a bleak, deadly aura. As for the Bai clan, everyone was on edge, and many people were rushing around frantically. However, things were a bit different than in the Chun or Kai clans. In the Bai clan, the direct bloodline cultivators all knew that they had a life or death grudge with Bai Hao. However, not everyone in the clan was part of the direct bloodline. Those members of the auxiliary bloodlines were nervous, but because they had not really participated in the hunt for Bai Hao, weren't as worried. Furthermore, during the rebellion, although the auxiliary bloodlines had participated in storming the city, they hadn't been the ones to try to kill Bai Xiaochun. The direct bloodline had taken the lead in that, and especially the clan chief. Even the clan elders who had attacked Bai Hao had mostly been from the direct bloodline. Because of that, the divide between the direct bloodline and the auxiliary bloodlines was vast and clear, but in fact, the direct bloodline cultivators were currently surrounded and isolated by the auxiliary bloodlines, who stared at them with icy glares. The clan chief, Madam Kai, the Grand Elder from the Hall of Corrections, the direct bloodline elders, and nearly 1,000 other clan members all waited with ashen faces and expressions of despair. It wasn't that they didn't wish to flee. It was that, despite how big heaven and earth was, it wasn't big enough to have a place for them to hide. Besides, their enmity with Bai Hao was well known. After the giant ghost king returned, and Bai Hao rose to prominence, everyone in the area had been trying to get on Bai Hao's good side. Furthermore, many gazes had been cast in the direction of the Bai clan. After becoming the major domo, Bai Xiaochun had hinted to many of the powerful organizations in the area that they should pay special attention to the Bai clan. He had essentially sealed off the entire clan, making it impossible for anyone to leave it without making a wild and open attempt at escape. Of course, none of the other groups in the area would have permitted that. Especially considering that the giant ghost king hadn't yet made clear his intentions for the future of the three great clans. If the clan as a whole tried to simply flee, they would definitely have been exterminated. From the outside, the clan seemed unified, but the truth was that they were in fact dramatically divided. And thus, things had dragged on until the current moment. Most importantly of all, the auxiliary bloodline elders and clan members all knew that they would have to give an explanation to Bai Hao about the situation. If the direct bloodline fled, then it was entirely possible that Bai Hao would vent his anger on them. Therefore, for their own safety, they had to make sure that the direct bloodline was around when Bai Hao came. The entire clan was silent. Because of the taciturn attitude of the auxiliary bloodlines, the direct bloodline clan members were trembling, along with many of the servants associated with them. One of them was a young woman who had sneered at Bai Hao the moment he had entered the clan. Another was the old valet who had rebuked him. Everyone who had scorned and humiliated Bai Hao was there. As time ticked by, their despair and hopelessness grew. That was especially true of the clan chief, whose face was ashen and whose heart was filled with bitterness. During the fight near the moat in the city, the detonation of the demigod's soul had destroyed half of his body, and had nearly shattered his cultivation base. Thanks to some of a secret treasure in the Bai clan's reserve savings, he had recovered. But now, he was simply forced to wait as time passed. Next to him was Madame Kai, her face devoid of blood as she occasionally looked up into the air, her terror interspersed with specks of venomous hatred. Of everyone present, no one hated Bai Hao more than Madame Kai. At the same time, no one felt more terror and despair than her. Never could she have anticipated that even with all the resources of the Bai clan that she had put into her efforts, she would fail in the end. And Bai Hao would actually turn everything around and rise to the heavens. As the Bai clan waited in silence, there was one beautiful young woman in the crowd who had a very complicated expression on her face as she occasionally scanned the skies. She was the fifth young lady. Even she could never have imagined that Bai Hao would one day achieve the things that he had. Also in the crowd was an old man who was apparently viewed as a leader by the clan elders from the auxiliary bloodlines. He was the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice. He wore a wistful expression as he thought back to the scene of Bai Hao betraying the clan. Eventually, he simply closed his eyes. What a pity! The true Qilin, son of the Bai clan. Despite being a powerful Grand Elder, he couldn't go against the orders of the Patriarch. The best he had been able to do was not attack Bai Hao during the fighting. Suddenly, both of the Grand Elders' expressions flickered. Other clan elders reacted similarly, as did the clan chief. People held their breath as a sound like thunder filled the air, and a black cloud covered the sky, radiating killing intent. He's here. It was impossible to say who said it. The entire Bai clan waited nervously, looking up into the black cloud of tens of thousands of soul cultivators. Descending from within that cloud was Bai Xiaochun. Every step he took was like a bolt of lightning that slammed into the hearts of the direct bloodline clan members, and left their faces as ashen as death. The clan chief was trembling, and the venomous rage in Madame Kai's eyes was overshadowed only by the terror she felt. I don't like killing people, he said, his growling voice echoing out in all heaven and earth, but sometimes, I have to do it anyway. It doesn't matter if I'm doing it for myself or for others, or whether it's right or wrong. Kill them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, Changes. Chapter 682, Changes. Bai Xiaochun pointed in the direction of the Bai clan, not at the auxiliary bloodline members, but at the encircled direct bloodline. His action of pointing his finger was like a crash of thunder. He didn't make a speech. He didn't grandstand. He simply pointed. Chen Hai was at his side like he had been the entire time, and as soon as Bai Xiaochun pointed out, the man's killing intent soared. Carry out the orders of the exalted Major Domo. Chen Hai's voice seemed to contain a rain of carnage as he spoke these words. At the same time, he blurred into motion toward the Bai clan. Behind him, tens of thousands of cultivators followed, killing intent raging. Among them were dozens of nascent soul experts, as well as numerous necromancers. It was an entire army of deadly cultivators descending on the Bai clan. Fierce fighting broke out instantly, and although everyone in the clan had been prepared for it, it was still unexpected. Blood began to rain down almost immediately. Bai Hao! You unfilial bastard! The clan chief howled, his eyes bloodshot. The clan chief had never expected that things would play out so simply, that no mercy or compassion would be shown at all. After all, this man was Bai Hao's father. He had originally hoped to try to talk matters out, to admit that he was in the wrong. He had hoped to acknowledge that Bai Hao was a member of the clan, and that for the sake of the clan, they should let bygones be bygones. Of course, from the very beginning, he had also planned to figure out a way to seek revenge later on. But now, all of his plans were pointless. Bai Xiaochun did not waste time. He hoisted the blade, and then chopped it down. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Chen Hai and his men attacked. Screams began to rise up, as well as pleas for mercy. Although they reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, he simply looked up into the sky, an unreadable expression on his face. Were Li Qingho here to see him, or his elder brother sect leader, they would be shocked. This was a Bai Xiaochun who was very different from the Bai Xiaochun of the past. Although his fundamental personality had not changed, his methods and tactics had most certainly transformed. The auxiliary bloodline members looked on silently. They didn't interfere, nor did they help the direct bloodline. They simply watched. The fifth young lady, the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, and everyone else did the same thing. Screams rang out from the direct bloodline clan members. The young servant girl who had scorned Bai Xiaochun was stabbed through the chest with a blade, and died with a look of despair on her face. The old valet also met his end in horror, his eyes blank. All of the people who had scorned Bai Hao were put to death by Chen Hai and his men. They couldn't even fight back. The direct bloodline elders who had chased after Bai Hao outside the clan or attacked him in Giant Ghost City were overwhelmed by despair. A few of them managed to fight back, but then, stained with blood, howled and tried to flee in various directions. Loose arrows. Chen Hai growled with a cold smile. Countless soul cultivators suddenly drew great bows out, and within moments, a cloud of arrows pierced through the air. Then, the fleeing clan elders screamed as they were destroyed in body and soul. Bai Xiaochun didn't watch. Instead, he looked up into the sky, motionless and expressionless. The Grand Elder from the Hall of Corrections died with a bitter smile on his face, cut down by Chen Hai and two other nascent soul experts. Soon, the only person left standing was the clan chief. He looked around at the mountains of corpses, despair filling his face. Then he threw his head back and howled. Throwing all caution to the wind, he transformed into a beam of light that shot directly toward Bai Xiaochun. "If I die, I'm taking you with me, you unfilial bastard." As he shot through the air, numerous nascent soul experts moved to intercept him, and soon, fighting broke out in midair. The clan chief fought with utter ferocity, until he was only about 300 meters away from Bai Xiaochun. Soaked in blood, eyes filled with madness, he tried to push forward further, but was then set upon by more nascent soul experts. Ru Yu Yuumbul. The fighting was fierce, and the clan chief was soon coughing up blood as he glared at Bai Hao, who was standing only 150 meters away. He was trembling, and his life force was almost out. His chest was caved in, and his nascent soul almost destroyed. His eyes were even beginning to fade. He was like a lamp running out of oil, unable to continue fighting, barely able to breathe. And yet, in his madness, he continued to stagger toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun slowly looked down from the sky toward the clan chief. "Let him come over," he said. The surrounding soul cultivators immediately stayed their hands and stepped back, allowing the clan chief to approach. Oh, so slowly, Bai Xiaochun buried the image of the dying Bai Hao into the depths of his heart. Then he focused on the trembling, maddened clan chief. "Do you feel any regret at all?" Bai Xiaochun asked softly. "Bai Hao is also your flesh and blood. Your son." "Yes. I regret letting your mother die so quickly. I should have made her die screaming in pain. And I also regret the day you were born. I should have crushed you to death that instant." The clan chief truly had descended into madness, and even began to cackle maniacally. However, as he laughed, the light in his eyes slowly began to fade, until he simply toppled over onto the ground. The chief of the Bai clan was dead. The members of the auxiliary bloodline stood there quietly, their heads bowed, their hearts filled with complex emotions and deep melancholy. The public square in the middle of the clan was filled with corpses at the moment. But there was still one person left alive. She was spattered with blood and shaking physically, and yet filled with the vilest of hatred. Deranged laughter rose up as she struggled to her feet. "Your mother was a slut, you son of a bitch. Get over here. Don't you hate me? Why don't you kill me yourself? The only thing I regret is that the people I sent to kill you failed in their task." She actually should have died earlier, but the nascent soul cultivators who took the lead in the slaughter knew that Bai Hao's enmity with Madame Kai was particularly deep. Therefore, they held back, injuring her and leaving her alive for him to deal with. Bai Xiaochun ignored the hysterical Madame Kai, and instead turned to look at Chen Hai. This Madame Kai didn't just send one assassin. She sent many. Get me their names. With that, he took a step forward and vanished into the air. When he reappeared, he was in an abandoned courtyard residence somewhere in the Bai clan. The courtyard was choked with weeds, in the midst of which could be seen numerous children's toys, all of them old and rotting. Also in the courtyard was a well. Bai Xiaochun stood there for a long moment before sighing. "As Bai Hao's master, I am acting on his behalf to execute vengeance on you, Madame Kai." He waved his hand, and the weeds in the courtyard vanished. The toys turned into dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Having accomplished these things, he left. On his way out of the clan, he looked over at the fifth young lady. Sensing his gaze, she looked up at him, and their eyes met. Fifth elder sister, why don't you act as the clan chiefess from now on? Grand elder, please offer her your support. With a light sigh, the grand elder from the Hall of Justice looked at Xiaochun and nodded. Then he turned and clasped hands respectfully toward the fifth young lady. As for the other surrounding members of the auxiliary bloodline, they slowly began to awaken from the nightmare of blood, whereupon they too clasped hands to the fifth young lady. Of course, Xiaochun took the Bai clan's 1,000 years of reserve savings with him when he returned to Giant Ghost City. Along the way, Chen Hai turned to him and said, "We got the names you asked for. As for Madame Kai, she's dead." Heavenly Marquis Chen, Xiaochun said softly, "Might I trouble you to bring the heads of every name on that list to me within 3 days?" Chen Hai nodded somberly. By the time they returned to the city, word was already beginning to spread that the direct bloodline of the Bai clan had been exterminated. Although it was shocking news, it wasn't entirely unexpected. And of course, it further impressed upon people how vicious and merciless Bai Hao was. The slaughter which had been carried out caused Bai Hao's reputation to grow. A mere look from him would cause people to immediately stop talking. A snort from him was like heavenly thunder that would resound in the hearts of all present. To the powerful organizations in the city, the lost lives of the Bai clan's direct bloodline became a clear reminder of what type of person Major Domo Bai was. He was in the good graces of the king, a powerful official who existed far above everyone else in the realm. Even Devis like Duke Deathcrier felt pressure because of him. After all, nobody had done more for the giant ghost king than him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, Are You Stupid, Bai Hao? Chapter 683, Are You Stupid, Bai Hao? After returning to Giant Ghost City, Xiaochun took some time to get his emotions back under control. He didn't like killing, but after everything that had happened to him during his time as Bai Hao, too much frustration and rage had built up inside of him because of the injustice of it all. For Bai Hao's sake, he made the Bai clan pay the price for their past actions. The direct bloodline had been wiped away forever. After he was calm again, he looked at the pile of dazzling items that he had accumulated, and his eyes began to glitter brightly. Although he generally wasn't a greedy person, and wasn't overly attracted to worldly possessions, he was currently looking at the type of wealth that most ordinary people wouldn't be able to accumulate even in 10,000 lifetimes. It was enough to get his heart pounding audibly. Countless vengeful souls. A seemingly endless amounts of soul medicine. A Deva soul. Innumerable spirit-enhanced magical items. As he examined them all, he gasped constantly. Most moving of all were the secret treasures that had come from the reserve savings of the 3 clans. The Kai clan had its spirit jade statue, but the Chen and Bai clans also had similar items. For example, the Chen clan's secret treasure was a crimson jade bottle, within which was a drop of blood that could supposedly enable any dead soul to recover its memories from its previous life, and become intelligent. Essentially, it could transform a soul into something like a ghost cultivator. In the wildlands, precious materials like that were as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. Originally, the Qin clan had planned to use the drop of blood on their patriarch, after he reached the demigod level and then ran out of longevity. It would enable that patriarch to live on as a ghost cultivator and protect the clan for endless years. Unfortunately, the Chun clan patriarch had been incarcerated after the rebellion, rendering such plans useless. The Bai clan's reserve savings contained a 7-colored lotus seed pod. Originally it had contained 7 lotus seeds, but it now only had 2. Anyone who consumed one of those miraculous seeds would experience a complete recovery from any injuries. In fact, even if one's body were completely shattered, those seeds would return that person to their original state, as if they had been reborn. The reason why the clan chief and the Deva patriarch had been able to recover from their serious injuries so quickly was because of those seeds, but Any one of these 3 secret treasures would be enough to shake heaven and earth, and went to show how profound the reserve savings of the 3 great clans were. Those 3 clans were definitely way too rich. Bai Xiaochun thought, licking his lips. Next, he picked up a jade slip that contained flame conjuring formulas from all the clans, everything from 1 to 17 colored flame. Despite scouring all 3 of the clans, though, no formula for 18 colored flame had been recovered. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun came to be convinced that the 3 great clans didn't have such a formula. Actually, among all of the necromancer clans in the entire Wildlands, the formula for 18 colored flame was one of the rarest things imaginable. Whatever. I'll just have to wait for a future opportunity to find the formula. Or, who knows, maybe Bai Hao's method will eventually produce it. Despite the fact that his pile of treasures didn't contain that formula, he was still very excited overall. I really struck a goldmine this time. I don't think I'll be able to get rid of all this stuff if I tried for my entire life. By this point, he realized that he really enjoyed shaking down rich clans. Compared to shakedowns, cleaning out soul grounds was a virtually pointless activity. If I have a chance in the future, I'll definitely shake down some more clans. He was fully convinced that this was the best route to take. However, moments later, a frown could be seen on his face, and an uneasy feeling rose up in him. Wait a second, there are just simply too many valuable treasures here. If I keep them all for myself, people are definitely going to get jealous. And the giant ghost king probably wouldn't be happy either. Hesitating, he eyed the pile of treasure for a bit before making a decision. Material possessions are nice, but my poor little life is the foundation of everything. Eyes glittering, he thought back to his time on the Great Wall, and what that one particular city magistrate had done. Gradually, his eyes began to shine. Swishing his sleeve, he began to separate out some of the treasures in the pile. 1. He finished his work around evening, whereupon he flew up to the royal palace on the giant ghost statue. Upon arriving, he clasped hands and bowed respectfully, then said in a loud voice, "Bai Hao is here to seek an audience with His Highness the King." Silence met his request, so he stood there quietly for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Then, a solemn voice rang out. "Come in." The time spent waiting had been very nerve-wracking, so at this point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heart-thumping, he mused that the giant ghost king really did love to scheme and plot, and then sighed at the memory of being able to slap the man across the side of the head over and over again. Unfortunately, that excitement was something he had to bury deep in his heart. Even if he were 10,000 times more daring than he actually was, he would still never dare to do such a thing again. Settling his thoughts, he put a fawning smile onto his face and then hurried into the grand hall to find the giant ghost king sitting there solemnly on his throne. "You're back?" the king said coolly. "You certainly made quite the scene." He looked neither angry nor pleased, and from the words he spoke, it was impossible to say whether he was offering praise or criticism. Bai Xiaochun was both confused and nervous. Now that the giant ghost king had his cultivation base back, he was completely terrifying. Bai Xiaochun couldn't shake the feeling that if he said even one wrong thing, the man would fly into a rage and have him executed. However, he was fairly certain how to deal with this version of the giant ghost king, and plastered a look of such incredible excitement onto his face that it seemed like he must wish to worship him. "Just as you had predicted, Your Highness, the 3 great clans were overflowing with wealth. Vengeful souls, soul medicines, magical items, they had too much stuff to count. However, instead of handing them over, they defiantly tried to deceive your humble servant. Unfortunately for them, I had come to visit you beforehand, and thanks to your boundless royal grace, was given plenty of inspiration, and thus saw through their little plot. I even managed to get my hands on the secret treasures in their reserve savings." From the look on his face and the way he worded things, it seemed like he was giving all the credit to the giant ghost king. No expression could be seen on the giant ghost king's face, but there was the faintest hint of irritation in his eyes. Clearly, he was becoming slightly immune to the powers of Bai Xiaochun's flattery, although he still enjoyed it to some degree. Let's forget about the Chen and Bai clans for the moment, Bai Xiaochun continued. The Kai clan's secret treasure is just completely shocking. It's a spirit jade statue, 3 meters tall and mysterious to the ultimate degree. It emits light that can surpass the heavens, and has spiritual energy of the rarest type here in the wildlands. As he spoke, he continued to look extremely excited, but also took the time to secretly gauge the giant Ghost King's reaction. As soon as it comes out into the open, the entire area for 3,000 meters in all directions gets filled with incredibly strong spiritual energy. In terms of large-scale use, it could sustain an entire clan, and if used alone, would count as a precious treasure for personal cultivation. Bai Xiaochun's facial expression was extremely lively, and he used compelling gestures to emphasize his words. From the way he described it, the spirit jade statue was obviously something completely one of a kind. Although the giant Ghost King had never seen the spirit jade statue, Bai Xiaochun's description made it sound incredible. Yeah, if what you say is true, then that thing really is incredible. However, despite his words, his face remained completely expressionless. Bai Xiaochun had been measuring the giant Ghost King up this entire time, and after seeing his current reaction, he decided to take a step forward and lower his voice. Your humble servant has already put the spirit jade statue in one of your side courtyards, sir. Feel free to go study it at any time. At this point, the giant Ghost King's eyes widened, and then a broad smile appeared on his face. This was the first time he had ever shown such warmth to Bai Xiaochun. Clearly, he was very pleased with what Bai Xiaochun had done, and even looked at him with open praise. This little hooligan, he thought, really knows what to say and how to say it. Not only is he skilled, he's generous too. On top of that, he knows how to figure out what people are thinking. As of this moment, the giant Ghost King's opinion of Bai Xiaochun was only continuing to grow higher. However, at this point he suddenly seemed to remember something, and cleared his throat. All right, I heard that the wife of the former clan chief of the Chen clan is supposedly a peerless beauty, as has a physique perfect for cultivation assistance. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun, despite cursing inwardly, gave a knowing chuckle. Your Highness, I've already delivered Mrs. Chen to your side courtyard. You can go study her any time you wish, sir. The giant Ghost King immediately slapped his palm down onto the arm of his throne. Eyes widening into a glare, he barked, how impudent. Mrs. Chen is the wife of a former clan chief, and I am one of the 4 heavenly kings, a majestic demigod. How could I do such a thing? If word got out, what do you think it would do to my reputation? Are you stupid, Bai Hao? Get Mrs. Chen out of here this instant. 1. Back in chapter 530, Bai Xiaochun learned a new move from the magistrate of World City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, More Power. Chapter 684, More Power. The giant Ghost King truly seemed angry, and also extremely disappointed by Bai Xiaochun's failure. From the look on his face, if Bai Xiaochun didn't get Mrs. Chen out of the royal palace immediately, then he would take action and make sure Bai Xiaochun understood what it was like to be punished for making a mistake. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very wronged, and was inwardly cursing the shameless giant Ghost King. However, he simply stood there, giving a level look to the giant Ghost King, seemingly unmoved by the anger on display. What are you doing just standing there? The giant Ghost King roared, slapping his hand down onto his throne again. By now, there was no fawning look on Bai Xiaochun's face, only a pained expression. Sighing, he said, Your Highness, don't worry. The only parties privy to this matter are heaven, earth, you, and me. There isn't a third person in the world who knows the truth. Everyone thinks that I, Bai Hao, took a liking to Mrs. Chen, that I'm the one who swept her away and then killed the clan chief. Furthermore, no one knows that she is in your side courtyard, sir. He sighed again, looking at the giant Ghost King as if to say, enough with the act, nobody's fooling anybody here. The giant Ghost King's eyes went even wider than before, and yet he was a bit at a loss for words. Originally, he had assumed that Bai Hao would flatter him like he usually did, after which he would eventually pretend to give in. He had never imagined that Bai Xiaochun would be so direct about the matter. Furthermore, the way that Bai Xiaochun put on an air of being wronged caused an embarrassed smile to surface on the giant ghost king's face. The truth was that this Bai Hao really had suffered a blow to his reputation because of the matter, and nobody else in the world knew the truth of the matter. Inside, the giant ghost king was actually feeling wonderful about the whole matter, and as of this moment, his opinion of Bai Hao only continued to climb. Although he was delighted at how the matter had been handled, he continued to glare in disappointment. Finally, he sighed helplessly, shook his head and said, whatever. Just don't do this kind of thing ever again, alright? Bai Xiaochun's face twitched, and he continued to cast a level gaze at the giant ghost king, the expression on his face saying, "It's only the two of us here, there's no need for the act." The two of them stared at each other for a moment, after which the giant ghost king started to feel more guilty. Clearing his throat, he said, "The position of Major Domo is really just honorary. How about I appoint you as the inspections commissioner of Giant Ghost City? No one will be exempt from investigation, and if you find any indications of rebellion fomenting, you can execute the guilty with impunity." The giant ghost king emphasized his last words with the flick of a sleeve and a very serious expression. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled in response. The thought of being the inspections commissioner, a person who could investigate anyone he wanted, was very exciting. Bai Xiaochun decided to confirm what he had just heard. What if people offer resistance? The giant ghost king chuckled coldly. Considering everything that had occurred during the rebellion, he actually didn't trust anyone in the city. And that was especially true considering that the Nine Serenities King had been involved. Therefore, he felt little goodwill toward anyone. Waving his hand, he summoned a black spear, which he threw over to Bai Xiaochun. It was like a black bolt of lightning which shot through the air to appear right in front of him. To his shock, as the spear came to a stop in front of him, thrumming loudly, he realized that it had 6 golden designs on it. Mind reeling, and eyes as wide as saucers, he gasped and said, "A 16-fold spirit enhancement. I used that spear a lot in my early days," the giant ghost king said. "Take it as a reward. If anyone causes any problems, use that spear to execute them." The decisiveness in his voice was intense and also somber. As he looked at Bai Xiaochun, he recalled the fact that he hadn't abandoned him despite all of the dangerous situations they faced, and also thought about how there was a powerful magical treasure and a beautiful woman waiting for him in his side courtyard. The right hand of the giant ghost statue used to be the palace of operations for Duke Netherworld. Let that be your official mansion from now on. Bai Xiaochun's chest heaved with pride, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The giant ghost king had officially promoted him, given him a precious treasure, and also provided him with a palace of operations. All of that showed that he was indeed very pleased. Radiating health and vigor, he clasped hands and loudly said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Smiling in approval, the giant ghost king offered a few more words of encouragement, then gave a look that indicated that Bai Xiaochun should take his leave. Bai Xiaochun knew how to behave himself when necessary, and could tell that the old pervert was getting antsy. Therefore, he put the spear he had been given into his bag of holding, then clasped hands and prepared to leave. Just when he was about to walk out the door, he stopped and looked back at the king. "Your Highness, you don't happen to have a formula for 18-colored flame, do you, sir?" "A formula for 18-colored flame? I don't. Only the earthly necromancers have that formula. There are 3 of them in all of the wildlands, and they have incredibly high positions. I couldn't take the formula from one of them even if I wanted to." The giant ghost king knew that Bai Hao was a genius when it came to flame conjuring, but what he had just said about the formula for 18-colored flame was completely true. With that, he gave an impatient wave of his hand, and then vanished. Old pervert. Bai Xiaochun cursed inwardly. With that, he left the royal palace and flew in a beam of light to his old residence. Then, he took some of the treasures he had taken from the three great clans and gave portions to Chen Hai and Zhou Yixing. He also had them distribute rewards to the tens of thousands of soul cultivators who had helped them deal with the three clans. After all, he had long since come to understand the value of rewarding the efforts of the people who worked for you. Chen Hai was very happy, and Zhou Yixing was equally excited. And as the rewards were distributed to the other soul cultivators, their reverence for Bai Xiaochun grew. Having accomplished these things, Bai Xiaochun looked up at the palace of operations on the right hand of the giant ghost statue. For a moment, he hesitated. He had a lot of secrets, and it made him nervous to think about being so close to the giant ghost king himself. But then he stuck his chin up and proudly murmured, whatever. It's only a palace of operations. As the major domo of Giant Ghost City and the inspections commissioner, I can't just have one single residence. With that, he rubbed his bag of holding, within which were more than 10 tons of 15-colored flame. Those 15 colored flames had all been taken from the three great clans. Although I can't concoct 15 colored flame, with these finished flames in hand to study, perhaps I can reverse engineer my way to success. At the very least, I'll be able to cut a lot of time off of my research. Plus, with a 15-colored flame, I can break through from the early nascent soul stage into the mid-stage. That thought got him even more excited. Once he performed another spirit enhancement on his nascent soul, it would definitely cause another huge stir in the wildlands. As if it weren't bad enough that everyone was searching for him. Well, I can't let that fact hold me back from improving my cultivation base. What am I scared of anyway? As the major domo of Giant Ghost City and the inspections commissioner, I'm the one in charge of looking for Bai Xiaochun. There's nothing at all to fear. If I can't find Bai Xiaochun, then who else could? After going back and forth for a few more minutes, he headed to a secluded meditation chamber. Once inside, he set up some spell formations and also utilized the powers of his mask to make sure he was completely safe. Then he took out his turtle walk, sat down cross-legged, and sent his nascent soul flying out of his body. Then, a 15-colored flame appeared, and golden light flickered. Far away in Archemperor City, on the Hell Emperor Stele, Bai Xiaochun's name was still in first place on the list, with the number 14 next to it. But then, his name began to shine with dazzling light. All of Archemperor City was thrown into another commotion as people looked up in shock to see the number 15 appear next to Bai Xiaochun's name. 15. Bai Xiaochun performed another spirit enhancement on his nascent soul. Is this guy suicidal or something? He just won't give up on toying with his life. What a psycho. I have the feeling that as long as he doesn't get killed, Bai Xiaochun is going to end up being the successor of the Hell Emperor. Quite a few people were making that very prediction. As the city devolved into chaos, Mistress Red Dust was sitting in meditation in the Giant Ghost Legion. When she found out what was happening, she let out a shrill scream. Her hatred for Bai Xiaochun already ran as deep as the depths of the Yellow Springs. Of course, the news flew out of Archemperor City as surely as if it had wings, and the search for Bai Xiaochun grew more frantic. All of the chosen in the wildlands were forced to grit their teeth angrily. It was almost as if they had all been slapped across the face. There in the wildlands, the Hell Emperor's steel had been overtaken by a cultivator from the Heavenspan River. It was really driving them mad. I'm gonna kill this Bai Xiaochun. You better hope I don't find you, Bai Xiaochun, otherwise I'll crush your bones into powder and throw it into the wind. All sorts of curses could be heard throughout the wildlands. Although Bai Xiaochun had no way to know for sure how everyone was reacting, he could guess. His nascent soul's eyes opened, and it flew out of the walk and back into his body. After he carefully inspected it to make sure there were no problems, he breathed a sigh of relief. HMMMPH. Want to kill me? Why don't you try and find me first? Feeling very pleased with himself, he tested out his cultivation base a bit, and was immediately very excited. His cultivation base was now as boundless as the sea. He was in the mid-nascent soul stage, far beyond his previous level. In fact, he suddenly felt the impulse to go find someone half a step into the Deva realm to fight with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685, The Ghost King Orchid Blooms. Chapter 685, The Ghost King Orchid Blooms. It's too bad I still don't have a way to cultivate my undying bones. Although he was happy to have improved his cultivation base again, the mere thought of his undying bones got him depressed. Although he had acquired plenty of treasure from the 3 great clans, he hadn't found any objects that could provide abundant life force. That left him sighing with regret at the fact that he hadn't used his eternal parasol on the giant Ghost King back when he'd had the chance. That would have at least given him a bit of life force to work with. What a pity. Well, time and tide wait for no man. Sighing, he drove such dangerous thoughts from his mind. After all, if the giant Ghost King ever found out he had thought such things, he would probably skin him alive. For now, I'll have to forget about my undying bones. The most important thing right now is my research into 15-colored flame. Obviously, the best way to keep improving his cultivation base was by working hard with multicolored flame. Up to now, he had already done plenty of research into 15-colored flame, but there were still many aspects of the formula that he didn't understand. Taking a deep breath, he produced a tongue of 15-colored flame from his bag of holding, then began to study it closely. Soon, the glow of augury could be seen in his eyes as he began to analyze it from all angles. Studying an actual 15-colored flame in this way would make him much more proficient in using it, and would be a reference point that would make future work much smoother. 3 days passed by in a flash. Xiaochun remained immersed in researching 15-colored flame, and on numerous occasions, his eyes flickered with delight and anticipation. Although 3 days was a short time, because of his augury method, he actually made significant progress. Eventually, he sent the flame spreading out to look at it in a different state, and then even went so far as to intentionally destroy it. When all of the 15 different types of flame appeared, he compared the familiar 14 colors with the unfamiliar 15th. Based on what he already knew, that gave him significant further enlightenment. When evening fell on the 3rd day, he took a deep breath and looked at the destroyed 15-colored flame for a long moment, then closed his eyes. After an hour passed, his eyes opened, and they glowed brightly. He quickly pulled out another 15-colored flame to continue studying, when all of a sudden, he turned his attention outside of the secluded meditation chamber. 3 days have passed, he murmured. With that, he emerged out in the open and waited in the courtyard, looking up into the sky. Before long, a beam of light appeared, within which was Chen Hai. "Bye, my boy," he said, laughing heartily. After landing in front of Xiaochun, he clasped hands and bowed, a broad smile on his face. "Chen, old pal," Xiaochun said, stepping forward to pull him up from his bow. "Bye, my boy, the mission was accomplished smoothly. All of the things you asked me to get for you are right here." With that, he produced a bag of holding, which he handed out to Xiaochun. Xiaochun looked at it, and was already starting to pant. Eyes flashing with cold light, he clasped hands to Chen Hai, took the bag, and then chatted for a few more minutes. Eventually, Chen Hai left. At that point, Xiaochun went back into his secluded meditation chamber and sat down cross-legged. Inside of the bag of holding were 9 human heads. They were the 9 assassins that Madame Kai had identified when being interrogated. None of them were from the Bai clan, they had all been employed directly by Madame Kai. Regardless of their identity or standing, they were now nothing more than bodiless heads. All of a sudden, Xiaochun found himself thinking of that moment when he had first arrived in the wildlands, and had actually glimpsed Bai Hao in the flesh, still alive. A moment passed, and he waved his hand, transforming the 9 severed heads into nothing more than ash. "Bai Hao, my apprentice," he said softly, "I have avenged your death. Even though I'm still using your identity, I think that your spirit can now rest in peace." At this point, he finally let out a long sigh. The direct bloodline had been put to death, and all of the killers were now nothing more than ash. As of this point, all of the karma was completely and utterly resolved. Bai Xiaochun took a bit of time to calm himself again, then pulled out another tongue of 15-colored flame and began to perform auguries. More time passed. An entire month flew by, during which time Bai Xiaochun immersed himself in his study in auguries regarding 15-colored flame. He never came out of secluded meditation, and yet, his fame continued to grow in Giant Ghost City. The talk about the things which had occurred with the three great clans was beginning to die down a bit, but the reverence people felt toward Bai Xiaochun only grew. And then there was the announcement that the Giant Ghost King had appointed Bai Hao to be the inspections commissioner, and had even gifted him with a treasured spear and an official palace of operations, and his name grew even more powerful and famous. As Bai Xiaochun grew more powerful and respected, the various groups and organizations within the city began to quiet down. The crisis period for Giant Ghost City had passed, and things were really starting to get back to normal. However, no one could ever have anticipated that, just when Giant Ghost City was getting back to normal, one afternoon, a very shocking incident occurred 500,000 kilometers away. It was a vast, 50,000-kilometer area covered with dense fog, a muddy marsh that wasn't even inhabited by wild animals. Because of the lack of any sort of living beings, it was a location of death and lifelessness. The fog never lifted from the area no matter the time of year, which made it very difficult for anyone to see in. Because of the intense aura of death, and the vile miasma that was dangerous even to nascent soul cultivators, few people ever entered the place for long. If they did, they would surely die. It had long since become a forbidden region that no one entered. Any soul cultivator who found the place in their way would always skirt around it. However, any almighty being who could look down on the place from above would notice that there was actually a structure within the swirling fog. It looked like a gigantic tea kettle. 1. The area around the tea kettle swarmed with souls. However, they were different than the vengeful souls usually seen in the wildlands. Their eyes were bright red, and they seemed particularly violent. They even had horns sticking out of their foreheads, making them look like evil ghosts. However, the violent, evil ghosts only existed directly around the tea kettle, and didn't fly out into the fog beyond. Apparently, unless they were provoked, they wouldn't actually cause harm. This location was one of the arcane pocket realms belonging to the Imperial clan. It was the Necromancer Kettle. No investigation or research had ever confirmed the origin of the Necromancer Kettle, or the reason why it bore the semblance of a tea kettle. The only thing that was known was that the good fortune inside of it belonged exclusively to the Imperial clan. The fog around the kettle formed a year-round seal that was only opened on occasion. However, on this day, the entire Necromancer Kettle began to tremble unexpectedly, and the lands around it started quaking violently. Thunderous rumbles filled the air, and the fog began to seethe and slowly rise off of the ground. At that point, high in the sky above the Necromancer Kettle, a bizarre, black flower appeared. The black flower had 5 petals, each of which resembled the face of a ghost. As the flower bloomed, the fog swirled around it and also turned into the shape of a ghost face. It was a very shocking sight to behold. The first person to notice the sudden change was none other than the Giant Ghost King in Giant Ghost City. Moments before, he had been sitting in his royal palace listening to Duke Deathcrier report on some matters relating to 9 Serenities City. His eyes had been flickering with cold light, and he had been about to ask a question when, all of a sudden, his face fell, and he looked off into the distance. "The Ghost King Orchid," he said, his aura fluctuating wildly. Duke Deathcrier's eyes went wide as the Giant Ghost King suddenly vanished, to appear high in the sky above the city. There, he began to move as quickly as a lightning bolt, to appear in the area near the Necromancer Kettle. When he saw the black flower floating in the sky, his eyes began to shine brightly. He cast a glance at the Necromancer Kettle, and then turned and vanished again, to reappear back in his royal palace. After dismissing Duke Deathcrier, he closed his eyes thoughtfully for a long moment, then turned to look in the direction of Archemperor City. It was in that very city, far, far away from Giant Ghost City, that, in a certain grand hall in the Imperial Palace, 8 ancient and crumbling bones had been enshrined. Suddenly, one of those crumbling pieces of bone began to belch out black mist, which quickly took the shape of a flower identical to the one above the necromancer kettle. Several old cultivators who acted as guards outside of that particular hall had sensed the change and rushed inside. When they saw the black flower coming out of the crumbling bone, they were shocked to the core. The Ghost King orchid is blooming. After exchanging glances, the old men took out jade slips to notify the Grand Heaven Master. The Grand Heaven Master was currently in Archemperor City's Heaven Master Hall. When he got the news, he opened his eyes and looked off into the distance toward the necromancer kettle. The necromancer kettle is active, and the Ghost King orchid is blooming. One of the 8 arcane pocket realms has opened. That flower is of particular importance to the giant Ghost King. Suddenly, he heard a voice from outside. Heaven Master, Goddess Red Dust is here requesting an audience. The Grand Heaven Master's eyes flickered, and then he said, "Send her away. Make an announcement that the Ghost King orchid will be available to whoever destiny sees fit." After the Grand Heaven Master's announcement, news about the blooming of the Ghost King orchid quickly spread through Archemperor City. Meanwhile, back in Giant Ghost City, Xiaochun had just gone through his 6th 15-colored flame. However, his level of control was improving, and it was at this point that he excitedly took out a soul-hoarding pagoda. Moments later, a vast horde of vengeful souls flew out into the open, and Xiaochun began to work on conjuring a 15-colored flame. 1. This tea kettle is obviously a Chinese-style kettle, which would look something like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, He Wants to See Me Again? Chapter 686, He Wants to See Me Again? Due to his augury and reverse engineering methods, Xiaochun was very confident regarding the formula for 15-colored flame. However, it was still a very difficult thing that would require a lot of work. Thankfully, he had plenty of vengeful souls to work with. He made one attempt after another, and failed at every one, but at the same time, learned from every one. After identifying the reasons for failure and then resolving them, he made constant progress. Time passed, and he became more and more proficient in flame conjuring. 10 more times. That's all I need to succeed. Even as he pulled out more vengeful souls to work with, the blooming of the Ghost King orchid was causing a huge stir in Archemperor City. The Ghost King orchid is blooming. Supposedly, the first-generation Archemperor personally planted that Ghost King orchid in the necromancer kettle. If you eat the fruit of that flower, you can heal a damaged divine soul and purify your body, removing any defilements. There's another thing it can do. It can perfectly reset your cultivation base, allowing you to completely replace all of the techniques you use with other ones. I also heard that the fruit of the Ghost King orchid can bring dead souls back to life. In the briefest moment, Archemperor City began to buzz with all sorts of talk. The important nobility and influential people within the city were all buzzing with excitement. Although the Ghost King orchid was of vital importance to the giant Ghost King, it could also be very beneficial to others. Virtually all of the luxurious mansions in the city were astir, and yet, nobody was actually taking action. After all, the necromancer kettle belonged to the imperial clan, and although the announcement had been made that the flower would go to whoever destiny saw fit, the specific rules governing the competition had not yet been made public. However, that quickly changed as an imperial decree came down. The necromancer kettle, one of the 8 arcane pocket realms belonging to the imperial clan, is now open. In accord with the will of the Grand Heaven Master, no one above or below the nascent soul stage may enter. Only nascent soul cultivators may go in and seek the good fortune therein. From members of the imperial clan down to the families of the aristocracy, any group may dispatch a single person to enter the pocket realm. As soon as the decree went out, all of the influential groups in the city began to analyze the deeper meaning behind it. Soon, eyes were cast in the direction of Giant Ghost City. Clearly, the decree had not really been put out by the Archemperor, but rather, by the Grand Heaven Master. Nowadays in Archemperor City, the words of the Grand Heaven Master were taken more seriously than the Archemperor's. However, the reaction from the influential groups in the city was muted, as if they were waiting for something. Eventually, news about the decree reached the ears of the tall, muscular Nine Serenities king. He stood there in his royal palace in Nine Serenities City, a huge battle-axe propped up next to him, looking at a jade slip. Slowly, a smile spread out across his face. "You really want that ghost, King Orchid, don't you, King Giant Ghost? Well, I'll make sure you don't get your wish." He and the Giant Ghost King had been at odds with each other for many years, during which time he had never been presented with the opportunity to personally do anything about the situation. However, during the Giant Ghost King's decay period, he had absolutely taken the initiative to strike a blow along with the three great clans' rebellion. A cold smile appeared on the Nine Serenities King's face as he said, "Tell Prince Xiaochun to come see me immediately." Next, a bone slip appeared in his hand as he transmitted messages to other influential groups and clans in Nine Serenities City, giving them various instructions. On top of a towering mountain in War Champion City, a middle-aged man stood there, clad in a green robe, his hands clasped behind his back. He was not burly like the Nine Serenities King, but he still seemed like a paramount figure in heaven and earth, radiating pressure which weighed down on all creation. That man was none other than the War Champion King. Interesting. The Ghost King Orchid has already bloomed 4 times. In the past, it was always one of the Giant Ghost Kings who got the flower. The flower is obviously very important to the current Giant Ghost King. If he gets this one, he'll be able to complete the 5 elements structure, and his technique will be even more deadly. From that point on, he would never again have a decay period. That means that whoever gets the flower this time will be able to get the most valuable treasures imaginable from the Giant Ghost King in trade. Eyes narrowing, the War Champion King thought of a particular medicinal pill bottle that the Giant Ghost King owned, which could refine all types of high-level medicines. After another moment of thought, the War Champion King smiled faintly and said, "Come see me immediately." The Nine Serenities King and the War Champion King both had their various thoughts about the matter. Meanwhile in Spirit Advent City, the last of the 4 heavenly kings, the Spirit Advent King, was also moved. He was an extremely fat man, a mountain of flesh who was even more exaggeratedly fat than Big Fatty Zhang had been all those years ago. Of course, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a qilin horn than to find someone in the wildlands who would tease him about his weight. As he sat there in his royal palace, surrounded by handmaidens, a glass of alcohol in hand, his eyes began to shine brightly. The Giant Ghost King is sure going to have it rough this time. I bet everyone is going to do their best to screw him over. Well, how could I possibly ignore this chance to profit from his misfortune? Laughing heartily, he turned his head and bellowed, "Shanshan, my lovely daughter, aren't you always looking for people to pick fights with? Well, I'm going to give you a chance to do just that. Go to the Necromancer Kettle and fight with whoever you feel like. Get the fruit of the Ghost King Orchid, and bring it back for me." In an auxiliary courtyard deep in Spirit Advent City, an intense rumbling sound could be heard as a valiant and formidable young woman appeared. The actions of these 3 heavenly kings were like a wind vane that indicated what all of the other powers in Archemperor City would do. It was almost like a chain reaction. Before long, numerous voices could be heard within the headquarters of the influential groups and clans. 1 person per group? That means only 1 person from Giant Ghost City will be there. I guess we could risk offending the Giant Ghost King, but getting involved in a fight between the 4 of the heavenly kings wouldn't be worth it. The Zhou clan will not be participating. The Giant Ghost King might be a demigod, but considering our Li clan's good relationship with the Nine Serenities King, we have no choice but to participate. Fine, send the Li clan's Qilin's son into the Necromancer Kettle to earn a name for himself. It's been a long time since a competition has come along that virtually all of the clans can participate in. This is a perfect chance for the nascent Soul Juniors to rise to prominence. We might end up offending the Giant Ghost King, but with the War Champion King participating as well, we shouldn't have anything to fear. Scenes such as this played out in numerous locations in the Wildlands. Of course, Duke Deathcrier had eyes and ears in many places, and soon got word. Looking very grim-faced, he headed toward the royal palace. After he left, a roar of rage could be heard from within the royal palace. The giant ghost king leapt off of his royal throne, his eyes shining as cold as ice. The truth was that he didn't really need to get any secret reports from Duke Deathcrier. He had long since guessed that this instance of the blooming of the Ghost King orchid would cause a huge stir. After his decay period ended and he returned to Giant Ghost City, he had been thinking constantly about the necromancer kettle. Even his rough calculations had led him to the conclusion that the Ghost King orchid would soon be blooming for the 5th time. As a result, he had given orders to Duke Deathcrier to keep an eye on the other heavenly kings, and had also opened up talks with the Grand Heaven Master, hoping to get him to agree to give Giant Ghost City exclusive entrance rights. Clearly, the Grand Heaven Master had refused that request. Not even the Giant Ghost King's offer to owe him a huge favor had changed his mind. Although it was not a huge blow to him, it still made him angry. And yet, there was nothing he could do about the situation. The Grand Heaven Master held sway over the Emperor and the nobility, and was definitely a person to be feared. Everybody knows how important the Ghost King orchid is to me. Do those 3 bastards really think they can steal what's mine? Furthermore, they're trying to weaken me by preventing the organizations I'm on good terms with in Giant Ghost City from participating. Humph. The 3 other kings ganging up on me is of secondary importance. The Grand Heaven Master's attitude is the most important thing. The Giant Ghost King gritted his teeth at the fact that the Grand Heaven Master had specifically issued orders preventing demigods and devas from entering the necromancer kettle. Do they really think that I wouldn't be ready for something like this though? With a cold snort, he thought about a certain person and then suddenly smiled. I need to teach that little hooligan a lesson anyway. My head is not to be smacked around casually. Having reached this point in his train of thought, the Giant Ghost King issued a royal decree. Summoned by how to see me. Immediately. As the orders went out, Xiaochun was in his secluded meditation chamber, working on conjuring a 15-colored flame. He had failed more than 10 times, but his eyes shone with stubborn determination. He was currently focused completely on the fire in his hand, and on feeding it the surrounding vengeful souls. He didn't dare to relax for even a moment. As the vengeful souls poured into the fire, his eyes turned completely bloodshot. Fire spread out, and then it began to converge back together onto his palm, whereupon he closed his fingers into a fist. Taking an excited breath, he opened his fingers to reveal a tongue of flame right there in the middle of his hand. He immediately began to laugh delightedly. It finally worked. It was none other than 15-colored flame. This 15-colored flame indicated that Xiaochun was no longer a terrestrial necromancer, but had reached the celestial rank. There were less than 100 celestial necromancers in all of the wildlands, making them very rare. But now, thanks to his constant research and augury, Xiaochun had risen to that very rank. Even as he reveled in his pride, he heard a voice outside of his secluded meditation facilities. Major Domo, His Highness the King has summoned you, post-haste. Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he wondered why the king might have summoned him, especially right when he had already been planning on coming out of secluded meditation. This seems weird. He couldn't see me in here, could he? Feeling very nervous, he looked around, and then put away his 15-colored flame. After emerging from his secluded meditation facilities, he saw that there were 2 city guards waiting, who immediately greeted him with clasped hands. What does His Highness the King want to see me for? He asked casually. The 2 guards hesitated, but knew that Xiaochun was a person they could not afford to offend. Lowering their voices, they quickly explained what they knew about the Ghost King orchid, and their guesses about how it involved him. As soon as Xiaochun heard the news, his heart trembled with fear. All of the nascent soul chosen in the wildlands are going? He thought. Sounds way too dangerous. Having reached this point in his train of thought, his expression suddenly flickered, and he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Staggering backward, he wailed, I just had a setback with my cultivation base. Report back to His Highness the King that I have to go back into secluded meditation to make some adjustments." With that, he rushed back into his secluded meditation facilities and slammed the door behind him. The two city guard were left flabbergasted by this unexpected turn of events. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, Don't Worry, Your Highness. Chapter 687, Don't Worry, Your Highness. The giant Ghost King's divine sense wasn't so powerful that it could maintain daily scrutiny of all of Giant Ghost City. That was even less the case considering how wrapped up he was in his current plans. In fact, after issuing the summons to Bai Xiaochun, he had already started to completely change his overall plan. The fruit of the Ghost King orchid was too important to him. None of the previous giant Ghost Kings had ever reached his current level of progress. He had accumulated 4 of the fruits so far, and only needed 1 more to make a complete set of the 5 elements. With that full set, he would be able to remove the weakness in the technique he cultivated. Therefore, he was unwilling to accept the possibility of any mishaps. He needed to guarantee with 100% certainty that he would get that Ghost King fruit. After all, if someone else got it, he would then be in the passive position, and it was impossible to say what unexpected things would result. The optimal outcome would be for him to acquire the fruit by his own means. The giant Ghost King was in the middle of contemplating all of these matters when the 2 guards returned with the unexpected news that Bai Xiaochun had gone into a protracted, half-year-long session of secluded meditation. The giant Ghost King's eyes went wide, and his anger immediately began to burn. Shooting to his feet, he vanished, to reappear right outside of Bai Xiaochun's auxiliary courtyard. Completely disregarding the spell formation that protected Bai Xiaochun's secluded meditation facilities, he stepped forward to appear inside. The instant he appeared, he saw Bai Xiaochun, his face ashen and eyes cloudy, pushing down onto his chest as he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Although he seemed surprised to find someone else in his secluded meditation chamber, he managed to struggle to his feet, whereupon he clasped hands and bowed. "Humble greetings, Your Highness." The giant Ghost King was a bit shocked by how much blood Bai Xiaochun had just coughed up, and at how weak he looked. After scanning him with some divine sense, he could sense instabilities in his cultivation base, whereupon his face darkened. "How did this happen?" he asked with a growl. "Your Highness." Bai Xiaochun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the blood from his lips, lowered his voice, and continued, "Your humble servant went through hell and high water for you. Unfortunately, my cultivation base wasn't powerful enough, and in my over-hasty push into the early nascent soul stage, I made some mistakes." Although his voice quavered weakly, his eyes shone with the determination to keep speaking. "But don't worry, Your Highness, all I need is half a year, and I'll be back to normal." Seemingly summoning the effort, he slapped his chest to emphasize his words, looking like the type of person who wouldn't hesitate to die for his sovereign. At the same time, he was secretly sizing up the giant Ghost King, and vowing that he wouldn't go into any dangerous areas no matter what happened. Giant Ghost City was definitely the safest place to be. The giant Ghost King's expression flickered as he pondered the situation. After looking Bai Xiaochun up and down, he finally decided that everything was just too coincidental. How could it be that, right when the Ghost King orchid bloomed, causing a huge stir among all the chosen in the land, that Baihao's cultivation base would suddenly have a problem? However, now was not the time to go picking apart Bai Xiaochun's words. Waving his hand, he summoned a medicinal pill. It was pure white, and shone with dazzling light. Inside of it could be seen the image of a dragon, and it emanated a shocking medicinal aroma. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw it, his eyes went wide, and he even gasped. This was the first time he had ever seen a medicinal pill in the wildlands. As in Grandmaster Apothecary, he could instantly tell that this was some sort of holy medicine designed to heal injuries. In fact, it appeared to surpass the godly vestige pills he had used in the past. It was completely unprecedented. A medicinal pill like this could be considered rare even in the Heavenspan River region, let alone in the wildlands, where medicinal pills virtually didn't exist. Clearly, it was a treasured item to the giant Ghost King. This pill's name is Heaven-Cleaving Good Fortune Pill. You can only eat 9 in your lifetime, and the reason that my decay period was so short was because I consumed 9 at once. Anyone else who consumes it under normal circumstances will experience a full recovery from all injuries in only one breath of time. Take a minute to think. Even if you're seriously injured, you're going on this mission, whether you want to or not. If you refuse to take the pill, and fail in the mission, I won't cause any problems for you. But if you do consume it, then you definitely must succeed in the mission. The giant Ghost King spoke in a tone that brooked no argument, then looked at Bai Xiaochun with glittering eyes as he flicked his finger and sent the medicinal pill flying toward Bai Xiaochun's mouth. Bai Xiaochun shivered in fear, but still managed to reach out and snatch the pill out of the air. Scowling on the verge of tears, he looked back at the king, cursing inwardly, but knowing he had no choice in the matter. Considering how decisively the giant Ghost King was acting, Bai Xiaochun could tell that it was just as the man had said, he would be going on this mission whether he wanted to or not. Although he felt very wronged about the whole thing, he didn't let that show on his face. In fact, it was at this point that some cracking sounds suddenly rang out from inside of him, and his previously unstable cultivation base suddenly returned to normal. "Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll definitely accomplish the mission," he said loudly. "You've recovered?" the giant Ghost King asked, his eyes narrowing as he smiled. You said it even before I noticed it, Your Highness." "Wow, this is great. My cultivation base breakthrough came because I had an audience with you, and now I've recovered for the same reason. Both of these developments occurred because of meeting with you face to face. Your Highness, your might surpasses all creation, like a dragon flying to the highest heavens. A mere glance from you is like consuming a holy medicine of healing." All of Bai Xiaochun's flattery was delivered without the slightest blush, and was spoken with utmost sincerity. The giant Ghost King sighed, well aware of what Bai Xiaochun was doing. Not concerned about how crafty Bai Xiaochun was trying to be, the giant Ghost King's expression turned somber as he went on to give some more information about what was to come. Bai Xiaochun listened with rapt attention, and afterward, actually breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knew that, considering how incredible he was, he could crush anyone who tried to make a move against him. The more he listened though, the wider his eyes went, and the more his heart began to pound at the fact that virtually everyone was teaming up against the giant Ghost King. We're talking about multiple heirs apparent to heavenly kings, plus chosen from the nobility and aristocracy in Archemperor City. Although not all of them reached the nascent soul stage with Deva Beast souls, there are bound to be a few. Plus, they're all going to be working together against me. Soon his scowl returned. All of the cultivators who would be going to this trial by fire were powerful chosen. Even though Bai Xiaochun knew himself to be incredible, even a tiger couldn't fight a pack of ravenous wolves. The slightest misstep on his part, and his poor little life would be in danger. Damn it, how come only nascent soul cultivators can go? It would be much better if most of the people were in the core formation stage. Although he wished to cry, no tears would come. The truth was that even if he were stronger than he was, he still wouldn't be confident. However, considering the stubborn look on the face of the giant Ghost King, he knew that there was nothing he could do other than nod in agreement. The giant Ghost King could sense Bai Xiaochun's pensiveness, so after a moment, he sighed and said, "However, don't feel too much pressure. With my trusty spear, and some heaven-cleaving good fortune pills, you should be very safe. Furthermore, I will make other arrangements to make sure that everything goes smoothly in the necromancer kettle." However, not even such assurances wiped the scowl off of Bai Xiaochun's face. At this point, the giant Ghost King lowered his voice and said, "Don't forget about that restrictive spell that connects the two of us. Do you really think I would send you somewhere to get killed?" Upon hearing that, Bai Xiaochun's mood brightened a bit. The more he thought about it, the less likely it seemed that anyone would try to cause problems for him. Besides, based on what the giant Ghost King had just said, it seemed there would be people on the inside who would help him if he needed it. After offering a few more words of instruction, the giant Ghost King handed by Xiaochun a medicinal pill bottle, within which were 8 heaven-cleaving good fortune pills. Including the one he had given him moments ago, that made a total of 9. After seeing all of those pills, Bai Xiaochun felt even more confident than before. With that, the giant Ghost King left, simultaneously passing orders to Duke Deathcrier to accompany Bai Xiaochun on a giant ghost battleship to the Necromancer Kettle. The giant ghost battleship was an enormous black airship that pierced through the sky with incredible speed. It had a giant ghost statue on it that radiated black light, as well as a fearsome aura. Bai Xiaochun was currently standing on the deck of the battleship, sighing listlessly. Next to him was Duke Deathcrier, who was looking at him with a bemused expression. Chuckling, Duke Deathcrier said, "What's with the furrowed brow, Major Domo Bai? You didn't frown like that even when 3 devas were chasing you down. What a load of crap." Bai Xiaochun thought inwardly. Back when the 3 devas had been chasing him, he had plenty of secret weapons to call upon. He'd known that the giant Ghost King would recover within days, and had thus been willing to take a big risk. The current situation was nothing like that. However, he also realized that now was not the time to be weak or scared. Standing up straighter than before, he smacked himself loudly on the chest and said, "You're seeing things, Duke Deathcrier. I wasn't frowning, I was thinking. And this is no furrowed brow, it's an expression of killing intent." Duke Deathcrier's expression turned even more quizzical, but he didn't say anything further. The two of them didn't speak much during the rest of the trip. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun realized that there was a huge group of vengeful souls moving along on the ground beneath them. When Duke Deathcrier noticed what he was looking at, he offered a brief explanation. Whenever the Necromancer Kettle is opened, it attracts lots of vengeful souls. They instinctively try to get into the place. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun realized even more than before that this Necromancer Kettle was clearly an extraordinary place, and also a dangerous one. Another 2 hours passed, and by now, the battleship was in the actual region of the huge kettle. It was evening, and the previously clear sky was now choked with clouds. Furthermore, it was possible to see the shocking Ghost King Orchid off in the distance. Countless vengeful souls swirled around in the area of the Ghost King Orchid, filling the sky and land alike, creating a screaming vortex that no one would dare to get close to. Bai Xiaochun had actually arrived early, and there was no one else in the area. He was the first. However, that gave him plenty of time to study the surrounding area. Before long, he could see an enormous kettle beneath the Ghost King Orchid. It was pitch black, and seemed profoundly ancient. Furthermore, it was the black mist pouring out of the kettle itself that created the enormous, misty Ghost King Orchid up above. This was the Necromancer Kettle. Bai Xiaochun gasped, and his heart trembled. Even with a single glance, he could tell that this kettle was some type of magical item. "There is another heaven and earth inside of the Necromancer Kettle," Duke Deathcrier explained. "Its origin is a mystery, but according to some legends, it came from beyond the heavens. Other stories say that it was a treasured item belonging to the first-generation Archemperor. At this point in time, it's really impossible to determine the truth. As for the Ghost King Orchid, it actually grows in a basin in the very middle of the world of the kettle. It's very large inside, but all you have to do is fly to the very center of the place, and you'll find that basin. Incidentally, according to all of the records we have, it will actually take some time after the mist flower forms for the true form of the Ghost King Orchid to mature. All you have to do is get your hands on its fruit, and then after you get out, I'll safeguard you. If anyone dares to attack you or steal the fruit from you at that time, His Highness the King will personally come to handle the situation. Inside of the kettle, you'll be on your own." Duke Deathcrier then went on to offer some more warnings and exhortations. Bai Xiaochun was feeling more nervous than ever, but kept telling himself that everything would be alright. A bit later, beams of light became visible off in the distance, some coming from the direction of Archemperor City, and others coming from the other 3 kingly cities. A few others approached from teleportation portals in the area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, An Old Friend. Chapter 688, An Old Friend. Duke Deathcryer's expression flickered slightly, and Bai Xiaochun looked very nervous. Even as Bai Xiaochun's turned to look off into the distance, two beams of light streaked toward them, unleashing sonic booms as they pierced through the air. Soon, two people became visible. One of them was a wizened old man wearing a black robe. His eyes were cloudy, and his face slack. He seemed fused with heaven and earth, so much so that he was even invisible when inspected with divine sense. He glanced briefly at Bai Xiaochun, then looked at Duke Deathcryer and smiled, simultaneously clasping hands in greeting. Duke Deathcryer clasped hands in return. Next to the old man was a young man in a violet robe. There was something tyrannical and haughty about him, especially his eyes, which were piercingly sharp. His cultivation base was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, which made him seem like an unsheathed sword, ready to chop anything to pieces. The young man glanced briefly at Bai Xiaochun, chuckled coldly, and then looked away at the necromancer kettle. Seeing how seriously Bai Xiaochun was taking the arrival of these two, Duke Deathcryer transmitted a message. He's the heir apparent of the Nine Serenities King, Prince Xiaochun. He has a reputation for being cruel and callous, and has killed many people in his time. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard. Although he wasn't sure exactly how he knew it, but just looking at Xiaochun, he could tell that he had reached the nascent soul stage by using Deva Beast souls. Perhaps he knew it because he had a heaven-down nascent soul. Xiaochun looked incredibly impressive. He was an heir apparent, and surely had some demigod-level secret magics. Obviously, he was a chosen the likes of which were not to be provoked. I bet I could beat him in a one-on-one fight. But considering who his father is, I probably shouldn't mess with him. Even as Bai Xiaochun made this decision, more light appeared off in the distance, two beams that contained two women. One of them was an old woman wearing a voluminous white robe. Her expression was placid, but the young woman next to her was clearly the bossy and domineering type. Her eyes brimmed with the desire to do battle, and despite the fact that she wore violet gloves and was very beautiful, she was clearly the violent type. As soon as the young woman appeared, Xiaochun's eyelid twitched with trepidation, as though he didn't dare to look at her. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, he gasped quietly. At this point, Duke Deathcryer transmitted more information. Princess Xiaochun, daughter of the Spirit Advent King. A violent girl, the type who will lose her temper if you say one wrong thing. How come all of these wildlands chosen seem completely brutal? Bai Xiaochun thought, his own eyelid twitching. This Xiaochun reached the Great Circle using Deva Beast souls, and has an incredibly powerful fleshly body. Considering the fact that even Xiaochun seemed to fear Xiaochun, Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to look at her for more than a moment. However, before he could look away, their eyes locked, and Xiaochun glared at him. From the look in her eyes, she was itching to fight him, but thankfully, the old woman next to her cleared her throat, and Xiaochun backed up a few steps in disappointment. Bai Xiaochun could see how violent of a girl she was. She wanted to attack him for merely looking at her. This place is way too barbarous. The wildlands definitely isn't a suitable place for me. Even as he sighed, more beams of light approached, this time containing dozens of people. These were the chosen children of various groups in the wildlands, all of them escorted by Dao protectors. None of the Dao protectors were devas, like those sent by the heavenly kings, but most of them were half a step into the Deva realm. After arriving, the newcomers fanned out. Some of them joined Xiaochun, while others went to stand near Xiaochun. Some of them gathered together in smaller groups, or they looked off into the sky, as if they were waiting for someone. Little Wolf God, Li Tianshan, Zhao Dongshan, Miao Liner. As the chosen arrived, Duke Deathcryer would tell Bai Xiaochun their names. And as he did, Bai Xiaochun's heart continued to pound. Little Wolf God was a young man with a perpetual expression of killing intent on his face, and eyes that radiated brutality. Li Tianqing seemed a bit better, but had a sinister look to him that left Bai Xiaochun feeling very uncomfortable. Zhao Dongshan was particularly burly, as though the blood of savage giants ran in his veins. He looked like a small mountain as he stood there, holding an enormous wolf tooth club in one hand. Most of the chosen were men, with few women. However, there was one woman who caught Bai Xiaochun's eye. She was none other than the one Duke Deathcrier had introduced as Miao Liner. She wore very revealing clothing that well accentuated her lithe frame, and made her quite the center of attention among the other chosen. She didn't seem to care about that, and even wore a carefree smile. When she noticed that Bai Xiaochun was looking at her, she covered her smile with her mouth. As she swayed forward, her long, milky legs were prominently displayed, causing Zhao Dongshan, who was right next to her, to start panting. Bai Xiaochun stole a further glance. Heart-pounding, he couldn't help but analyze her objectively. These Wildlander women dress quite daringly, but they don't measure up to my Song Junwan. Although the Wildlanders were all handsome and even beautiful, they all had murderous auras that indicated they had killed many people. I'm here representing the Giant Ghost King, so where are the Giant Ghost King forces? Why isn't anybody coming to stand by me? Bai Xiaochun was starting to feel as if something was off. Maybe they're not here yet? Or maybe they're keeping their identity secret. After looking around at the growing crowd, he tried to guess who it might be that the Giant Ghost King had arranged to come help him. However, after a bit of time, his suspicions about the matter only continued to grow. More people continued to arrive, roughly half of them being Dao Protectors. Most of the Dao Protectors just stood there quietly, although a few chatted with each other. The other half were the nascent soul chosen who would be going into the necromancer kettle. Bai Xiaochun sized them up, and could see some of them doing the same with him. Some of them looked at him with scorn, while others had icy expressions. Some seemed curious. Most of them knew at least a little bit about him. Bai Xiaochun was getting very nervous. Very few of these people seemed to have anything but ill will toward him. Even as he stewed in his anxiety, everyone suddenly went quiet. Even Duke Deathcryer's eyes seemed to grow unusually focused as a beam of light suddenly appeared off in the distance. There was only one person approaching, with no Dao Protector. However, the fantastic energy radiating off of him seemed enough to crush all of the other chosen in the area. He was a young man in a green robe, with a placid expression that seemed to indicate nothing in the world could possibly faze him. As he approached, the other chosen clasped hands in greeting, especially those who had not joined the other larger groups. Well met, Junior Champion King. Greetings, Junior Champion King. Many voices rang out, although the young man completely ignored them. After reaching a certain point, he simply hovered in place with his eyes closed. He never even looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Although a slightly defiant look could be seen in Zhou Hong's eyes, he kept it in check. Su Shan from Spirit Advent City seemed more intent than ever on getting into a fight, and from the look of things, was vastly more interested in this Junior Champion King than she was in Bai Xiaochun. He's the son of the War Champion King, Duke Deathcrier explained, which is why he is called the Junior Champion King. His name is Gong Sun Yi. Bai Xiaochun sighed. From what he could tell, this Junior Champion King was already in the Great Circle, and was almost on the verge of being half a step into the Deva realm. Just when he was thinking about asking Duke Deathcrier where his own helpers were, another beam of light appeared. This time, there were 3 people, with 2 of them being particularly eye-catching. One of them was a handsome young man, and the other was a girl who could only be described as a matchless beauty. As soon as they appeared, everyone instantly looked over at them. The second prince. That's the Grand Heavenmaster's apprentice, Chen Manyao. Even as the buzz of conversation rose up, Duke Deathcrier began to make the introductions. However, Bai Xiaochun's mind was spinning, and he didn't even hear Duke Deathcrier talking. The complete focus of his attention was on that spectacularly beautiful young woman. She was none other than Chen Manyao, and she looked just as beautiful as Bai Xiaochun remembered, with the fairest of skin and a beautiful figure. The way her long hair swirled around her made her seem like an immortal goddess, and would cause virtually any man who saw her to gasp. However, she carried some sort of undispellable anxiety with her, and seemed soft and tender in a way that only served to accentuate her incredible beauty. Chun Manyao. Although no one could tell, Bai Xiaochun was suddenly being filled with very complex emotions. This was his first time in the wildlands, to see a familiar face. Chen Manyao, disciple of the river-defying sect. She had accompanied Bai Xiaochun to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, but after the journey to the Great Wall, had disappeared without a trace. Although Bai Xiaochun had guessed that she eventually ended up at home, he had always felt a bit worried for her. As of this moment, he suddenly thought back to many memories from the river-defying sect. He remembered how she was the one who had orchestrated the incident with the love letters, which had been such a cause of irritation to Ho Xiaomei and Song Junwan. He also remembered how infatuated Su Baokai had been with her. Of course, Chen Manyao's current cultivation base was very different than the last time they had met. She now radiated a strong nascent soul aura. Clearly, she had encountered profound good fortune after returning to the wildlands. Almost immediately, Bai Xiaochun found himself lost in thoughts of how much he missed the river-defying sect. And yet, as of this moment, he was in the wildlands, very, very far from home. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, They Want to Kill Me? Chapter 689, They Want to Kill Me? Even as Bai Xiaochun felt lost in his thoughts, the person behind the second prince and Chen Manyao stepped forward and spoke in a raspy voice. It seems everyone is assembled. In addition to escorting the second prince here, fellow Taoists, I have been appointed by the Grand Heaven Master to preside over the opening of the necromancer kettle. He was a middle-aged man, and completely expressionless, with ice-cold eyes. There was also something cold about his raspy voice that pulled Bai Xiaochun out of his reverie. Fellow Taoist Deathcrier, fellow Taoist Cloud Peak, fellow Taoist Redsive, might I ask for your assistance? A mere step took the man to a position above the necromancer kettle. As he did, Duke Deathcrier, as well as the two old-timers who had come with Zhou Hong and Su Shan, nodded and followed along. Above the necromancer kettle, they all began to perform incantation gestures, causing ripples to spread out as deva power descended. Soon, intense rumbling sounds could be heard, and the necromancer kettle began to vibrate. More black mist poured out from inside of it, which then rose up into the sky. After enough time passes for a single incense stick to burn, the necromancer kettle will open, and the lot of you must enter immediately. We four can only keep it open for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, so therefore, don't delay. Opening the kettle a second time would be very difficult. However, it will open automatically after the flower fully blooms. At that time, you'll have only 2 hours to emerge, lest you face deadly peril. The surrounding chosen immediately began to get nervous. Rotating their cultivation bases, they sized each other up, and many of them even seemed to be transmitting messages. Bai Xiaochun looked over at the necromancer kettle and considered trying to delay so that he would be the last one to go inside. However, he didn't see how he could really do that with only half an incense stick's worth of time to deal with. Forget it, he thought, feeling a bit depressed. However, it was in this exact moment that he suddenly realized that something seemed very off. It was as if he were now the subject of dozens of gazes, a feeling which caused him to look around vigilantly. Countless chosen were all looking at him with thoughtful expressions, and gazes that were clearly filled with ill intentions. Even Zhou Hong, Su Shan, and Gong Sunyi were there in the crowd. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get a bad feeling. So, they're actually going to team up, he thought, starting to pant a little. As far as Bai Xiaochun could tell, if everyone attacked him at the same time, it wouldn't matter if he was stronger than he currently was. There were more than 100 people here, and all of them had deadly trump cards at their disposal, such that they could cause a headache even to a deva. Not willing to be outdone, he quickly began to comfort himself and even work himself up a bit. These people are all villains. What gall they have! I'm a mighty Major General from the Great Wall, the famed Major Domo of Giant Ghost City, a person who dares to fight with devas. I even kidnapped a demigod. How could I possibly be afraid of these people? On the other hand, I can't bully them. Whatever. I have a really high status, and am in the heaven down nascent soul stage. I shouldn't lower myself to their level. This time, I really have to keep a low profile. I'll just go in and take a look around, and definitely won't get into fights with any of these kids. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun was convinced that he had reached a higher way of thinking than these other chosen. Planting a benevolent smile onto his face, he nodded kindly back at all of the chosen. However, his smile didn't seem to do any good. Not only did the gazes locked onto him not grow any less malevolent, some of the chosen, including Zhou Hong and Zhao Dongshan, even began to sneer at him. That immediately made him mad. After all, it wasn't common for an incredibly powerful person like him to show such goodwill. And yet here these dogs went and turned their noses up at him. This is outrageous. Whatever. Just forget about. It's not a big deal. There's no point in bickering with them. Saddened, he decided to simply endure the situation, and was just about to look away, when suddenly, a chill ran through him. What's going on? As of this point, he could sense killing intent within the eyes of the people looking at him. Not all of these chosen were adept at hiding their true intentions, or perhaps it was that they didn't feel they needed to. Either way, Bai Xiaochun could clearly sense how much they wanted to kill him. They want to kill me? His heart immediately began to thump. Although everyone had come to fight over the Ghost King Orchid, and he was here on behalf of the Giant Ghost King, he had always thought that simply refraining from the fighting would make the entire thing much less dangerous. But now, with so many people staring at him with killing intent, he suddenly felt the need to be completely on guard. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun's instincts were correct. Although not every single last one of these chosen wanted to kill him, many of them did. Of course, it wasn't anything about him personally. However, all of them knew that he was not anyone important in the current dynasty. He was nothing more than one of the Giant Ghost King's subordinates, and therefore, he was someone they would naturally dare to kill. Killing him would be the easiest way to resolve the biggest issue they all faced. With Bai Xiaochun out of the picture, the matter of who got the Ghost King Orchid fruit wouldn't be as important, at least, not unless the Giant Ghost King had made other arrangements. As for which of the other heavenly kings got the fruit, it didn't really matter. Any of them could trade it to the Giant Ghost King. Furthermore, it didn't really matter which of the other chosen got it, although whoever did would surely benefit in some way. Everyone knew that killing Bai Xiaochun would offend the Giant Ghost King, and normally speaking, they would be worried about that. But in this situation, all three of the other heavenly kings were working together, and their combined power ensured that even if the Giant Ghost King got angry, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Everything came down to karma, and everyone knew that the four heavenly kings didn't really get along with each other. Besides, when other secret treasures had appeared in the Wildlands in the past, the kings would always fight over them, and on more than a few occasions, the Giant Ghost King had come out on top. Therefore, the fact that this incredibly important Ghost King Orchid had appeared ensured that the other three kings would take advantage of the situation to strike a blow against the Giant Ghost King. When it came to the struggles of demigods, chosen like the ones present today would view Bai Xiaochun as a nobody who could be killed at will. As the second prince stood there, he pondered some of the advice he had been given. Although he didn't plan to refuse the advice, in his heart, he was chuckling coldly. Nowadays in the Wildlands, the Arch-Emperor was weak. The Grand Heaven Master controlled the Son of Heaven and the nobility, and the four heavenly kings were not devoted heart and soul to protecting the dynasty. Therefore, one of the second prince's priorities were looking out for his own interests and solidifying his own power base. For example, this arcane pocket realm was one of 8 that specifically belonged to the Imperial clan. And yet, a single order from the Grand Heaven Master wrested it into the public domain for countless people to struggle over. Considering his status, the second prince hated both the Grand Heavenmaster and the 4 heavenly kings. Therefore, the infighting among the 4 kings was a good thing as far as he was concerned. However, the one person who he felt uneasy about was Chen Manyao. She stood there next to the second prince with a cool expression on her face, as though nothing which was going on held any interest to her. She was here on the orders of her master to acquire the Ghost King fruit. Anyone who acquired the fruit before she did was to be viewed as an enemy. It didn't take long for half an incense stick's worth of time to pass. During that time, Bai Xiaochun's thoughts began to race faster and faster as he became convinced that there were people here who wanted to kill him. At least it's not everybody, only some of them. Besides, if I did get killed, then the giant Ghost King would die too. There's no way he would send me to my death. Even as he frowned over the matter, the time limit passed, and rumbling sounds echoed out. As of that moment, the mist stopped pouring out of the necromancer kettle, and within the black mist that did exist around it, a tunnel appeared. The middle-aged man who was presiding over the opening said loudly, "What are you waiting for?" Instantly, Gong Sunyi and Zhou Hong shot into motion, followed closely by others. As for Bai Xiaochun, he sighed and then sped into motion. I need to catch them off guard and make sure they don't have a chance to join forces. That's the safest way to play things. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated into the tunnel that led to the necromancer kettle. Although the tunnel appeared to be very long, upon entering it, the chosen all vanished, including Bai Xiaochun. Moments later, they appeared in the world inside of the kettle. A gray, overcast sky could be seen up above. The land was violet, and black mist floated everywhere, within which could be seen countless evil ghosts. From the sinister looks in the eyes of the ghosts, they were just waiting for people to pounce on. Stifling pressure weighed down everywhere, causing a sense of profound danger to rise up in the hearts of the various chosen. It was just barely possible to see mountains rising up around them, and further off in the distance, an enormous basin, but that basin was covered with a thick conglomeration of mist that formed into a flower that looked exactly like the Ghost King orchid outside. The flower was clearly in the middle of blooming, and needed a bit more time to complete the process. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, King Giant Ghost, you fudge-licking prick. Chapter 690, King Giant Ghost, you fudge-licking prick. All eyes came to focus on the misty Ghost King orchid that rose up above the basin. As for Bai Xiaochun, he eyed his surroundings, glanced at the flower, and then prepared to cautiously slip away. However, it was in that very moment that a white light suddenly began to shine up from him. It was impossible to cover up this light. It poured through his clothing and made him completely conspicuous within the darkness cast by the overcast sky. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. He had no idea what was going on. As for everyone else, although some of them were inclined to try to kill Bai Xiaochun, most had just been planning to head toward the Ghost King orchid. There were some who viewed it as beneath them to fight with someone like him. Only a few of them had actually intended to attack him right away. But before anyone could even move, Bai Xiaochun started glowing with bright light, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. More than 100 gazes instantly locked onto him, causing his scalp to tingle with fear. All of these people were nascent soul cultivators, and the weakest among them was in the mid-nascent soul stage. Blinking in astonishment, he loudly said, "Calm down, everybody, On the behalf of the giant Ghost King, I forfeit all right to the Ghost King fruit. Don't worry everybody, I'm not going to try to fight you for it." He tried to make himself sound especially sincere as he spoke. Everyone in the crowd was surprised, and many strange expressions appeared on their faces. However, before anyone could say anything in response, the light shining off of Bai Xiaochun grew even more intense, making him completely eye-catching. "What are you doing, Bai Hao?" Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, but no tears would come. He anxiously began to inspect himself to try to figure out what was happening, and soon found the source of the light. It was none other than the restrictive spell from the giant Ghost King. Bai Xiaochun's heart began to pound with a very ill premonition. As of this moment, the white light hardly seemed connected to him at all, and in fact, was leaving him, heading at top speed toward the basin. This sudden development caused numerous faces to fall. With blinding speed, the light shot toward the basin, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as it came to settle on top of the Ghost King orchid. Before long, a white shield of light had covered the entire flower. Then, moments later, a huge vortex appeared inside, the gravitational force of which caused the flower to begin to bloom more rapidly. One could well imagine that with that shield of light, and that gravitational force, the Ghost King orchid would soon bloom, and the fruit would appear. When that happened, the vortex would surely take the fruit away. Everyone watching was completely taken aback, and Bai Xiaochun was dumbstruck. He began to tremble, and his pulse raced as he realized why the giant Ghost King had been so confident in sending him here. Giant Ghost King, you fudge-licking prick! You didn't arrange for anybody to help me, did you? Why you? Bai Xiaochun's face drained of blood as he realized that he had been completely screwed over by the giant Ghost King. All the giant Ghost King needed was for him to get into the necromancer kettle, and all issues would be resolved thanks to the way the restrictive spell worked. That restrictive spell was the giant Ghost King's true trump card. It was his way to get the Ghost King fruit no matter what happened. Bai Xiaochun moaned inwardly as he realized that the white light shining out from him was also causing his cultivation base to drop. In the briefest moment, he was half drained. Backing up, his scalp tingling explosively, he suddenly felt a sensation of intense, deadly crisis. As of this moment, it was obvious that he was in big trouble. Damn that giant Ghost King! Bai Xiaochun was so flustered and exasperated that he was sure he was going to start crying at any moment. Just as he considered how to flee, all of the people around him gasped and then began to cry out in anger and alarm. That's a void spell created by someone with a nascent divinity. As long as the host of the restrictive spell doesn't die, not even a demigod could blast it open. Not even the top chosen like Gongsun Yi or Zhou Hon could keep their faces calm. Although none of them could specifically state the name of this particular restrictive spell, they could see that it was obviously too powerful for nascent soul cultivators to break open. The only way to get through it would be to kill the host of the spell. And the host was obviously Bai Hao. That was even more obvious given that Bai Xiaochun was still shining with white light that flowed forth to connect him to the restrictive spell. The killing intent in the eyes of the gathered chosen grew more intense. Feeling suicidal, Bai Hao. Damn it, you just said you forfeited. And now this. You're dead. Kill him. That's the only way to get rid of that restrictive spell. Otherwise, we're all defeated for sure. As countless angry shouts filled the air, it was like a huge target came to fall on Bai Xiaochun. Then, people began to draw on the powers of their cultivation base to shoot in his direction. You've got it all wrong. He shouted angrily. Wait, let me expel. Before he could finish speaking, a burly man suddenly appeared in front of him, who was none other than Zhao Dongshan. Hear me out, fellow Taoist, Bai Xiaochun shouted. However, that was when Zhao Dongshan let out a vicious bellow, die. 3 more people were right behind Zhao Dongshan, all of whom unleashed powerful magical techniques against him. Giant Ghost King, you bastard! Bai Xiaochun shouted, preparing to back up. However, that was when he noticed 8 people behind him, killing intent raging with such intensity that he gasped. He knew that he couldn't hesitate here. If he did, he would give these people a chance to surround him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use the mountain-shaking bash. It was with explosive speed that he accelerated toward Zhao Dongshan, who wore a vicious grin as he raised his wolf tooth club up to deliver a killing blow. Rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions that caused shocked expressions to fill the faces of all the surrounding wildlander chosen. That was especially true of those who were closer to him. Their eyes went completely wide. Zhao Dongshan, within whose veins ran the blood of savage giants, was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, blood spraying out of his mouth. As for Bai Xiaochun, who everyone had expected would be rebuffed by Zhao Dongshan's burly frame, he was now fleeing at top speed. How is this possible? Nobody among us has stronger fleshly body power than Zhao Dongshan, except for that termagant Xiaochun. I can't believe he got sent flying by that blow. 1. This Bai Hao, his fleshly body power has reached an absurd level. Despite being shocked, there were still numerous individuals who were chasing after Bai Xiaochun, who was so jittery that tears could be seen welling up in his eyes. This is beyond outrageous, Giant Ghost King. All I did was slap you across the side of the head a few times and use you like a shield. I'm the one who saved you. I can't believe you're screwing me over. Things aren't going to turn out good for you if I die. Feeling incredibly wronged, he checked the restrictive spell inside of him and confirmed that it was still there. Unfortunately, because of how things had changed, Bai Xiaochun could tell that if he died, the Giant Ghost King wouldn't die, he would only receive some serious injuries. Clearly, the Giant Ghost King was forcing his hand, but at the same time, he was also gambling. He was gambling that Bai Xiaochun would be able to hold out until the flower bloomed. Then Bai Xiaochun thought about the medicinal pills he had been given, and the spear, and the pieces clicked together. Those medicinal pills can only be consumed 9 times in one's life, and he gave me 9 of them. As for that spear, it's probably the most powerful magical item he possesses that I could use. In Bai Xiaochun's moment of crisis, the Giant Ghost King stood in a building in his royal palace in Giant Ghost City, various expressions flashing across his face. He was currently looking in the direction of the necromancer kettle, his heart pounding with anxiety. The Ghost King fruit was of critical importance to him, and it was just as Bai Xiaochun had just been thinking. He had given him 9 precious medicinal pills, and a spear with a 16-fold spirit enhancement, which was the best possible magical item he could have given him. The truth was that everything which had happened so far was part of the plan he had begun to devise once the variable of Bai Xiaochun had been added to the picture, and the Giant Ghost King got his cultivation base back. He was gambling on Bai Xiaochun's ability to flee for his life. That was something that the Giant Ghost King was actually very confident in. When he thought back to how Bai Xiaochun had fled with him from 3 devas and countless nascent soul experts, he felt much more confident. I've never met anyone as good at running away as this Bai Hao, he murmured. I just hope he can last for long enough. Bai Hao, as long as you get that Ghost King fruit for me, then I'll treat you like my own son. From then on, I'll never let anything or anyone hurt you. 1. Hey everyone, I know that termagant is a very uncommon word, but it's the perfect term to use here. It means a violent, turbulent, or brawling woman. I don't think there could be a better word, and it's exactly what the Chinese term means. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691, No, I Want Revenge. Chapter 691, No, I Want Revenge. Booms filled the interior of the necromancer kettle, causing the mists which filled it to seethe and dance. Countless evil ghosts could be seen, their eyes flickering with greed at the sight of all of the chosen, as though the qi and blood inside of them were the most nourishing thing they had ever seen. Bai Xiaochun felt more wronged than ever as he attempted to break free of the crowd of chosen. However, his cultivation base was being greatly weakened by the restrictive spell, making it much more difficult than it should have been. It only took a moment for about 8 of the chosen to be rushing toward him. Bai Xiaochun's eyelids twitched as he realized that one of these new opponents was none other than Zhou Hong, who was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Zhou Hong's eyes flickered with killing intent, as though he were facing a mere insect as an opponent. As for Bai Xiaochun, his breath came in ragged pants, and his eyes were completely bloodshot as he shot forward like an angry dragon, unhesitatingly bashing into the entire group. When everyone collided, a massive boom filled heaven and earth, and the chosen all flew backward, qi and blood surging. Zhou Hong's expression flickered slightly in response to the ferocity on display by Bai Xiaochun. The other chosen were equally shocked, and were now coming to the conclusion that they had misjudged his speed, and would be unable to prevent him from fleeing. Bai Xiaochun's momentum was only growing. His fleshly body power erupted with incredible force, and his cultivation base surged with the power of his heaven-down nascent soul. He was like a celestial warrior, the likes of which nobody could impede in the slightest. Of course, he didn't dare to slow down. There were numerous opponents behind him ready to batter him with divine abilities if he paused for even a second. Heart racing, he could do nothing other than speed forward. As he did, he waved his hand, summoning his 16-fold spirit-enhanced spear. That, coupled with his incredible speed, made him almost superhumanly valiant. Ru-yu-yu-umble. Just when it seemed that he would break free of all the chosen, a cold snort echoed out in front of him. It was none other than Gong Sun-yi. As he hovered here in front of Bai Xiaochun, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger out. Instantly, a sealing power erupted forth, causing innumerable illusory magical symbols to appear and rush toward Bai Xiaochun. Within moments, they had formed into a gigantic net which began to rapidly shrink down around him. There was no way for Bai Xiaochun to get out of the way in time. Instead, he slammed directly into the net. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too weak at the moment, and he couldn't break through. The only thing that happened was that cracks spread out on the surface of the net. That in itself was shocking to Gong Sun-yi. Just when he was about to attempt to strengthen the sealing power of the net, the dozens of chosen who had been following Bai Xiaochun appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, all of them attacked, unleashing divine abilities and magical techniques that appeared to be at the level of trump cards. One of the chosen in that group was Zhou Hong, who sent a shocking beam of sword light slashing down toward Bai Xiaochun. Little Wolf God was also present, who howled as he transformed into something that looked half wolf, half human. That in turn gave him a huge burst of speed that he used to close in on Bai Xiaochun. As for the sinisterly Tianshang, he chuckled coldly as he waved his right index finger, causing a 5-colored toxic gas to billow out. The gas rapidly transformed into 5 skulls which cackled evilly as they shot forward using minor teleportations. These were all nascent soul cultivators, and although many were in the early stage, not a few were in the mid-stage. There were even some like Li Tiancheng and Little Wolf God who were late nascent soul stage experts. One, Zhou Hong, was even in the Great Circle. Each and every one of them was a chosen with powerful techniques, and when they pulled their strength, it was enough to cause even a deva to be shocked. An intense sensation of deadly crisis rose up in Bai Xiaochun. Despite having mentally prepared for something like this, the sudden and unexpected turn of events was difficult to take in. You big bullies! Heart filled with bitterness, he threw his head back and roared as he produced the eternal parasol. After snapping it open, he used all the power he could muster to defend himself against the attack from behind. However, even as he did, a shout from the side could be heard as Xiaochun barreled toward him with a fist strike. "You're not going anywhere!" Xiaochun shouted in an iron voice. Her fist strike was backed by the full power of her fleshly body, causing rumbling sounds to fill the air that surpassed heavenly thunder. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was rendered immobile by the sealing net. Shouting angrily, he kept the eternal parasol behind him as a shield as he also unleashed a fist strike. Despite being on different sides of the net, their fists met, and at the same time, numerous divine abilities and magical techniques slammed into the eternal parasol. Booms rose up into the heavens, along with dazzling light. The sealing net instantly shattered, and Xiaochun was blown backward in retreat. Gong Sun-yi's face fell as he too retreated in the face of the wave of powerful attacks. Blood oozed out of the corners of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he and the eternal parasol were sent tumbling forward toward the black mist. The mere sight of that left everyone present completely flabbergasted. Never could any of them have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would escape their combined attack with only some injuries. It was at this point that Miao Linner's lips moved, causing a ripple to spread out into the air from her mouth. It was a ripple that could destabilize the mind of anyone it encountered, and it immediately sped directly toward the fleeing Bai Xiaochun. It was a sound that defied the ability to defend against it, and as soon as it reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, his mind trembled, and all of his injuries flared up. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he immediately began to stagger forward. In response, cold light flickered in Zhou Hong's eyes. Waving his right hand, he summoned a black, glowing light that pulsed with a deva aura. Even as everyone looked over in shock, he sent the glowing light shooting toward Bai Xiaochun. The black light moved so quickly it seemed capable of piercing through the air, and was soon right in front of Bai Xiaochun. And yet, before it could reach him, a different type of black light shot out from inside of Bai Xiaochun. It was none other than his turtle walk. A boom rang out, and the black glow shattered, while the turtle walk was sent spinning back to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun borrowed the force of the blow to keep moving, simultaneously taking out a heaven-cleaving good fortune pill, which ensured that he didn't slow down at all. We can't let him get away, thought. If Bai Hao doesn't die, that restrictive spell will never unravel. The entire group of Chosen was starting to get nervous. Gong Sunny, Zhou Hong, Su Shan, Little Wolf God, and all of the other cultivators gritted their teeth and gave chase. Before long, everyone was inside of the mist. The second prince wore a cold smile as he joined in the pursuit, and even Chen Manyao could be seen chasing after Bai Xiaochun. However, there was an odd glint in her eye. She hadn't noticed at first, but gradually had come to the realization that there seemed to be something very familiar about the way this Bai Hao was fighting. As Bai Xiaochun sped through the mist, burning heat spread through him, healing all of his wounds. Within the space of a few breaths of time, he was completely recovered, which left him feeling slightly less irritated than before. However, his cultivation base was still being weakened, and when he thought about how the giant Ghost King had screwed him over, his mood sank again. He felt very angry and very wronged, and yet, knew that he couldn't dare to slow down a bit. Thanks to his incredible speed, his pursuers had no way to catch up to him even if they wanted to. In fact, he was actually putting distance between himself and them. Combined with the fact that the dimension inside of the necromancer kettle was filled with dense mist and evil ghosts that needed to be avoided, it made things even more difficult. Before long, the howls of evil ghosts could be heard as many of them began to attack the Chosen. In contrast, not a single one of the evil ghosts or vengeful souls could hinder Bai Xiaochun at all. And there was a reason for that. Although the speed of all the other Chosen was hampered by their reduced visibility, Bai Xiaochun could see everything around him completely clearly. Humph! With my mask, you fools might as well stop dreaming of trying to catch me. Snorting coldly, he continued to accelerate. More than 2 hours passed, after which Bai Xiaochun couldn't hear anyone chasing him. At that point, he settled down on top of one of the mountains in the area and consumed another heaven-cleaving good fortune pill. Finally, his cultivation base was no longer being weakened, and was starting to recover. After consuming another of the pills, he was completely back at his peak. Then he thought back to everything that had happened so far, and felt unsurpassable bitterness in his heart. I can't believe so many people are chasing me. I never did anything to them. What a bunch of bullies. Outrageous. If they were all that good, they would fight me one-on-one. And then there's you, giant Ghost King, you old codger. I saved you, you fool. Risked my life. And now you go and do this to me. Fudge. I'm not going to let this stand. I want revenge. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, until finally, within his negative emotions, he suddenly felt courage rising up within him, and decided that now was not the time to hold back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692, You Screw Me, I Screw You. Chapter 692, You Screw Me, I Screw You. I want revenge, he said, his face a mask of rage. Clenching his hands into fists, his mind began to spin with thoughts of how to do just that. Of course, he was no fool. He knew that killing everyone wasn't an option. He was in a very precarious position and situation here in the wildlands. If he killed one or two of these Chosen, it might not be a big deal, but if he killed too many, he would end up offending all of the wildlands. That would be putting himself in far too precarious of a situation. And yet, merely killing one or two people would not be the revenge he wanted. Besides, me killing some people wouldn't be a very big deal to the giant Ghost King. After all, It's not like he would be directly responsible for their deaths. In fact, he would probably get super pissed off at me. In the end, I would just be screwing myself by doing that. No, I have to think of something better. I have to think of a way to get my revenge, and also make things hard on the giant ghost king. Tugging at his hair in frustration, and eyes completely bloodshot, he continued to ponder the situation for a long moment. Then, his eyes suddenly began to shine, and he gasped. I know what to do. He thought, instantly perking up. As the moments ticked by, his idea grew clearer. I won't kill them, I'll kidnap them. Then I'll hand them all over to the giant ghost king. At that point, they'll definitely blame him for everything inside the necromancer kettle. Then he'll either have to release all of the chosen, and lose a huge amount of face, or refuse to release them, and give the rest of the wildlands a good reason to join together and cause problems for him. Ha. These chosen are going to end up like hot potatoes, and when the time comes, the giant ghost king isn't going to be able to go to anybody to complain about it. And even if he were more domineering than he already is, it would be difficult for him to try to hold all the chosen hostage. That would get everyone completely pissed off. If Lord Bai did something like that, it probably wouldn't cause too much of a stir, but if the giant ghost king tried to, it would lead to all sorts of disasters. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. He really couldn't help but marvel at how intelligent he was to come up with an idea like this. Feeling more proud of himself than ever, he sighed and then began to put more thought into how to carry out his plan. I definitely have to think of every possibility. What will I do if that punk the giant ghost king actually just decides to release everybody? That's not a completely impossible outcome. HMMMPHH. Lord Bai will make sure that even if the giant ghost king frees everyone, he'll still pay a painful price for it all. Looking very excited at the prospect of getting his revenge this way, he did a bit more planning. Soon, his eyes shone with anticipation. This isn't my fault, giant ghost king. You screw me over? Well, don't blame me for screwing you right back. Furthermore, Lord Bai is going to take this opportunity to cultivate his undying bones. Although there were some flaws to his plan, Bai Xiaochun knew that he couldn't account for every possibility. However, he was certain that his overall strategy was perfect. I can't sit around waiting to take vengeance. I need to start now. With that, he blurred into motion, speeding out into the mists and using the power of his mask to conceal his aura. Not only did the evil ghosts not see him because of that, but he was able to flit about like a spirit from the underworld, passing here and there without making a single noise. The mists in the necromancer kettle were filled with evil ghosts and countless hordes of vengeful souls. To pass by so many of the things left him feeling a bit jumpy. That was especially true when he realized that the evil ghosts here all had solitary horns jutting out of their foreheads. Furthermore, they seemed to occasionally take corporeal form, which was even more shocking. This necromancer kettle is a very strange place, and the vengeful souls here are completely bizarre. These vengeful souls and evil ghosts were much more brutal than the type outside, and some of them could even utilize magical techniques and divine abilities that drew upon their auras of death. Furthermore, if they saw living beings, they would pounce on them and, if they caught them, immediately begin to extract their life force. Before long, the life force flames of such victims would even begin to flicker unstably. If cultivators from the Heavenspan River region ran into vengeful souls like this, they would flee in terror. But the chosen here were wildlanders, people who were well equipped to deal with hordes of souls. Furthermore, all of them were necromancers of some skill. Despite the fact that the souls and ghosts in the necromancer kettle were more brutal than those on the outside, and more fear-inspiring, the chosen could deal with them if they were careful. The chosen knew that the necromancer kettle was a special place, and that although the evil ghosts and vengeful souls there could be taken away, they would be especially hard to subjugate. The best thing to do when running into them was either to destroy them or flee. Because of the attacking souls and ghosts, the chosen who had been chasing Bai Xiaochun had already scattered, and were all fighting their own battles. Although, none of them had given up on the search for their quarry either. All of them were prepared to instantly raise the alarm if they found him, and get everyone to join forces to eradicate him. Damned by how? If he doesn't die, then none of us will have a chance to get that Ghost King fruit. Time is running out. Everyone pulsed with the desire to kill Bai Hao, especially one young man in a blue robe, who had a very grim expression on his face as he sped through the mists. He was currently being chased by a trail of vengeful souls, and yet, they couldn't catch up, and were soon left behind. He was none other than Little Wolf God, who because of his late nascent soul stage cultivation base, was free to move about unless he encountered a huge horde of souls, or perhaps a particularly powerful evil ghost. This Bai Hao is fast, but I refuse to believe that he'll be able to evade so many of us. Little Wolf God had originally intended to rely on the power of his cultivation base to help one of the heirs apparent get the Ghost King fruit. That was the mission from his clan, and if he accomplished it, he would be handsomely rewarded when he got home. But Bai Hao had ruined everything. With the restrictive spell in place, nobody could get to the fruit. Both Little Wolf God and everyone else present got the distinct sensation that this Bai Hao was toying with them. There are no grudges between us, but you still have to die. Chuckling coldly, Little Wolf God pushed forward with greater speed, sending his divine sense out in all directions to search for his quarry. An hour later, he was still speeding through the mists when he saw a group of several hundred vengeful souls. The vengeful souls caught sight of him in almost the same moment, and began to speed in his direction, eyes glowing with netherworldly light. Little Wolf God ignored them. A group of a few hundred vengeful souls wasn't even worthy of his attention. With a burst of speed, he shot through them. However, even as he emerged on the other side, his face fell as a sensation of profound crisis rose up inside of him. A very strange feeling had just washed through him, making him feel like he had lost 30% of his cultivation base power. His cultivation base felt sore, and even sluggish in response. What's going on? Before he could ponder the situation, he lurched to a stop, and then backed up. But even as he did so, a cold chuckle could be heard next to him. Too late. A figure blurred toward him from within the vengeful souls, moving as quickly as a lightning bolt, so fast that neither the naked eye nor divine sense could track it. Before Little Wolf God could react, the figure was right in front of him, where it combined both fleshly body strength and cultivation base power into a powerful fist strike. Little Wolf God let out a shout, and drew on all the power he could muster to transform into a half-wolf, half-man. However, before the transformation could be completed, Xiaochun's fist strike landed. A rumbling sound could be heard, and a shockwave spread out in all directions. The vengeful souls were shoved away, and the shocked Little Wolf God had no time to dodge or block, or even unleash his own blow to defend himself. Xiaochun's fist was like a mountain that slammed into his chest with indescribable force. Little Wolf God was crushed like a twig, suffering severe internal injuries that caused him to cough up mouthful after mouthful of blood. His cultivation base nearly shattered, and numerous bones in his body were broken. Bai Hao! He shrieked, scalp tingling with shock. The fist which had struck him contained the violent force of a thunderstorm, and was something Little Wolf God had never even seen before. Shock and terror rose up in him as blood spilled out of his mouth. This Bai Hao seemed completely different from before, more powerful to an unbelievable degree. One fist strike had nearly destroyed Little Wolf God. His injuries were so severe that he could barely see straight, and his nascent soul had nearly been knocked out from inside of him. As for his divine ability of transformation, it was completely interrupted and defeated. Furthermore, the force of the blow sent him tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, until he was fully 300 meters away. Snorting coldly, Xiaochun took a step forward to appear right in front of him. Change shape. You had a lot of fun hitting me with your wolf form, didn't you? So, change shape. I want to hit the transformed version of you. Little Wolf God was so weak that he had lost all of his will to fight. Seeing that Bai Hao was closing in on him, his eyes turned bloodshot, and despite the wounds he had suffered, he cried, "Bai Hao is right." However, before the words could leave his mouth, Bai Hao sealed him and tossed him into his bag of holding, then sped off into the mists. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, An Eagle Catching Baby Chickens? Chapter 693, An Eagle Catching Baby Chickens? Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun took to motion, 7 or 8 figures appeared in the spot where he had tangled with little wolf god. The fluctuations of the magical techniques used were still in the air, as was the blood. The faces of the newcomers flickered, and they transmitted a short conversation before scattering. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun sped through the mists at high speed, licking his lips, his eyes flickering with madness. Little wolf god was not the first chosen he had captured, but rather, the 8th. That'll teach you to change shape before attacking me, he thought with a cold snort. All of the other chosen he had captured, including little wolf god, had been taken out with a single fist strike. For all intents and purposes, this was Bai Xiaochun's first time truly fighting people since he had stepped into the Heaven Dao Nascent Soul stage. As he did, he was learning about some of the amazing aspects of his new cultivation base. My Heaven Dao Nascent Soul seems powerful enough to suppress all other types of nascent souls. All of the other chosen I attacked nearly had their cultivation bases destroyed. After reviewing the past few fights, he was even more certain than ever that little wolf god's cultivation base had also been unstable. With that, he decided to go confirm his theory. He hurried along for a bit until suddenly, his expression flickered, and he changed direction. Off to the right, he had just caught sight of 2 Wildlander chosen being chased by a large group of vengeful souls. I'll do a little test with these 2. Chuckling, he accelerated toward the 2 chosen, who caught sight of him only moments later. Their faces fell, and they were about to open their mouths when Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, sending a burst of wind out. Both of them had mid-nascent soul stage cultivation bases, which they drew upon to defend themselves, and yet, how could they possibly be a match for Bai Xiaochun? When facing his magical techniques, their cultivation bases were suppressed, making it difficult for them to rotate them properly. Before either of them could do anything, they were sent tumbling backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. Then, Bai Xiaochun shot forward, reached out, and grabbed them. After sealing them and tossing them into his bag of holding, he smiled broadly. Just now, he had been closely observing their cultivation bases, and was now sure that his Heaven Dao Nascent Soul cultivation base truly could emit crushing pressure onto other types of nascent souls. Heavens! Who would have thought that I was this strong? Excitedly, he turned and headed off in a different direction. By now, the other Wildlander chosen in the necromancer kettle were the prey, and Bai Xiaochun, the hunter. One after another, he captured chosen, almost as if he were an eagle swooping down onto baby chickens. When he encountered larger groups, he would avoid them, preferring to prey on solitary targets. When he found such targets, rumbling sounds would fill the air that attracted a lot of attention. But he won each battle so quickly, and fled with such speed, that no one else was able to even come close to surrounding him. Damn it, how come this Bai Hao can move about so freely in this mist? There are already more than 10 people missing. Notify everyone that they need to stick together. Form groups of at least 5. Virtually all of the chosen in the necromancer kettle were taking orders from either Gongsun, Zhou Hong, or Su Shan, so as the messages were sent out, everyone became more cautious than ever. When that started happening, Bai Xiaochun got nervous. Although it was possible to kidnap 5 people at a time, it would take a lot longer. At the moment, he was speeding through the mists, wondering if he should change his appearance with his mask to fool people, when suddenly his face lit up. A straggler. Off in the distance, he could see a burly fellow striding along, slaughtering vengeful souls left and right. It was none other than Zhao Dongshan. He's pretty far away. If he tried to use a minor teleportation, it would definitely drag things out too long. With that, he produced a great bow from his bag of holding. In almost the same moment that Bai Xiaochun caught sight of Zhao Dongshan caught sight of him. Zhao Dongshan was shocked. He had heard that quite a few people were missing, and as such, immediately turned to head toward some of his fellows. However, even as he tried to break out from the tide of souls that had surrounded him, a sensation of profound crisis rose up within him. That sense of crisis didn't come because of his divine sense, but rather, the special technique he cultivated, a fleshly body danger sense. Looking back in fear at Bai Xiaochun, he didn't hesitate for even a moment to utilize a minor teleportation. However, before he could complete it, an arrow appeared, shooting toward him at high speed and with shocking energy. Then, before it even reached him, it detonated. The massive force of the explosion instantly threw the air in the area into chaos. A spirit-enhanced arrow. Blood oozed out of the corners of Zhao Dongshan's mouth as he realized that this spirit-enhanced arrow had reached the tenfold level or higher. Only arrows like that could create spatial distortions that would interfere with teleportations. A look of despair appeared in his eyes as he tried to back up. As he watched in terror, Bai Xiaochun used his great bow to shoot 7 more arrows, all of which whistled toward him with incredible speed. Bai Hao! Zhao Dongshan shouted, urgently speeding away physically because he was unable to teleport. Earlier, he had looked down on this supposed Bai Hao. But then he ended up being the first one struck when the Chosen attempted to surround him. His chest still hurt from where he had been bashed into, and because of that, he had no intention of getting into a fight right now. And yet, before he could truly begin to retreat, the arrows were upon him and exploded. The explosions cast the area into further chaos, and caused blood to spray out of Zhao Dongshan's mouth. Throwing all caution to the wind, he attempted to flee at top speed. And yet, compared to Bai Xiaochun, he was too slow. Already, Bai Xiaochun was closing in on him in utterly aggressive fashion. The mere thought of how Zhao Dongshan had been the first one to attack him got Bai Xiaochun very angry. Think you're tough stuff? Fudge! How dare you be the first one to attack Lord Bai? Lord Bai is gonna beat you to death. Without any hesitation, he unleashed a devastating fist strike, which caused deafening rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. After the proverbial dust cleared, Zhao Dongshan was kidnapped, and Bai Xiaochun was speeding away. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding with excitement by this point. He was definitely having a lot of fun with this cat and mouse game. What a bunch of dolts. All they know how to do is gang up on people. HMMMPHH. Which of them would dare to fight Lord Bai one-on-one? Feeling truly unparalleled under heaven, he flicked his sleeve and proceeded onward proudly. Before long, he encountered a large group of shrieking vengeful souls, from within which could be heard the sounds of fighting. Another windfall. The eagle catches more baby chickens. Licking his lips, he approached carefully until he could see 5 Wildlander Chosen surrounded by vengeful souls. At the moment, they were just on the verge of breaking out into the open. Of the 5, 4 were in the mid-nascent soul stage, and 1 was in the late stage. Their combined power was incredible, and obviously, it was only a matter of time before they would be free of the vengeful souls. What a pity I can't control the vengeful souls here. That would make things a whole lot simpler. He sighed, then thought for a moment before producing a 15-colored flame. Eyes flickering, and chuckling darkly, he flew forward, concealing the fluctuations of his cultivation base as he got closer and closer to the group of Chosen. Before long, intense rumbling sounds could be heard as red clouds appeared in the sky. Then, fire began to fall like rain. It was none other than the special divine ability Bai Xiaochun had come up with in the Bai clan. He had assumed that after reaching the heaven-down nascent soul stage, he would lose that ability, and yet, unexpectedly, the opposite had happened. It actually got easier to use. As the sea of flames appeared, the vengeful souls began to scatter. As for the 5 Chosen, their faces fell as they saw the endlessly destructive fire bearing down on them. They immediately turned to flee, which was the exact same moment that Bai Xiaochun appeared among them, long spear in hand, battle prowess surging as he danced in and out of the raining fire. Booms filled the air, and after 10 breaths of time, Bai Xiaochun was gone, along with the 5 Chosen. Even after he left, the rain of fire continued to fall with destructive force. The entire dimension inside the necromancer kettle had been thrown into chaos. The Wildlander chosen were all shocked to the core, and by now, everyone knew that nearly 30 among their number were missing. Bai Hao was simply too quick. Nobody ever had a chance to try to surround him, and furthermore, it was to the shock of all present that they realized the evil ghosts didn't even notice him. Everyone was frustrated, enraged, and also shocked. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun's revenge was being carried out very smoothly. By now, the remaining chosen had separated into 4 main groups, led respectively by Gongsun Yi, Zhou Hong, Su Shan, and the second prince. Of course, it wasn't a long-term strategy. After all, they had to track Bai Xiaochun down. If they didn't, and the deadlock lasted for too long, nobody would get the Ghost King fruit. Eventually, they realized they had to split up. Unfortunately, spreading out into a net-like formation wasn't very suitable in the necromancer kettle. There were simply too many evil ghosts and vengeful souls in the place. As such, they had to stick together, even if just to fight off the occasional evil ghost. Of the 4 main groups, each had their own separate way of doing things. The second prince had a group of several dozen with him, including Chen Manyao, who stuck together closely as they searched. Although Gongsun Yi, Zhou Hong, and Su Shan were all very confident in general, they also kept 3 or 4 people with them as they searched. The rest of the cultivators stayed in groups of roughly 10. It was in this way that everyone felt confident enough to tackle Bai Xiaochun if they encountered him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, A Soul. Chapter 694, A Soul. Everyone in the necromancer kettle was feeling incredibly jumpy. By this point, all of them realized how powerful Bai Xiaochun was, and yet, there were no other options than to try to deal him. After all, they couldn't leave the necromancer kettle early. They could only follow the orders of Gongsun Yi and the others, and try to track Bai Xiaochun down. One by one, they gritted their teeth and continued to search, their main hope being that they could find Bai Hao, surround him, and join forces to kill him. The Ghost King orchid was blooming rapidly, and that was their only shot at being able to win it in the end. As everyone methodically searched for him, Bai Xiaochun was in a valley between 2 mountains, chest puffed with pride as he looked at the roughly 30 chosen who were all sitting in front of him, glaring at him angrily. He had sealed both their cultivation bases and their limbs, making it impossible for them to do anything other than look at him threateningly. If you're that tough, then just kill us. Humph. You've brought a heaven-level disaster upon yourself, Bai Hao. Not even the giant Ghost King will be able to keep you safe. The eyes of Zhao Dongshan and Little Wolf God were particularly bloodshot. If looks could kill, then their eyes would long since have reduced Bai Xiaochun to crumbling bone and ash. Trying to scare me? You people just wait. After glaring at the group of 30, he proudly patted his bag of holding to produce the eternal parasol. Then he walked over to one particular young man whose voice had been more threatening than any of the others. Startled, the young man stared angrily at Bai Xiaochun and said, "What do you think you're going to do with that?" "Oh, nothing. Ha. The technique I cultivate requires life force, so I'm going to borrow a bit from you." Clearing his throat, and yet not hesitating for a moment, he stabbed the eternal parasol into the young man's chest. The young man let out a blood-curdling scream that caused the faces of the other chosen to flicker with various emotions. Many of them even began to pant. Shocked, they watched as the young man's body began to visibly wither. After 10 breaths of time passed, his hair had turned white, and he appeared to be little more than skin and bones. At this point, their hearts were starting to pound, and they were looking at Bai Xiaochun with terrified eyes. The eternal parasol exerted a bizarre, almost demonic gravitational force that greedily gobbled up all life force. That life force in turn poured into Bai Xiaochun, causing him to tremble inwardly. When he decided enough was enough, he retracted the eternal parasol. Then, face slightly flush, he ignored everyone else present and sat down cross-legged to meditate and work on the 4th level of the Undying Codex, the Undying Bones. The life force which had just poured into him rapidly vanished, soaked into his bones as surely as water would soak into parched earth. At the same time, a comfortable expression appeared on by Xiaochun's face. The scene which was playing out caused little wolf god, Xiaodongshan, and everyone else to gasp in shock. Their faces drained of blood, and expressions of terror appeared. As for the young man whose life force had just been drained away, he seemed like he was gasping his last breaths. Although he wasn't dead, his vital energy had been badly damaged. What kind of devilish technique does this Bai Hao cultivate? Heavens! He directly extracted that life force to use in cultivation. Now I get why he kidnapped all of us. He wants to use us to further his cultivation. As everyone trembled in fear, Bai Xiaochun's eyes snapped open, and they brimmed with spirit and joy. Ha ha ha! It's exactly as I predicted. As long as I have enough life force, I can cultivate my undying bones at will. HMMMPHH. I'm not going to kill these people, I'm going to suck their life force dry, toss them over to the giant ghost king, and then let him deal with the headache. Chuckling to himself, he looked around at the flustered chosen, and before any of them could say anything, he rose to his feet and approached one of them. Hi there. I sure hope you can cooperate. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Beaming from ear to ear, he stabbed the eternal parasol into the chest of the terrified chosen. It didn't take long before he moved from the second chosen to the third, and then the fourth. It took 8 hours to extract the life force from everyone present. As for his bones, thanks to the influx of life force and the cultivation of his technique, they soon reached the point where 2 thunderous booms spread out inside of him. At that point, his entire body emitted a black glow that slowly faded away. Then he opened his eyes and expelled a mouthful of impure vital energy. As of this moment, his bones were much more resilient than before. The second stratum of tempered bones. Eyes shining with anticipation, he contemplated how all he had to do was reach the next stratum, and he would be able to use the Undying Emperor's Fist. The life force requirements of the Undying Bones are terrifying. Even with all these people, all I could do was reach the second stratum. Ridiculous. However, at least now I know that it was the right decision to come to the necromancer kettle. Having all these chosen here is like having my choice of a whole bunch of high-level medicine. Radiating health and vigor, he looked at the 30 emaciated and listless chosen, and then quickly threw them back into his bag of holding. Then, he flew back out into the mists. Bai Xiaochun proceeded along carefully, making sure to stay hidden as he went. Before long, a frown could be seen on his face as he realized that most of the chosen weren't in groups of 5, but rather 10. Considering that, it wasn't likely that he could end a fight quickly. If he got wrapped up in a protracted fight, he would end up getting surrounded like he had in the beginning. Humph. Groups of 10? Well, I can still attack them. Maybe I won't be able to catch all of them in one shot, but I'm in no hurry. Slow and steady. After putting a moment of thought into planning, he snorted coldly and melted into the mists. Before long, he had found his target, a group of 10 chosen who were doing nothing to conceal the power of their cultivation bases. Although the occasional vengeful soul would appear to harry them, they handled them with ease. As Bai Xiaochun got closer, his pupils constricted when he realized that one of the chosen in this group was none other than Miao Liner. He remembered the mystical magical technique she had used during their initial encounter, which had caused all of his injuries to flare up. It was that sudden increase in the severity of his wounds that gave Zhou Hong a chance to hit him with a dangerous attack. What a vicious woman! Although my current physical appearance doesn't quite measure up to what I really look like, I'm still handsome. I never did anything to offend her, and yet she went so far as to attack with complete venom. Narrowing his eyes, he studied Miao Liner a bit more closely. Then he made a few calculations, after which his eyes shone with determination. Without the slightest hesitation, he burst into motion with all the speed he could muster. In the blink of an eye, he became a streak of light that shot with lightning-like speed that bordered on teleportation. Before anyone could react, he was right on top of Miao Linner's group, where he unleashed a fist strike. That fist strike became a tempest that descended onto the group with impunity. As for Miao Linner and the other chosen, their expressions flickered at the sight of Bai Xiaochun. Some even coughed up blood. However, all of them immediately spread out in specific directions. As for Miao Linner, she chuckled and said, "You fell into our trap, Bai Hao." Into formation, everyone! Strange gleams appeared in the eyes of the surrounding chosen. At the same time, magical symbols began to pour off of all of them. In the blink of an eye, the symbols linked together to make a spell formation. Rumbling sounds filled the 300-meter area around them, creating something like a prison that had Bai Xiaochun completely locked down inside of it. This was the secret plan devised by Gong Sunyi and the other top chosen. All of the groups that were out in the mists were prepared to instantly create spell formations if Bai Xiaochun dared to show his face. As soon as Bai Xiaochun ended up in the spell formation, the news was passed to Gong Sunyi, Zhou Hong, and Su Shan, all of whom began to rush toward the area. Zhou Hong was the nearest, and had 3 people with him, one of whom was Li Tianchang. Considering the speed they were capable of, it would only take them about 10 breaths of time to reach the location where Bai Xiaochun had been caught. Drastic developments were underway inside of the necromancer kettle as all of the chosen raced at top speed toward Bai Xiaochun. Even as Miao Linner's laughter echoed out, her face suddenly turned pale, and her eyes widened. Despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun was right there in the middle of the spell formation, he didn't seem flustered at all. In fact, he even had a bit of a scornful look in his eyes. Taking a step toward Miao Linner, he quickly utilized his undying hex. Rumbling could be heard as he vanished from within the spell formation, to appear right in front of her. Impossible! Miao Linner's face fell as she tried to fall back. However, before she could, Bai Xiaochun bashed into her like a wild animal. An old saying talked about tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex, but there was none of that in his actions. He unleashed devastating force that caused blood to spray out of her mouth. Her cultivation base was instantly thrown into chaos, and many of her bones shattered. Her nascent soul was on the verge of flying out into the open. Before she could even consider fleeing, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed her arm, sending cultivation base power inside of her to seal her. It all happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. The fact that Miao Linner had been captured struck fear into the hearts of the other surrounding chosen, and even Zhou Hong and the other who were rushing over were taken completely by surprise. Many of the vengeful souls in the surrounding mist were startled, and then turned their bloodthirsty, voracious eyes upon the nearby chosen. Feeling very proud of himself, Bai Xiaochun took the sensual, voluptuous Miao Linner with him as he turned to flee. However, even as he did that, his eyes happened to fall onto one particular vengeful soul within the hordes in the area. He suddenly stopped in place, trembling, an expression of complete disbelief on his face. He almost felt like he were being struck by countless bolts of lightning. Although this vengeful soul looked slightly different from the living person it had come from, it was still easy to tell who it was. Furthermore, it was someone that Bai Xiaochun was very familiar with. It was a struggle to hold back from shouting the name out loud. Bai Hao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695, Crushing Everyone. Chapter 695, Crushing Everyone. Bai Xiaochun was well aware of that special characteristic of the world he lived in. After people died, their souls would enter the underworld river and then emerge somewhere in the wildlands. He had even wondered about where exactly in the wildlands Bai Hao's soul might have ended up. However, the thought of finding him had seemed like an impossibility. It would be like finding a needle in an ocean, and was something that not even a demigod could do. The idea of retrieving Bai Hao's soul could only occasionally flash through his mind and quickly transform into a sigh of regret. How could he ever have imagined that in a completely unexpected turn of events, he would actually encounter Bai Hao's soul in the necromancer kettle? He was a vengeful soul, filled with madness and greed, not completely the same in appearance as he had been in life, and bursting with an aura of sinister death. However, Bai Xiaochun recognized at first glance that it was Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun was more familiar with Bai Hao than anyone else in the world. Not only was he his apprentice, he had also used his identity to reach his current position and status in the wildlands. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He hadn't forgotten that people were rushing toward him, and that if he slowed down for a moment, it was possible he could end up getting surrounded. And yet, he stopped in place. He could not pass up this opportunity. After all, even knowing that Bai Hao's soul was in the necromancer kettle wouldn't necessarily do much good. Even going to search for him in that one particular area would be difficult. Furthermore, if Bai Hao's soul were to die, then Bai Xiaochun would feel regret over the matter for the rest of his life. Of course, he also knew that Bai Hao's soul represented incredible danger. If anyone else found out the truth, and exposed his identity, the fact that the Bai Hao that everyone knew was really Bai Xiaochun would be extremely problematic. The best choice would probably have been to leave, and completely ignore Bai Hao's soul. After all, despite the fact that it was possible someone might notice him, it was very unlikely. Another option would have been to destroy his soul. That would ensure that there were no cracks in Bai Xiaochun's story. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't even consider that option. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment. This was his apprentice. The first apprentice he had ever taken in his life. Now that he had encountered him, there was no way he could shrink back from trying to save him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all to spin in place and then leap over to the location where Bai Hao's soul was within the horde of souls. Of course, the souls didn't notice him, and therefore, he didn't cause a stir by entering their midst. Instead, the souls were looking greedily at the wildlander chosen, toward whom they began to fly, Bai Hao included. However, before Bai Hao's soul could pick up any speed, Bai Xiaochun reached out, grabbed him, and threw him into a soul-hoarding pagoda. Just as nervous as ever, he then turned to face two beams of light which were approaching at rapid speed. They were none other than Zhou Hong and Li Tianshang. Bai Hao! Zhou Hong roared, his cultivation base surging with the power of the great circle of the nascent soul stage, sending devastating fluctuations out in all directions. Then he crushed the jade slip he had been holding in his hand, instantly throwing the surrounding area into chaos, and making all teleportations impossible. His actions were performed with practiced fluidity, and were accomplished even as his voice rumbled out like heavenly thunder. Within moments, he was right in front of Bai Xiaochun, striding forward with black streams of light whipping about around him. Those streams of light then began to swirl through the air toward Bai Xiaochun, radiating the fearsome aura of a deva. Clearly, this was a trump card that had been given to him by his father, the Nine Serenities King. Behind him, a sinister cold look could be seen in the eyes of Li Tianshun, who had intentionally slowed down. Waving his sleeve, he sent a five-colored toxic gas out which caused even the souls it touched to emit agonized screams and dissolve into nothing. The rest of the cultivators in the area seemed excited to see Zhou Hong, and quickly began to fan out to prevent Bai Xiaochun from escaping. They knew that all they had to do was delay him for a short time, and as long as enough of the other chosen hurried over, they would be able to kill him. Even if he were stronger than he had already proved to be, it wouldn't matter. With numbers on their side, not even a deva would take them on casually. Bai Xiaochun understood that just as well as them. Looking over at Zhou Hong, he glanced at the streams of light he was using as a weapon, which seemed extremely dangerous. Then he unleashed a fist strike, drawing upon both the explosive power of his fleshly body power, and also his cultivation base. A tempest sprang up, causing everything in the area to tremble, and Zhou Hong's expression to flicker. Instantly, he sent the black streams of light whipping back to defend himself. A boom rang out, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as an expression of disbelief filled his face. How could he be so strong? Zhou Hong's eyes were completely bloodshot, and filled with a look of defiant madness. More black strands of light shot out, filled with a netherworldly glow as they sliced toward Bai Xiaochun. However, this time, Bai Xiaochun sidestepped, speeding past Zhou Hong toward some of the mid-nascent soul stage chosen beyond him. At the same time, he pulled out the eternal parasol and unhesitatingly stabbed it into Miao Linner's side. She screamed as her life force was sucked away, and her beautiful face withered up. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's undying bones emitted rumbling sounds as they used the new life force to push almost completely into the great circle of the second stratum of the tempered bones. Miao Linner alone was enough to do that, much to Bai Xiaochun's shock. Clearly, Miao Linner's life force far surpassed that of others. What technique does this little wench cultivate to have so much life force? He murmured to himself. Considering how revealing and smuttily she dresses, it must be some evil technique, but... Of course, everything that occurred happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. After tossing Miao Linner into his bag of holding, he accelerated toward the mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. As they unleashed a bombardment of divine abilities, he snapped the eternal parasol open to defend himself, then stabbed it into one of the cultivators. The cultivator screamed as his body withered up, and he was then thrown into Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding. Then Bai Xiaochun turned and shot toward his next target. Zhou Hong's fury burned as he gave chase, and yet, he was not nearly as fast as Bai Xiaochun. However, after Bai Xiaochun sucked away the life force from 4 cultivators, Zhou Hong performed an incantation gesture, causing all of the black streams of light to form together into a huge spike which shot toward Bai Xiaochun. The black spike clearly contained the aura of a deva, causing Bai Xiaochun to gasp and pull out his turtle walk to defend himself. A boom could be heard as Bai Xiaochun fell back by several dozen meters, after which he stabbed the eternal parasol into another nearby chosen who had been too slow to evade him. As the chosen screamed and withered up, life force poured into Bai Xiaochun's undying bones, pushing them all the way to the great circle of the tempered bones. It all happened so quickly that the other surrounding chosen didn't even have time to gasp. Furthermore, none of them dared to get anywhere near Bai Xiaochun, and were all backing away. Bai Xiaochun's unique battle methods had them all feeling completely shaken. "Do you dare to fight me one-on-one, Bai Hao?" Zhou Hong shouted in rage, closing in on him. As for Li Tiancheng, his face was ashen, and he was backing away, cowed by Bai Xiaochun's bizarre parasol. "Calm down. I'm leaving you for last so that I can test out my most powerful fist strike." Ignoring Zhou Hong, Bai Xiaochun turned his attention on the retreating Li Tiancheng. Lips turning up into a grin, he lifted his foot and prepared to move. Although he couldn't use his undying hex because of the jade slip Zhou Hong had crushed earlier, his fleshly body itself was capable of teleportation-level speed. As soon as his foot touched down, he transformed into a series of afterimages that shot directly toward Li Tiancheng. That smile caused Li Tiancheng's scalp to prickle with fear. Mind reeling, he began to back up even faster, simultaneously waving his hands through the air and spitting out even more toxic gas. The toxic gas immediately transformed into a 7-colored skull which shot toward Bai Xiaochun as if to consume him. Bai Xiaochun completely ignored the 7-colored skull, and in fact just pierced right through it with the help of a handful of 14-fold spirit-enhanced items. Then, he was right in front of Li Tiancheng. "Is playing with poison really that fun?" he said as he thrust the eternal parasol toward Li Tiancheng's chest. Li Tiancheng let out a shout, causing a red glow to explode out from inside of him. Numerous defensive magical items also appeared. However, it was in that moment that a colorful light appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, which cast Li Tiancheng's cultivation base into chaos. Li Tiancheng suddenly slowed down, and to his terror, the eternal parasol stabbed into him. Li Tiancheng began to wither up as his life force poured out of him and into Bai Xiaochun. As it entered Bai Xiaochun's bones, he shivered, and rumbling sounds echoed out inside of him. Furthermore, deep within his eyes, a golden light could be seen. His undying bones had broken through into the 3rd stratum of the tempered bones. A warm, comfortable feeling filled him, and he could instantly sense that the defensive level of his fleshly body had increased. Even more exciting to him was that he now met the minimum requirements to use the undying Emperor's Fist. Meanwhile, whistling sounds could be heard as Gongsun Yi, Su Shan, the 2nd prince and Chen Manyao arrived with even more chosen. "Stop him, Zhou Hong. Don't let him get away." Zhou Hong watched as Li Tiancheng was captured, and then heard the cries of the approaching cultivators, and it caused his anger to burn hotter. Throwing his head back, he howled, sending more streams of black light flying out around him. At this point, he was so angry that he was finally resorting to one of his trump cards. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as the black streams all began to shoot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and clenched his hands into fists. Then his eyes began to shine with bright light as his aura began to retract. It was almost as if all signs of life in his body were fading away. At the same time, a black vortex could be seen spinning around his fist. Within that vortex were indescribably terrifying fluctuations that caused anyone who could see them to blanch in fear. He was assuming the opening stance of the Undying Emperor's fist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, Undying Emperor's Fist. Chapter 696, Undying Emperor's Fist. The fourth level of the Undying Codex, the Undying Bones, had a secret magic known as the Undying Emperor's Fist, and this was Bai Xiaochun's first time using it. As he did, his aura, his flesh and blood, and even his soul and life force, seemed to be compressing down to the ultimate level. Cracking sounds could be heard from his bones as the foundation of his heaven-shaking, earth-shattering fist strike was prepared. Within moments, Bai Xiaochun pulsed with explosive power. That power soon turned into a wild tempest that coursed through him with such power that, if his bones weren't imbued with such incredible defensive power, it would have crushed him out of existence. His skeleton was the foundation of it all. The power of his flesh and blood was madly compressed, until finally, it exploded out through his skin. This was a crucial moment, and a unique aspect to the Undying Emperor's Fist. Under normal circumstances, the power would have erupted from his skin in explosive fashion and dissipated in all directions. But instead, 99% of the locations where that power would normally have vented were now sealed up. The only place for the power to go was the fist formed by his right hand. All of a sudden, a black hole appeared inside of him that seemed capable of crushing everything in existence. As for his right fist, the black vortex that had formed around it emanated an aura that could shake heaven and earth, an aura that seemed impossible to constrict or restrain, but it seemed so powerful that if it were to strike out, Bai Xiaochun's entire body would be hit by a backlash from the Undying Emperor's Fist and destroyed. Behind Bai Xiaochun, a shadowy figure appeared. It was a man in imperial robes, with an imperial crown. Although his facial features were impossible to make out, there was something domineering about him, as though his imperial will were superior to all creation. Everything around Bai Xiaochun shattered and twisted. Off in the distance, Gongsun, Su Shan, the second prince, Chen Manyao, and everyone else all gasped in shock. Zhou Hong was the closest to Bai Xiaochun, and as soon as he sensed that something strange was going on, a feeling of imminent, deadly crisis rose up within him. However, before Zhou Hong could do anything, Bai Xiaochun grinned, looked at Zhou Hong and his black streaks of light, and unleashed a fist strike. The shadowy emperor behind Bai Xiaochun merged into his fist, causing it to thrum with a domineering, imperial will. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, and a screaming wind kicked up. It was as if an enormous giant were unleashing all of the power in its body. At the same time, a boundless gravitational force sprang up, and the black vortex grew rapidly in size until it was fully 30 meters across. As it did, it sucked in all of the color in the world, becoming the focus of all attention, as if that fist and that vortex were the only things that existed in the world. As the fist strike rocketed through the air, Zhou Hong let out a miserable shriek. Eyes filling with panic and terror, and heart pounding painfully, he sent streams of green light flowing out of himself to form a long sword. Gripping the sword tightly, he slashed it toward the incoming fist. 9 Serenities slash. The mad slash of his sword shook heaven and earth. Green sword light spilled out, shredding the air, and was joined by the black streams of light, which were like a sword rain that shot toward Bai Xiaochun. The witnesses to the event were reeling in shock at the ferocious scene playing out in front of them. Never before had any of them seen a fight like this between two members of their own generation. However, it only lasted for the briefest of moments. When the green sword light contacted the black vortex of Bai Xiaochun's fist strike, a massive boom filled the area. Boom! As the deafening sound rolled out, Zhou Hong's green sword light shattered, and the black streams of light writhed as they were wiped out of existence. A torrent of blood sprayed out of Zhou Hong's mouth as virtually all the bones in his body were broken. His flesh was instantly lacerated into a mangled mass of bloody strips, and his nascent soul flew out into the open. Immediately rendered unconscious, he was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut. The debut of the undying Emperor's fist was shocking to everyone who could observe it. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun hadn't even used the full power of the fist strike, only about 30%. Aware of how devastating it was, he had actually been holding back for fear of killing Zhou Hong. And yet, even that 30% was completely and utterly astonishing. Just as the description of the fist strike had indicated, it could shake heaven and rock the earth. Its power vastly surpassed the throat-crushing grasp and the mountain-shaking bash. It was a domineering power that could shake one to the depths of their psyche. Everyone present felt like they were being struck by heavenly lightning, and only began to gasp after a long moment of shock. Even Gong Sunyi and the second prince were stunned, and subconsciously tried to calculate how they would have fared if struck. It only took a moment for them to come to the conclusion that only someone far stronger than Zhou Hong would be able to stand up to that domineering imperial will. Nobody in the necromancer kettle could possibly stand up to it. None of the chosen would ever have been able to guess that Bai Xiaochun had a technique like this at his disposal. It was a fist strike so powerful that it didn't even seem like something from the nascent soul level. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhou Hong had been knocked unconscious, Bai Xiaochun sped forward, grabbed his fleshly body and nascent soul, and then transformed into a beam of light that shot away with lightning-like speed. The shocked bystanders all prepared to start chasing him, and yet, even before they could take a single step, a haughty voice rang in their ears. "Don't provoke me, fools. I can use that same fist strike 100 more times if I want." Because of the haughty and domineering tone, everyone, without exception, stopped moving. Not a single person dared to give chase. Even Gong Sunyi was left trembling, a very unsightly expression on his face. There he stood, panting a bit, his legs still hovering above the ground as he stared at Bai Xiaochun fleeing into the distance. As of this moment, Gong Sunyi's pride had suffered a major blow. Then there was the termagant Xiaochun, who was equally stunned as she watched Bai Xiaochun leaving. There was a look in her eyes which was rarely seen, fervent adoration. The second prince's eyes flickered as countless conflicting emotions appeared in his heart. As for Chen Manyao, she stood next to the second prince, a mixture of suspicion and astonishment mingling deep in her eyes. After a long moment, however, people finally began to react. There's absolutely no way he can use a fist strike like that more than a few times. That's right. If he could, why would he run away? If he really is the type who seeks revenge over the smallest grievance, then why wouldn't he take advantage of how shocked we were to simply attack us? Gong Sunyi and the other top chosen didn't say anything, but considering their level and status, they obviously saw through Bai Xiaochun's ruse. And yet, even if it was a bluff, the images of what had just occurred were burned into their minds, filling them with fear. Another moment passed. Finally, Xiaochun took a deep breath and then began to give chase. Next was the second prince, and then Chen Manyao. However, none of those three were interested in fighting Bai Xiaochun. Rather, they had other intentions. Although most of the chosen present couldn't tell that, Gong Sunyi could. He stood there quietly for a moment, eyes bloodshot as his desire to do battle slowly grew. I cannot allow anyone to surpass me. As of this moment, Bai Hao, you have my attention. At that point his cultivation base surged with power as he headed, not after Bai Xiaochun, but toward the Ghost King Orchid. That's where you'll end up eventually, and that's where I'll be waiting, to fight you. Determination shone in Gong Sunyi's eyes, as well as the desire to do battle. Everyone else exchanged awkward glances, and all of them regretted having provoked someone as inhuman as this. And yet, none of them could ever have predicted what had just occurred, that a person they all assumed they could easily crush would actually turn out to be a vicious and dangerous beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, Get Back Here, by How. Chapter 697, Get Back Here, by How. Damn it, I can't believe this by How is so strong. If he had used that fist strike from the beginning, then of course we wouldn't have provoked him. Yeah, exactly. If he had shown such spectacular battle prowess early on, we would have tried to make friends with him, not attack him. There really wasn't a need to let things reach this point. Everyone was grumbling about the situation, but nobody could do a single thing about it. Instead, they banded together into 3 groups and scattered in different directions. None of them had any plans to try to kill by Xiaochun. Neither did any of them harbor any aspirations of getting the Ghost King fruit. All of them were thinking the same thing. It didn't matter who ended up with the Ghost King fruit, their current goal was to get out of the necromancer kettle as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun sped along through the mists, his face ashen. Even he had been shocked to see the undying Emperor's fist in action. At the moment, his fleshly body power was severely drained, and his blood, bones, muscles, and tendons all burned with pain. Thankfully, he had only used 30% of the power of the fist strike, and had been able to rely on the power of his cultivation base to flee. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. The undying Emperor's fist is incredible. If I had used it at full strength, then even a deva would have been shaken. The mere thought of how things had played out left him excited. He had begun to cultivate the undying live forever technique from the moment he stepped into the cultivation world, and had spent a huge amount of resources on it throughout the years. After seeing that spectacular fist strike, he decided that it had all been worth it. Furthermore, now that he had reached the 3rd stratum of the tempered bones level, his bones constantly radiated a pleasant warmth into him. Clearly, his fleshly body's defensive capabilities were now far beyond what they had been before. In addition, he could recover from injuries much more quickly. When I made my exit earlier, everyone was clearly terrified. HMMMPHH. I guess there was no reason to be so frightened earlier on. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun realized that his ability to crush everyone else in the necromancer kettle meant that he didn't need to be nervous at all. In fact, it was with great anticipation that he pulled the unconscious Zhou Hong out of his bag of holding. After putting his nascent soul back into his fleshly body, he pulled out the eternal parasol and stabbed it into his chest. The pain caused Zhou Hong's eyes to snap open. "What do you think you're doing, Bai Hao?" he shouted angrily. However, before he could do anything else, his life force began to drain out, provoking a scream of pain. In the blink of an eye, he was withered up, his life force absorbed by Bai Xiaochun, who used it to help restore his fleshly body power. As for Zhou Hong, because of his serious injuries and the pain, he quickly passed out again. Bai Xiaochun pulled the eternal parasol back, and then glared at Zhou Hong angrily. "Useless. Not even Li Tiansheng was this weak. How can you have so little life force? Are you really an heir apparent? You look like silver, but you're really pewter." Grumbling angrily, he put Zhou Hong back into his bag of holding and then shot onward through the mists. An entire day went by, and Bai Xiaochun continued to rock the necromancer kettle. With his incredible battle prowess, his heaven-down nascent soul, and his incredible fleshly body power, he was a force to be reckoned with among the wildlander chosen. He was like a hungry wolf thrown into a flock of sheep. Well, perhaps to put it that way would be a bit of an exaggeration, but not by much. Early on, he had not been drawing on the full potential of his heaven-down nascent soul, but now he was. Other than some individuals who were already half a step out of the nascent soul stage, those powerful experts who had already gained some enlightenment of heaven and earth and were almost devas, few people could possibly be a match for him. Not even Xiaochun, who was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, came close. Therefore, there was no need to even mention all of the other chosen. Besides, Xiaochun was actually confident that the power of his undying emperor's fist would be enough to cause a deva to back down. During the day which passed, Xiaochun appeared inside of the necromancer kettle on numerous occasions. Because there were no solitary stragglers, and not even any groups with 5 people, he had no choice but to target the groups with dozens of people in them. He truly was like a starving wolf, stalking about madly. When he attacked, he would grab a few people and then flee before anyone could do anything. Because of that, no one could defend against him, and everyone was slipping into even greater depths of fear. After a day passed, he had kidnapped more than 30 chosen, which meant that more than 60% of the total group of wildlanders had fallen into his hands. As for the final group of 30 or so, they trembled with fear, especially because of the strange parasol that he used, which consumed life force. The survivors were now split into 2 groups. One group went with the second prince and Chen Manyao to regroup with Gong Sunyi near the Ghost King Orchid. The other group headed back in the direction they knew to be the mouth of the necromancer kettle, and the exit. Clearly, they were admitting defeat, and didn't want to contend with Xiaochun. They wanted to get out of this place at the earliest possible moment. Other than those 2 groups, there was a single person who continued to search for Xiaochun within the mists. It was none other than Princess Xiaochun, daughter of the Spirit Advent King. A strange light could be seen flickering in her eyes as she attempted to track Xiaochun down. "I'll definitely find you eventually, Bai Hao. You're mine." Half a day before, she had run into him, and they had begun to fight. However, after only fighting for a short time, he knocked her several hundred meters away with a fist strike, then turned and fled. Xiaochun was not happy with that outcome at all. Xiaochun's numerous victories over so many chosen had him feeling very, very confident in how intrepid and valiant he was. He currently had more than 70 people captive in his bag of holding, all of them sucked so dry of life force that they were little more than skin and bones. With so much life force, his tempered bones had long since passed from the 3rd stratum to the 5th. The defensive capabilities of his fleshly body were such that divine abilities belonging to the early nascent soul stage would still hurt slightly if they hit him, but wouldn't significantly injure him. "It won't be long now before I reach the 6th stratum," he thought excitedly as he sped through the mists. After searching here and there for a couple hours, he came to find that the remaining chosen had split into 2 groups. "What bullies, forcing me to work so hard." Sighing at how impressive he was, he looked in the direction of the group which had already admitted defeat. "Ah, whatever. Since they've admitted the error of their ways, Lord Bai will let them go for now. However, as for all the people who are waiting by the Ghost King Orchid, they can't blame Lord Bai for teaching them a lesson." Licking his lips, he began to fly toward the Ghost King Orchid. However, even as he took to motion, a beam of light appeared behind him in the mists. Within it was a young woman, who after catching sight of Xiaochun, suddenly shouted, "Get back here, Bai Hao." As soon as he saw the shadowy figure approaching, Xiaochun's self-confidence vanished. Frowning, he accelerated with all the speed he could muster, moving in the opposite direction. During his fight with Xiaochun half a day earlier, he had been put in a very bad position. It wasn't that she was particularly powerful, she actually had about the same battle prowess as Zhou Hong. However, she had a jade pendant that had been given to her by her father the Spirit Advent King, which gave her a defensive shield that Xiaochun couldn't penetrate. The 9 Serenities King and the War Champion King had not given special magical items to Zhou Hong and Gong Sunyi, their reasoning being that they didn't believe anyone in the wildlands would go so far as to try to kill their sons. Considering that Zhou Hong and Gong Sunyi were both heirs apparent who would be kings in the future, giving them defensive treasures could actually do more harm than good. They wanted their sons to be sharpened on the grindstone of battle. But the Spirit Advent King did not think in such a way. He had given a special jade pendant to Xiaochun, a magical item whose shield could not be broken, even by a deva. Only a strike from a demigod would be able to pierce through it. Because of that, Xiaochun was completely and utterly safe. In fact, she could almost be considered to be cheating in the necromancer kettle. Not even Bai Xiaochun with his seemingly unvanquishable battle prowess would be able to hurt her. After fighting back and forth with her, he was stunned to find that he simply couldn't hurt her. Angry and a bit depressed, he had finally sent her flying away with a fist strike, and then fled. And yet, she didn't seem to want to give up, and kept chasing him. The fact that she kept trying to fight him had him feeling very down, and at the same time, glad that not everyone was like her. Otherwise, the necromancer kettle would definitely not be any fun at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, Secret Magic of the Imperial Clan. Chapter 698, Secret Magic of the Imperial Clan. Bai Xiaochun quickly put quite a distance between himself and Xiaochun, and soon disappeared into the mists. Further back, Xiaochun stopped in place and stamped her foot onto the ground angrily. "I'm going to catch you eventually, Bai Hao. You're mine. Mine." In response, Bai Xiaochun picked up speed. The fact that this princess from Spirit Advent City seemed dead set on fighting him was a big headache. How can I fight this wench when she has that jade pendant? The more he thought about it, the more annoying he found her to be. And yet, there was nothing he could do about the situation. Worried that she was still following him, he zigged and zagged a bit before heading in the direction of the Ghost King Orchid. Some distance away from the valley containing the Ghost King Orchid, Gongsunyi sat on a low-lying hilltop, doing breathing exercises. His goal was to keep himself in top condition for the coming fight, which he was burning to get into. He was still completely and utterly confident that Bai Hao would show up soon. Not too far away were the second prince and Chen Manyao, surrounded by a dozen or so chosen from the various noble clans. All of them had very unsightly expressions on their faces because of everything that had occurred in the necromancer kettle. Nobody had even considered that something so unexpected could take place. First was the nascent divinity void restrictive spell, which caught everyone off guard, and then there was the fact that Bai Hao had turned out to be shockingly powerful. It was occasionally possible to catch sight of the group who had already given up, sitting in their location near the mouth of the enormous kettle. Many in the group near the Ghost King Orchid had also thought of giving up, but simply couldn't bring themselves to do it. Even though they knew Bai Xiaochun was incredibly strong, some of them still hoped that there was another chance left. After all, the second prince was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, and they also had the matchless junior champion King Gongsunyi on their side. Plus, there was the Grand Heaven Master's apprentice Chen Manyao. With those three, they still hoped that they could defeat Bai Hao. Many thoughts passed through the minds of the waiting chosen as they calculated what there was to gain and lose by taking his stand. At the same time, they kept looking around vigilantly. As for the second prince, his eyes flickered as he contemplated a train of thought quite different from most of the others. He was intrigued by Bai Hao. After all, it seemed obvious that the giant Ghost King had actually cruelly abandoned Bai Hao in the necromancer kettle. Perhaps I can win this Bai Hao over to my side. Although, considering the high level of his cultivation base, he must surely have aspirations of his own. If I want to win him over, I'll need to give him a good reason to do so. Off to the side sat Chen Manyao, her brow furrowed as she thought back to what she had seen of Bai Hao. There was definitely something about him that seemed familiar, although she still hadn't been able to come up with any concrete clues to work with. Even as everyone sat wrapped up in their thoughts, Gongsunyi suddenly looked up. The second prince and Chen Manyao also turned their heads, and the hearts of everyone else lurched as they looked over in the same direction. Off in the distance, the mists churned as a figure sped through them like a whizzing arrow. And that figure was heading in their direction. His hair whipped about him, and his clothes flapped in the wind. His eyes shone with bright light, and he radiated a domineering and proud air. Bai Hao! He's here! Everyone was immediately shaken. The desire to do battle exploded in Gongsunyi's heart, but he suppressed it for the moment. Remaining there cross-legged, he closed his eyes and went back to meditating, his aura was currently not stable enough, and he wanted to be completely calm. "The time to fight has not yet come," he murmured. He wanted to wait until his battle spirit was like a raging torrent. "By how, you will be the grindstone that makes me an even sharper blade than before." The atmosphere of the group by the Ghost King Orchid immediately grew very stifled upon the appearance of Xiaochun. The second prince's eyes flickered, and he took a step forward, turning into a blur of afterimages as he shot toward Xiaochun. That immediately got the other chosen excited, many of whom flew to join the second prince. Only Gong Sunyi and Chen Manyao didn't move. Unlike Gong Sunyi, Chen Manyao's eyes were shining brightly as she stared at Xiaochun, imprinting his every move and action into her mind. Also paying close attention was the group of a dozen or so who were near the mouth of the necromancer kettle. Although they had already admitted defeat, it was a begrudging action at best, and they were all eager to see how things would play out. Everyone paid close attention as Xiaochun and the second prince shot toward each other and then collided. The second prince drew fully upon the power of the great circle of the nascent soul stage, performing a double-handed incantation gesture that summoned 7 shadowy figures, each of them fully 300 meters tall. Each shadowy figure wore imperial robes, had an imperial crown, and radiated an ancient air. The figures seemed to lock the entire area down, creating something like a domain in which the second prince radiated the aura of an emperor. This was the first time he had summoned such an energy, which despite not being the power of a deva, was very close to it, and actually seemed to provoke a reaction from all heaven and earth. Then, rumbling could be heard as a golden dragon appeared, which shot roaring through the air toward Xiaochun. Xiaochun's expression flickered at the shocking sight of the second prince's divine ability. It actually seemed very similar to his own Undying Emperor's fist, although the two were clearly different on a fundamental nature. The Undying Emperor's fist drew upon the power of his own body and then blessed it with explosive might. In contrast, the second prince's technique was clearly drawing on outside power. The fact that the second prince could command a chi flow that agitated the energy of heaven and earth left Xiaochun feeling as if he were witnessing something that all of the people of the Arch-Emperor in the Wildlands would bow down and offer worship to. However, what was most shocking of all was the fact that any one of the 7 shadowy figures was filled with so much power that it caused Xiaochun's scalp to tingle. Unexpectedly, the second prince could clearly use only this one divine ability to counter multiple fist strikes from Xiaochun. What divine ability is this? He thought, shocked. As for everyone else who was watching, they started to get very excited. That's Arch-Emperor magic. It's the Imperial clan's secret magic. It's been a long time since I've seen the Imperial clan's secret magic. The second prince definitely deserves his reputation. After the Grand Prince, he's next in line to earn the Imperial title. The rumbling sounds of the fighting which filled the air soon drowned out the noise of the chattering crowd. He's a lot stronger than Zhou Hong. Xiaochun thought, his pupils constricted. With that, he extended his right hand, within which appeared the 16-fold spirit-enhanced black spear. An unsightly expression could be seen on the second prince's face as he fell back. He was actually not having as easy of a time as he was making it look. To his astonishment, he found that his cultivation base was actually being suppressed, and was difficult to rotate. Were it not for the fact that he was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage and was using the Imperial clan's secret magic, he would already have been seriously wounded by the fighting. By this point, he couldn't hold out any longer, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shock and terror could be seen in his eyes as he realized that Xiaochun hadn't even used his trump card, that fist attack. This Bai Hao is too strong. Not even my Imperial clan's secret magic is strong enough to get him under control. With that, he threw his hands into the air, causing yellow light to spill off of the 7 shadowy figures. Immediately, the entire area shone as if with gold, and then, 2 golden dragons appeared, which shot roaring toward Xiaochun. The audience of Chosen watched with sparkling eyes as the battle played out. From the look of things, these 2 opponents were actually evenly matched. Eventually, some of them even flew out to join the fighting. Before long, divine abilities and magical techniques were flying here and there, causing dazzling light to shine everywhere. Even the people who had congregated near the exit were now hesitating. After exchanging glances, many of them flew out, defiantly choosing to change their mind and take advantage of the opportunity which had presented itself. Bai Xiaochun noticed what was happening immediately, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Aware that the second prince was not by any means weak, and that his 7 statues were incredibly strong, he suddenly put away his spear, ignored the incoming divine abilities, and punched his hand down toward the ground. The land quaked, and then, Bai Xiaochun softly spoke a word that was protected by the power of his mask. Water swamp. The entire area filled with water vapor, creating something like a huge swamp. However, the powers of Bai Xiaochun's mask concealed that fact, and ensured that everyone saw nothing but Bai Xiaochun, and the brutal aura which radiated off of him. That was when Bai Xiaochun quietly spoke another word. Kingdom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699, Who's the Grindstone? Chapter 699, Who's the Grindstone? After speaking those words, Bai Xiaochun looked up, and an energy erupted out in all directions, sending his hair whipping about. Although no one could see it, a watery swamp now filled the entire 500-kilometer area around them. Simultaneously, numerous spikes appeared, rising up and then curling around themselves as a gigantic beast claw appeared. Heaven and earth seemed to teeter on the verge of complete collapse. The 2 golden dragons let out miserable shrieks as they slammed into the claw. To the claw, it was as if they were tiny bugs that were instantly crushed out of existence. Blood sprayed out of the mouth of the second prince as he was sent flying backward. As for the other chosen who had been charging into battle, their faces fell, and they also began to cough up blood. It was almost as if a mountain had slammed into them, sending them tumbling backward. Further off in the distance, the dozen or so chosen who had previously given up, but had changed their minds and begun flying toward the fighting, now stopped in midair, looks of blank shock on their faces. That was the only possible reaction. A moment before, Bai Xiaochun and the second prince had been evenly matched, but in the blink of an eye, the second prince was grievously injured, and everyone else was sent spinning off to the side. A single attack left everyone gasping in shock. Those chosen who had begun to fly over from the mouth of the kettle were left hanging in midair, jaws agape, eyelids twitching, their hearts filled with intense regret. As of this moment, they could neither advance nor retreat. They exchanged dismayed glances, and then suddenly scattered. They did not head toward the Ghost King Orchid, nor toward the mouth of the Necromancer Kettle. In their fear, they hoped to go hide alone somewhere in the world around them. It was a large place, after all, and even if Bai Xiaochun searched high and low, he couldn't find all of them. Bai Xiaochun ignored them. At the moment, his heart was pounding with excitement. This was his first time using his Water Swamp Kingdom after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The entire claw of the beast beneath could fit through the 500-kilometer area it could now open up, which had been shocking to behold. So strong. Not even my undying emperor's fist measures up. Swallowing hard, he contemplated how that fact must have something to do with his heaven-down nascent soul. Yet again, he sighed inwardly, convinced that everything he had done to reach the heaven-down nascent soul stage had been worth it. He also had the lingering feeling that the clawed hand he had just seen was actually not the complete hand. He was fairly certain it had only been a portion of the whole. "My life essence spirit," he murmured, eyes glittering. Then he burst into motion, capturing all of the chosen who had just been injured by his Water Swamp Kingdom, sealing them, and tossing them into his bag of holding. As for the second prince, he tried to interject and say something, but Bai Xiaochun wasn't in the mood, and quickly sealed and captured him. Having accomplished these things, Bai Xiaochun looked at the only 2 people left in the area. One was Gong Sunyi, who sat there cross-legged, meditating. He hadn't opened his eyes the entire time, not even when Bai Xiaochun delivered the astonishing blow to all the chosen just now. There was an energy building up in Gong Sunyi, from the look of things, When he finally did open his eyes, he would be powered up to a level that he had never yet reached in his life up to this moment. Bai Xiaochun looked at him briefly, and could tell that there was something odd going on. Then he turned to look at the second person who remained behind, who was Chen Manyao. Chen Manyao stood there, her brow furrowed as she looked back at him. Bai Xiaochun couldn't tell whether or not she recognized him, and that realization made him very nervous. However, he didn't let such feelings show on his face. Trying to look just as icy as ever, he coolly said, "You haven't attacked me this entire time. Therefore, I won't cause any problems for you. Why don't you leave?" His words were uttered with profound aloofness and pride, and after speaking them, he turned and headed toward Gong Sun-yi. Of course, secretly, he kept his eye on Chen Manyao to gauge her reaction. Gong Sun-yi's eyelids flickered. Apparently, he was taking advantage of the pressure weighing down from Bai Xiaochun to further temper his own desire to do battle. When Bai Xiaochun was only about 300 meters away from Gong Sun-yi, Chen Manyao's eyes glittered, and she unexpectedly performed an incantation gesture with her right hand. Snowflakes sprang out around her, swirling together to form a mirror made of ice, which she pointed at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered, and he immediately shot backward. As he did, light from the mirror landed in the spot he had just occupied, causing cracking sounds to fill the air as it was turned into ice. At the same time, frigid qi swirled about everywhere. To Bai Xiaochun's shock, that frigid qi was stimulating the magic of his frigid domain, to the point where it seemed like it might leap out into the open beyond his control. Thankfully, a mere thought on his part sent his cultivation base rotating to suppress the frigid domain. Afterward, he turned to look at Chen Manyao, his heart filled with mixed emotions, but his eyes showing only anger. "What do you think you're doing?" he said. Ignoring him, Chen Manyao performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing the freezing ice to become the opposite of what it had been moments ago. Now it was a sea of flames. Instantly, the flames bore down on Bai Xiaochun as if to consume him. From what he could tell, this was all a test to see if he had the power of a frigid domain. These flames were designed to cause a cultivator to react on an instinctive level. Someone who had cultivated with frigid qi for long periods of time, but then unexpectedly encountered a fire-type power, would definitely reveal some weaknesses. Beads of sweat popped out on Bai Xiaochun's forehead. The purpose of this probing attack was obvious, and he knew that if things kept going on the way they were, then it was definitely possible that he might reveal something. There was no time to think about the matter at the moment, so he blurred into motion, appearing right in front of Chen Manyao. "Are you looking to die?" he said, a vicious expression on his face. The rumbling sounds echoed out as he unleashed a fist strike. However, instead of dodging or defending, a strange look appeared on her face, and she simply remained in place, looking Bai Xiaochun in the eye, apparently waiting for his fist to strike her. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. If his strike landed on her, and she didn't resist, then she would die, or at the very least, be seriously injured. Before he could even think about the situation, he aborted his fist strike. At that point, a faint smile could be seen in Chen Manyao's eyes, and Bai Xiaochun realized that he had been fooled. Chen Manyao had taken a gamble by putting herself up as bait. Very crafty, he thought, wanting to cry but finding no tears to do so. As the saying goes, it does no good to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. And yet, Bai Xiaochun continued with his attack. Although he didn't strike with a fist, he did strike her with his palm, instantly sealing her. Before she could say anything, he grabbed her and threw her into his bag of holding, averting his eyes so he couldn't see the expression on her face. What was that all about? He thought. By now, he was almost completely convinced that Chen Manyao had guessed who he was. However, he couldn't for the life of him think of how she had done it. After all, his disguise was perfect. He was of a mind to ask directly, but at the moment, didn't dare to face her, for fear of revealing more secrets. Sighing and shaking his head, he looked over at the final person remaining, Gong Sun-yi. As soon as he did, Gong Sun-yi's eyelids flickered even more dramatically than before. Well, isn't this amusing? Bai Xiaochun thought. He's using the pressure emanating from me as a sort of grindstone to polish his battle spirit. But what's the point? Snorting coldly, and feeling very irritated that Chen Manyao probably had figured out his secret identity, he simply charged toward Gong Sun Yi. He still remembered how it was a huge sealing net thrown out by Gong Sun Yi that had entrapped him early on, and ended up allowing countless chosen to hit him with divine abilities. Just thinking about that moment of crisis got Bai Xiaochun feeling irritated. When he was roughly 30 meters away, Gong Sun Yi's eyes snapped open, revealing brightness like that of twin suns. At this point, his battle spirit was at its peak, and it was with explosive speed that he shot forward. Bai Hao! He roared, instantly summoning 100,000 magical symbols, which swirled around him, casting golden light everywhere, making it seem like he was surrounded by a golden hurricane. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and blinding light spread out in all directions. In the face of the golden light, Bai Xiaochun seemed like a dandelion that could be crushed in an instant. The magical symbols quickly turned into razor-sharp blades that slashed toward him through the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, I Can Still Break Through. Chapter 700, I Can Still Break Through. A golden hurricane of countless blades descended onto Bai Xiaochun. However, his fleshly body defenses were already at a shocking level, and he also possessed numerous spirit-enhanced treasures. Although he wasn't a complete wild beast when it came to battle, the hurricane was still not enough to stop him. Cracking sounds rang out as the golden magical symbols slammed into him, and yet, not much happened as a result. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Gong Sun Yi, where he clenched his hand into a fist and unleashed a fist strike. Before the strike could land, though, golden light shone in Gong Sun Yi's eyes as he called all of the magical symbols back, which then transformed into a huge wall. A rumbling boom could be heard, and Bai Xiaochun was stopped in place. The golden wall trembled, and cracks spread out across its surface, but it held fast. Behind it, Gong Sun Yi coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, and then took a step toward Bai Xiaochun. "Is that all you've got, Bai Hao?" he growled. However, inwardly, he was actually shocked. His cultivation base was under massive pressure, and although he wasn't sure exactly how this Bai Hao could be so strong, he was convinced that it was because of some strange magical technique. However, there was no time to think about the matter at the moment. Relying on his surging battle spirit to suppress the instabilities inside of him, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then waved his finger at Bai Xiaochun. Instantly, the golden wall collapsed back into 100,000 magical symbols, which then formed together into the shape of a golden phoenix, which shot toward Bai Xiaochun with a piercing cry. This junior champion king's divine ability is incredible. It must have been given to him by the war champion king. I don't have any nascent soul techniques, and the powerful techniques I do have take a lot of spiritual power, otherwise I could crush this junior champion king with ease. Snorting coldly, he assessed Gong Sun Yi's cultivation base, which was beyond the great circle of the nascent soul stage, and was approaching the point of being half a step into the Deva realm. However, that last gap was not easily bridged, and would require the right set of opportunities to do so, as well as tenacious perseverance. As the golden phoenix bore down on Bai Xiaochun, he reached out into the air and made a grasping motion, summoning his black spear with its 16-fold spirit enhancement. Not hesitating for a moment, he stabbed it toward the golden phoenix. The spear shot forth with heaven-rending, earth-crushing power, causing a string of sonic booms to echo out. Then it stabbed into the phoenix, unleashing a massive detonation. The resulting shockwave sent Gong Sun Yi tumbling backward in the opposite direction. Then, Bai Xiaochun burst into motion, becoming like a black shooting star that crushed everything in its path as it headed toward Gong Sun Yi. Gong Sun Yi finally shuddered to a stop about 300 meters away, unable to prevent blood from spilling out of his mouth. Then he looked up at Bai Xiaochun, and the desire to do battle that existed in his eyes grew even more intense. Howling, he instantly began to charge back in Bai Xiaochun's direction. "I'm the junior champion king. How could I possibly lose to you? Eyes bright red, he threw his hands out in front of him, causing the 100,000 magical symbols to form together into the shape of a golden battle axe. Grabbing it by the haft, he hurled it violently toward Bai Xiaochun. Rumbling shook the area as Bai Xiaochun destroyed the battle axe, causing the 100,000 magical symbols to collapse layer by layer. Although he was shaken, he didn't slow down at all, and continued on toward Gong Sun Yi in a streak of black light. As a result of the backlash, blood gushed out of Gong Sun Yi's mouth, and he was flung backward head over heels. Although a bitter chuckle escaped his throat, his desire to do battle had not been reduced in the least bit. Seemingly disregarding any fear of dying, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture to call back all of his 100,000 magical symbols. Dazzling golden light flickered as they teleported into the space in front of him, taking the form of a long golden staff. Gong Sun Yi gripped the staff and then swung it with all his might, using both the power of his cultivation base and his impressive fleshly body to send something like a golden tempest toward Bai Xiaochun. This Gong Sun Yi's divine ability is really remarkable. Bai Xiaochun thought, shocked. At the same time, he felt a bit envious about the 100,000 magical symbols. Obviously, though, it was a secret magic of the War Champion King, something that could not be used outside of his organization. The golden staff descended upon him with mountain-toppling, sea-draining power. Abandoning his stabbing attack with his spear, he brandished it in front of him, causing the air to distort as he backed it with both cultivation base and fleshly body power. Boom. The resulting collision surpassed anything from before. A waterfall of blood erupted from Gong Sun Yi's mouth, and yet he seemed mad with the desire to do battle. It didn't matter what injuries he received, he kept on fighting, and refused to retreat. This time, instead of forming a staff with his 100,000 magical symbols, he formed them into 100 separate magical items. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, hatchets, battle axes, hooks, tridents, and weapons of every other type. And not a single defensive item could be seen among them. Each and every one radiated an intense, murderous aura, and as Gong Sun Yi waved his hand, they all shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Use your trump cards, Bai Hao. Either I die in this battle, or you die. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. This Gong Sun Yi possessed an intense desire to do battle, and a bizarre divine ability. He didn't even seem to be afraid of dying either. All of it left Bai Xiaochun feeling very shaken. By now, he was finally starting to understand what the true chosen in the wildlands were like. Of course, all of the people he had captured so easily didn't count. But Gong Sun Yi, and even Zhou Hong, despite their flaws, could go berserk in battle, and show tenacious brutality. It was something that Bai Xiaochun hadn't seen very often back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. He's no match for me, but he still won't surrender. Now that I think about it, it seems like he really is using me like a grindstone, to temper himself in that precarious location right between life and death. A gleam of admiration appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and he suddenly felt as if he owed some respect to this opponent. As Gong Sun Yi closed in with 100 magical items, all bursting with murderous auras, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and waved his hand to get rid of the black spear. His decision was to forego the use of magical items. As he stood there, cracking sounds could be heard from within him as his aura shrank down. His energy and even his soul did the same thing. Then, a black vortex appeared around his right hand, which emanated terrifying fluctuations. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure appeared, domineering to the extreme, clad in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown on his head. Considering the look in his eyes, he clearly felt scorn for everything in heaven and earth. Want to find enlightenment in that spot between life and death? Well, I'll give you the chance. Bai Xiaochun felt particularly impressed by how awe-inspiring his words were. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he stabilized his aura and then unleashed a fist strike onto Gong Sun Yi. He didn't use full power, instead limiting it to roughly 50%. But even still, the sky faded, and the mists in the area receded. The black vortex around his hand expanded, becoming a black hole that shot directly toward Gong Sun Yi. At the same time, the eyes of the shadowy emperor behind him distorted, causing a domineering air to erupt out as he merged into the fist and the vortex. This was by Xiaochun's trump card. The Undying Emperor's Fist. Ru Yu Yuumbul. The fist strike made everything in the world seem to slow down. All eyes came to focus on it, and it became the only thing in existence. A piercing howl rang out from Gong Sun Yi, and his eyes were crimson as he watched the fist approaching and the black hole. Then he waved both hands out in front of him. Day of the War Champion. As his voice echoed out like thunder, his 100 magical items sped up toward Bai Xiaochun's Undying Emperor's Fist. The instant the two made contact, all of the magical items shattered and were sucked up into the black, incapable of offering any resistance. Then the black hole continued on toward Gong Sun Yi as if to swallow him up. Immediately, a sensation of imminent and deadly crisis filled him, battering his heart and mind like an enormous wave. However, in that dramatic moment between life and death, Gong Sun Yi's battle spirit did not grow weaker. Quite the opposite, it grew more intense. As it did, rumbling and cracking sounds suddenly echoed out inside of him. It was almost as if some sort of shackle within him had been broken. In that moment, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted. Countless clouds suddenly appeared up above him, which quickly formed into a face. Gong Sun Yi's face. Although it only appeared for a moment, the immense energy that came along with it indicated that he had just achieved a cultivation base breakthrough. He was now half a step into the Deva realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.